This young man had just crossed into another world when the system granted him a special ability. It allowed him to possess an outrageously overpowered skill, one capable of curing all kinds of diseases. With just a glance using observation haki, he could tell what illness the other person had. His Lord of Words level communication skill also automatically translated every language for him. Even the top-ranked healing mage on the server had no choice but to fall silent and admit defeat before him. But because he had no license to practice, the protagonist Seung-hein could only accept one thing. He could only wander around like a back-alley herbalist, roaming from place to place to treat people. Russ was an adventurer living in the town. Today, he had just been surrounded and ambushed by as many as 30 wolves. Luckily, thanks to his ancestors breaking their backs to bless him, he managed to keep his life and crawl back. But his wound was serious, and if it was not treated in time, sooner or later he would be bedridden. Seeing that, he eagerly stepped forward and asked the boy whether he wanted treatment. The quick healing package cost 150,000 gold, one treatment and it was done, reputation guarantee. However, Seung-hein had no healer emblem, so naturally Russ refused him at once. He even thought he had just run into a fraud trying to squeeze money out of him. Watching Russ leave, Seung-hein remained calm as though nothing had happened. He only told Russ that if the wound did not heal, he should come back and find him. After that, Russ went to another healer to have the wound treated. Although the cost was rather high, the effect came very quickly, and he could barely feel any pain anymore. Unexpectedly, by that evening, something strange began to happen. Russ's foot suddenly turned a terrifying black. At that very moment, Seung-hein appeared right inside his room. As it turned out, he had already guessed that an ordinary healer would not be able to handle this wound. Only then did Russ realize Seung-hein was not a fraud, and he hurriedly begged him to save his life. He smoothly raised 3 fingers as a sign, 300,000 gold, agreed to the deal and he would treat him immediately. Russ went pale with panic when he heard Seung-hein suddenly double the price. He explained that Russ's wound was now far more severe than it had been at first. If you have little money but want the good stuff, you can only smell it from afar to curb the craving. After some bargaining, Russ finally agreed to the treatment for 200,000 gold. Since he had no cash left, he was forced to hand over his sword to Seung-hein as collateral for the debt. The boy turned green with fear and asked whether the wound was very dangerous, and whether he was about to be finished. His foot had swollen up, bruised and purple, looking no different from a serious poisoning. Seung-hein tapped his leg lightly and reassured him, "With God over here, kid, you will live stubbornly like a cockroach. You are not dying yet." He said, "You saw it yourself. There are some things that cannot be cured by ordinary methods, and poison is one of them." The moment he heard the word poison, his face turned as green as a banana leaf. He handed him a purple fruit and told him to drink it, leaving Russ bewildered as he asked what it was. He introduced it as black currant, while the leaves and stems were poisonous and could cause paralysis. This was also the reason black-maned wolves often lingered around these plants. They drove their prey into that area to paralyze the victims, making the hunt much easier. Russ nearly panicked, asking whether he would be paralyzed from now on, then begged the healer to save him quickly. He took out a bottle of purple medicine and said that actually, there was still one way. He asked in a trembling voice what he intended to do with that thing. The healer drew a sharp knife, then carefully placed several bottles of blackcurrant antidote on the table. The antidote must be poured directly onto the wound. "I would also like to treat you more gently, but right now there is no other way. Because someone already treated you far too well, now the only option is to open the wound." Russ helplessly admitted he was right. If he had known, it would have been better not to treat it at first. He had truly brought suffering on himself. He continued, "As I explained, it is not that I do not want to treat you, but that I cannot do it the ordinary way. I do not have any painkillers, so just scream with all your strength." As soon as he finished speaking, he brought the knife close to his leg. Russ's tears and snot streamed down in a mess as he hurriedly cried for him to wait, saying he had not prepared himself mentally yet. He reminded him that things would only get worse if they kept hesitating like this. In the end, the wound was cut open and the bottle of antidote was poured in. Russ thought that must be normal during treatment, but he took out another bottle and said, "One more time. Endure it if you can, otherwise just faint." That brilliant healer was named Seung-hein, also known as the healer son. Seung-hein recalled that 3 years ago, when he opened his eyes, he was already in a strange cave, along with a notification saying he had received a new class. He had seen similar scenes many times before, and the surroundings were also filled with monsters appearing everywhere. Many people had been brutally attacked by the wolves, nearly left with no way to survive. The system gave him the mission of becoming a healer, while at the time he was still dazed as he realized this was not Earth, but another world. Fortunately, he was not the only person from Earth who had been dragged here. Everyone was bewildered, some wanted to find a way home, while others thought everything had only just begun. Everyone had their own thoughts. Only Seung-hein sat silently in a corner, inwardly feeling that this situation was exactly like a fantasy story, especially the status window before his eyes where his healer stats appeared. But what exactly was the question mark at the end? A woman offered her view. She was right. We needed to find a way to survive. Despite the terrifying monsters, if we united, defeating them would not be too difficult. Each person had received their own vocation and skills. Right, and Trat had already discovered the skill. First skill window was the ability to cut anything with a sharp object. He said, not this one. The next skill was Master of Languages, translating all languages automatically, still not correct. Finally was the Observation Eye, observing everything with your eyes. Still not right, the thing he needed was not this, truly incomprehensible. My vocation is definitely a healer but has no healing skills. Light shone into the room through the window tray. Young-Hein used a cloth to wipe the blood on his hand. Alright, done, the wound will heal quickly, but please avoid moving for 2 to 3 days. Russ whimpered but was still alive despite being slashed, still lucky to be alive. He kept bowing in thanks, healer sister. Thank you, without you I would have died. Young-Hein smiled. I told you this illness is not fatal. He looked at the wound he had treated himself. It seemed better. Could he manage without healing ability? Russ awkwardly apologized for scolding him yesterday and calling him a fraud. He smiled kindly. It's alright, I've heard it many times, I'm used to it. Who would believe a healer has no healing ability? In his heart he praised him. He has a kind heart. Kang confided to Russ, happy to see those who once mocked now pleading to be saved. That is why I do this job. Russ thought, forget the kind heart, I misjudged him. After finishing everything, Young-Hein went alone to the restaurant. Julia, 1 serving please, she cheerfully replied. Alright, 1 serving for Young-Hein. He sat at the table, took a small notebook from his pocket, wondering whether to write a diary while waiting for the food. Finally he wrote a few lines. Good weather, location behind the village, patient poisoned. After arriving in this world, I developed a new habit. The place I was dragged to was full of monsters and deadly pollution everywhere. A very hard place to live, the on-continent. Therefore, to find a way back to Earth, I recorded daily events. A scream drew his attention. Julia accidentally cut her hand. He appeared asking, are you alright? Julia screamed in fright. Oh my god, you scared me. He worriedly said, let me see your wound. Julia laughed. Alright, it's fine. He helplessly thought, too tired of these debates. The observation eye skill was activated. His eyes were like scanners, showing injuries and physical condition of targets. Detected abnormal condition, bleeding on left index finger from knife. Not serious, just need to stop the bleeding. Young-Hein tried to persuade her, if the hand hurts she cannot prepare the meal. Julia agreed, sorry for troubling, but please check it. He used the blood control skill, lightly touching her hand. In the blink of an eye he said, done. Julia politely replied, thank you, Young-Hein. The system notified points plus 1 point, as expected. Treatment worth 1 point. Total 1 and 3. Can spin once with 20 points. He thought, accumulated quite a few points. Can I do 5 spins in a row? The system confirmed spin activation. 1 lucky spin appeared. Result plus 1 strength. Result plus strength. Result 10 gold. Result 10 gold. He angrily trembled. Gold shouldn't appear in this spin. Lucky spins are always rigged. Nothing gained. He waited for the next result. It came. Result, obtain new skill allocation. Converted absorbed medicine into energy. Increased 30% effect when used. Very good. After eating, we should try. In Young-Hoin's hand was a small recovery potion. He crushed the potion with force. Absorption skill activated. Potion absorbed. Allocation skill activated. Health of targets around the area was restored. Very good. I can also use it on patients. Much better than just drinking the medicine. While he smashed the potion, gas flew out, frightening passersby. He fell flat on the ground. Who are you? Young-Hein calmly said. I apologize. He was angry, thinking, is an apology enough? He attacked me. He shrugged. I have fully restored strength. He touched his body in bewilderment, immediately switched to a flattering attitude. Oh my, you are healer sister. He was speechless. This guy changes face faster than an X. I've never seen this skill before. Oh, I live in the countryside. He just smiled, understood. He thought, how did you know the skill for the healer sister? That friend proactively spoke. So on healer day, perhaps fate, do you want to join? He curiously asked, adventure team? He replied, yes, we are recruiting a healer. If you join team of 4, perfect number. He asked again the team's mission. He honestly explained, we hunt rare monsters. He was interested in the invitation. How was the mission reward? He confidently replied, 1-2 million gold. Hearing that number, he thought to himself that this reward was rather tempting, and their team did not have a single healer either. Perhaps he should try joining. At the Adventurers Association, an injured man asked anxiously, then, healer, could you show us your ability first? The healer answered confidently in a firm voice, of course, I am fully capable of becoming the team's sole healer. Young-Hein and the friend he had just met earlier went together to the Adventurers Association. As soon as he arrived, he saw 3 people already standing there. He immediately patted him on the shoulder and asked, Mr. Rick, did you not say that including me, this team only had 4 people? He began to feel a dull ache in his head. I think at the same time we accidentally invited another healer too. You have all heard about the mission, right? The reward is 1.2 million gold coins. So the more people there are, the smaller each person's share becomes. Are you two fine with that? Both answered in unison, no problem. Young-Hoin thought to himself that it seemed he had no intention of backing out. Meanwhile, the other healer also believed he was aiming for the same goal. Someone stepped forward and shook his hand. Very good. Then let us work together. I am Furio. He also replied politely, I am Sung Hein. The female healer still stood motionless, quietly glancing at him. After the meeting, the whole group entered the forest together. One member of the team laughed freely and said, with two healers coming along like this, I feel much more at ease. Seeing Sung Hein calmly humming, he grew even more irritated. Tish, this bastard. I definitely will not let today's matter slide. After that, the young man began showing off his array of skills. In short, I can use lesser heal, intermediate heal, blessing, divine shield, first aid, poison resistance, recovery, light resurrection, purification, light arrow, and many other divine skills. That is all. After listening, everyone applauded in admiration. So cool, what a talented healer. Rick turned and asked, what about you? Seung Hoin answered vaguely, as for me, I can do this. A stream of energy instantly enveloped his body. The whole group cried out in shock. That is what? The other healer began to feel uneasy. This arrogant bastard. How dare that man use a trick I have never even heard of? Seung Hoin stepped forward and asked, then what kind of monster is our target this time? Furio replied, sewer rats. This species of rat monster lives scattered everywhere across the continent. I did not expect that among those sewer rats there would actually be a rare variant. Just one rat has a bounty of 1.2 million gold coins. He asked in astonishment, what did you say? Have none of you ever hunted a rare monster before? Everyone answered honestly, that's right, we have never seen one before. Me neither. The healer said hesitantly, I have been a healer for less than a year. With his wealth of experience, Sung Hein reminded everyone, to face a rare monster, you have to prepare a lot of potions. First, let us return to the village and get ready. Furio sighed, we have already come this far, and now we are going back. Forget it. Either way, it is only a sewer rat. The other one seized the moment to nitpick, you did not bring enough potions. Is that not your responsibility? If you are that scared, then just leave. He smiled and answered decisively, then I withdraw. Hearing that, everyone froze. The other healer could not hide his secret delight, while Furio stepped forward and asked, are you sure? Do not change your mind later. He turned and said, I am sure you will lose, but afterward I can still help. Wonderful, then each person will now receive 300,000 coins. The whole group burst out laughing at his strange remark. Rick even waved goodbye, remember to take care. Running away because of one sewer rat. Then I will obtain that thing in your place, that rare item. After groping around the forest for a while, they finally reached the place they were looking for. Found it, the rat worth 1.2 million gold coins. As expected, even a crest in other world has to be different, right, brothers? The healer told everyone not to worry about his stats. Hearing that, the man confidently shouted, alright, everyone charge together. The whole group simultaneously poured all their strength into launching an attack. Furio immediately rushed straight forward like a madman. The cunning sewer rat quickly noticed the enemy's presence. Furio pounced forward, intending to finish it off at once. He swung his hand down hard against the ground. The ground split open, but the rat had already vanished without a trace. Where did it run off to? At some unknown point, the rat had appeared right behind him. Its entire body suddenly emitted a dazzling surge of lightning. He hurriedly used his clothes to cover his eyes. What is this light? My mana is dropping extremely fast. Rick asked the healer worriedly, are you still alright? He answered urgently, I can still endure. Hurry, I will cast a spell to boost your attack power. Blessing. Suddenly his expression changed visibly in the blink of an eye. Everyone was bewildered and earthquake. What exactly is that? A massive swarm of sewer rats, more than 1,000 of them, was thundering toward them. They attacked relentlessly, leaving the whole team no time to defend themselves. Furio screamed in panic, damn it, Henry. The healer could hardly believe his eyes. Impossible. Did we really lose this quickly? During that moment, Rick took advantage of the opportunity to look for a way to escape. Unfortunately, the healer saw it. That damned coward, he is running away alone. My mana is drained too. He saw Rick plunge into a black spatial hole. Rick closed his eyes and dashed away at full speed. Sorry, in the next life, I will definitely save you all. Suddenly, the two of them ran into each other again. The healer was stunned. Why did that man take this path too? Rick was just as bewildered. I clearly escaped already. Could we have fallen into a trap again? Damn it. The healer shouted helplessly, damn it. A bottle of blue medicine fell, then a calm voice rang out and asked, looks like you failed. I already guessed this would happen. The healer froze when he saw Sung Hein appear. Sung Hein remained calm as he said, you should have realized it sooner. Who would pay a huge sum of money just because of one rat? I will charge 500,000 gold coins per person. A blue mist spread out, instantly attracting the sewer rats. Healer Marbello cried out in shock, Sung Hein, why are you here? He quickly planned how to deal with the monsters, because they would attack them right now. Marbello, you said before that you knew how to use God's shield, right? He answered shakily, that is right, but I have completely run out of mana, and I do not have any recovery potions left either. And the only thing you lack is mana. Absorption skill activated, mana absorption potion. Distribution skill activated, potion effect increased by 30%. All the skills and power source were poured straight into Marbello's body. He was utterly stunned. My mana was restored by a skill. Is this a mana recovery skill? He suddenly remembered the words his teacher had once said to him years ago. Needing mana to use a skill sounds truly absurd. Do not let yourself choose the easy path. The only one who can do that could only be a great god. Sung Hein appeared beneath a halo, looking full of benevolence. He lowered his head and asked in a trembling voice, "What exactly are you?" "Lord Ivor, Lord Fritz, the incarnation of someone. This lowly life has been far too disrespectful to you." His strange behavior left him confused. What happened to him? Marbello kept shouting his oath, "Lord Ivor, I swear I will not tell anyone what I saw today." He smiled, thinking inwardly, this child, if I tell him the truth, he will probably be so embarrassed that he faints. The sewer rats followed the scent of humans and swarmed over. They drew close to where the Adventurer Association group lay motionless. Marbello immediately gathered his strength and kicked the rat away. He also swung his hand, sending a move straight toward them. "O merciful heavenly God, great Ivor, please lend me this wondrous power. If you permit it, God's shield." A circle immediately formed, blocking the rats and preventing them from entering. Seung-hoon glanced at the situation on Marbello's side and thought inwardly, so he made it all up himself to make the situation better. At the very end, he still knelt down and said joyfully, "Great Lord, I did it." He also played along and replied, "Do what you want and do not disturb me. You too." As he spoke, he took out a bottle of blue medicine. He faced them barehanded, taking down 2 to 3 rats at the same time. The reason this mission was worth 1.2 million was precisely because of this trap. Domination was a special skill of rare monsters, allowing it to gather its own kind and control them. If adventurers panicked and ran, it would use its ability to govern space to trap them in a small dungeon. That was why he had prepared this world's insecticide in advance. It was Terran Mint Essence. He held the steaming bottle and charged straight toward the rats. Terran Mint could be fatally dangerous even to small animals. Although this amount was not enough to kill hundreds of rats, the distribution skill had been activated. This effect would be different from ordinary distribution, especially while their defenses were weakened. He grabbed the fur of one rat and quickly dealt with it. Another rat realized its companion was being attacked. While he was still busy dealing with the rat in front of him, another suddenly lunged out from somewhere. Fortunately, he discovered that troublesome rat in time. Seung-hoon reacted quickly and dodged to the side, causing the rat to slam straight into a tree trunk. That was dangerous. Is it the domination skill again? On this side, Marbello knelt down and prayed with fanatical faith in the deity. "I should not disturb him. He ordered me not to disturb him, huh? Those rats!" The entire swarm of rats crawled densely all over Tang. Marbello saw it and shouted in panic, "Oh great lord." As soon as he heard that, Seung-hoon immediately stopped him. "Do not." The distributed recovery potion began restoring stamina. Thanks to the potion's effect, the recovery process would continue for a certain period of time. He thought inwardly, my stats are stable now. I have to deal with it before the potion wears off. There really are a lot of them. Suddenly, while he was off guard, a rat secretly bit hard into his ankle. He immediately grimaced from the pain, preparing to draw his knife and deal with it. The pain was so intense that he collapsed to the ground. Abnormal status, bleeding from a monster bite. The effect of the recovery potion has been cancelled. Bleeding again at a time like this. That rare monster is quite smart. He immediately activated the hemostasis skill. He and the sewer rat studied each other warily. The system immediately flashed red. Domination, you have been affected by a harmful skill. Incoming damage and mana consumption are both doubled. Domination, huh? I'm already under too many bad effects. If your goal is to wear down your opponent's mana until it runs dry, making them unable to use skills anymore, then... While he was still lost in thought, the rat had already lumbered closer, but there was not the slightest fear on his face. He said coldly, "But do you know that I don't use mana?" He decisively made his move, driving a fatal thrust straight into its throat. The exhausted rat staggered, then collapsed onto the ground. He bent down to check his wounds. His limbs were still intact, and there was nothing wrong with his ankle either. I thought I was definitely done for this time. The system panel displayed a notification. Rare achievement completed, 1-on-1. Hunt down a rare monster alone, receive a reward. A relieved smile appeared on his face. It was finally over, and the effort he had put in truly had not been wasted. Marbello shouted, "Oh great lord." He smiled and thought to himself, that almost went badly. Luckily that fool cancelled the healing spell halfway through. After that, he chose to view the reward. The achievement reward is being randomly drawn, so even the reward depends on a roulette wheel. You have obtained a new skill, throwing. Throwing accuracy increases by 100%. Throwing damage increases by 100%. Additional effects increase by 25%. An attack skill, huh? I thought I would get something better. Wait, increased effects? Then if I throw a poison with a 1% chance of causing sudden death, will that rate rise to 26%? But what is this thing? Marbello called as he ran over, "Great lord." He turned back and praised him. "Marbello, you did well." His eyes shone brightly. "It was all thanks to your mercy that we survived. I will keep this secret until the end of my life." Seung-hoon said, "Save that for later. Wake everyone up first." He immediately obeyed and cast it at once. Alright, resurrection. Everyone woke up one after another in a daze. Furio frowned and asked what exactly happened. The moment he saw a rat lying right beside him with its tongue hanging out, his face turned pale and he shouted, "What the hell is this?" He walked over with a calm expression and asked, "Did you sleep well?" He answered blankly, "What is going on?" "Did you kill it?" He laughed and replied, "Then do you think it died of old age?" He froze. Did he really take down that monster alone? No matter what had just happened, Seung-hoon still did not forget to mention the payment. 300,000 gold coins each. Thanks in advance. He hurriedly replied, "Yes, we will pay." He added one more sentence. making all three of them stare at him at the same time. Seung-hoon touched the rat and said, "One more thing. This is what I was aiming for from the start, so I'll take it." It was a purple gem that glowed with a sparkling light. A money pouch was already sitting neatly in his hand, making him suddenly feel a little embarrassed. Firyo expressed his gratitude. "It's our uncle. I'm deeply grateful that you saved everyone's lives." He replied politely, "But I also found this quest thanks to you. Let me buy you a drink." Henry sighed helplessly. "We'll be returning to the village tomorrow, so it's probably hard for us to sit down and drink right now." He asked in surprise. Firyo explained, "The three of us all come from the same village. It almost had to hold a collective funeral. We pushed ourselves too far just to earn a little extra money. From now on, we probably won't be adventurers anymore." He nodded in agreement. "That's true. Adventurers can earn a great deal of money in a short time, but the risks are just as great in return." Firyo and the others turned back and smiled at him. "We're leaving now. If we meet again someday, remember to treat us to a meal." He sadly waved goodbye. "What a pity." "What about you?" Marbello answered in surprise. "I don't know how to drink alcohol." He said to him, "Then from now on, let's pretend we don't know each other. I'll do the same." Marbello immediately shifted into a look of worship and respectfully replied, "Yes, great lord. Surely you must be hiding your true identity." After saying that, he trudged away. "I'm still far too weak. I must train much more before I am worthy of joining the true adventure of the great god." He stood frozen for 10 seconds. "Did I just turn an ordinary person into a fanatic? Forget it. What else can I do? For now, I should check this item first." He went straight to the place that specialized in appraising treasures. He handed the purple gem to the man. "I want this appraised." The man nodded and replied, "Let me take a look." Then he picked up the gem and examined it carefully. Seeing the surprise on the man's face, he thought to himself, could it be better than he expected? The man spoke. "I'll begin now." Dazzling light like sunlight flared up. The man narrowed his eyes, trying to observe it clearly. "It's done. C-rank treasure. Its name is Beauty of a Small Life." He fell silent. C-rank. The man laughed and said, "That's right. It's worth around 80,000 gold coins. But if you sell it to our shop, I can pay 120,000 gold coins." He took out a blue bottle and dripped a few drops onto the gem. The shopkeeper asked in confusion, "Huh? What are you doing?" Even after absorbing the liquid, the gem showed absolutely no reaction. He explained to the man, "This is Lhasa potion, very famous in the north, a substance that reacts when it comes into contact with blood. This is the dagger I used to take down that rare monster." The man forced a smile and asked, "Is that so? But why are you telling me this?" Seung-hoon calmly said something that made one's blood run cold. "It looks clean because I washed it, but there is actually still blood clinging to it. It's just invisible to the naked eye. So something taken from inside a monster's body should react more strongly than this dagger, shouldn't it? Unless someone intervenes." He grabbed his head and slammed it onto the table once, angrily saying he had handed it over already. The sound of breaking objects echoed throughout the room. The artifact appraiser screamed in pain. "You are mistaken. We are in the Adventurers Guild facility. If I report this." Seung-hoon suddenly remembered. "Oh right." And he slammed his head onto the table. "Thanks for reminding me." He placed his hand on his head. Immediately, the blood-stopping skill activated. Seung-hoon's voice became terrifying. "It seems I forgot to introduce myself." The appraiser trembled. "My blood has stopped flowing. Could he be?" "I am healer Seung-hoon." He whispered for help. "Help." There is a saying on the continent that if you want to deceive a healer, make sure you are not caught. There are two types of healers carrying artifacts. One is extremely strong where the other is insane in hunting monsters. After a while, the appraiser was bandaged. He thought silently they were right. A healer strikes enemies to the brink of death, then heals them and continues fighting. His eyes showed suspicion, but he could not sense any power. Seung-hoon observed the gem appraiser closely. "Is this really a B-rank artifact?" Though unwilling, he still answered, "Yes, a B-rank artifact. And the focus spirit was our rank, valued at about 6.4 million gold coins." He approached, teasing. He intended to buy it for 120,000 gold coins. Should I kill him? He still couldn't understand why this item was so expensive. The item, a ring when equipped, increases concentration, mana damage, casting speed, and spirit power by 50%. The appraiser explained, "If a mage panics, it's over." Seung-hoon appeared normal. Spirit power increased by 50%. "It's versatile. That's why it's expensive." After hearing that, he laughed coldly. "Quite good. Unseal it. I will take this charm artifact." "Don't deceive me." He bowed and replied, "Yes, but what about the payment?" His question received no answer. Seung-hoon was already at the tavern. "I earned enough to drink." An old lady hurriedly came to apologize. "Sir, now we have no seats. I think you can share a table or go to another tavern." He felt a little regret. "Is that so?" "Dr. Kang," someone called him. Seung-hoon turned, recognizing Kim Hyun. He exclaimed in surprise, "It's really you." The two shared a table. "How long has it been?" He wasn't sure. "About 2 months." He cheerfully said, "Today you are lucky. I earned quite a lot." He curiously asked how much. Excited about around 2 million gold coins. "Great, right. Order whatever you want. I will pay." Seung-hoon complied. "The beer won't be enough." He pointed at the middle raspberry. "You should try this. Look at the price. 1 million. Jung-ho arrived. Too expensive." He laughed. "Then I will pay. Please give a picture of the middle raspberry." The two continued chatting, Jung-ho full of admiration. "You did a great mission. Always an artifact." As the item was poured, Seung-hoon asked, "Did you have luck today?" He couldn't believe his eyes. "Did I really drink this stamina potion?" Thinking about stamina and stats is exhausting. He affirmed, "Of course, stamina is different from strength. I don't need potion because rest recovers it, but won't use skill if lacking it." Seung-hoon thought, "No mana at the start. I think because it's not from the on-continent continent, but other dimensional travelers still have it. Dungho laughed. It's still better than me, right? Still using skills freely, he replied, also advantageous since mana potions are expensive. He was tipsy. Let's drink as friends. Here's to living on a continent with deadly power. Not long after, Dungho muttered, nonsense, really pricey for a reason. Sung Hoin spoke, go ahead. Yes, I have something to ask. What's the matter? Is it important? He glanced around, many people nearby. Turn off divine communication first. He realized, seems serious, cancel divine communication. Dungho wondered, what's going on? Have you found the way back? Sung Hoin coldly, expecting too much. I have a new skill and some strange things about it. Skill with Dark Star, 100% accuracy and damage. Increases effect by 25%. He guessed, a star in the skill name. I don't have such a skill. He nodded lightly, first time seeing, could be better than normal skill. Did I try killing rare monsters myself? Do you know about it? I don't know. Suddenly Dungho shouted, right, I think someone in my squad mentioned the Dark Star skill. He was impatient, really. Who? He scratched his head. His name is Jae-hung, just call Jae-hung. He reminded, can't decide others' name, he didn't care, let's get to the point. Anyway, that guy is strong. He is also a dimensional traveler, but with a big gap. He kills all monsters himself. I asked him what he eats to be strong. He said possessing the Dark Star skill. On the last day he started screaming. What exactly had he said? And then there was the fourth skill. Dungho's face suddenly grew serious. Perhaps this was the path back. Hearing that, he immediately lost his composure. What was that? The path back. Two left the shop. Dungho staggered along. Thank you for treating me to a drink. One day I will earn 4 million and buy you 2 bottles. Sung Hoin laughed. I will be waiting for that day. He was even carrying the jug with him. I will head back to the lodging house. What about you? He replied, I am going to buy a few bottles of medicinal water. He waved goodbye. Then I will go ahead. See you later. Take care. He also smiled and said farewell. In the very next moment, his gaze changed and his mind began operating at full speed. If what that man had just said was true, then possessing a 4-star skill must be able to bring about some kind of change. I have to obtain a skill like that too, because it might be the clue leading to the path home. But how did Jae-hung manage to collect as many as 4 of them? I only obtained it after risking my life. How could he forget such important information? He let out a quiet sigh. What should I do tomorrow to earn more points? The next morning at the market on Hin Village Street, a crowd gathered thickly around a signboard. Cheap treatment, payment and goods accepted. The board even had a drawing of an injured and partly damaged head, as if afraid people would not understand. It really was excessively careful. Sung Hoin greeted the customers with a bright smile. Hello everyone. We will take care of you at a very low price. Someone asked hesitantly, are you a healer? He answered with complete confidence, that is right. Another voice suddenly cut in, I know that man. He is a strange fellow. He could not even get a fake healer emblem because he cannot use healing magic. Murmurs immediately rose. What? I knew something was off. Now that I think about it, he really does look like a swindler. How can someone who cannot heal be a healer? Before long, only Sung Hoin was left standing there alone. I expected this anyway. Suddenly a commoner approached. Excuse me. He spoke up in delight to welcome her. My real customers were never adventurers, but people like this. The woman asked hesitantly, do you really accept payment in goods? I brought some potatoes, but I do not know whether this will be enough. He answered kindly, of course, so what problem are you having? She removed the cloth wrapped around her wound. I was injured here by a farming tool. An acquaintance of mine only had his finger lightly scratched by a hoe, yet afterward I heard he became gravely ill and passed away. After hearing only a few sentences, Sung Hoin immediately thought of tetanus, a terrifying disease in a place with no vaccine at all. First, let me examine the wound. The woman slowly held out her hand. He immediately used the observation eye skill, and all the information appeared at once. Abnormal condition, scratch caused by a hoe, 2 days since injury, prone to infection due to using old, dirty bandages. After observing for a while, he secretly felt relieved. Thank goodness it was not tetanus. It is nothing too dangerous, ma'am. The woman asked in delight, really? Let me take a look. Sung Hoin took out a bottle of medicine. This will help your wound recover. It was a strangely formed bottle of medicinal water. He immediately explained, this is cream-type medicinal water. You only need to apply it in the morning and at night, then change to a clean bandage. Hearing her say she did not have that, he immediately turned away. Wait a moment. Healer. Her call failed to stop him in time. Sung Hoin picked up a bundle of straw. If there are none ready, then I can make some myself. He combined it with the fabric crafting skill, and the result succeeded beyond expectations. Since I have already made some, I might as well make a little extra as backup. For commoners, buying bandages was not easy because they were too expensive. The woman's eyes filled with tears. Thank you so much. Truly thank you for this. Take care. He waved off his first customer. This really was a favorable start. Sung Hoin hummed cheerfully. I finally earned points. Word of his good reputation quickly spread, and before long people came rushing to find him. Healer, do you really accept payment in goods? Please take a look at my wound. Everything continued smoothly. Thank you. The system continuously reported receiving healing points. 3 points gained this time. May God bless you. 2 more points received. Thank you points were received one after another. 2 points. 5 points, then 3 points. Thank you very much. The current total accumulated points were 172 points. Seung-hoin wiped the sweat from his forehead. As expected, this really was worth it. Hunting monsters was not bad either, but peacefully treating the villagers was still the best thing. I only hope I meet nothing but patience from now on. Suddenly, the table displaying the medicines was overturned. This is truly ridiculous. You call this filthy tent a shop? Hey, hurry up and give me some medicinal water. Looking at everything thrown into chaos, he secretly grew furious. Which bastard is this? Seung-hoin forced down his anger. Sir, what kind of medicinal water are you looking for? He answered arrogantly, the kind ordinary people use. He cursed inwardly, damn it, he seems to be of noble birth. But why did he come all the way to this small shop? He swept his eyes around and said disdainfully, this place is as small as a nostril. He took out a bottle of medicine. I am not sure what you need, sir, but this is the only kind I currently have. He spoke up and asked, so you are the one who made that thing? For a potion maker, you truly are lucky. I am Richard, one of the 3 sons of the Iref family. He was slightly surprised, since Richard belonged to a powerful family in this region. He asked, then what brings you here, my lord? A soldier standing beside him replied, this is not anything too unusual. Our family head wants to hire you to serve at the mansion. Hearing this, Seung-hoin could not help feeling suspicious. Someone of such noble status had personally come looking for him. Richard snapped in irritation. You are saying too much to this man. The soldier hurriedly bowed and apologized. Young master, I am only following orders. Take it. A bag was immediately thrown toward him. What is this? The moment he asked, the young man shouted, you do not even know what it is, you fool. He froze. How would I know? The soldier quickly explained, these are materials used to prepare medicine for Tessie. It was the polluted land that person had once mentioned. Tessie had once been a very beautiful land, but for some unknown reason it became heavily polluted. Now that place had rotted away and constantly released toxins. The lord who governed that land had led his troops to eradicate monsters in order to stop the pollution from spreading further. But before hearing the rest, he had already guessed what came next. During that time, his lordship must have been poisoned. The soldier replied, yes. An attendant in the mansion said he had once received a bottle of medicine from this place. At present, the source of the antidote for that poison is very far away, and its effect is no longer as good as before. Seung-hoin laughed inwardly. So this was why this young master had to drag himself all the way here. To suppress the toxin, cream-type medicine was more effective than liquid medicine, and right now, only he could make it. He calmly sat down on a chair and asked, so you want me to prepare medicine? Richard still replied in annoyance, so you do not understand human speech. If you satisfy my father, he will give you a shop far more luxurious than this shabby tent. That means you'll receive a favor you could never repay in your lifetime. He pretended to be excited. What an honor indeed. That attitude only made the young man even more arrogant. Since you understand, hurry up and prepare the medicine. Seung-hoin answered bluntly, I refuse. Those words struck Richard like a bolt from the blue. What did you just say? He repeated clearly, I said I refuse. The young man immediately lost his composure. You arrogant bastard. This is not something a mere maker like you has the right to refuse. It is an opportunity my father has bestowed upon you. He placed the bag back on the table and said, you have found the wrong person. First of all, I am not a potion maker. Even if taking this job could earn quite a bit, afterward I would be forced to keep serving them. What I need now is to earn more points. He glanced at the young man and said, if you are asking someone else for help, you should at least try to be more polite. You rude fool, and you call yourself a healer. Ridiculous. Just then someone rushed in breathlessly, cutting Richard off. Dr. Seung-hoin, please save me. Healer, something has happened to my younger sister. Seung-hoin immediately examined her. Abnormal condition, a wound deep enough to expose bone. The finger had been struck by a sharp sickle blade, and if not treated immediately, her life could be in danger. Seung-hoin's gaze grew serious. The finger had been completely severed, and the blood vessels, nerves, and tendons were all damaged. The finger was only temporarily tied in place. First, the wound had to be cleaned, because there were still many impurities on the sickle blade. The boy asked anxiously, then can you save her, sir? Richard's laughter rang out. This is so amusing that I can no longer hold back. Only then did the boy realize Lord Richard was present. Richard began putting on airs. A potion maker may be able to heal illness or neutralize poison, but with a wound like this, that man cannot do anything. For an injury like this, only the healing light of a healer like me can cure it. Seung-hoin was slightly surprised. That man was also a healer. Then please heal her finger. The young man calmly asked in return, why should I do that? Could a lowly commoner like him possibly to pay me? But if you beg for forgiveness for your arrogance and accept our demand, I will generously save that commoner. Seung-hoin secretly doubted it. Would that man truly treat a commoner? An ordinary noble would never do such a thing. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This bastard seemed to truly need his medicine very badly. He decisively turned away. No, you do not need to intervene. I will heal the girl myself. Richard gritted his teeth and asked, then how do you plan to do it? Seung-hoin took out his tools and replied, it only needs to be stitched back together. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately began the treatment. The wound had been cleaned, and the bleeding had also been temporarily stopped. Fortunately, I had already made saline solution earlier. The young man burst out laughing again. Stitch it back together. Do you think a human is a toy? Cursed inwardly, get lost. Do not make me lose focus. Richard provoked him. I wager my lucky necklace that he cannot cannot do it. Sung Hoin did not back down at all. If I succeed, I will take your necklace. You must also provide free treatment and food for commoners for 3 days. How about it, young Master Richard? The young man answered stiffly, fine, you quack. And if you fail, prepare the medicine we need, and never call yourself a healer again. Fine, he agreed readily. Even so, he still felt somewhat uneasy inside. I said I would stitch it back together, but this situation is truly not simple at all. That was only if I use ordinary thread. He immediately combined the potion skill with the thread crafting skill. Thanks to that, I can create a thread suited for this surgery. Now to use the observing eye skill. Richard had completely lost his patience. A mere potion maker dares waste my time. Once this is over, I will make you regret it. Meanwhile, Sung Hein maintained absolute focus. I learned a few principles during the time I lived as a healer. A healer's survival principle item 5. He cast the hemostasis, observing eye, and wound suturing skills in succession. Do not rely only on one powerful skill, but make full use of every skill and every piece of knowledge you have. Sung Hoin was retouching the finger. This was an extremely complicated surgery, but if I use the right skills, I can still do it. Connecting each nerve will consume a great deal of mental strength, but for a rare item, it is entirely worth it. A notification appeared. Your mental strength has greatly increased due to the effect of tempered physique. Good, now I only need to stitch it back together. Suddenly he froze. Damn it, my stamina. Sung Hoin still did not stop, continuing to push through. Just a little more, only a little more, just a little more, alright. Seeing the finger fully stitched and reattached, Wuan was moved to tears. It's been reattached. He also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thank goodness. If this had dragged on any longer, I probably would have fainted. First, I need to recover my stamina, then complete everything according to proper procedure. He used the full recovery skill to continue the treatment. The patient's recovery speed was accelerated. It's done. Everyone witnessed his success with their own eyes. Richard angrily searched for an excuse. Don't joke around. How could a finger possibly move again with only that? Please check it yourself. That man stepped forward without the slightest hesitation. You arrogant fool, move aside. Resurrection. The girl slowly opened her eyes. Sung Hein asked softly, can you hear me clearly? Can you try clenching your hand and opening it again? The girl obediently did as told. Good, that means it's fine now. That man cried out in horror. Impossible. He smiled and asked, you still remember what you just said, don't you? That man replied awkwardly. What was that? Sung Hein deliberately teased him. Don't tell me you intend to go back on your word. Going back on your word under the name of Richard would be quite disgraceful. How dare a medicine maker like you? That man angrily threw the lucky necklace to the ground. Damn it. He gave a tactful reminder. Since you are giving it away, you should do it properly, my lord. After saying that, he bent down and picked up the item. Huan said in a fluster, Dr. Kang, thank you so much. But do you think he will keep his promise? Sung Hein answered confidently, of course his father will definitely be very strict about this matter. Please spread the word that anyone who comes to the city square will receive free food and treatment. After that, he returned to Julia anxiously asked, Dr. Sung Hein, have you heard any rumors? His voice was somewhat heavy. Rumors? She hesitated and said, you really are strange. Young Master Richard's household has opened a free clinic in the city square, and they are also giving out free food. So many people have gone there. Is that so? That's wonderful. She said worriedly, so I was afraid the number of patients coming to you would decrease. Sung Hein remained calm. It's all right. To me, as long as everyone receives free treatment, that is already more than good enough. Gaze filled with affection, he truly is a kind man. As for him, he cheerfully thought, just imagining that man being swamped with work already feels satisfying. By the way, Miss Julia, I earned some potatoes today. Please use them if you do not mind. She immediately accepted. Alright, leave them to me. I will cook you something delicious to help you recover. Sung Hein felt a little embarrassed, thank you. But probably not today, because spinning 10 times will deduct 200 points. This round of spinning really exhausted me. Continuously receiving skills like last time was truly a rare occurrence. The life crystal helps span the storage. I will use this item. This is a material used for stamina equipment, so at the very least, it has practical value. Someone asked curiously, isn't that a crystal? He immediately recognized the person as Kim Jung-ho. You're here too, the boy replied. This place has the best food. You're lucky, I just obtained this too. Seung-hoon asked in surprise, isn't that an item used to enhance crystals? Jung-ho was extremely generous, just take it, I don't need it. If you sell this, you'll definitely get a lot of money. Hearing that, Jung-ho immediately asked back, so you won't accept it? He answered without beating around the bush, of course I will, thank you. Jung-ho's gaze suddenly stopped on an item. You still haven't sold that ring? You're planning to keep using it? He replied, no, I only need it temporarily. Besides, it is quite expensive, so it is hard to sell. Jung-ho then suggested, let me introduce you a shop. Following Jung-ho's advice, Sung-hoon went to a weapon shop. He slowly stepped inside. Hello, if this is a place brother Kim-hoon recommended, it probably won't be bad. The owner also replied with 2 brief words, hello. I came here because I want to sell a few items. He took out the lucky necklace. The shop owner looked it over and said, the crystal on this necklace is already cracked. He suddenly thought of Richard. It really was that bastard. We'll buy it for 3 million gold. Sung-hoon nodded in acceptance, inwardly thanking Richard. What about this one? He continued by handing over the ring. The shop owner was surprised as soon as he saw it. That thing is quite rare. Wait a moment, let me check the recent transaction history. He turned to leave. Take your time, I will look around the shop in the meantime. He replied, feel free. Sung-hein carefully observed everything. Let me see if there are any useful weapons here. A crossbow. Should I try appraising its quality? In any case, having a ranged weapon would not be a bad choice. Just as he was about to pick it up and examine it, a sudden flash of light burst out. He blurted out in confusion, what is this? At that exact moment, a notification appeared. Take it at all costs. It is only a crossbow, yet I have to take it at all costs. Sung-hein realized something was wrong. Take this crossbow. Until now, I have received countless messages, but I have never seen a notification that sounded so human. He suddenly realized this thing gave him the feeling that someone was secretly watching him. Sir, the voice rang out and startled him. It turned out to be the shop owner. Is something wrong? He hurriedly replied, sorry, I was just lost in thought. Is that crossbow a special weapon? The shop owner immediately understood what Sung-hein meant. You must be talking about Freya's crossbow. It is a rare weapon recently found in a ruin. It is used together with this Freya bag. If you place an item inside this bag, put a gold coin into it, then lifted the crossbow and took aim, that item will turn into an arrow. You can also fire 5 shots in succession. He thought inwardly, this thing must be extremely expensive. Then how much does it cost? We are valuing it at around 15 million. As soon as he heard that, he froze on the spot. Where am I supposed to get the money to buy that? If you want to buy it right away, I can sell it for 14 million. Hearing 14 million, a faint glimmer of hope rose in him again. How much can this body tempering ring sell for? The shop owner replied, according to the transaction records, it is worth 6.6 million gold, and I can buy it back at exactly that price. Sung-hein began calculating. The ring and necklace together came to 9.6 million gold. Even if I use up all the emergency funds, it still will not be enough. Wait, could it be? He murmured softly. If you are watching me, then give me 4 million gold right now. Space remained silent and nothing changed. He felt dejected, so that is how it is. The shop owner reminded him, if you want to buy this item, you at least have to pay a deposit first. If you do not have enough money right now, would you like me to hold this item for you? He asked back, is that really possible? The shop owner said with a smile, of course. Judging from the items you brought, I am sure you will earn enough money soon. Thought inwardly, now I understand why Kim-hein recommended this shop. Thank you. Alright, is there anything else you need? Please get me the silver item that looks like a hairpin. Next day, Sung-hein went to the Adventurers Guild. An adventurer appeared with the item hairpin of life pinned to his clothes. Let me see, selling my talent in exchange for points and money. Everywhere was noisy and lively. Let me see what quests there are. If you are done reading, move aside. They're jobs for adventurers. I plan to borrow some money from Kim-hyun for now, but he said I only have 5,000 gold. It turned out that he was even poorer than Sung-hein had thought. He asked curiously, then do you think we might never be able to return? He answered vaguely, I am not sure either, but perhaps I have found a clue. Because that man spoke to me after 3 years of silence. That man was the one who brought us here. Perhaps if I get the crossbow, I can speak with him, and if I discover anything, I will tell you. For now, Sung-hein probably needed to find a job first. He squeezed into the crowd. I wonder if there are any useful quests. So these jobs are meant for healers. He quickly snatched the notice. Seeing that, a girl said, Sung-hein, I am sorry, but only licensed healers can accept those jobs. You need a seal, even though you have helped us a great deal. We still cannot register you. He still kept a cheerful expression. Do not worry, I am only taking a look. The girl replied awkwardly, is that so? Wait, are all these quests currently in progress? After looking through them for a while, he selected one notice. This one seems worth noting. A healer urgently needed. The patient's leg is bleeding nonstop. The address is Julia. Julia was surprised to see him. Dr. Sung-hein, did you forget something? No, I am just looking for someone. He opened the door. Found it. A voice rang out from inside. Leave it to me. Lord Ivor will bless you. Sung-hein observed that person. A pastor. How could an ordinary person hire a pastor for this? Or is he a wandering pastor? A blonde-haired woman spoke up. Father, Miss Lena is very tired. He hurriedly replied, quickly, child, can you remove the bandage? From a distance, Sung-hein activated the clairvoyance skill. Abnormal condition. Bleeding caused by an infected wound from a cut by a sharp object. Teeth marks detected on the wound. He froze. Teeth. Please rest assured, miss. The priest began the treatment. He immediately spoke up to stop him. Wait, hold on a moment. The old man asked in confusion who he was. He calmly introduced himself. I am Sung-hein, a healer. Sorry for interrupting, but your treatment method will not produce any results. Hearing that, the old man immediately showed his displeasure. Do you know what level of healer I am? What an ill-mannered fellow. He hurriedly explained, I think you have misunderstood. I was not questioning your ability. The girl suddenly spoke up. Excuse me, did you say you are a healer? Then you must also understand how serious my friend's current condition is. If you came here only to say things like that, it would be best for you to stop and leave. He still firmly repeated, I already said it. Doing that will not help. She pushed him toward the door with force. You are getting in our way. Sung-hein was invited straight outside just like that. These people really are stubborn. Do not say later that I did not warn you in advance. Inside, everything still continued. Father, please continue the treatment. Please rest assured. Standing outside, he said confidently, it is useless. The priest began to worry, then tried using holy light to heal Lena's wound. The healing spell has no effect. Her wound is even getting worse. The old man stammered, this is... Lizzie cried out in panic, Father. What exactly is going on? The blood just keeps flowing without stopping. She stood frozen in thought. Everything was unfolding exactly as that healer had said. He had thought a priest of Ivor's church would be different. Could it be that no matter which healer Lena was brought to, she still could not be cured? Lena weakly called Lizzie. She immediately answered, what is it, Lena? The pale face, she said, that healer earlier knew right away that treating me would be useless. If it is that person, perhaps he really has a way to save me. Lizzie forced a smile and replied, but Lena, that guy looks very suspicious. Lena took Lizzie's hand and pleaded, please, even with the elixir, I cannot hold on much longer. Lizzie could clearly feel how ice cold her hand was. In the end, she gritted her teeth and decided, all right, I will bring him here. Julia was cleaning the inn when she suddenly heard a loud noise, making her raise her head to look up. Lizzie hurriedly asked, excuse me, have you seen the person who just left the waiting room? He has black hair, black eyes, and is rather tall. Julia pointed towards Seung-Hein, who was sitting there, and asked, do you mean Dr. Seung-Hein? This man has been sitting here waiting all along. How could he leave? He already calculated everything. From afar, he looked at Lizzie and asked, how did the treatment go? Lizzie clenched her fists and said with difficulty, you were right, Priest Haywitz's healing spell was ineffective too. Know where the problem lies, right? He nodded and replied, it seems so. After everything that just happened, now you want me to step in and treat her? Her face flushed red with shame. I misunderstood what you said earlier. I thought you meant everything was beyond saving. I even thought the treatment failed because the healers were too incompetent. I know I am shameless, no, far too shameless, but please save my teammate. In her heart, she thought that after just picking a fight with him, she was now asking for help. Even she felt she no longer had the right to plead. Seeing that he did not answer, she grew even more flustered, then raised her head to check his reaction. Seung-Hein turned around and said, what are you still standing there for? I need to see the patient first, hurry and lead the way. Lizzie was dazed because his actions did not seem like someone refusing to help. As soon as he arrived, he immediately turned and reproached the priest. He should have found the cause first, instead of blindly rushing into treatment like that. He looked at the old man and continued, I told you that treatment would not work. Old Haywitz asked back, if healing magic is ineffective, are you saying the girl has been poisoned? I have not only treated patients, I have also studied nearly 100 kinds of poison to hone my detoxification skill. My knowledge of poison is my pride, and I can say for certain that this patient is not poison. He glanced at the old man and inwardly thought, is he taking the chance to show off? Truly the typical personality of a healer. Finally he spoke, yes, I never said the cause was poison either. That sentence left the old man stunned. What? He paid no attention to the old man's words and focused only on his work. What is your name? The girl weakly replied, Lena. He began to ask, Miss Lena, let me examine the wound. Why were you injured like this? She slowly recounted, 1 week ago I was attacked by a stoneware on the way to Hin village. It was never a particularly powerful monster, so at first this wound was not very serious either. Lizzie, standing beside her, added, but strangely, I was attacked too. He continued asking, after being attacked by the stoneware, did you two go straight to the village? Lizzie calmly recalled and said, no, after that we were also chased by a group of goblins in the forest, then kept being pursued by the crocodiles in Mika Swamp. After hearing that, even the priest was amazed. These two girls truly passed through all kinds of obstacles. Lizzie continued, not long after we reached the village, Lena's condition suddenly worsened. He asked again, does this wound hurt you? Lena looked at him and hesitantly replied, hurt. She fell silent for a moment to feel it carefully. No, now that I think about it, this wound does not hurt at all. That answer struck the old priest like a bolt from the blue. The old man angrily questioned her, why are you only saying such important information now? Lena explained, because I was dizzy. I did not realize the wound did not hurt at all. The old man frowned and said, I already thought this was strange, but I never expected it to be dark sorcery. Dark sorcery is a skill that uses black mana, the opposite of holy power. Healing magic is ineffective, so it is clearly because of a curse. Seung-Hein calmly denied everything Haywitz said. What dark sorcery? If it were because of a curse, the healing magic would have made her condition worse. Here, no matter what you do, it has no effect. The old man trembled with anger, but could not find a single word to refute him. As he spoke, he took out a vial of medicine and said the answer was right here. Reincarnation immediately activated distribution and absorption. Lena's wound instantly absorbed all the spiritual energy. Haywitz asked in shock what he had just done. The divine medicine was turning into bone, while Lizzie sprang up in panic and said the bleeding had stopped. The pastor was so stunned that he could only blurt out, what is this? He smiled and introduced it as mixed black mint, merely using a homemade medicinal body to lure the bugs out, nothing like some grand invention. Lena asked hesitantly, bugs. He began explaining with his own knowledge, observe this spot. Earlier, you said you crossed Mika Swamp, correct? The swamp is home to countless demon bugs, and when you passed through it, Miss Lena's wound was still open. She confirmed that the wound had indeed not been treated right away, but Lizzie had also been wounded the same way then. He then asked where the stone lizard had injured the two of them. Lizzie recalled that she had been wounded on the back of her hand and cheekbone, while Lena only had a wound on her leg. Only Lena's wound had been soaked in water. From that, he concluded that the infection had begun right in the swamp. It was because Lena's wound came into contact with the water that the bugs invaded and caused an infection. The old pastor also understood, since there was a foreign object inside the girl's leg, ordinary healing naturally could not stop the bleeding. Lizzie suddenly shouted and asked if she was cured then. He answered frankly, not yet, this is only a temporary treatment. The wound does not hurt because the bug has the skill sense erasure, an advanced ability of the bug species. With this kind, the first dose is not enough to kill it. He drew out his familiar knife, then made a cut directly over the wound. Something purple suddenly pushed its way up, revealing a grotesque form full of teeth. Lena stared wide-eyed at that terrifying creature wriggling inside her own leg. Lizzie also gaped, too shocked to speak. The old pastor asked in a trembling voice, what exactly is that thing? He gripped the knife tightly, ready to face it, and said it had to be dealt with at once. This troublesome thing was the Blackwater leech. It was a leech-type monster that usually lived in areas near water. Old Haywitz jolted in fright, even dropping the notebook in his hand. The creature swelled even larger, and no sooner had those words fallen than the old man also collapsed heavily to the floor. Sung Hein glanced at it, but this Blackwater leech was far too fast and extremely dangerous. He immediately guessed the monster's true intention. That hateful thing was planning to follow the sewer pipe and flee. He immediately shouted, "Give me a weapon, hurry." Right after that, he charged straight toward the water leech. Sung Huin poured all his strength into closing in on it as quickly as possible. When he realized the moment had come, he calmly made his move. A clean slash instantly count on its body. From the monster's mouth, a burst of poisonous gas suddenly sprayed out. Fortunately, he reacted very quickly and stopped it in time. After fighting for a while, Kang also began to tire and had to admit it was truly strong. He knew the blood it had sucked over the past week had made it stronger, but the water leech still kept slipping past each knife strike. Its growth rate had clearly exceeded expectations. Seeing the situation grow increasingly unfavorable, Lizzie immediately chased after the monster. She sprang up and clung to the cabin in the room, then shouted with all her might, "I definitely will not let you get away." After saying that, she pulled the cabinet down, intending to crush the water leech, because she could not let the thing that had nearly harmed Lena escape. How could something like that happen? As expected of a leech relative, its vitality was just as stubborn as a leech's. It still raised its head and stared fixedly at her. Sung Hein immediately launched a kick from behind, finishing off the monster. The monster writhed in pain, knocking the surrounding objects into a mess. He raised the knife with firm resolve, then stabbed straight into its mouth. Its power came from the blood it had sucked, so if the battle dragged on, it would run out of blood and shrivel dry. He pulled the knife out, and the water leech also slowly shrank. Its size was smaller than before, but its tail was still thrashing violently. Every change around it fell within its field of observation. An ear-piercing hiss suddenly rang out. The water leech shot straight toward the window frame on the wall. Then it used its tail to smash through the glass. His face tightened as he remembered how thoroughly Julia had cleaned this room, silently apologizing to Miss Julia. If it managed to escape into the town's canal, tracing its trail would be nearly impossible. If he lost track of it now, everything would be over. He crushed the glass vial of medicine, then used reincarnation to activate bone emission absorption. The effect of the mixed black mint divine medicine was enhanced, causing the medicine to wrap around the water leech. He tightened his grip on the knife again, then charged straight toward it once more. He decisively swung the knife and slashed straight at its tail. Abnormal status hemorrhage. The target has lost a massive amount of blood from its body. He reassured himself, it is almost over. I just need to land a critical blow now. He pulled the knife out of its body. Unfortunately, the blade had snapped in two. Now all he had left in his hand was a familiar dull knife. Pastor Haywitz appeared at just the right moment and immediately cast corpse-binding light imprisonment. A series of chains suddenly appeared, tightening around and restraining the monster. The old man struggled to hold the chains tight and said, "It took me a while to cast this spell. I cannot hold it for long, hurry." He turned back and smiled, "Your timing really is precise. Although I managed to buy a little more time, I have no weapon to use my cutting skill. This broken blade is useless." Just then, Lizzie threw him a fairly good dagger. She hurriedly shouted, "Sung Hein, use it." The monster gathered all its strength, its body swelling before it shattered the chains. Haywitz grimaced and cried out, "It broke free." He shouted and immediately rushed straight into Slash. Its body was sliced into countless pieces. Everything was over. The pastor asked, "Is it truly dead?" He answered firmly, "Yes, I guarantee it. Thanks to you, we were able to catch it, Father Haywitz. Do you want to keep this thing?" Haywitz answered at once, "I do not want to touch that filthy thing." Lena could not help being amazed by his dexterity. Lizzie was also stunned by his technique. The speed at which he stitched skin with a needle was no different from a portable sewing machine. As he wiped his hands, he explained, "Stitching with magical thread will help increase immunity, so your leg will not hurt again for a while." Lena said with tears in her eyes, "To be honest, I was so scared. I thought I was going to die." "Thank you, healer." He smiled kindly and replied, "I only did my duty as a healer. Now then, Father Haywitz, please return and report that you failed this mission." The old man glanced at him and asked, "What did you just say?" He replied calmly, "Only then can I receive the reward." At the Adventurers Guild, Pastor Haywitz spoke up to report, "I have come to announce that my mission has failed." Female employee stared at the old man wide-eyed. "What, it failed?" The old man's whole body trembled, but he still forced himself to answer, "That is right." She froze. Impossible. Father Haywitz was among the highest-ranking pastors of the Ivor Church. If he wished, he could even hold a higher position, so how could he fail? Seung-hoon slowly walked in from afar. She immediately recognized him, so it was that man, the troublemaker Seung-hoon. Lizzie stood right in front of the reception counter and discussed it. "Then according to what we are saying, I can cancel the request, correct?" The female employee answered dejectedly, "Yes, that is a valid reason. According to the rules of the Adventurers Guild, we will refund half the fee you paid and cancel this mission." Seung-hoon sat behind her and thought to himself, "Even though I cannot take missions like an official healer, I still have the right to accept missions that the guild has cancelled." Sometimes people still say things like, "Do you have no self-respect? Why are you butting into other people's missions when you cannot even use healing arts? I understand why you are angry with me, but the fault lies in the fact that you did not treat them properly from the beginning. That is exactly why I became a healer." Lizzie handed him a money pouch. "This is not much, but please take it as a small token of our sincerity. Half the guild refund is also inside." He accepted the money pouch and said, "Thank you, I really need it." Right, your dagger." Lizzie shook her head and said, "Keep it, your dagger is already ruined anyway. It was crafted from blue silver stone and it fits your hand quite well too. When I said I would become an adventurer, the people in the village made it as a gift for me." He asked curiously, something that important, "Are you truly fine with this?" She answered hesitantly, "I also want to consider this an apology. To me, nothing is more important than the lives of my comrades." He nodded and smiled brightly. "I see, thank you. Next time I will give you a 10% discount, but do not rush to get hurt too soon." Lizzie laughed and replied, "All right." He opened the money pouch and counted it, 650,000, a total of 700,000 gold. "I urgently need 2 million gold to buy that crossbow. Over 2 million is worth it too, and I also need to prepare for self-defense. Let us spin the roulette 5 times in a row." Proceeding with roulette spin, charging 100 points. The spin results were miscellaneous items and 1 gold coin. All 4 attempts produced the same Ivor result. He thought gloomily, "It is all loose change. Even though I really need money, a few silver coins this are far too little. These prize draws that promise huge wins are nothing but scams." The spin result awarded a new skill. "At least I got 1 skill from the final spin. Air allows the caster to concoct an elixir with similar attributes." He found it rather interesting. Air attribute, then it must be wind medicine. Not bad. Now, as soon as a hut appeared before his eyes, he boldly stepped inside. "Sorry to disturb you." A voice rang out, "Dr. Seung-hoon, correct." Judging by her voice, it seemed she was saying, "Take whatever you need." She was the pharmacist Luo Shi. When she heard him say he had come to sell rather than buy, she immediately threw the octopus aside. "Then what are you waiting for? Hand it over." He found it truly strange. A shopkeeper preferred customers selling things over buying them. "What kind of shop is this? Just received this." She observed it and asked, "Is this a blackwater leech? Did someone go to the swamp to gather mica?" He answered honestly, "That is right, but that person was not me." She touched it and appraised it. The body had been cut in half, with scratches and bleeding in many places. This probably would not sell for a high price. However, the water leech's beautiful teeth immediately drew her gaze. On the other side, while he stood there fiddling with the carnivorous plant, he asked, "So how much can it sell for?" "Around 30,000. She tried naming a price. "How about 3 million? Hearing that number, he instantly froze. "Nanny, you just said it was not worth much. Could it be that you are interested in them?" Latte answered coldly, "Of course not. Look closely, the color of its teeth is completely different from its kind. The teeth of ordinary leeches are naturally black. This is a mutated blackwater leech. Mutation is a type within the category of mutant monsters, usually stronger than ordinary species and also possessing special abilities." He immediately asked, "Then is it not extremely rare?" She explained, "It is indeed quite different. Even if it were not scratched, the remaining parts of a rare monster could only be crafted into variant materials, and this type is very rare and has still not been studied thoroughly. That is precisely why it commands a high price." He smiled and said, "No wonder the pharmacist likes it so much." She glanced over and asked, "Then what do you think?" For someone like him, whose eyes lit up at the sight of money, the answer was naturally an immediate yes. The two shook hands, a handshake worth 3 million gold coins, and the deal was officially completed. She said cheerfully, "This is why I like you." He replied politely, "Likewise." Seung-hoon carried a large bag of money and strode fiercely into the weapon shop. He hurried straight to the owner and set the bag of money down. He pushed the money onto the table and said, 14 million gold coins. You may check it if you want." The owner was stunned. "Huh, that fast?" He smiled and asked, "I really need that item. It is still here, right?" The owner replied, "Of course, wait a moment." The owner took out the crossbow and handed it to him, and he immediately said, "Thank you." He held the crossbow carefully in both hands. "From now on, it officially belongs to me." He tried to look impossibly cool and asked, satisfied now, mysterious voice, "Where are you? Hurry and appear, or did I do something wrong?" The owner looked at his strange expression, secretly wondering where exactly the boy was looking. At the Autumn Rhythm Inn, he walked inside, sweeping his eyes around. If he only possessed this thing, it still would not be enough. Seung-hoon took out the divine crossbow and placed it into the storage. Inside the system storage, a notification confirmed that you had succeeded. He thought to himself, yourself, come on, did the system screen suddenly malfunction? He was utterly shocked. What is this? What is wrong with it? What the hell is happening to the system? The system notification flickered in and out, some words appearing while others vanished. This is a signal that the quest has been completed. You have obtained the relic left behind and gained the status. But what exactly are the remaining parts? A strange voice rang out. Sorry, but I think the system is malfunctioning. He gritted his teeth and tightly gripped the old crossbow. Stop joking around. I obtained the exact crossbow you people requested. Stop secretly watching me. Hurry and show yourself. Come here and speak to me honestly. Suddenly, the system displayed another notification along with a black star icon. Does this icon represent the one watching me? The system displayed a large line of words. I understand. I will answer 5 questions. Sung Hoin recalled the first time he had been transported to the on-continent. The people who had been brought there with him either struggled desperately to survive or had already died in the cave. Everyone could not cooperate with one another, arguing fiercely over whether to stay in this place or find a way back to Earth. At that time, he alone stepped forward and offered his opinion. Whatever we do, we still need money, so why not find a high-paying job suited to each person's skills? After splitting up and adapting to this world on their own, those who wanted to return to Earth still never stopped searching for a way. 3 years later, he thought quietly, these 5 questions might be the chance to learn how to return to the old world. The messages were getting shorter and shorter, proving that this thing was limited in some way. I have to think very carefully. The first question he asked was, are you the entity that brought us to the on-continent? The system displayed a 0 along with a check mark. 4 questions remaining. He guessed, just as I thought. Then what exactly are you? What is your purpose? The system showed only a single O. He realized in frustration, so it can only answer with yes or no. The next question was asked, is there any way for me to return to Earth? The result was probably what everyone had already guessed. The third question, has anyone ever successfully returned before? A giant X immediately appeared. Not even one person. Then that means even Jaehung could not return. The only way to extract more information was to make the best use of questions that could only be answered yes or no. I am certain you did not bring us here for no reason. You must have some kind of purpose, though it seems you still have not achieved it. What do you want from us Earthlings? He wrote 2 options in the notebook, the ones closest to your purpose. 1 is collecting points and items, 2 is using skills to become stronger. There are exactly 4 ways for it to answer this question through the status window. If the answer is number 1, show O, and if it is number 2, show X. The system responded with an O. At the final question, which one do you care about more? If it is points, answer O. If it is items, answer X. The system still displayed O. His head ached as he thought, I get it. So basically this bastard brought us here to turn us into slaves farming points. That truly irritated me. But objectively speaking, if I am the only one who knows this much, then I am also the one closest to its goal. I do not care what you do to me, but I absolutely must know your identity. After that, I will find a way back to Earth. Are you a god of the on-continent? I may have used up all my questions, but if I were you, I would still answer this one. If you want to help me, then be honest. The system displayed a notification consuming points. The accumulated points now stood at 52 points. He froze for a full 5 seconds. The accumulated points appeared one after another, 32 points, 12 points, then only 5 points remained. He shouted angrily, what the hell do you think you are doing? Give me my points back right now. Current point account 0 points. He shrugged helplessly while clutching his head. Fine, even if you are a god, I will deal with you. The mission requires earning 5,000 regular points. He looked at the mission window curiously. The reward is another skill. There's never been this kind of mission system before. It took my points and gave me back a mission. Could it need points to operate the system? It still did not forget to remind him to take his time earning points. Sung Hoin thought to himself that communication would probably be rather difficult for now. Fine, this time I will do exactly as you say, but I hope the reward will truly be worth it. Although I really want to call you a demon, a slave trader, or a wicked creature, since you manage the status window. From now on I will call you admin. A beautiful morning, Sung Hain appeared. Kim Hyun sat leisurely in the shop, relaxing while nibbling on food. He looked at the bread and complained, the smell of this little meat sandwich is really unpleasant. The system displayed a notification, you have learned a new skill. Freya's crossbow can be summoned at will. From now on, Freya's crossbow will be bound to you and can shift into Freya's Riskard form. So the reward was a unique crossbow skill. If he combined it with other skills, it would not be bad at all. He selected it. Freya's wheel had been added to the information window. Each use cost 50 points. Received item, 5 free roulette tickets. There is still a roulette wheel for this crossbow. Let us try it right away. Use 5 free roulette tickets. Wheel spun continuously at a dizzying speed, leaving him unable to hide his surprise. Result: additional damage +1. Result: additional damage +1. Result: attack speed +1. The Freya's Fade Bag skill and soul points have increased. Pondered, the unique feature of Freya's crossbow is that it helps me increase stats and gain additional skills. Moreover, it also does not have that troublesome gold slot. It even gives me extra points whenever I receive soul points. I hope I will be as lucky next time as I was this time. Kim Hyun walked in listlessly. I am so sleepy. As soon as he saw him, Sung Hoin stood up happily and said, you are here. Seeing him, he also immediately became more alert. Dr. Sung Hoin, there you are. He made a suggestion. Kim Han, come with me for a while, I have a few things to tell you. A sharp scream rang out. What? Kim Hyun was still half doubtful. Is that really true? We were dragged here just because of those points. Kang replied, in essence, yes. He said indignantly, what do they take us for, a group of slaves? But I am so glad. I thought I would die before I could return to my homeland. No, I can finally go home. He spoke while sobbing like a child. He instructed seriously, stop crying and listen carefully to what I am about to say. I'm not sure how much you heard, but I truly have to grind points like mad. Dr. Kang, you have trouble earning points, right? He explained, I only need to treat wounds. But first, wounds I inflict on myself and then treat will not count. The system thought to itself, if they counted, would you go around beating people up and conveniently healing them afterward? But treating teammates works. If I treat my teammates' wounds on the spot, I can earn points very quickly. And what exactly is your proposal? He held out his hand and said, Kim Han, become my supporter. In fact, he had already planned everything. Right now, I need a temporary teammate, and the most suitable supporter has to be a dimensional traveler, meaning someone who already knows about the screen system. That person must also understand the status window, and most importantly, must be trustworthy. Among so many people, after thinking it over again and again, at this point only Kim Hyun can help me. If Dr. Kang is asking, then of course I have to agree. He smiled faintly in satisfaction. I knew he would accept right away. Seung-ho suddenly picked up a knife and said, alright, now I will offer this body to you, Seung-hoin. Doctor, this is an investment in the points Dr. Seung-hoin can earn. Hurry and save me, heal me, and take the points right away. He said one sentence that left Dong-ho crushed. Hurting yourself will not help me gain more points. Kim Hyun shouted in despair, no. After Seung-hoin treated his wound, Dong-ho also realized that simply defeating monsters as usual would be enough. I just need to do that right. But this is still too rushed. He encouraged Dong-ho, everyone should live diligently. Let us go. The familiar staff member greeted them, welcome to the Adventurers Guild. After looking more closely, she finally realized that the person who had ruined a contract not long ago had appeared again. Look at his face, he is clearly eager to destroy every contract. I have to hurry and hide the treatment contracts. Seeing her ugly expression, Kim Hyun wondered, what did you do to make her show that kind of face? He replied, nothing major. Let us see if there are any workable contracts. Kim Han, look at this contract in the Broad Mountains. For some reason, there were many contracts from the Blood Mountains today. Dong-ho explained, that is because the number of monsters has suddenly increased sharply lately. A staff member suddenly appeared behind the two of them. The Blot Mountains are currently in a monster mutation period, so we periodically post extermination contracts. During this time, everyone may use the tent camp set up by the Adventurers Guild. Are you too interested? Seung-hoin also found it rather interesting. A tent camp. What place could be more suitable for earning points than somewhere full of adventurers? These extermination contracts are very suitable, we will take them. The girl was delighted, as if everything had gone exactly according to plan. I have confirmed the contract. Good luck to you both. Welcome to the Broad Mountains campsite. My name is Yahello. At this campsite, we will give rewards based on the number of monsters you hunt. The western road where everyone travels is relatively safe, but the other areas always hide many dangers, so please be careful. Kim Hyun and Seung-hoin had fully prepared their weapons and equipment. He asked excitedly, Kim Han, are you ready? Dong-ho puffed out his chest with spirit and replied, of course, it is time to harvest gold. The earth and stones suddenly scattered, and from beneath them appeared a whole swarm of iron claw moles. He activated the skill Freya's Bag of Fate. The rats immediately rushed out as soon as they left the campsite. The number of crossbows in storage has been confirmed, beginning creation of stone arrows. An arrow shot through the air, embedding itself straight into the rat's body. Thanks to this skill, he did not need to load each arrow after every shot. The damage it produced also exceeded his expectations. The rat seemed to go berserk, opening its mouth to reveal a terrifying row of sharp teeth. Seeing this, Kim Hyun immediately shouted to warn Dr. Seung-hoin. Just as the rat was about to rake him with its claws, something unexpected happened. Kim Hyun rushed over in time and took the attack for him. Seung-hoin anxiously shouted, Brother Kim Han. Dong-ho did not retreat despite the pain, and even said, don't worry about me, just keep fighting. He used Freya's connected bag to create a small health potion arrow. Dong-ho turned back and asked, did you just shoot an arrow into me? He smiled and replied it was a healing arrow. I only wanted to check whether it was safe to be hit by it. Dong-ho said sadly, don't treat me like a guinea pig. The two continued fighting while Seung-hoin kept firing arrows into the swarm of rats. As for Dong-ho, he handled countless of them with only a single sword. Rat corpses piled up in heaps like straw. Yahello could hardly believe that only 2 people had caught so many, and they were all steel claw moles at that. He said, weren't they iron claw moles? But whatever species they were, Brother Kim Hyun caught them all. Yahello said fearfully that he would tally the result immediately and asked them to wait a moment. He only calmly told him to take his time. People in the campsite began whispering about them. At this speed, how many are there? Just who are those 2 at the very least? They are definitely not ordinary adventurers. But no matter how skilled they are, judging by those bandages and gauze, they must be so poor they cannot even afford to hire a healer. Hearing those words, Kim Hyun grew angry inside again. again. What a bunch of blind fools, daring to talk like that about an excellent healer like Dr. Kang without knowing anything. Sung Hoon spoke up to reassure him. Just hearing you say that already makes me happy. Dong Ho asked, aren't you angry, Dr. Kang? Those people need to see your skills with their own eyes before they understand. He merely smiled calmly and replied, there is no need to waste strength on people like that. In any case, they really are late. Kim Hae asked in surprise, huh? Who? At that moment, a badly injured person came running over and cried out, healer, I am looking for a healer. He smiled and said to Dong Ho, those are the patients I have been waiting for. Cries for help rang out everywhere. They needed a healer and asked whether they could be treated right here. Kim Hyun looked around. Though it was already dark, the number of injured people was still increasing. He said Dr. Kang could make a fortune here, while Sung Hyun only calmly said he was fine, but there were too many patients. Suddenly, someone screamed in pain, making him immediately decide that he had his own patient. He asked whether they would mind if he examined that patient for a moment. A man looked at him suspiciously and asked, who are you? Who are you people? With only one glance, Sung Hyun recognized them as the very group that had just mocked them. It seemed these people also did not have enough money to hire a healer. That man still tried to save face and refused his kindness, saying thanks, but I am not so incompetent that I need help from outsiders. He walked straight to the patient and realized this was the reason the man had ended up in that state. At least their first aid was not too terrible. It seemed he had been attacked around the arm and shoulder. The observing eye skill activated, showing a state of paralysis caused by infection. There were wild beast bite marks on the patient's body. He had once had an open wound, but recently that wound seemed to have healed over. Dong Ho asked in confusion to discover something. Sung Hoin checked his pulse and said he seemed to have been bitten by several wild beasts, while his arm was paralyzed from stiffness. He thought deeply about the paralysis, so it was possible the man had been bitten by a Boruto hound. The other person retorted, don't joke around. Paralytic poison could not make a person hurt this badly. He confidently stated that the paralytic poison of Boruto hounds was very special, especially when certain conditions were met. After that, he used a small knife to cut the wound open. Everyone who saw it panicked, because the flesh there had already become necrotic. This is the effect of necrotic poison. Then how should it be handled now? What should we do? We will do exactly this. He took out the crossbow and aimed it straight at the patient. Everyone was stunned and shouted for him to stop, even suspecting that they had come here to cause trouble from the very beginning. He coldly asked Kim Hyun to drive the unrelated people out. Kim Hyun immediately did as told, shouting at them not to distract this healer and to get lost. Sung Hoin thought to himself that if he wanted to quickly remove toxins from various parts of the body, this was the most feasible method. He could create a magic potion suited to each person's traits, combining it with Freya's bag of fate and wind arrows. The magic potion was activated, and a chain of 5 magic potion wind arrows immediately formed. The people around them were scared out of their wits. Some did not dare to look, while others shouted that he had gone mad. How could he kill someone like that? Hearing the word kill, Sung Hein only found it amusing. Don't casually call someone who is still alive and well a dead man. The injured man's complexion gradually improved a little. Everyone immediately burst into commotion. He was shot with arrows and is still fine. Even the poison was neutralized. This arrow healing is truly unbelievable. He explained that Boruto hounds were weak against the wind attribute, and even their poison was affected by air. If treated in an environment with a stable air current, the toxin would naturally disappear. Dong Ho suddenly realized, so the patient got worse because that fake healer sealed the wound shut. That man stammered, what, while Sung Hein smiled and confirmed that was right. If that fake healer had been a little smarter and had not sealed the wound, everything would have been much simpler. I think this kind of thing will not happen again from now on. His gaze turned cold. Exactly, is that not so? The people around them also nodded. It does sound reasonable, but why is he treating so recklessly? He is right. Better to leave the patient to that guy. That man cursed, then turned and ran. Dong Ho laughed in delight. It felt incredibly satisfying. A moment later, the wound had been carefully bandaged, and his arm could be considered saved. The wound has healed completely, but you should still be careful until your body fully recovers. He replied emotionally, yes, thank you very much. Dong Ho suddenly noticed something strange. Why was this man here alone? Where was his group? Seung Hoin had also missed that detail. Now that you mention it, I just noticed no one hunts alone at night. Hey, where are the rest of your group? The other man replied, our team was ambushed. Then everyone got separated. He trembled and blamed himself. Could I be the only one still alive? My God, I should not have run away alone. The Boruto hounds kept suddenly rushing out from every direction. Dong Ho felt that something was very unusual. Strange, Boruto hounds do not usually attack in such large packs. Sung Hoin also quickly realized something was wrong. Perhaps the sudden increase in monsters and the disappearance of the remaining members were both caused by a rare monster. That was the most reasonable explanation for now. It seemed they were trapped inside a dungeon. He carried the lantern and followed him, then asked, what if they have all lost their lives? Let us hope that has not happened. Suddenly he stopped because he heard a strange sound. What is that? Someone shouted, damn it, you filthy dogs. Sung Hoin immediately discovered something unusual. Kim Han, give me lamp. He quickly replied, understood. At that moment, the ferocious hounds were charging straight at them. In an instant, the wind medicine arrow was created, and it shot straight toward the monsters. He asked with concern, are you all right? He trembled violently and replied, yes, thank you. Dong Ho called out in panic, Dr. Kang, the other side is full of corpses. He guessed, it seems we have stepped into their territory. He observed and analyzed, this pile of corpses includes both humans and beasts, and they seem to have been decomposing for some time. They do not look as if they all just died. He wondered, do Boruto hounds not prefer fresh meat? I am certain they do not have the habit of storing stinking corpses like this. There are still some species that enjoy rotten flesh, especially undead zombies, creatures that have already died but are made to move again by dark sorcery. They are what priests hate the most. Sung Hoin took out the crossbow. This is truly troublesome. Dong Ho asked anxiously, can just the two of us really handle this? The hounds roared once, then all charged at once. Do not even dream of it. Dong Ho blocked them in time while he shouted loudly, get down. He secretly used them. Right after that, he activated the skill Freya's pouch to craft a wind medicine arrow. Sung Hoin suddenly called out Kim Han, then aimed the crossbow at him. It turned out to be only a vaccine injection, scaring him out of his wits. At least warn me first. Even after a long while, the battle still showed no sign of ending. Damn it, there are too many of them. Suddenly, all the monsters froze in place. Dong Ho cried out excitedly, the wind medicine really is effective. Sung Hoin kept fighting without pause, then accidentally noticed one dog that looked very different. What is it doing? Since the battle began, it had barely moved, as if it were waiting for all its companions to die. Could it be? He delivered the finishing blow, that is the last one. Immediately, the dog standing in the distance howled, then began to transform. Sung Hoin also figured it out. That dog is a necromancer. He panicked when he heard that. Even a dog knows how to summon souls. What do we do now? At this rate, we will be fighting until morning. Dong Ho asked seriously, if I hold them close enough, do you think you can take it down? Hearing the answer was yes, he immediately stepped forward. Then leave this lot to me. Sung Hoin suddenly remembered, right, even though Kim Hyun looked like a frail mage, his true role was actually a tank. He activated the skill Pack Fury. Under the effect of this skill, the monster's speed would increase, which also meant this kind of technique could get me killed instantly. Dr. Sung Hoin. He believes in you. Sung Hoin nodded slightly. Thank you, Kim Hyun. Now, dealing with one zombie was not too difficult. According to Latte, the source of power for rare monsters often took a form similar to a sacred relic. If you encounter a troublesome one, you only need to trace that thing down and destroy it. He rushed forward and activated the skill Clairvoyance. Found it. That object was located in the chin. Use by it to capture targets. Skill Flying Medicine. The chance has come. Next, he used the skill Freya's pouch to craft a wind medicine arrow. Suddenly, something shot out from the nearby bushes. Only now did Sung Hoin understand it had planted one in hiding there in advance. Its jaws immediately clamped down on his arm. Foolish human, how dare you touch the sacred relic? As soon as he turned his head, he found himself right in front of its mouth. I will swallow you alive. Sung Hoin focused intensely, activated the skill Freya's crossbow, then immediately recalled Freya's crossbow. He felt slightly relieved. It seemed there was still some luck left. He continued recreating crossbow. Where did my other hand go? He had not expected the situation to turn out like this, and immediately fired straight at the one holding it. But that bastard has been dealt with. I absolutely will not let this happen again. Sung Hoin hurriedly used the hemostasis skill. Where did my wrist roll off to? The person who had been saved first held out his hand. Here, take your wrist back. Thank you for finding it. He replied politely. I should be the one thanking you. Let me heal your wrist. Sung Hoin asked curiously, are you a healer? He answered, yes, my name is Kathio. Thank you, but I can handle it myself. He turned to the side. Why not check on the person over there? I think that person needs you more. He was surprised there are still survivors. Yes. Sung Hoin ran around searching. Where is Kim Hyun? Doctor, pull me out. He was trapped and could not get out on his own. He realized there were people on this side who needed help too. Dong Ho stood up and dusted off his clothes. I thought I had been crushed flat enough to sleep. Well, fortunately, both of us are still alive. Dong Ho was worried. Your wrist is still severed. But he remained calm and said that was already lucky, leaving Jung Ho speechless. Are you really that optimistic? Jung Ho asked again, then how should we deal with this place? Sung Hoin answered, do you remember the people from Ivor Church? As soon as he returned to the base, Sung Hoin immediately began treatment. First, I have to realign the severed wrist. After treating the wound, he held the needle in his mouth to stitch it in place. Although the stitches were still loose, at least the wound had been secured. I will quickly use my other hand to finish stitching it. Dong Ho spoke from beside him. Are you really doing it yourself? Why not ask that friend named Kathio to help? He answered, I do not want to rely too much on another healer. Just then, someone called out, Sung Hoin, the pastors have arrived. I will be right out. He immediately ran outside, while Dong Ho merely let out a long yawn. I am Katnan from Ivor Church in Hin Village. He carefully observed the person before him. Holy power surrounded his entire body. He was indeed a pastor. Pleased to meet you. I am the healer Sung Hoin. As soon as the words fell, murmurs rose all around. Is that Sung Hoin? Oh heavens, why is it him? I am terrified of that man. Katnan shouted loudly, silence, please keep order, how rude. We have heard a great deal about you from Pastor Haywitz. Ah, is Pastor Haywitz still well? He went straight to the point, let me say this directly. quickly. Where did those undead monsters appear? Please follow me. Sung Hoin led the way for them. A while later, everyone arrived and saw corpses scattered everywhere. Someone exclaimed, God, this truly is a disaster. Team 1, purify the hack mana from this area. Team 2, search the surroundings. Team 3, move the corpses to the final camp. And Team 4, gather and burn the infected bodies. Everyone answered in unison, understood. Holy fire blazed fiercely. Someone said in amazement, this is the first time I have seen undead bodies being destroyed. It is truly overwhelming. Explained, if they are not burned, those corpses may rise again. Sung Hein. Katnin suddenly called him back. Could you let me see that rare undead? He nodded, of course. He observed it intently and murmured, this is bad. Sung Huin thought to himself, it is indeed bad. But he is probably talking about hack mana. Katnin continued, I want to take this corpse back to the church to investigate the cause of its form. Of course, I have no intention of taking it from you for free. This is holy water created by Ivor Church, called Dawn Holy Water. Velo panicked, Dawn Holy Water. He still didn't understand how precious is that thing. He began to explain, Dawn Holy Water is made by placing clean water in the chapel at dawn and praying over it for an entire year. It requires tremendous effort and devotion, and even inside a bottle, it still radiates powerful holy energy. Just one bottle can purify hundreds, even thousands of undead. If you hand the corpse over to us, we will exchange it for Dawn Holy Water, something difficult to buy even with money. Sung Hoin smiled faintly as he remembered the relic that had been destroyed. I thought I had suffered a huge loss this time. If you need it, then take it, of course I will hand it over to you. Katnin politely thanked him, and I would like to say this as the representative of Ivor Church in Hind Village. Thank you for tirelessly tracking down those calamitous creatures and defeating them alone in battle. We are sincerely grateful to you. He smiled and replied, I only did what I should have done. They gnashed their teeth in fury. As long as he gets paid, he would even heal these undead corpses. He continued cheerfully, I am only a healer, but I cannot turn a blind eye to those vicious undead. Panicked calls rang out, Sung Hein, Sung Hein, Sung Hein, Sung Hein. Wake up, he forced himself to sit up. What happened? He explained what had happened. The area manager of the Adventurers Association came looking for you. Ryuent burst into loud laughter. Adventurer Sung Hein, I have heard about what you did. You defeated a rare undead monster. I am truly proud of you. His voice was still languid. Thank you for coming to visit. The man answered excitedly. After hearing news like that, how could I not come? Sung Huin's gaze turned cold. What a joke. Ryuent was greedy and incompetent. That man could never have goodwill toward someone as infamous in the association as me. Clearly, that man was plotting something. He snapped his fingers once and said, I deeply appreciate your contribution in protecting the peace of Hin Village. Therefore, I have prepared a small gift for you. Velo widened his eyes, golden vitality mushroom essence. The man immediately put on an air of importance and said, you there, explain it clearly. He immediately spoke up, vitality mushroom is an ingredient used to make recovery potions, and golden vitality mushroom is the rarest kind, because this is a rare item capable of raising the stamina limit to the highest level. Sung Hoin immediately took it and drank it all in one gulp. His stamina increased by 3%. Manager of the Ryuent region, thank you very much indeed. The man still kept a warm expression. How fortunate, it seems you like it too. But as soon as the glass bottle was thrown to the ground, he said, you could not have come all the way here just to give me this. I am very tired right now, so say whatever you need to say directly. Stop wasting time. You want the Dawn Holy Water, do you not? The man revealed a chilling smile. I like that quick wit of yours. That thing cannot necessarily be bought even with money, so I want to exchange something equally priceless with you. Space Traveler Sung Hein, Ryuent said in a voice full of confidence, I am not wrong, am I? You are a dimensional traveler from another world. Sung Hein wondered in shock. What is this? What does he know about dimensional travelers? Just how much has he figured out? The man continued, what a pity, dimensional travelers often possess many special abilities, but because their origins are unclear, you are rarely treated kindly. Even if you prove your abilities, it is still difficult for you to reach the status you deserve. There is even a healer here who has yet to be officially recognized. What do you mean? Sung Hein asked in return. The man curled his lips and replied, if you hand over the Dawn Holy Water, I promise to give you a healer badge and ensure the Ryuent family supports you from behind. He replied, but under the current laws, I cannot become an official healer. Ryuent burst out laughing. Laws? Do you truly think things like that can make things difficult for Ryuent? You will be recognized as a healer by a noble family. If you accept, you may even have the chance to become a royal healer, and your life will change from here on. He still asked in disbelief, can I truly become a royal healer? The man calmly drank his tea and replied, that is a fitting price for the Dawn Holy Water. With the Dawn Holy Water, I can move to a bigger place instead of being stuck in this rustic village. Turning an eccentric like him into an official healer is as easy as turning over my hand. His next answer made the man freeze like stone. Then I must decline this offer. Ryuent stammered, what, you refuse? Sung Hoin sighed and said, that is right, I refuse. I do not need to bribe anyone to be recognized, because I already have all the qualifications of a healer. The man cursed inwardly, how arrogant. After that, the man continued to offer many tempting conditions. Then what about a donation? The chance to have the Ryuent family backing you is not easy to come by. He replied calmly that, from what I have heard, you do not seem to have much authority in the family. Those conditions are too vague, so I still refuse. Ryuent finally could not hold back anymore. What did you say? You dare insult me? Yahello hurriedly cut in. Please calm down first. Sung-ho also looked surprised. Those people were that generous. They gave me this as a reward. Sung-hoin asked curiously, what did you receive? This is the Bloodthirst Bloodstone, an item that can increase attack power. He thought to himself, that man was willing to offer something fairly good too. At that moment he subtly reminded him, you know, I dealt with those undead together with a teammate. He looked at the item and remarked, this thing really is not bad at all. An alarm bell suddenly rang. Monsters are attacking from the south, the north, and the west. The monsters are closing in on the adventurers. Please join the camp defense immediately. They are here, we have to stop them to protect the village. Let us go. Dong-ho immediately replied, all right. Everyone quickly organized a counterattack. Sung-hoin crafted Bria's pouch and stone arrows. Meanwhile, Dong-ho activated the Blood Rush skill. Compare it with what they had gone through the day before. This battle was much simpler. Suddenly, the boss monster appeared. Shoot it. Attack quickly. This is the last one. Charge. Dong-ho said worriedly, I do not think stone arrows will work on it. He laughed inwardly. That is exactly why I prepared this. He had prepared metal chain rat claw arrows in advance. He shouted in astonishment. The arrow pierced through its shell. He immediately ordered, aim right at that spot. He immediately rushed in and attacked that exact position. Dr. Kang, now is the time. Sung-hoin leaped high into the air and activated the throwing skill. The boss monster was struck and collapsed flat onto the ground. Everyone cheered joyfully. We protected the village. Well done, adventurers. That final attack was amazing. That is the group that defeated the rare undead monster. Right. Dong-ho felt extremely proud and said excitedly, this feels great. We have become heroes. He replied, I earned quite a few points, 3 whole points. He asked curiously, are you going to use them? Stop, the roulette will not give you anything good. I told you not to. Sung-hoin remained determined. Who knows, I might get lucky. He said confidently, I bet 100,000 gold. You will definitely only spin out useless items. The result was exactly as Dong-ho had predicted, making him immediately say, I told you so. Wait, Sung-hoin, something has happened. Sung-hoin turned and asked, Villo, what is it? He answered while panting, we stopped a great catastrophe, all thanks to you too. Thank you all very much. It was nothing. Why do they not move this camp somewhere else? He replied, once the priests finish their survey, they will leave. It is time to set off again. This is a special reward our camp would like to give you too. Dong-ho was surprised. Is this honey wine? The two of them stopped by the tavern together. Dong-ho cheerfully raised his glass. I was planning to go drink to celebrate our success. Sung-hoin was also surprised. I never expected them to give us this. I heard all the workers at the camp came from Hin village. He replied, almost, they are outsiders, right? Just then someone recognized him, the fake healer Dr. Seong-hein. He looked back with a faint sense of familiarity. You are Russ, right? He also could not hide his surprise. I never expected to meet you in a place like this. Dong-ho asked curiously, an acquaintance of yours? He replied, you could say that. He is a patient I treated a few days ago. Russ recalled cheerfully, back then, you really helped me with great care. He took out a pouch. Doctor, this is the treatment fee. I did not have time to pay you. I almost forgot about this too. Here it is. Sung-hoin suddenly remembered and said, ah, right. While we are at it, I will also return the sword I kept for you last time. Russ was moved and hugged his little Igress tightly. Oh heavens, I missed you so much. Dong-ho asked in a low voice, is his mind all right? Even though Sung-hoin was a doctor, he could only give up, I do not know. After chatting for a while, Russ understood a few more things. So you two stayed in the camp until today? He asked in return, and you are resting after completing a contract, right? He gave a small yes and said, if you two have time, try taking a look at this. After saying that, he handed over a party invitation notice. Recently, a teleportation gate leading into a dungeon appeared beside Hin village. That is why my cousin invited me to join the party, but I still have unpaid debt, so I cannot go. Dong-ho looked experienced. That is a life lesson. No matter how hungry you are, never borrow money from the guild. Sung-hoin spoke up, then what should we do now? The dungeon conquest reward sounds rather tempting too. He replied casually, I am fine either way. Trying it out is no problem. Russ said joyfully, thank you both so much. I feel much more relieved now. If it is them, I can entrust this to them with complete peace of mind. He laughed inwardly. Do people like you know how funny you look bowing your heads and begging me for help? It should be fine, right? 3 days later, Dong-ho asked with concern, Dr. Kang, have you finished preparing everything? He answered calmly, I am done. My wrist is not fully healed yet, but I am ready to go receive the 100,000 gold coin reward. He did not hear clearly, so he asked again, what? Good heavens, you already obtained it. It was Frika's arrow retrieval skill, which allowed the user to restore fired arrows to their original state. Sung-hoin recounted, yesterday I met Kathio. He bestowed some kind of blessing on my hand. Is he a believer of Nakam or something? He went on, thanks to that, my luck rose so quickly. At first, I still doubted whether it would work, but now it is clear at a glance. Bringing people like this definitely will not be enough. Hurry and get a hold of yourself, then let us go. A moment later, the two of them arrived at Harkat Hill. The one who came out to greet them was a female swordsman, Roth's cousin. Hello, I am Tina Putin. I have heard Roth tell me about you too. He shook her hand and introduced himself. yourself, I am the healer Sung Hoin, and this is Kim Dong-ho. Seeing that she seemed curious about his complexion, he told her not to mind it. Curiosity began to rise. That man was a healer. How could that be? The man standing there, his holy power was almost at rock bottom. He pointed toward Dong-ho, and the other one was just as strange. What kind of tanker wore a robe like that? He answered blankly, what is wrong with me dressing like this? My outfit has its own value too. Another person slowly walked over. Now everyone, calm down a little. We came here to support us, so we should mind our manners as well. By the way, my name is Ali. Dong-ho said cheerfully, this one seems a little nicer. You look sharp. Are you the leader? Lakamati spoke in irritation. I am the leader here. Since everyone is already here, let us set out. Everyone stepped into the circle. A flash of light burst forth, carrying the entire group before an ancient dungeon. Su used an illumination spell to light up the path. Sung Hoin observed the surroundings and realized this place had deteriorated severely. Normally, traces of erosion usually came from weathering or the effects of water. This place was deep inside a ruin, so it was unlikely to be caused by weathering. Moreover, he could not sense even the slightest trace of moisture. Then could the cause be dark magic? Dong-ho called out, hey Lakamati, you said you are a warrior but you also know healing, right? Then you should be called a physical therapist. He shouted angrily, heavens, I am a monk. A monk. Sahida looked at Sung Hoin for a while, but still did not see any notable reaction from the holy power user. Suddenly Sung Hoin noticed something unusual. It was a swarm of giant dung beetles. Sui cried out in horror, how disgusting. Everyone immediately charged in to attack them. It was truly dreadful. A while later, the situation still had not improved at all. Ali shouted loudly, there are too many of them. We cannot handle them all. Someone open a straight path ahead, then we will escape from here together. Sung Hoin called out to Xu Ivor, do you know how to use wind magic? She answered while running, I do. He immediately activated the skill Water Mist. The effect of the peppermint poison was released, quickly spreading into the surroundings. Combined with it was the stream of wind she created. For long, the swarm of dung beetles had been completely wiped out. How did you do something that good? Sung Hoin refused to answer military secret, cannot disclose it. Xu Ivor kept following him and asking, tell me, what magic was that in the end? Lam Tai stood in the distance, full of admiration. Just the two of them swept away that whole mob of giant bugs. Ali walked over cheerfully, everyone worked hard. Each person drink one bottle before we continue. Oh, wonderful, thanks. Then I will take one bottle. Sung Hoin asked suspiciously, a high dose of mana. This kind of liquid mana potion is quite expensive. Is it really all right for you to hand them out like this? He handed him a bottle and said, because I have an acquaintance who works at a pharmacy, I get them at a discounted price. He smiled and accepted it. Oh, is that so? Then I will not stand on ceremony. He had not expected there to be someone this kind in the world. It was just that this feeling somehow seemed strangely familiar. Dong-ho suddenly froze. Wait, there is a fork ahead. Everyone's expression changed at once. What is that? An overwhelming current of dark mana spread from the path on the left. Ali speculated, could it be a trap? Lakamati gritted his teeth and said, no need to think anymore. Just choose the right path. No, Sung Hoin said with certainty. We will go left. Sung Hoin, flatly rejecting the suggestion, made the leader Lakamati fly into a rage. Rushed forward and grabbed the protagonist by the collar, just short of swinging a fist at his face. Dong-ho and Tina hurried over to stop him, afraid an unnecessary fight would break out. But that did not calm Lakamati down, on the contrary, it made his words even harsher. We should never have let a rookie like this join from the beginning. Tina froze, standing rooted in place. Su and Sahida had sided with the leader from the start, so they immediately spoke up in his defense. In the end, their team split into two groups, each side choosing the path they wanted to take. Watching Lakamati and his two teammates, Su and Sahida, gradually moved farther away, only then did Sung Hoin speak. He straightened his clothes and turned to ask Tina. When asked the reason, she only answered that she trusted him. In truth, because Russ had recommended him, she also felt somewhat more at ease. Ali did not take part in the argument, but in the end he still chose to place his trust in Sung Hoin. He felt warmth in his heart, silently telling himself that he would definitely not betray the trust of these two teammates he had just met. As for the other three, the path they chose was rather peaceful, nothing happened, and no monsters appeared. They kept walking, then inadvertently stepped into a formation that had been arranged in advance beneath the ground. Strange sounds rang out, immediately drawing the attention of the whole group. Everyone looked around in alarm, searching for where that chilling noise was coming from. Sui discovered the trap beneath the floor and hurriedly warned her two teammates. Before they could jump out, sharp spears shot up from beneath the ground. Anyone unlucky enough to be pierced would find it hard to survive. Fortunately, Lakamati and Sui reacted quickly and managed to tilt their bodies aside to dodge. Sahida was not as lucky. Two spears pierced through her legs, and she fell heavily onto the floor, blood quickly spreading across the ground. Lakamati hurriedly used healing light to save Sahida, but not only was it ineffective, it worsened Sahida's wounds. Lakamati realized she had been struck by dark magic, a curse that only a cleric could lift. Her agonized screams made Lakamati feel deeply uneasy. Sung Hoin's group had just arrived in time. His appearance was like moonlight, rescuing them from danger. Tina stepped into the magic circle and noticed it was broken, but at that moment it surged, injuring a nun. Lakamati sensed something was wrong, the dark seal reacting violently to holy power. This trap was meant for clerics, but he couldn't think clearly for now. Lakamati urgently called for Sahita to be saved. Seung-hoin coldly refused. Why should I? Haven't you heard the group's members' opinions? Lakamati was furious, but seeing his teammates in mortal danger, he had no choice. He lowered his voice and apologized to Seung-hoin. Why kneel to beg him for help? His master had already submitted. Seung-hoin smiled inwardly. Quickly use your skill to heal. Dong-ho wondered what he would do, use holy power to break the curse. Though lacking advanced skill, Seung-hoin had a vial of pure holy water, just one drop enough to lift the curse. He dripped a drop onto the spreading wound on her leg. A miracle happened, light gradually healed Sahita. She no longer screamed or felt tense pain. Lakamati worried she might die here. Before he could think further, Dong-ho happily carried Sahita out, her leg wound fading. She leaned on Dong-ho, exhausted and terrified from the ordeal. Leader Sui and Tina rushed to Sahita, relieved she was safe. They truly admired Seung-hoin for saving her. Dong-ho shouted a warning as the three heroes approached, since they were newly in danger. Seung-hoin smiled, all misunderstandings finally cleared. Haley watched them, expressionless. Their team turned left as Seung-hoin directed. At the end of the path was the larva chamber. Lakamati pushed the door open. They were greeted by a horned demon, blind in one eye, ready to serve as a useless sacrifice. Its power radiated strongly, threatening to hurl them away. Not yet noticing the anomaly, its magic was too strong, but if Russ retreated now, it would lose its heroic face. Whether it could be defeated was unknown. The monster began casting spells, the fireball in its hand growing, dark energy spreading thickly. Everyone assumed combat stance, ready to counter its next strike. The horned demon grew arrogant, mocking the foolish who entered to die. It hadn't finished satisfying itself. It had lost half its body to someone. Still dazed, it dissipated into smoke. Behind it stood Seung-hoin. He unleashed his strongest skill, killing the monster in an instant. Everyone was still shocked by the beast. Dong-ho whispered to Seung-hoin, shouldn't he have used the strongest skill to finish the boss? He just smiled calmly, using his strongest skill after a chain of weak moves. After speaking, he recalled Bria's arrow and the Holy Dawn. The final boss demon was defeated. Sui tried to use the staff to draw a magic circle and escape, but Ali stopped him. There was still time, why not examine this place first? Maintaining the magic circle also consumed much magic. Everyone found it reasonable and began to spread out to inspect the room. The altar covered in blood terrified Tina. She quickly moved elsewhere. Seung-hoin curiously observed, thinking something must be under the altar. Flipped it over, discovering a box with strange symbols. Traces under the altar were found. He opened the box, zombies leaped out, looking horrifying. Unexpectedly, everyone quickly took combat positions. Lakamati focused his power, using holy authority to strike them down. Dong-ho attacked while teasing, making Lakamati angry, but he still reminded even zombies, aim for the head. Both sides fought fiercely, explosions turning the place into ruin. Seung-hoin sensed something was wrong, because the boss had been defeated, yet the zombies could still move. Just what is going on? Hurry and clear out the remaining ones. Seung-hoin looked toward the corpse of the leader. He discovered that its core was not there at all. Toon had just turned to speak to Sun-ho when he collapsed right in front of him. Fortunately, Seung-hoin caught him in time, otherwise his nose bridge might have been in danger. At that moment, he also realized that everyone had fallen unconscious. They were still breathing, which meant they were not dead, only trapped in a state of sleep. After observing everything until now, Seung-hoin suddenly understood that the thing he had just destroyed was only the leader's clone. Where exactly are you hiding? His sixth sense told him that the monster was still inside this room. Seung-hoin drew the divine crossbow, aimed in the direction his intuition indicated, and immediately fired. The arrow containing terrifying power tore through the air and shot straight toward the target. That man was clearly no ordinary foe either. A single slash was enough to deflect the skill's trajectory. What Seung-hoin had just released carried two purposes. The first was to help everyone recover their stamina. The second purpose was to force the boss hiding inside this room to reveal himself. Everyone has fallen into a deep sleep, yet you are completely unharmed. Ali calmly replied, are you not the same? Seung-hoin said slowly, that is exactly why I reconsidered. I did not drink the mana potion you gave everyone. He hurled a throwing knife forward, slashing straight into Ali's body. The white bandage wrapped around his arm immediately slipped down. Seung-hoin exposed him. An ordinary swindler probably would not use a weapon cursed with black magic, would he? Unless you are the true boss of this dungeon. Ali's body began to emit a surge of dark energy. Since the secret had been exposed, he no longer bothered to hide it. Contrary to what he had imagined after transforming into a monster boss, he still carried the elegant good looks of a noble, nothing like the shabby appearance he had used while pretending to be a swindler. Thanks to that disguise, he had lured countless fools into walking into this place on their own, never to leave again. Only Seung-hoin had seen through his true nature. Such an intelligent person was indeed a fat prey to offer as a living sacrifice. Ali did not hesitate at all, stabbing into his own palm. Right after that, he charged forward to attack Seung-hoin. Seung-hoin took a defensive stance, and the moment he closed in, he locked down the opponent's sword path. He raised the divine crossbow and two arrows immediately shot out. The two arrows only grazed past him before embedding themselves in the ground. As if he had lost his mind, Ali swung his sword in a relentless flurry with a threatening momentum. He chose me. I was nothing but a nameless thief until he turned me into someone special. If I offer you as a sacrifice, he will surely be very pleased. It will be no different from those companions I dealt with back then. So you should obediently stand still and wait for your end. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red magic circle appeared behind him. Similar magic circle also appeared beneath Seunghoin's feet. It turned out that he had injured his palm earlier to set up the formation, then lured him into the very center. Ali smiled triumphantly and ordered Seunghoin to be captured. Immediately, a gigantic tangled mass rushed straight toward him. A dazzling burst of light suddenly erupted. The protagonist still stood where he was, while the chaotic mass that had just turned into a pair of hands to swallow him was gradually dissolving. Seunghoin sneered, "This move really did surprise me." Seeing the situation before him, Ali grew even more furious. He continuously controlled magic to attack, but none of it produced any result. In the end, he was forced to throw himself into the battle. Seunghoin still did not rush to act. He picked up the orb radiating a strange light and asked. Seeing the precious item in his opponent's hand, he blurted out, "Lord Kokudaiso's crystal." This was an item containing sacred defensive magic power, with the ability to resist spells. No matter what it is, as long as it is connected to black magic, sooner or later holy water will cleanse away its magical power. Ali went berserk and charged forward, determined to seize back the orb at any cost. If this really is an important item, Seunghoin showed no mercy at all, immediately throwing it straight into the air. He used thread creation to retrieve that crystal. After that, Russ raised the crossbow, aimed straight at Ali's head and fired. Caught by the sudden ambush, he immediately released dark spikes. Those spikes quickly surrounded him like a protective magic circle. It seemed he wanted to buy time to recover first, but Seunghoin would not let that happen. Seunghoin activated his skill, shattering the tightening encirclement. He closed in on the enemy, using the crossbow to deliver the finishing blow. That was the mad boss who had led them all. Even after enduring such terrifying destructive force, that man still was not dead, and was even regenerating in an eerie way. "Crystal, are all you fanatics like this?" Ali used the last of his strength to recount it. "Lord Rachel once told me he can sense the invisible presence whenever he looks toward us, so you are no different from me." So he was also a god, and through the status window he could see the administrator. Seunghoin answered coldly, "I do not believe in gods, but I also do not deny that my power is something I still cannot explain." Ali burst into laughter, leaving his final words before he breathed his last, that in the end humans would still crave more. After saying that, he collapsed to the ground. The cruel boss finally paid the price for the sins he had committed. Holding the crystal in his hand, Seunghoin thought to himself that perhaps it was time to wake the administrator. Everyone gradually came to, each clutching their head from the intense pain. Seunghoin calmly explained, "No need to be surprised, that bastard was the one behind the monsters." He also did not forget to boast that everyone was still alive thanks to him. The entire team immediately crowded around the corpse. Before this, no one had ever suspected the dark magic he emitted. Dong-ho wondered why Seunghoin had realized he was evil. He casually shared his experience. "I usually do not trust those who pretend to be kind, those who keep smiling and acting nice for no reason, even speaking with excessive politeness. When you meet that kind of person, it is best to stay far away." Dong looked at his friend with a judging gaze. "Are you describing yourself? Did you recognize one of your own kind?" Seunghoin turned to ask Su Ivor to create a magic circle so the group could escape this place. Su Ivor began to grow suspicious, because she could sense the holy power of a high-ranking priest and that power of judgment. Why was he hiding that? Could he be plotting something? But never mind for now, she had to perform well in front of Seunghoin. "Yes, leave it to me, my lord." Her unusual attitude made Seunghoin pause slightly, as he had suddenly been addressed with such honorific respect. "It is done." Seunghoin looked at the girl still worrying in the far corner, then cleared his throat and called out, "Priestess Sahita, can we talk for a moment?" Called so suddenly, Sahita was slightly startled, but still tried to keep her composure. According to Seunghoin's conjecture, he believed that these monsters were actually the adventurers Ali had once sacrificed alive. Sahita also timidly offered her own opinion. She wanted to pray together with everyone for the deceased. They were placed in the center of the magic circle. The entire group sincerely performed the rite for the dead, hoping those souls could rest in peace. As soon as the ritual was completed, the system panel immediately appeared with a new achievement notification. Achievement obtained by participating in a purification ritual, praying for the lost to rest in peace. Seunghoin raised his hand to select it, then turned his gaze to the side. Dong-ho also signaled to Ivor, and the two immediately understood each other. After that, Tina erected a layer of mana to shield the corpses. Though the barrier was quite thin, it was still better than nothing. Sue had just stepped forward, completely unaware that a figure had appeared behind her. Sensing that something was wrong, Seunghoin immediately whipped his head around. He managed to warn Sue in time, but everything was already too late. She was suddenly attacked by Ali and collapsed motionless. Seunghoin had carelessly forgotten that Rachel had once passed power on to Ali. He immediately ordered, "Hurry and take the corpses and Miss Sue out of here." "Priestess, we have to deal with the monster below. Sahida's face turned pale, already timid and frightened by nature. She was now being dragged into battle. Ali rushed over like lightning, launching a direct strike towards Seung-hun. But he blocked it in time, though this man's strength was truly far too great. He asked Sahida to release her energy. Though her heart was still filled with fear, she still focused on transmitting triumph, making Seung-hun's strength surge dramatically. After being pushed back, Ali's target this time shifted to Sahida. He charged forward at tremendous speed. Seung-hun intercepted him by the neck just in. Sahida immediately cast her magic once more. This surge of power was even more violent than before, causing Ali to clutch his face in agony, screaming from the pain in his right eye. Suddenly, he took out Rachel's crystal and crushed it, swearing that this would be the final sacrifice. A violent gust of wind rose up, sweeping away everything around them. The Crimson Prison also began collapsing bit by bit. Seung-hun hurriedly pulled Sahida along with him. The two ran quickly toward the magic circle to escape this place. As for that bastard Ivy, he was crushed by a large falling rock. It was unclear whether he had truly lost his life or not. However, the upheaval still had not ended there. The attack just now had made Sui's mind stable. Even after being treated, she still could not focus her mind enough to control mana. Hongwoo's condition grew more serious by the day. Suiver burst into bitter tears. Seung-hun suddenly realized this magic circle had already been completed. It only lacked the energy source needed to begin operating. Meanwhile, Tina was well versed in magic, so she immediately recognized what kind of circle it was. She was also highly skilled at creating barrier magic. If those two abilities were combined, Tina could absolutely save everyone. When entrusted with such an important task, Tina feared she would not be able to do it, so she refused. But a single sense from Seung-hun made her awaken thanks to her vast knowledge. Along with Seung-hun's support, Tina successfully activated the magic circle. The magic immediately brought everyone to a safe place. Suiver jumped up in joy, completely different from his haggard appearance just moments ago. Seung-hun then asked where this place was. Sui said this was the city located above Lake Kama. This place was peaceful thanks to Hongfa's presence. So many nobles and mages gathered here. Because here, people could easily find research materials and rare books. Seung-hun curiously looked around, since this was his first time setting foot in a magic tower. 3 people dressed like Sui entered after opening the door. They had received the signal that the return coordinate had been activated, so they came to check. Sui recognized them all as acquaintances. Joy had barely lasted before she startled in fear. Her master tapped his staff against her head. Immediately after came a chaotic chase between master and disciple. After hearing the whole story clearly, Tan and Rolla began teasing her. She had abandoned the path of a wizard from the magic tower to become an adventurer, yet she nearly lost her life and came back. That left her flustered, not knowing how to explain herself. Then he turned to praise Seung-hun, saying that he had done very well. After that, they were brought to the guest room. Whether because the place was unfamiliar or for some other reason, Seung-hun kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He could only put on his coat and step outside for a short walk. Suddenly, someone spoke up and asked what he was doing at this hour. Seung-hun was also surprised and asked in return, "It is already so late, and you still have not slept, are you Tina?" She also exclaimed in surprise, so it was Seung-hun. Tina said it had been a long time since she had returned to the tower, so she felt a little nostalgic. Hearing that, he smiled faintly and asked, "So you also came from a tower?" After nodding in confirmation, Tina apologetically said she was sorry for what happened earlier. It had been a dangerous situation, but she had hesitated too much. Seung-hun quickly comforted her, saying that she did not need to blame herself. Everyone was still alive now thanks to her. Tina felt more at ease then, and comfortably shared that she originally came from the Golden Tower. "Since I was little, I showed a talent for magic, so I was pressured into entering the tower. But in truth, I liked swords more, and I always remembered my duels with Russ. Then in the end, I realized my talent was not that special either." In response to Seung-hun's question about whether that was why she left the tower, Tina frankly admitted that it was true. "But in the end, both my magic and swordsmanship are half-baked. If I had at least focused only on magic, then perhaps..." After briefly thinking of that vague talent, Seung-hun hurriedly offered advice, saying that "I do not understand much because I have never studied those things. But I think the most important thing is being able to do what you truly like. And if you realize your talent is inferior to others, you can still use a trick. No matter what, you have to pursue it to the very end, even if you have to use any method at all." Next morning, seeing Kim Han still lingering in farewell with deep regret, Seung-hun spoke up and said that everyone had already left. Lakamati wanted to continue training, while Sui had work to finish. What a beautiful farewell, since no one had to lose their life. After that, he turned to look at Tina and asked what about her. Dong-ho also eagerly suggested, "If you do not have any plans yet, then come with us." After hesitating for a while, Tina firmly said that "I want to become a magic swordsman. Everyone may laugh at me, but I want to choose my own path." Seung-hun smiled and replied that "I knew you would choose that. If you want to become a magic swordsman, stop by this place, Feroli Spirit Village, the coldest land in the north. That is right, there is a madman there, and he is also a very strong magic swordsman I know. I guarantee he is extremely skilled, so even just observing him will be of great help to you." Tina was extremely excited by that guidance, repeatedly saying thank you, thank you. Before parting, she did not forget to promise that I will write to you often. Dong-ho also began urging them, then let us set off now. The two of them had just been about to leave when they suddenly heard Sui call out loudly, wait. After arriving at Professor Hongfa's office, I apologize for holding you back. Sung-hein remained calm and replied, it's all right. Who is this? The man standing opposite quickly spoke, very pleased to meet you. I am Sion from Black Magic. Briefly about this tower, commonly known as the place of black mages, our goal is to find ways to utilize dark magic and dark mana efficiently. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. It turns out using dark magic is still legal with a permit, even if the temple certainly does not like it. Upon hearing Professor Tenso's opening words, he realized he had heard of this difficulty before and begged to meet him. Sion hurriedly continued, I heard the cluster is an extremely powerful black mage. Did you pick up any of his personal items? I want to buy them for experimentation. Hearing this request, Sung-hoin focused he has the corded crystal, but does not want to hand it over. What else could there be? Recalling the battle that day, he vaguely remembered a small dagger, almost forgot. Sung-hoin did not hesitate to ask, what about the magical dagger the black mage once used? Sun quickly realized the dagger contained a large amount of dark mana, very exciting, eager to study how extraordinary it is. Fine, I will give you anything you want. Sung-hoin was temporarily satisfied. These things would surely delight the mages, full of magic books and other items. One item on the table caught his attention. What is that? After trying to hold and study it, Sung-hoin was surprised as this strange item began to emit tunes and dancing movements continuously before everyone's eyes. Sun hurriedly grabbed it and explained, this is a hyperactive music box. Why is the item my friend gave here? It absorbs mana from the air and converts it into life energy. Sung-hein realized it helps restore stamina points, then quickly declared he would take it. The result made Sung-hein extremely satisfied as he received another scroll and many accompanying books. Sung-hoin still wondered, this scroll is the formula for producing freezing potions. Wonderful, I need some more types of potions and ingredients. Then Sung-hoin came up with a suggestion. Dong-ho, why don't we shaping a bit more? Professor Tenso once granted me permission. He gave it with gratitude. This is a token of thanks for saving his student. Having arrived at Red Magic, why not tour around a bit? Sung-ho was also surprised. Seems they do not boast. I thought mages were arrogant. Sung-hein. Alright, staying a bit is fine. I heard the tower has many good items and high-quality potions. Sung-hoin laughed. That is my intention. After visiting the Red Magic potion shop, Sung-hoin spoke while selecting. I will take a box of mana potions, a box of health potions, and 3 boxes of stamina potions. Seeing the man in front focused on brewing, Sung-hein hurriedly stopped him. Sorry, I think it's better not to include that. He turned to him with a contemptuous gaze, clearly unaware of how to use mana, then angrily spoke loudly. Nonsense, and continued doing as he pleased. Sung-ho commented, I think they are all boastful. What kind of attitude is this? Sung-hoin smiled, let's go. After leaving the shop, Dong-ho curiously asked, why did Sung-hoin tell him not to add that? He intended to explain when a loud explosion was heard behind. Yet he continued calmly, that is the reason. Sung-ho was horrified, exclaimed, what just happened? Herbalist Kang. In the potion shop, everyone coughed, moving around and angrily asking which monster caused this. Why did you do that? Perhaps it's toxic smoke. Use a magic shield to block it. The magic shield was immediately activated but seemed still not very promising as it was gradually being pierced. Even as the man tried to resist, he shouted helplessly, causing the magic shield not to work. He muttered, impossible, must escape from here first. Unexpectedly blocked by Sung-hoin trying to go where? He resolutely blocked the exit, confidently declaring, none of you can leave, so I told you not to leave it there. They were still stubborn, refusing to admit, fiercely driving back. What are you doing? Go quickly. Sung-hoin calmly reassured, herb fragrance is not poisonous, do not fear, the smoke is not dangerous. Hearing that, they said, so we are still safe. But the next information he provided, inhaling all the mana in the body would melt it. This made them pale. After a loud scream, they felt the change. The liquid began dripping onto the floor from their bodies. Horrific screams echoed. This is my mana melting, I can no longer use magic. I am leaving. Group began to Sung-hoin's watchful eyes. He hurried to stop them. Stop, I think you have forgotten who you are. Think carefully, we are standing inside the Demon Tower. Can we bear the consequences if we open it? Speaking of the Demon Tower, it was an organization established for mages to research magic and increase their power. In other words, this place was packed with all kinds of magical research projects and facilities operated by mana. They immediately grew worried, if this smoke escapes, all the facilities of the magic tower will be ruined. We are dead for sure. Sung-hoin immediately explained, even if you are poisoned by aromatic herbs, there is still a way to handle it. As long as you are treated in time, you will recover soon. Of course I know how to treat it, because I am a healer. Hearing that, they cried out in joy, then that is great, we are saved. Sung-hoin immediately cut them off and added, but removing the smoke is still more urgent than saving you. Sung-hoin understood perfectly well in his heart, lacking mana would not cost them their lives. But for mages, being unable to use mana was no different from being dead. Even so, I do not care. Sung-hoin still ignored their pleas. Please, we will do anything, please treat us. If necessary, we can even inhale all of this smoke. Please, sir healer. Hearing that, Sung Hoin smiled faintly in satisfaction. Perhaps only when they were reduced to this state would I enjoy being a healer. Dong Ho asked curiously, healer Sung Hoin, do those people really have to inhale all the gas to remove it? He answered at once, that sounds amusing, but it would take too much time. Luckily, this place is a medicine shop. Hurry and bring out all the ingredients I mentioned. Everyone immediately bustled about searching. The silicon set you mentioned is here, and this is dried sand vine root. This smoke needed to be handled on the spot, but since smoke could not be grasped by hand, removing it was very difficult. Then the only option left was to turn it into a form easier to clean up. Hearing Dong Ho cough, Sung Hoin thought inwardly. Even though Kim Haun has very little mana, he has already started showing symptoms. I have to be faster. He swiftly concocted the medicine while reminding himself. The absorption skill my former teammate used. That ability to absorb and transfer absolutely cannot become useless. Strange object began to appear before his eye. The smoke was gradually gathered into large clumps. Dong Ho exclaimed in shock, healers really are getting stranger and stranger. He answered calmly, I merely used a medicine to turn smoke or poisonous gas to a gel. Why are you all still standing there? Hurry up and pick it up. They hurriedly gathered it up while whispering, this texture is a little disgusting. Quietly clean it up or that healer will get angry. We cleaned up that gas and treated everyone, and the aromatic herb has also calmed down. After looking around once, Sung Hein shook his head in exasperation. It really is a mess, everyone. Remember to apologize to the shop owner and clean up properly. By the way, you said that was aromatic herb, right? I am certain what I put in was a water element plant. Aromatic herb is actually a water element herb mutated after absorbing too much mana. Normally, it helps blend medicinal ingredients together, but once it turns into aromatic herb, it melts mana instead. The girl also said curiously, it is truly strange that they would grow something so dangerous in the magic tower. Seeing Sung Hoin's confusion, she hurriedly explained further. Yes, because most of the ingredients come from the magic tower's cultivation area. He asked whether the growing environment had changed, but she denied it. Probably not, because the cultivation room is operated by a mana system. Can you explain in more detail? After all his questions were answered, Sung Hoin immediately ran off, making Dong Ho ask in surprise, hey, where are we going now? We have to find Professor Tenso. The situation may be more serious than I thought. The pale-looking man spoke. I heard about the accident at the medicinal water shop. He contacted them through a projection. I wish I could go there in person, but because of this damned conference, I cannot leave. Tenso quickly granted permission. You are allowed to enter the herb cultivation room. Sui answered curtly, thank you. Sung Hein smiled and said, meeting you on the way really was lucky. She was sweating miserably. I searched all over the tower just to guide you. The group quickly headed straight forward. Over there is the herb cultivation room. The moment the door opened, Sui Ivor's expression changed. The entire room was sunk in devastation. What is going on here? He calmly prepared himself. This does not look very safe. Summon Bria. Everyone checked the entire area together. The humidity control system, climate regulation system, as well as temperature control. All the support spells had been destroyed. He concluded the density of condensed mana in the room is also abnormally high. I think the main magic circle has a problem. The group immediately scattered to search. Where is it? I think it is deep inside. Suddenly, a vine shot toward them at astonishing speed. Sung Hein realized what it was and shot. Quickly pulled Jung Ho sharply backward. He narrowly escaped danger by a hair. Jung Ho steadied his breathing and asked, what is that thing? Sung Hein remained calm and asked back, what do you think it is? The answer was clear, a monster that had matured by absorbing mana, the demon Hidden Ivy. Zui reacted extremely fast and immediately unleashed a move, Wind Surge. Her attack dealt heavy damage, making the monster howl in pain. Lashed the vine fiercely, aiming straight ahead. Jung Ho immediately charged forward, shouting, how dare you? He swung his sword, easily slicing the vine apart. The severed section fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Jua Ivor laughed with confidence, easier than I thought. Jung Ho remained wary and warned, wait. At the monster's cut, a thick layer of white foam began to gush out. Right after that, it quickly grew into a new vine. Both Zua Ivor and Jung Ho were struck by the sudden counterattack. Sung Hoin frowned, realizing it was regenerating the damaged part of its plant body. Bra's bag began producing poison-coated arrows. He fired relentlessly, aiming at multiple vines at once. But as soon as they were destroyed, they grew back immediately. He sat bolt upright in shock. What is this? If I met this thing, I would run first. Sung Hoin said calmly, it is different. With his keen eyes, he realized the recovery speed was not the same. When Zua Ivor slashed it, it healed noticeably faster. Zua Ivor tried to reason it out. Maybe it is because the attack contains mana. He nodded in agreement. That is right. All the herbs in this place grow at an incredible speed because of the excess mana. Sung Hoin reached a conclusion. I think that monster can absorb mana. She launched a direct strike at its face, Flame Mist. The attack barely had any effect, and the monster immediately counterattacked. Chua Ivor only managed to dodge by a hair's breadth. Burning it is useless too. Jung Ho slipped aside and said, I do not think that method can kill it. Both of them believed they should retreat because this room was flooded with mana. Only Sung Hein gave a cold laugh. Why do we have to retreat? He took out a series of white spheres. We have someone capable of removing mana. The other two froze. Hey, that thing. Sung Hein immediately crafted. Priya's bag was producing scent decoy arrows. The monster was hit cleanly and howled in agony. Suddenly, it snapped all its petals tightly shut. Immediately after that, it spewed out a cloud of poisonous gas, rushing straight toward everyone. Jung-ho coughed violently and asked in shock, "What is going on? We cannot use skills anymore." Sung-hoin calmly summoned his weapon. "It is done. Priya's crossbow has been stored." The smile on his lips became even clearer. "Now we can let it attack automatically until the monster goes down completely." Sung-hoin changed back to holding his short sword. A barrage of attacks was unleashed in rapid succession. The monster roared madly, while the vines slowed down noticeably. Jung-ho cried out in delight. "It is working, its recovery speed is slowing down." He called out loudly, "Brother Dung-ho." Sung-hoin pointed out the location, and the rest became much easier. He sprang upward and leapt high into the air. Jung-ho charged straight toward the designated target. He poured all his strength into the decisive blow. "Everyone, does this scene look cool?" Jung-ho tightened every muscle in his body, the only one who did not have to rely on mana. As he gathered momentum, he shouted, "Take this final blow." But right at that moment, Jung-ho suddenly called out Kang. Sung-hoin borrowed force from him to spring even higher. He poured all his power into the short blade. "I think this scene is truly beyond saving, everyone." Sung-hoin merely curled his lips into a confident smile slash. He unleashed an extremely powerful lethal strike. A moment later, the monster lay motionless on the ground. Roy let out a relieved breath. "We did it." Sung-hoin did not waste another second. "Miskua Ivor, take us to the main magic circle." The whole group entered the herb cultivation room together, where the stone slab had already shattered into pieces. "Good grief," he assessed calmly. "It has been completely destroyed. Have you found the cause?" She found it hard to believe as well. It seems the amount of mana absorbed exceeded the limit, so it could not withstand it anymore. The energy from the circle grew more and more chaotic, and mana was also spilling outward. "It is about to form." Bolts of lightning burst violently everywhere. Everyone immediately understood that a mana explosion was about to happen. The stone slab containing the magic circle had cracked apart, releasing a chaotic surge of energy. Jung-ho clutched his head in panic. "It is going to explode." Seung-hoin calmly searched for a solution. "Miskua Ivor, is there any way to stop the mana from continuing to pump into it?" Zui hurriedly shook her head over and over. "No, there is absolutely no way. A low-level mage cannot even see the mana connection channel." She asserted with certainty that if it suffered even the slightest additional impact, it would explode immediately. Sung-hoin quickly decided to run, then calculated inwardly, "No, I have to analyze the gains and losses first. If the explosion was as strong as a spell, its destructive power would be terrifying. Not only them, but even the people outside could be caught in it." He immediately used the sharp eye skill decisively, telling himself he had to find the mana connection channel no matter what. Sung-hoin's vision was greatly enhanced. In an instant, he found it. "I see it." The other two could not help but exclaim in shock. Sung-hoin decisively walked straight ahead. Seeing him advance, the two shouted in panic, "What are you doing?" "Healer Sung-hoin, you cannot go in there." Sung-hoin thought to himself, that bomb was made from a large amount of pure mana, so ordinary attacks would have no effect. He took out a golden orb. Sung-hoin guessed that if it was an object with extremely strong mana resistance, then the holy orb of Kakarastel in his hand should be able to defend against and repel mana very well. The shockwave from the magic circle erupted with tremendous force. Sung-hoin was under no small amount of pressure. Sui turned away with a pale face. "I cannot bear to look anymore." Jung-ho also went white with fear. "Healer Kang." He gritted his teeth and continued forward, telling himself that he had to aim precisely at the circuit's connection point. Sung-hoin tightened his grip on the orb in him. He twisted his body, poured all his strength into his arm, then activated the throwing skill. Sung-hoin lined up the target and unleashed a decisive throw. The orb had reached the magic circle. Everyone, was that cool or not? It was truly incredible. The color on the magic circle instantly shifted to blazing red. The orb quickly distorted the magic array, gradually blocked the mana circuit, then drained its energy until it turned blue. A moment later, the orb fell to the ground. Sui anxiously cracked her eyes open, then stared around in astonishment. The explosion had stopped, while they were still dazed. Sung-hoin turned back and asked, "What was that just now?" He gave a faint, confident smile. Both of them immediately rushed over and hugged Sung-hoin. "Healer Kang, you really are the best." He calmly replied, "I know." Sui rejoiced. "Seriously, what kind of person are you?" Sung-hoin said coldly, "Let go of me." He secretly let out a relieved breath. "Good thing I checked the Holy Orb's ability beforehand." Tenso frowned in confusion. What exactly happened? He was certain that the energy supply system had run into a problem. Sui believed that if incidents like this continued, even magic would struggle to hold out. She analyzed seriously, if the Mage Tower collapses, the barrier protecting the city will also fall apart. "Please allow us to investigate the Mana Center." Tenso helplessly shook his head. "The Mana Center is directly connected to the source of magic. That matter exceeds my authority." Jung-ho rubbed his chin and thought, if even the professor cannot enter casually, this looks difficult. Seung-hoin still did not give up. Then who is managing the Mana Center? He stated coldly that it was one of the Vice Tower Masters of the Blood Mage Tower. The record keeper immediately gave a name. Lord Hai. Hai asked coldly, "So you are Kang Seung-hoin. What business do you have with me?" He began summarizing the entire incident, explaining everything that had happened in the Mage Tower today. The man nodded as though he understood. "Is that so? In other words, you want to enter the Mana Center right now?" Seung-hoin exhaled tiredly. "I honestly do not want to be here either, but if I explain everything, perhaps that man will agree." He put on a professional smile. No, instead we. But Hai suddenly cut him off. How ridiculous. The man roared angrily. Nothing but nonsense. Hai slammed the file onto the desk, mentioning the facilities inside the Mana Center. The man rambled that the place was built with the most advanced technology of the Blood Mage Tower, safe enough to remain unharmed even if the Mage Tower collapsed. I shouted in frustration, how could a place like that possibly have a problem? Seung Hoin froze. What nonsense is that man spouting? Zoe broke out in a frightened sweat. Professor Hai, do you know what the medicinal herb cultivation room is like right now? Jung Ho also shouted in irritation. Do you know what we just went through? She tried to explain that the magic circle had completely, but the man stretched his neck and scolded her. Stop, Suipuna, not only did you run away, now you even dare insult the Mage Tower. She immediately fell silent. Hai flatly denied it. I cannot let you into the Mana Center. Seung Hoin only watched in silence. A moment later, he gave a faint smile and said, Vice Tower Master Hai, allow me to offer you a few words of advice. Evacuate everyone and act immediately. Seung Hoin kindly gave his final warning, that is your best choice. But Hai only looked at him with contempt. I do not want to hear it. What a waste of time. After saying that, the man slammed the door shut and shouted, get out of my room right now, or I will have to use force. Sui clutched her head and pulled at her hair. Heavens. Jung Ho also said angrily, everything he said was unreasonable. Seung Hoin merely shrugged calmly. That man really picked a fight in a strangely unnatural way. She was so furious that she blurted out, damn it, this is why those bastard mages are all equally awful. He only laughed inwardly, it does not matter. Anyway, in the end that man, not long before that, Seung Hoin had used the sharp eye skill. A series of red warnings surrounded Hai, danger, danger, danger at the appointed time. He knew for certain that the man would eventually meet a terrible end. Inside the room, the man kept sighing. Hai fidgeted anxiously. Just how much did those bastards find out? The man broke out in sweat, his mind constantly making guesses. Could it be? There truly was a very serious problem. Did they find out that the mana supply system was broken? I held his head in agony. Because I was busy preparing the coronation ceremony for the next Tower Master, I neglected the maintenance of the Mana Center. The man clutched his head and pulled at his hair. If this is discovered, I will definitely be crossed off the list of candidates. Hai made up his mind. I must hide this at least until the ceremony. I can handle everything in secret. While the man was not paying attention, the wall behind him had begun to crack. After becoming Tower Master, Hai turned back to look. What is that thing? Man frowned, completely unable to understand what was happening. Then suddenly the entire room exploded violently. Rocks and clouds of dust rose up, covering everything. The whole villa district instantly turned into a scene of chaos. Hai was lucky enough to keep his life, but he cried out in panic, what the hell is this? But he was trapped between layers of stone, unable to move. I have to push this rubble away. The man in Hai's hand began to spiral out of control. He suffered a backlash, the pain so intense that he nearly fainted. Hai gritted his teeth, unable to understand why the mana was flowing backward. He shouted for help. Is anyone out there? Hurry and help me. Hearing footsteps approaching, Hai called out in delight. Over here, save me. A cold voice rang out. Do you understand now? Seung Hoin calmly walked up before him. He glanced around indifferently and said, I warned you already. Hai begged humbly, you came at just the right time. I am sorry about what happened earlier. Everyone was that move foolish or what? He urged anxiously, hurry and help me. Seung Hoin shrugged and smiled faintly. Why do you refuse to listen to other people's advice? The tower's mana system is releasing far too much power. Any place with mana veins running through it has fallen into the same state as this place. He looked down at him with contempt, because that man had not even bothered to listen when he warned him. Seung Hoin quickly understood that man had only changed his mind because death was close. Hai was still trembling as he pleaded, please save me. In his heart, he cursed, what a bastard. Seung Hoin answered coldly, I am very busy. I cannot waste precious time here. That man asked in shock, what? He turned his back as if about to leave, unless you give me something truly valuable. That man gritted his teeth, urgently weighing his choices. Then Hai hurriedly made a decision. Wait, I have something you will definitely want. Sure enough, that man took out the key leading to the mana core. Hai gave a calculating sneer. If you save me, I will hand it over to you. To save everyone here, you have to control the mana core. Seung Hoin asked, slightly stunned, are you using other people as hostages? That man smiled enticingly. Think it over carefully. He laughed inwardly. A bastard like this is actually a strong candidate for Tower Master. The Blood Tower really has gone mad. Seung Hoin acted as if he had just remembered something. I forgot to tell you one thing. He told Hai the important news. The explosion just now destroyed all the seals at the mana core. That man dropped the treasure in despair. Seung Hoin continued walking. So I do not need that precious key of yours. Farewell. The mana began to fall into chaos again, and Hai hurriedly begged, wait, I will give you something better. He replied calmly, really? Then I will come back later. With that, Seung Hoin left without hesitation. I have to save the others first. That man finally could not hold back his tears. A desperate scream rang out at the same moment the explosion erupted. No. He immediately sped up. This place has been completely destroyed. Seung Hoin rushed through the chaotic streams of mana, first to check the situation outside. Suddenly a cry rang out, drawing his attention. Seung Hoin could not help being shocked shocked children. These 2 children have not evacuated yet. He immediately gave a gentle smile and asked, what is wrong, little ones? Lucy cried as she pointed at the ruins, my friend. The little girl could not say much more before she burst into sobs again. Sung Hoin thought helplessly, I cannot understand what she is saying at all. I will have to use a skill. He was slightly surprised by the skill's name, Calm Voice. When cast, it soothed the target's mind, eased panic, and increased the chance of rescue. Is this a variation of a calming prayer? Sung Hoin slowly reached out. A prayer skill probably requires divine power. I do not have any skill like that. As he stroked the 2 children's heads, he cast Calm Voice. Come now, calm down and tell me. Both of them immediately stopped crying and answered obediently, yes. Sung Hein broke through the hardened stone blocking the way. Children said they had been doing homework together when the house suddenly shook. Then the wall abruptly exploded. He searched while listening to them. Li Jie put up a barrier, so we escaped. But when we ran out, the bookshelf suddenly fell, and Sung Hoin silently prayed that it was not too late. He found a child pinned beneath a bookshelf. Li Jie, you are Li Jie, right? The little girl woke groggily and asked who it was. Sung Hoin hurriedly knelt down. I am here to save you. Are you all right? Li Jie looked at him and guessed, you are not wearing a robe, so you must be a traveler. The little girl calmly said, I will not survive. Please take my friends somewhere safe. He froze for a moment. Could this be the little girl's second life? How can a child be this mature? Sung Hoin immediately checked Li Jie's condition. Adverse status bleeding, adverse status mana reflux, adverse status fractured ankle. He began pulling the little girl out as he thought. Even in this state, she still tried to save her friends. Li Jie called out worriedly, nothing like someone on the brink of danger, traveler, you do not need to do this. Everyone, does this child not understand things to a heartbreaking degree? The little girl used the last of her strength to warn him. Your mana will also overload and flow backward. Sung Hoin did not care at all. He only gently reached his hand toward the little girl. Li Jie squeezed her eyes shut in fear, cast the hemostasis skill and gently reassured her, I cannot make your pain disappear yet, but I can help stop your bleeding. Li Jie asked blankly, how? The little girl exclaimed in shock, how can you ignore the mana reflux and still use a skill? Sung Hoin smiled and replied, because I am a healer. If that were me, I would have fallen for him completely. After giving Li Jie first aid, Sung Hoin carried the little girl on his back and quickly left the place. He dashed away at full speed, while explosions still chased closely behind the 2 of them. Li Jie anxiously looked back. Be careful, these explosions are stronger than before. Sung Hoin hurriedly reminded her, lower your head, Li Jie. It is dangerous. As he ran, he carefully observed his surroundings. This is only the 12th floor. If we can get down to the 9th floor, then... Wait, Sung Hoin suddenly came to a halt. The stairs ahead had collapsed and could no longer be used. He looked around once and concluded inwardly, I did not account for this. We are out of paths. Suddenly, Sung Hoin saw a large hole in the wall. Li Jie, let me ask you something. Do not think too much about it. Are you afraid of heights? Lies could not help feeling doubtful. Brother, is this really the only way out? He tied a few more loops around the little girl. Do not worry. You only need to close your eyes. Sung Hoin decisively stepped outside. I will make sure you are safe. To be honest, in this situation, even Ivor would tremble. Little girl. Li Jie showed great courage. Yes, I am ready. The 2 of them no longer had time to hesitate. Let us go. The mana circuits began to fall into disorder again. Just as the 2 of them leaped down, the floor above immediately exploded violently. The 2 fell straight through the air, with only pitch-black darkness below. The little girl squeezed her eyes shut and did not scream at all, which was truly praiseworthy. Sung Hoin looked gently at Li Jie, thinking that an ordinary child would probably have cried until fainting by now. He then briefly thought if a child like her lost her life, Azun's future would surely sink into darkness. Meanwhile, Freya's link bag began creating a bandage arrow. It shot forward at tremendous speed. The arrowhead pierced deeply into the wall. The 2 instantly stopped halfway down the tower. The sudden stop sent sharp pain through his whole body. Sung Hoin clenched his teeth and held tight, silently begging it not to snap. This combination was extremely makeshift, 3 parts unreliable and 7 parts unmistakably Ivor. Yet somehow it still worked, keeping them temporarily safe with a homemade hook made from a bent metal rod. Along with it was a crude rope made from bandages. He laughed dryly at himself. I never thought there would come a day in my life when I would have to do something like this. Outside, the mages gathered to watch the commotion. What exactly happened? It should be fine after all. That is the Red Magic Tower. The teacher kept bowing her head to thank Sung Hoin for saving the children. Li Jie introduced her as our teacher. He only summarized, it is all right, I only did what I should. I have given Li Jie's leg temporary first aid. Please call a healer for her. The little girl hurriedly asked, are you going to the mana center now? Sung Hoin nodded in confirmation. Yes, I still have to help the others. Li Jie held out a scroll. Then please take this with you. It was originally my homework. I do not know whether it will be useful, but casually open it to look. This is... Suddenly, a voice called out, Li Jie. 2 children ran over joyfully. It is Lijie. The little girl immediately recognized her friend's Terrace Lucy. The two children sobbed as they asked Han Lijie, "Are you all right? Does your leg hurt badly?" The little girl replied cheerfully, "I am fine. The healer saved me." "You two really cry so easily." "Sorry, Lijie. It is all our fault." Lijie soothed them like a parent. "Stop crying. I already said I am fine." Or perhaps not entirely, because the little girl herself began shed tears too. "I really am fine, but if you keep crying, I will end up crying too." Lijie finally joined the tearful chorus. "I was so scared, really so scared." Seung-hoin thought inwardly, it seems she is still only a child after all. He quickly returned to the main matter. "Alright, now I have to go to the mana center." At the same time in the mana center, Sui had fallen unconscious. Jung-ho was also collapsed in a corner. Around the mana tower system, many mages had lost consciousness. Seung-hoin looked around vigilantly. What exactly happened here? Is that the mana tower system? He immediately performed a quick preliminary check. Seung-hoin quickly discovered the problem. The mana circuits were clinging tightly to them, even Sui-rei and Hojang. It had captured everyone. Suddenly, the pale man shouted a warning. "Do not come here." He was shocked. "Professor Tenso, you are in a wheelchair?" He strained to explain. That thing drained everyone's mana in an instant. The jade mass radiated terrifying pressure. "We cannot control it. Hurry and leave this place." Noticed Seung-hoin and immediately charged toward him. Tenso shouted in panic, "Kang." He calmly reassured him, "I am fine." 3 vines wrapped around Seung-hoin. But how could they possibly beat him? "This thing has no effect on me." Seung-hoin raised his crossbow, and Freya's linked bag began creating magma arrows. 3 powerful attacks aimed straight at it at the same time. The energy flow immediately transformed. Martin erected a defensive layer mana shield. He was terrified to the extreme. That is mana shield. I never expected it could even use skills now. In contrast to Tenso, Seung-hoin still observed calmly, just as I predicted. A series of small screens appeared. Mana overload, mana warning, warning. We want mana. He had already anticipated it had turned into a monster. Then I have to tactics. If that is the case, Seung-hoin immediately switched his attack style. Herb magma arrow. The barrier began to show signs of melting. It flowed down like ice meeting heat, making him secretly rejoice. It is done. If I have only just melted the protective layer, then... Tenso shouted loudly and yanked Seung-hoin back. "Kang, look over there." Magic circuits shone brightly, and the mana that had just flowed out was gradually being recovered. It is reusing all of it. It really does have an eco-friendly awareness. He felt an icy chill run down his spine. Could it have absorbed the parts that had been melted away? 3 magic circles appeared at the same time, far more powerful and complex than before. If it were me in this situation, I would probably summon something at once. It seemed Seung-hoin's situation was not any better either. This time I am truly finished. Martin immediately unleashed a barrage of attacks toward him, mana bullets rushing in one after another. The magic crystal fired off its ultimate move, mana bullets, with destructive power that made anyone shudder. Tenso shouted in panic, "Mr. Seung-hoin." His left arm was scorched, leaving a large blackened patch behind. The old man coughed dryly while forcing himself up, asking anxiously, "Are you all right?" Seung-hoin still forced a smile. If it had pierced just a little deeper, I would be dead. He had truly escaped death by a hair. Without the celestial sphere, his body would have been torn apart. But what was more worrying was that the battle would never end if kept absorbing mana. Mana barrier began to recover again. Magic crystal's defenses had been restored to their original state. Tenso pointed out that it was using the remaining mana as part of its own body. He immediately realized that the incense herb no longer worked on the mana that had already melted. Seung-hoin understood at once. That is exactly it. Seung-hoin had thought of a way to counterattack, and fortunately, it was precisely what he had been waiting for. Martin continued unleashing an even fiercer attack, mana bullet barrage. He accelerated, shooting straight forward. Seung-hoin skillfully dodged every attack. At this moment, he had to be extremely cautious. Immediately, he took a ready stance. The arrow instantly tore through the wind. The attacks collided head-on. They created a series of massive explosions. Mana fell back to the ground, right where the magic crystal had laid out its conduits. Tenso felt everything fall into a deadlock. This is bad. The magic bullets are being drawn back into the conduits. This will only make the magic crystal stronger. He could not understand it and hurriedly asked, "Mr. Seung-hoin, what exactly are you trying to do?" Seung-hoin decisively threw the crossbow aside, realizing that the mana flow itself formed the system's energy structure. He lowered his center of gravity, as if he had understood the problem. Seung-hoin sprang hard from the ground, leaping high into the air. He came to a conclusion. I can use this to attack it. Caroustel's Celestial Sphere is a magical defense item with extremely solid mana resistance. Seung-hoin tensed his body, gripping the Celestial Sphere tightly in his hand. Martin's defense was shattered in an instant by an overwhelmingly powerful punch. Though Tenso misunderstood, it still seemed rather reasonable to him. He broke through the armor with his bare hand. He really is a monster. Even so, the old man's conclusion was still not accurate. He continued throwing a straight punch into its true body. Seung-hoin did not hesitate at all. well, this is the final blow. Suddenly, mana surged violently like rolling waves. They swirled together, forming floating masses of water. Then, without warning, they transformed into two gigantic hands. Its method of attack had completely changed. Tenso still could not stand up and said in shock, "It can transform too." Seung-hoon felt somewhat fed up. Does this monster not know how to give up? Tenso fell silent before that sheer stubbornness. It was hard to believe that such a monster had been created inside their magic tower. It had evolved into another form, madly destroying everything around it. The entire tower shook violently after each of its punches. Seung-hoon gritted his teeth, realizing that it was trying to stop him from getting close. Everything shook as if in an earthquake, and there was not much time left. He had to find a way to create a weakness. He tried to focus his thoughts on the mana conduits. The image of Lei Jie suddenly appeared in Seung-hoon's mind. He remembered the scroll the little girl had once given him. Seung-hoon seemed to wake up all at once, right? He immediately came up with an idea, because that thing was always obsessed with mana and was trying to restore Freya's crossbow. Seung-hoon confirmed that Freya's linked pouch was creating greater mana potion water arrows. He aimed at the wall behind it, certain that it would not be able to ignore this. Sure enough, the magic crystal froze. The arrows had managed to draw its attention. It immediately headed straight for the target Seung-hoon had just created. He seized the exact moment and tore the piece of paper apart. Got you. Martin's conduits were instantly pinned firmly in place. They gradually turned pitch black, losing their original function. It was clear that its power was weakening rapidly. Seung-hoon laughed with delight. This thing really does work. The piece of paper he had just torn bore a magic formation. It was Lei Jie's mana scroll, while Freya's linked pouch was crafting lava arrows. Martin wanted to raise its defenses, but by now it was already too late. The arrow shot forward, piercing straight into its core. A massive amount of mana instantly surged out violently. He smiled in satisfaction. It is over. A while later, when the tower gradually stabilized again, everyone finally understood that today they had just gone through a serious crisis caused by the mana energy system being overloaded. Seung-hoon was being honored by the mages. Group Ida expressed everyone's gratitude to healer Kang Seung-hoon. He sincerely bowed before him, thanking him for saving the red magic tower and all of Kama. Rupert generously offered a reward. If you do desire anything, please tell us. When Seung-hoon heard him speak, he did not stand on ceremony at all. The request he made immediately stunned the mages. I want the magic tower's special relaxation circle magic carpet. It would be wonderful to have it. They whispered among themselves, as if in all their decades of life they had never met anyone so bold. That item was far too precious. Even mages without special achievements would not dare dream of it, let alone let an outsider touch it. Rupert still refused in the end. That item cannot be given to an outsider, no matter how great that person's contribution may be. Seung-hoon sighed in disappointment. I had already guessed it would not be easy to succeed. He suddenly made a decision. Therefore, as the master of the Red Magic Tower, I hereby declare healer Seung-hoon an honorary member of this place. Rupert acknowledged his contribution, even though he did not walk the path of a mage. Both Sui and Jung-ho were shocked. What? He had considered it very carefully, because he did not hesitate to put himself in danger to save the Red Magic Tower. Rupert was truly a wise man. If we do not acknowledge someone like this, who would be willing to help us in the future? Seung-hoon froze for a moment. An honorary member. He laughed at himself. I used to be a quack, a healer who could not heal, and now I have become a fake mage who cannot use magic either. Amid everyone's cheers, he accepted the honor. Then thank you, Rupert. Seung-hoon thought to himself, as long as it helps me save people, the title does not matter much. Jung-ho stretched out and lay flat on the floor, complaining that he was exhausted. He enjoyed the hard-won result, though most of the credit belonged to Seung-hoon. Being an honorary member of the Magic Tower must be amazing. They even gave him a private room. Seung-hoon did not ask for anything more either. We are going to use this place as a storage room anyway, so before we go out, let us organize the goods in the warehouse first. Jung-ho answered cheerfully, absolutely. He sat down to rest for a moment, then called up the status window. Let us finish this. The system announced that he had collected 6,841 points and still had one unclaimed reward. Seung-hoon thought to himself, after treating the injured people at the Magic Tower, I earned quite a lot of points and Jung-ho also contributed plenty. The words of affirmation from before echoed once again in Seung-hoon's ears. But I cannot deny that you have been granted an extraordinary power. You will continue to crave it. He shook his head and pushed it away. Nothing good comes from getting involved with gods. It is best not to make any more direct deals until I understand more about management. Leave this matter for later. Next. The unlock condition was to possess 3 items of rare grade or higher. 1 was Freya's crossbow, 2 was Karastel's celestial sphere, and 3 was the meditation circle magic carpet. Achievement achieved. He slid his hand across the screen, wondering what an item storage bag was. The system immediately explained, you can use the item storage function directly from your status window. Seung-hoon commented with satisfaction. This is not bad either. It is perfect for storing the hairpin and the celestial sphere. Those magic tools really are troublesome. He continued searching more carefully, but it seemed there was still one achievement left. Seung-hoon still had not seen it appear. Is it because I joined the Magic Tower? He muttered. There should be one. Jung-ho suddenly remembered something. He was still lying flat, only turning over to ask Doctor, are you not going to wear the robe you just received from the Magic Tower? Seung-hoon firmly maintained his image. If I wear it, I will not look like a healer anymore. He still believed that a white robe suited a doctor best. But wait. Seung-hoin took out the badge and activated the red seal. The bright red robe immediately draped itself over him. It was both a symbol and the garment representing my connection. The system immediately displayed a notification: achievement unlocked, Mage of the Red Tower. Seung-hoin smiled with deep satisfaction. There it is. By the next morning, the room was already filled with their belongings. Suddenly, a few strange items that looked rather useless were dragged out. He looked at Jung-ho with a deeply judgmental gaze, while he did not understand a thing. Why are you looking at me like that? Seung-hoin brought up the old matter again. You once said that when you were dragged here, you were wearing pajamas and watching TV at home, right? Jung-ho cheerfully explained, that is right. I was even cooking instant noodles. Then the blink of an eye I was in the cave. He stared at the pile of things. I suppose it is still better than coming here empty-handed like me, but these things are not useful at all. Jung-ho hugged the strange fish tightly and argued, this pillow is very useful. Jung-ho enjoyed the feeling of always having it by his side, whether he slept in freezing cold or on muddy ground. He was even willing to share. Do you want to borrow it? Seung-hoin dusted off the picture frame and said, why would I want to borrow something that stinks like that? Jung-ho immediately retorted, it does not smell. Well, maybe it smells a little like an old man. Seung-hoin looked thoughtfully at that item for a while. He chose a bright enough corner to place the photo, then thought perhaps he should leave this thing here. Sui and Leije came to see them off. Goodbye. We owe you a great deal. Their journey began once again. Jung-ho could not help exclaiming, so this is Kama. He looked around curiously, while Seung-hoin was not particularly surprised. This is where rich people live, let us find a carriage. The first person they approached waved them off in refusal. We cannot take passengers right now. Jung-ho immediately sank into thought. Do we really have to go by boat? I get seasick. He tried asking Han, did something happen at the stable? The man shook his head in denial. No, there are no problems on our side. Right then, a loud shout rang out. Hurry and rebuild the bridge. Several townspeople were arguing with the guards. I have to get to Karen City right now. Let us onto the carriage. The two guards explained with difficulty that something had just happened at the magic tower, so there was currently no protective barrier. Leaving Kama now was very dangerous, but the agitated townspeople still refused to listen. Someone even tried to use force. I do not want to wait any longer if you refuse to do as we say. He was a mage, and a bitterly cold aura immediately surged out. Ice path. The two guards immediately went pale with fear. Jung-ho also broke out in a cold sweat. Dr. Kang, this way. Seung-hoin frowned and called out, Dung-ho. Countless bubbles suddenly rose on the surface of the sea. Something suddenly leapt up from below. Slick hands covered in deformed patches began to appear. Countless mermen surfaced one after another. He had already sensed their presence. Prepare for battle. The people fled in panic when they saw the mermen rushing out from the sea. The guards hurriedly rushed off to report the news. They are flooding into Kama. Everyone prepare for battle. The scene became utterly chaotic. Their teeth were unbelievably hard and sharp. Crude equipment was completely unable to withstand the merfolk, especially their leader. Suddenly, an arrow tore through the air and shot over. It roared in pain. While he was still dazed, Seung-hoin had already arrived to reinforce him. What is going on? He began gathering energy. Seung-hoin unleashed a barrage of attacks one after another, then called out loudly, Ho-jang. We have to stop them. Do not let any more of them surface. Jung-ho crushed the stone in his hand and replied, understood. The system announced, using the vampire's aspiration, your damage increases for a period of time. He took a stance and raised his sword high. Jung-ho stabbed down with force, instantly shattering the ice surface. Most of the merfolk had been eliminated, and he breathed out before saying, that did not take too long, did it? But Seung-hoin understood that things were not over yet. The real problem was only just beginning, leaving him stunned in confusion. After the battle, Cyril was utterly exhausted and had no mood left for Kama. He asked anxiously, are you all right? You are bleeding. Cyril did not pay it much attention. I am fine, truly, it is nothing. However, the wound gradually began to spread. His body began to clearly sense that something was wrong. Seung-hoin calmly pointed out, he is transforming. Patches of scales began spreading along Cyril's body. He collapsed to his knees in pain, making everyone turn pale with fear. He is turning into a merfolk. This phenomenon was truly terrifying. It was merfolk mutation, a disease that turned the body into a merfolk after being infected by their blood. Those who mutated would continue infecting many others in order to multiply. Jung-ho anxiously wanted to help. We should wipe away the blood and use healing magic. But Seung calmly replied, that will not work. He explained calmly, the toxin has already seeped in. Healing magic cannot cure this infection. The other person recognized Seung-hoin. You are the one who helped us defeat the merfolk. Guard asked uneasily. Then do we have to cut off his arm? Seung-hoin rejected it. The infected area has already spread, and the transformation is too fast, so cutting off the arm would be useless. Cyril broke out in a cold sweat, as if he had understood the fate waiting for him. He placed the sword against his own neck. So that means I am going to become a monster now. Cyril trembled as he made up his mind. If I cannot stop that from happening, I would rather end it while I am still human. His companions hurriedly tried to stop him. Wait, I cannot bear to watch this. Cyril acted decisively and fresh blood spilled out, but Sung Huin stopped him in time. He smiled to reassure him, do not be so hasty. Cyril froze, tears silently falling. Sung Huin softened his voice to comfort him. I said there is no solution yet, not that it cannot be cured. Even if there truly is not one, I will find a way, so do not worry. A moment later, he decisively dove into the sea. The others stood on the shore, anxiously waiting. Sung Huin immediately began searching. The key ingredient to cure the disease was merfolk liver. If they were killed on land, they would decompose immediately, so he had to take the liver underwater and protect it with mana. Absorb, gaining the effect of the wind potion. Thanks to that, he could breathe underwater as if using a wind potion, no longer needing to worry about breathing. Sung Huin had also taken his skill into account. The points collected were 6,841. Each use of Freya's roulette cost 20 points, while the other type cost 50 points. He decided to try his luck, because with his current skill set, he could not fight underwater. Thus, the roulette began to operate. The system continuously awarded rewards and deducted points. He obtained Divine Hand, underwater body temperature regulation, hook shot, and enhanced arrow. Sung Huin kept rolling, as long as he persisted until something truly useful appeared. Sung Huin felt rather tense before that guaranteed shot. I only want to delay it as long as possible. Sung Huin's finger hesitated on the mission panel. Receive 5,000 points, 1-star reward, mission complete. He had no choice, perhaps the time had come. Suddenly, a whirl of water swept close past Sung Huin's cheek. He froze, observing his surroundings, a water cannon. The merfolk had come over to block Sung Huin's path, so they were all gathered here. He quickly analyzed the situation. I cannot swim the entire distance to that place. Sung Huin used the hookshot skill, aiming at the farthest merfolk. The shot struck it directly. Your time is up. Sung Huin pulled the merfolk hard toward himself. He quickly acted and took it down. I caught a big one. The remaining merfolk roared in fury. They immediately charged all at once, surrounding Sung Huin. Several more arrows were fired in rapid succession. A moment later, dark blue water spread out. The battle had almost completely tilted to one side. He firmly held the initiative. How easy, no need to rush and use the 1-star skill yet. Sung Huin carefully observed the situation around him, but there was still one thing that bothered him. A gigantic merfolk suddenly appeared behind him. Why are there so many of them? Sung Huin was startled and whipped around. He was utterly shocked. A rare grade Pika merfolk. Its size and skills far surpassed those smaller ones. As soon as the battle began, the rare grade merfolk flyer immediately unleashed Sea Wave Strike. Sung Huin reacted very quickly, immediately using hookshot. He instantly dragged another merfolk over as a shield to block the blow. Sung Huin's face went pale. Could they have all come here because of their pride? The wind potion effect only had 5 minutes and 5 seconds left. He had to calculate more carefully, because there truly was not much time remaining. Rare grade merfolk flyer took a deep breath and began gathering its strength. It immediately fired a water cannon. Sung Huin dodged it by a hair. He realized the rare grade merfolk flyers mainly used water cannon and Sea Wave Strike. Facing them was not easy, but they could still be dodged. Sung Huin frowned. Are these bastards deliberately stalling for time? The wind potion effect only had 1 minute and 48 seconds left. He countered without the slightest hesitation. If that is how you want to play, then I already have my answer. An extremely powerful strike immediately shot straight toward it. The rare grade merfolk flyer roared in vigilance. It shifted slightly, dodging Sung Huin's arrow. He still judged calmly. I caught you. From the arrow, a stream of black poison began to spread. The system announced that the failed arrow from the merfolk antidote production process had been destroyed. Not even its whole family would have expected this move. The rare grade merfolk flyer writhed in agony. It fell into utter panic, as if it wanted to scream that how dare you use poison. Sung Huin smiled smugly, guessing that was what it wanted to say. Unfortunately, he could not explain because he was underwater. What he had just used was a failed treatment product, made from the decomposed liver of a merfolk. Sung Huin raised the crossbow. This thing will not take your life, but it will definitely hurt. He prepared to deliver the finishing blow. That makes 5,000 points, mission complete. The rare grade merfolk flyer struggled in despair, while Sung Huin immediately activated a 1-star skill. The arrow flew out with tremendous force and pierced through its body. He then followed up with a barrage of consecutive shots. 1-star harpoon arrow. Sung Huin only wanted to end it quickly, hand over the rare grade relic and disappear already. At Kama's northern gate, beside the lake, Jung Ho looked anxiously down at the water, longer than I thought. He could not sit still, fearing that something had happened, when bubbles suddenly rose to the surface. Jung Ho cried out in joy. There he is, Dr. Sung Huin. Doctor, are you all right? Sung Huin stepped ashore, drenched from head to toe. He wrung the water from his clothes and answered with a smile. One thing is certain. The scales on Cyro's body are gradually disappearing. Sung Huin confirmed again. They disappeared completely without leaving any trace. Right. Everyone began discussing excitedly. They really made a cure. He received first aid, and he is deeply grateful, not knowing how to repay you. Sung Huin exhaled in relief. There is no need. Just recover quickly and protect Kama in the future. An urgent report suddenly arrived. Captain, there is an emergency. He turned and asked, what is it? The soldier reported in panic that they had checked the east gate and west gate. The situation seemed even worse than before, as if both places had been attacked by the merfolk flyers. In the Kama military infirmary, cries of pain rang out without end. Dozens of soldiers were gradually being turned into merfolk. Someone said tremblingly, "I cannot handle this case. At this rate they may all die." Sung Hoin kicked the door open and charged in, appearing no different from a savior. He raised the crossbow and quickly treated them with Freya's linked pouch, creating arrows of medicine to cure merfolk mutation. Every shot struck the soldiers precisely in the neck. Fortunately, he managed to save them in time. Even so, a few people had already fully mutated. Jung Ho cursed helplessly, "A few of them cannot be saved in time anymore." Sung Hoin remained calm and said, "Those who have fully mutated can no longer be helped." Merfolk suddenly grabbed a hospital bed. It lifted it up and hurled it straight toward the two of them. Both of them immediately dodged aside with ease. Jung Ho shouted angrily, "Hey, do not go too far." He immediately swung his sword and rushed forward to attack. The merfolk bared its terrifyingly sharp teeth. With just one bite, it snapped Jung Ho's sword in two. "My gosh." Sung Hoin supported Jung Ho in time with harpoon arrow. Jung Ho shouted a warning in shock, "This is bad, Dr. Sung Hoin." He was being tightly surrounded by two merfolk, and the situation became extremely difficult to handle. Jung Ho rushed over without the slightest hesitation, even though his sword had already broken. He used his own body to block it, growling that, "I will risk it all against you." Sung Hoin turned and drove an elbow straight into the merfolk. He immediately created a trident arrow. It was struck squarely in the face, dazed until it lost consciousness. At last, everything was settled properly. Jung Ho grimaced as he picked up the item. "Good grief, why did my sword have to break now of all times?" Sung Hoin laughed, "You were simply using too much force." He hurriedly asked after him, "By the way, Ho Rong, where is the medicine?" He answered casually, "I am fine." Even though the wound was still bleeding badly, Jung Ho said with confidence, "Being bitten is no problem." Sung Hoin immediately understood what he meant. "Ah, right." The Twilight Cap rushed in a panic. "Oh no, my soldiers." He quickly reported the situation. "We saved everyone we could, but a few still did not make it." He furrowed his brows in pain. "I am sorry." The captain expressed his sincere gratitude. "You helped us avoid even greater losses. I am truly deeply grateful." Sung Hoin replied politely it was nothing. He began mentioning the reward. "I trust you will repay me properly." Just then, a shout rang out. "There he is." A group of people charged over aggressively, interrogating him. "You are Sung Hoin Kang, aren't you? Hurry and give us the antidote." Sung Hoin recognized them at once. They were the group from earlier. He looked slightly troubled. Residents of Kama. He silently activated clairvoyance. The condition of all three immediately became clear. Healthy, healthy, healthy. Sung Hoin was puzzled. "All of you are perfectly fine. You are not even injured." The group immediately raised their voices. "We were there when the merfolk attacked too. Every one of them acted unreasonable. We could turn into merfolk too. Hurry and hand over the antidote. Residents should be prioritized over soldiers." He only answered indifferently, "Is that so?" Sung Hoin knew very well the southern gate should have remained safe if they had not touched the bridge from the start. He sneered with contempt. "What shameless faces." Sung Hoin pretended to yield. "Fine. Then I will give everyone the antidote for merfolk mutation." The group immediately rejoiced. "That is how it should be. Of course you should hand it over." The greedy crowd began shoving one another. "Me first. No, me first." He put on a professional smile. "Do not worry, everyone will get a share." Sung Hoin calmly named his price. "One spoonful is 400,000 gold. He was not bound by morality, so if they were shameless he would answer in kind. The arrogant nobles instantly felt a chill down their spines. 400,000 gold. Just for one spoonful. Sung Hoin casually raised the price. "You do not like that amount. Then it will be 500,000 gold." They questioned him in panic. 500,000. Why did it go up again? He continued without batting an eye. 600,000. The whole crowd immediately panicked. "What?" Sung Hoin still wore a smug smile. 700,000. That man trembled with rage, only able to grind his teeth. The nobles began criticizing him from a moral high ground. "Don't you think this is too much? You are just profiting from Kama's crisis." Sung Hoin remained composed. "Now, everyone calm down first." He declared frankly, "For patients who truly show symptoms, I am willing to distribute the medicine for free." Greedy ones immediately held out their hands. "I think I have symptoms. I need it more urgently. I feel like I am about to mutate." Sung Hoin made a thoughtful expression. "Right now, there is no way to determine who truly has symptoms and who does not." He began rummaging for something in his bag. Sung Hoin took out a vial of green liquid. Therefore, he gave a brief introduction. "Whoever drinks this, I will give them the antidote. This is fresh merfolk blood." Sung Hoin smiled faintly. "Drinking it will definitely cause mutation, so I will give that person the antidote." The group went deathly pale. "You want us to drink merfolk blood? The kind of blood that can turn people into merfolk." He appeared extremely generous. "So, who wants to try first?" Sung Hoin magnanimously held the small vial out before them. "Come on, who wants to drink first?" The nobles began to shrink back. "He wants us to drink merfolk blood. What if the cure does not work? After drinking that, can he really save us?" Someone fearfully took a step back. Then the whole crowd hurriedly fled in disarray. "I think I do not need it, my lord. It sounds as though you are very eager to try the cure, so why don't you drink first?" "No, I think I'm still fine." The captain stared wide wide-eyed in astonishment. He dealt with all those stubborn people. He could not help sighing in admiration, "You are truly remarkable." Seung-hoin remained calm. "Dealing with powerful customers is my specialty." A flicker of exhaustion appeared in his eyes, but the more important matter was that the group planned to leave Kama today. Seung-hoin asked again, "Are you certain no carriages will leave the city today?" The captain confirmed, "As of now, yes." Jung-ho froze after hearing that. Then what are we supposed to do now? He had no choice either. "It seems we will have to spend the night in Kama. In any case, I need to restock my medicine." He suggested, "How about we start by buying something to eat?" Seung-hoin decided to handle the relic first. Jung-ho asked excitedly, "You said you fought a rare monster, right? Well done." He compared it and said it was easier than the rare zombie. The group headed straight to the Kama Relic Appraisal Center, where the receptionist greeted them warmly. "Hello." He put on a professional smile. "Welcome to the Kama Relic Appraisal Center. How may I help you?" Seung-hoin frowned slightly, finding this feeling unpleasantly familiar. He let Jung-ho walk around and look, while he handled the transaction directly. "I need a relic appraised." The receptionist's eyes immediately lit up. This is a rare relic. He could not believe this person had brought in something so valuable. Greed showed plainly. "I have to take it." Seung-hoin laughed coldly to himself. "I see right through you, bastard." Sure enough, the receptionist immediately gave a false appraisal. This seems to be a fairly common item. He silently calculated that it would be best to keep that man here before he could try anything else. Just then, someone shouted loudly and charged straight over. "Hey!" The receptionist froze, unable to react in time. Zhao threw a punch straight into the receptionist's face. "Were you about to scam another customer again?" In the blink of an eye, he was completely subdued. She smiled awkwardly and explained, "I am sorry, my lord. This useless fool was trying to deceive you." Seung-hoin calmly confirmed, "That is correct." Xiao pushed the receptionist aside and said, "You came to have your achievement appraised, right? Let me take a look." She created a stream of light around the item, and its information immediately appeared. Item: Ocean Earrings. Underwater vision. Underwater movement speed increased by 50%. Water attribute increased by 10%. Attack increased by 20% when fighting underwater on the left side. Defense increased by 20% when fighting underwater on the right side. Xiao assessed it seriously. "Congratulations on obtaining a truly excellent item. If you carry them together, you can also receive an additional bonus reward." Rongo whispered, "Dr. Kang, what are those earrings?" He explained briefly, "They are accessories worn on the ears. They can be clipped on without piercing." She suggested, "If you wish to sell them, I can offer you a fairly good price." Seung-hoin immediately put them away. "No, I will keep them for use." He satisfiedly toyed with the earrings. They were designed for underwater combat, so keeping them would not be a loss. Xiao sighed regretfully. "What a pity." Seung-hoin tossed one to Jung-ho and said, "This one is yours." He hurriedly caught it, then asked in surprise, "What is this?" He said calmly, "One is enough for me." Jung-ho was stunned. "What, doctor, you are giving it to me?" Seung-hoin calculated, "You will need it too if you have to fight underwater." Jung-ho looked at him with deeply moved eyes. "Dr. Kang, I never expected you to care about me so much." In truth, Seung-hoin simply wanted to make use of every resource, because I cannot be the only one working underwater. Jung-ho asked somewhat awkwardly, "But you still need to wear it to increase its effect, right?" Seung-hoin replied, "I have already accounted for that." The system announced that the item achievement category had been unlocked, activated when possessing 3 or more rare grade items. Jung-ho looked openly delighted. "This is amazing. Item category, Slot 1 Moonlight Sonata." Seung-hoin also nodded. "Right, if we find any achievements we can unlock together later, let us support each other like this." Jung-ho returned a few items to him. "Here is your carpet, of course." Jung-ho raised his head and looked at the sky. "It is late anyway." He agreed, "That is true. If we keep going at this pace, we may have to sleep on the street." Jung-ho suggested, "Then why not return to the magic tower and use your special room?" Just as Seung-hoin considered that possibility, Tenso appeared and said, "Although we have not been together long, I am truly grateful to have met you." Then Sui spoke, "We will part ways now, but I am certain we will meet again in the future." He pointed out the problem. "We practically just said goodbye, and not even a day has passed since we left." Just then, someone unexpectedly struck up a conversation with them. "I apologize for bothering you too. Although I do not know who you are, you must surely be good people." Late at night, Xiao returned home exhausted. She pushed the door open, stepped inside, and said, "I am home." Xiao saw Seung-hoin and Jung-ho again. "Do we have guests at home?" She was stunned. "They are the customers from this morning." "And why are you here? Did you finally get kicked out of the guard unit?" Cyril irritably corrected her. "I am on sick leave." He spoke, "I thought you looked rather familiar. It turns out you are Sarah's younger sister." Their mother explained cheerfully, "This young man saved your brother's life. He will stay here until the gate opens again." Seung-hoin quietly observed them. The Catillar family appeared very normal at a glance, but he knew for certain that this family clearly had a very deep connection with Kama's defense force. Cyril explained the presence of the two guests. It would be absurd to let the benefactors of the guard unit sleep on the street. The siblings were in order. Xiao's eyes lit up as she introduced herself. He, the healer everyone was talking about this afternoon. I am Xiao. You can stay here as long as you like. A few months is fine. Sarah can even sleep in the living room. Cyril was so annoyed he nearly snapped. Who said I would sleep in the living room? I am going back to the army, alright. Jung Ho seemed to rather like this warm family atmosphere. Yes, they really are siblings. Night gradually deepened. Sung Huin suddenly woke in the middle of the night. He sat up, looked around and wondered what time is it now. Seung Huin put on his coat, looked outside and felt that something was wrong. The distant offshore area looked strange. Is that fog? He furrowed his brow in confusion. It seems to be gathered only in one area. If it were me, I would probably ignore it and go back to sleep. Sung Huin thought for a moment and decided, now that I recall, this house has a watchtower. Perhaps I should go to the top and take a look. He opened the door and walked straight toward his destination. The late night was silent with only Sung Huin walking alone. No, a fully armored man was approaching him. He swung his sword, placing the blade directly against his neck. Sung Huin did not even bother to blink. Heikuro lowered his voice and questioned him. Who are you? Sung Huin glanced sideways coldly. The first thing he does is place a sword beside my neck. He quietly acted while choosing his words to answer. Me, summon Freya's crossbow. Cyril also hurried out to mediate. Uncle, that is the healer Dr. Sung Hyun Tang. Heikuro immediately withdrew his sword. Sung Huin, the one who saved Cyro. Sung Huin only smiled without answering, and Freya's crossbow gradually dissolved as well. He escorted him up the watchtower and sincerely apologized. I am truly at fault. I almost injured my nephew's benefactor. Sung Huin replied politely, I do not blame you for being cautious when there is a stranger in your home. Hey Carol Catiller, a retired former guard. Heikaro looked down below as he confided, I begin every day by looking at the lake. Some say it is meaningless, because the town already has a magical barrier. He was clearly unconvinced. But what is wrong with wanting to protect my home with the strength I still have? He understood. So that is why you always observe the city from your home. Sung Huin focused his gaze. From here I can see it very clearly. He summoned Freya's crossbow and said in agreement, I do not think what you are doing is meaningless, Lord Heikaro. He aimed straight at the fog and fired a one-star fisheye arrow. The arrow flew a very long distance. He looked into the distance, his gaze gradually sharpening. Then suddenly an explosion rang out. Sung Huin lowered the crossbow. That fog, both Heikaro and Cyro changed expression. That is, when the fog dispersed, a horde of monsters was revealed. So it was only a screen, and it seemed they had planned to attack Kama from the start. The night instantly fell into chaos. This was clearly an ambush. The army was quickly summoned. They are trying to charge into the town. Anyone who can fight, arm yourselves immediately. Heikaro tightened his grip on his sword and charged straight into the battle. He quickly showed the skill of a seasoned guard. Both Cyril and Cyro possessed impressive strength. Jung Ho froze in surprise. That family is joining the battle too. Sung Huin answered calmly, because they are originally a family of guards. Before charging into battle, Cyril handed the two of them two items. You two use these. He has decided after all, we did receive a few gifts. They were Kama's Golden Glory Index and Kama's Silver Glory Index, respectively. Sung Huin will definitely join the battle. We cannot just sit still. But he was still somewhat lacking confidence. I am not too sure. Monsters roared violently. Jung Ho charged straight ahead with blazing momentum. Fish should be dealt with like this. He unleashed several clean slashes, sending their heads sinking beneath the water. Jung Ho exclaimed in amazement, this weapon really is amazing. Golden Glory has the effect of increasing physical damage by 250%. Cartiller's siblings gradually fell into a difficult situation. Damn it, there is no way to stop them, they just keep surfacing from the water. Sung Huin began investigating the root of these monsters. They cannot leave the water. Could they have been enchanted with land-breathing magic? Far out at sea, a magic circle appeared. Several merfolk were controlling them. He immediately concluded, so the merfolk sorcerers caused this. Sung Huin locked onto the target. Silver Glory has received the moonlight effect, accept the effect. He immediately launched it straight forward. Sung Huin curled his lips in satisfaction. Add the moonlight effect. After 10 seconds it will be summoned back and launched again. He knew that as long as he targeted the sorcerers, the monsters would retreat on their own. Sure enough, they immediately cried out in panic. Heikaro stepped forward to command and encourage the soldiers. They have lost morale, push them back. The merfolk indeed began to falter. They let out incomprehensible sounds, while their scepters glowed brightly. The magic circle immediately began to change. They successfully summoned a giant crab. Jung Ho said greedily, I bet that crab has a lot of meat. Sung Huin also licked his lips. I heard feed a giant crab meat is an expensive delicacy. Sarah was speechless. Do you two think that is important right now? The guards hurriedly formed ranks. It is advancing into Kama. If left alone, every structure will be destroyed. Stop it quickly. His attack had almost no effect. This damn crab. Jung Ho felt sharp pain throughout his body. Its shell is too hard. He immediately observed and reported using observation eye, peerless crimson armor, protecting the body with extreme solidity. Hojong realized at once that is a defensive skill. The giant crab's two claws swept straight at the guards. Sung Huin said loudly, we have found its weakness. Cyril was unlucky enough to be hit. I cannot move. Fear was clear in his eyes. Cyril shouted in panic, Jill, get out of here quickly. She was almost using herself to hold it back. As long as I live, you will not enter, comma. Cyril was easily flung away by the giant crab. Its claw was about to stab straight into her. Cyril definitely could not dodge in time. Jung-ho immediately rushed upward. Almost at the same time, Seung-hain also shot forward. Two coordinated successfully, injuring the giant crab. Both of them immediately grasped the key point. That is the spot. The two immediately informed the guards, everyone aim for its legs. Everyone charge forward with blazing spirit. We will stop you even if it costs our lives, because we are the guards of Kama. The battle at Go Harbor lasted all the way until morning. Although they had just gone through a long battle, everyone was still full of spirit and shouting. We did it. This really is an unforgettable memory. They cheered with joy. We did it. We protected Kama. Heikaro sincerely thanked him. Kama and my family are safe thanks to you. Seung-hain remained clear-headed, while Jung-ho nodded off from sleepiness. There was only one thing Seung-hain cared about most right now. Sorry, so what about my crab? The feast was quickly held. Let us celebrate. Everyone immediately cooked the giant crab. The crab meat melted in the mouth. It was incredibly delicious. Now I understand why even nobles may not have enough of this. You two should eat plenty. After all, you two were the MVPs of the battle. Jung-ho praised it endlessly. This guy did almost everything. It is really strong. Cyril answered proudly, of course. It is not some ordinary item. She introduced it excitedly. This is a rare grade item, perhaps even higher. Kama's glory is awarded every year to Kama's most outstanding guard. He felt a little embarrassed accepting it. Are you sure you can give it away? Cyril generously handed it over. Just take it with you. Our family still has 11 more like it. Seung-hain suddenly noticed something unusual on the giant crab's shell. He stepped closer and examined it carefully. Why is only this part glowing? Seung-hain discovered a peerless crimson shard, an accessory item. He wondered suspiciously. This is an accessory item. Seung-hain immediately picked it up. The system immediately reacted. Precious artifact. Unlocked after defeating a powerful monster of A rank or above and receiving the artifact it left behind. The reward was a new skill, Artifact Collector, increasing the chance of obtaining monster artifacts by 3%. He thought to himself, I never expected to unlock an achievement here. Seung-hain decided, no one will probably say anything if I take it with me. From now on I will keep this. Hikaru struck up a conversation with him. Seung-hain, I have some news for you. Seung-hain was a little surprised. Lord Hikaru. His gaze stopped on the person standing beside him. And you are... The captain nodded in greeting to Seung-hain. It is good to see you again. He asked with slight confusion, what are the guards doing here? The other person reported, I received orders from above. The captain solemnly delivered the message. As thanks for what you have done, the Lord of Kama has sent you an invitation. The carriage quickly brought everyone to Kama Castle. Gavin hurried out to welcome the guests. Welcome, are you the one who saved Kama? Heikaro stepped forward to greet him on their behalf. It is an honor to be invited by you. Jung-ho whispered curiously, my lord, what kind of person is the Lord of Kama? Seung-hain gave a brief introduction. He comes from the Crimson Red Magic Tower, a genius mage, in theory the strongest person. Despite his outstanding talent, I hear he is not arrogant like many other mages and always works diligently. Jung-ho noticed something strange. That sounds amazing. But why in theory? He hesitated before he could continue. Well, he suddenly choked up. Gavin burst into sobs. I heard monsters almost destroyed the entire city. Tears poured down his face without stopping. If not for you, we would have. Heikaro went pale and hurriedly comforted him. My lord, please calm down. This person was truly Gavin Santegas, Lord of Kama. Seung-hain concluded that he was the kind of person who cried easily and was rather timid, making Jung-ho silently judge him. Gavin invited them into the reception room and said, I have always thought Kama depended too much on the town's magic barrier. He explained the current situation. I once advised my subjects to prepare in case something happened to the barrier, but everyone opposed it and said it would only waste money. He also noted that the defense force was far too weak for a city of this size. Gavin turned toward Heikaro. Even so, I am planning to establish the first knight family in Kama's history. Heikaro was startled. You mean? Gavin declared, I will entrust the Cattiller family with reorganizing the guards into an order of knights. Heikaro sprang to his feet in emotion. That would be a great honor for me. Jung-ho applauded and praised him. Your entire family is about to begin a new chapter. Heikaro's eyes filled with tears. I never expected my family's wish across generations to come true while I was still alive. Seung-hain spoke in a low voice, a knightly title in exchange for the merit of saving Kama. He looked at Gavin with a calculating smile. Then that means the adventurers who saved Kama will also receive a fitting reward, correct? Gavin instantly brightened. You are truly far too modest. Are you two also heroes who saved Kama? Gavin was ready to bring out a great deal of gold, silver, and treasure. These are all extremely valuable items worth millions. Take as much as you like. Moreover, I will also grant you the right to work with Antigas and long-term support. Seung-hain coldly refused at once. No, thank you. Gavin's eyes widened. What? He was not interested in treasure. I understand that he carefully considered these items, but that is not what I need. I have to get something from him that I cannot obtain on my own, and has to be truly valuable. While Gavin Gavin was still weeping, Sung-hein began to explain. Jung-ho and I currently live in a place called Han Village, a small village whose influence is by no means minor. Thanks to its special location, many travelers pass through, and adventurers also visit often because there are many monsters in that area. Because of that, the Adventurers Guild was established there quite early, and the church is also expanding its influence in the village. Sung-hein hinted for such an important village to have only the Adventurers Guild, and the church is a little strange, is it not? Gavin understood his meaning. You are trying to tell me that, he proposed seriously, I want you to establish a branch of the Magic Association in Han Village. The Magic Association was a facility exclusively for mages, a place to buy and sell magic items, accept quests, or rent lodging. Sung-hein calculated inwardly, if the Magic Association opens a branch in Han, the church and the Adventurers Guild will find it hard to maintain control like before. I really want to see their faces. Gavin said shakily, the Crimson Red Magic Tower will cooperate if you say I sent you. If they help, I will definitely be able to obtain the construction permit. But as for the cost, he closed his eyes and considered it carefully. In the end, Gavin agreed, very well, if that is your wish, then I guarantee it will be done. Jung-ho grinned in delight. You got an entire building as your reward. Sung-hoin's requests were not over yet, and I hope you will provide enough money and supplies for the journey back to Han Village. Gavin was startled, huh? He immediately listed a string of things. First, money for food, a medical kit, then we need a boat and a guide to cross the lake. Sung-hoin left Gavin flustered. Lake Fita is full of monsters, so please enchant the boat so it will not be damaged. My good friend also gets seasick easily, so seasickness prevention magic is very necessary too. He awkwardly stopped him. Wait, is the Magic Association not already a large enough reward? He had planned this from the beginning, that is my share, while this is for my teammate. Jung-ho looked openly pleased. Unlike Dr. Kang, I am not a mage. The two of them made Gavin nearly faint. Then whether the Magic Association is established or not has nothing to do with me. Kuro cried out in alarm, Lord Gavin. By that evening, the boats had been fully prepared. Sung-hoin greeted him politely. You must be our guide, pleased to meet you. Valich answered in a fluster. It is my honor to meet you. The boat quickly left the dock and set out onto the water. Cyril cheerfully saw them off. Goodbye. Cyril also reminded them, if you two run into trouble during your adventure, remember to contact us. They gradually moved away from the town. Sung-hoin sighed in admiration. The magic tower under the sunset really does look beautiful. That peaceful moment did not last long. Their boat soon encountered monsters in the middle of the lake. Had things ended up like this. 1 hour before disaster struck, Sung-hoin calculated the route. We will cross the lake and then hire a carriage at Chakoti village. He pointed out the problem. To reach the village, we have to pass through the Red Forest. That place is both vast and dark, so outsiders can easily lose their way. All three of you are from Chakoti village, correct? Valak seemed quite timid. I am Valak, a villager from Chakoti. Yes, we came to Kama to pick up our daughter. Rudy needed to be taken away for treatment. The two people with him were Daisy, Valak's wife, and Rudy, his daughter. Valak said awkwardly, we could not return because no boats were going back, while the younger children are still at home. Valak added, just when we were in despair, Lord Gavin called for volunteers to guide you through the Red Forest. Sung-hoin imagined Gavin crying and begging, then smiled slyly. That man must be a good person. Jung-ho chimed in as well, yes. Valak asked worriedly, the seasickness prevention magic is still working well, right? Jung-ho cheerfully hummed, yes, the boat is rocking a little, but I am still fine. Then just sit and relax until we arrive. He opened the system to check. The friend list included the Crimson Red Magic Tower, the Master of Magic Weaving, and the Cartiller Knight Order. Sung-hoin leaned back leisurely. The growth of the friend list is also connected to affiliated organizations. He checked the numbers again. Unlocked the achievement mage of the Crimson Red Tower. This was the second time since he received the reward at the Crimson Red Magic Tower. Jung-ho and I were also recognized as founding members of the KTL Knight Order. Hikaru insisted they were not KTL people, but still emphasized that the two of them were comrades who had crossed life and death together, and in the end received the title of Knight. Sung-hoin laughed inwardly, but no matter what, his sixth rule of survival was still to make use of everything that could be used. He slid his finger to the mission section and the combat guide Knight. Sung-hoin calculated seriously, the mission rewards 10,000 star points, so I have gained another new mission. He found it far too unfair, 10,000 points. Yet the requirements are getting more and more unreasonable. Sung-hoin wanted to complain, my lord, you are wringing me dry. The system still ignored him arrogantly, making him wonder whether he should abandon all his skills. Valak saw the shore in the distance and spoke up, everyone, we are almost at the forest. Sung-hoin raised his brows in surprise, it really is red. Jung-ho felt a chill down his spine, I do not find this place pleasant at all. I really want to turn back right away. He clutched his chest and breathed out, I kept worrying that monsters would appear, but there probably is nothing after all. Sung-hoin immediately widened his eyes and warned him, you should not say that. Jung-ho broke out in sweat and asked back, why? Seung-Hein explained that saying something like that was no different from inviting bad luck. Immediately afterward, a swarm of small demons charged over at once. They thrashed fiercely, opening their mouths to bite people. He immediately charged straight forward to meet them in battle. Seung-Hein dealt with the monsters cleanly. He grabbed Valak by the collar to reassure him, "Do not mind them, Valak, just keep climbing." Valak was pale with fear but still replied, "Yes, young master." Daisy hugged her daughter tightly and cried out in panic, "Dr. Kang." She saw a dark shadow beneath the water and said in a trembling voice, "Something is coming." It seemed to be the leader. Seung-Hein summoned Freya's crossbow and immediately realized it was a gamafin fish. He wondered what it was doing here. It glided through the water at extreme speed, deftly changing directions to dodge the attacks. The gamafan slipped downward and vanished beneath the surface. Jung-Ho thought it had left. Seung-Hein observed carefully and said, "No, perhaps it." Boat suddenly shook violently. It rammed hard from below, clearly trying to overturn the entire boat. Jung-Ho was so frightened that he burst into tears. His vision was filled by that enormous mouth. "Look down there, it is trying to swallow us whole." Seung-Hein handled it calmly, pretty smart for a fish. He identified its attribute and the way to finish it off, then used Freya's bag to create an ice arrow. Carmagon's entire body instantly froze stiff in place. Jung-Ho cried out in shock, "It is frozen." Seung-Hein seized the chance. "Jung-Ho, break the ice." He summoned a shovel and replied, "Understood." Thunder. A critical strike slammed straight down onto the target. A moment later, Daisy asked worriedly, "Rudy, are you all right?" The little girl was brought onto the floating ice, trembling as she said she was fine but so cold. Valak panted in exhaustion. "So this is what adventurers go through every day." Looking at the frozen Camarfan, Seung-Hein said that something felt wrong to him. Jung-Ho asked in confusion, "What exactly?" Seung-Hein pointed out that Camafan fish usually lived at the bottom of rivers and avoided light, rarely rising to the surface. He thought it over and guessed that perhaps it disliked light. He used the observing eyes because it had attacked them before sunset. Information appeared clearly. Camafan, part of its body frozen, head shattered. It seems to have died 3 days ago. Seung-Hein emphasized firmly, 3 days ago. Immediately, vines surged out from within. Jung-Ho staggered back in panic. "What is this thing?" Seung-Hein replied, "It is a parasitic plant." Seung-Hein continued observing and realized it had been controlling the Camafan fish. Parasitic tree wave, a parasitic plant monster, an abnormal variant that had once come into contact with powerful magic. One line of information put him on high alert. It only stops moving when the main body dies. The main body. The sea surface shook violently again. 2 columns of swirling water suddenly rose up. They were gigantic tentacles. Seung-Hein immediately understood, "So this is why I have not unlocked any achievement yet, because there is still one bug monster here." He quickly came up with a countermeasure. Jung-Ho. First, Jung-Ho was vomiting violently into the sea, complaining that he felt nauseous. Seung-Hein was momentarily at a loss for words. The monster king with long tentacles began attacking. It changed direction and aimed straight at Valak's family. Their entire family was immediately bound by the monster's tentacles. Seung-Hein immediately raised his crossbow and aimed. The tentacles holding the couple fast had been severed by the barbed arrow, but it was not over yet. Damn it, there was still one final danger left. Rudy was falling into danger. The little girl was dragged away right before Jung-Ho's eyes. Terrifying memory inside him instantly surged back, along with the small child's faint cry, "Daddy." Jung-Ho immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He staggered and pushed himself to his feet. Jung-Ho rushed forward and held Rudy tightly in his arms. The Valak couple screamed in panic, "Rudy." Daisy also tried to rush after her. "Rudy, my child." He hurriedly held his wife back. "Darling, do not do that." Seung-Hein comforted her in a gentle voice. "Calm down first," he said firmly. "I will definitely save your child." Daisy burst into tears and collapsed to her knees. Seung-Hein forced his mind to stay clear, knowing Jung-Ho would fall with the child if he failed to act in time. He had seen the worst possible outcome. Jung-Ho would try to save the child and both of them would lose their lives in the end. He was trying to cut through every tentacle, but these things were maddeningly stubborn. Jung-Ho was completely at a disadvantage. They kept growing back no matter how many times he cut them down. He knew that if he were alone, he could escape this place safely. Jung-Ho held Rudy even tighter, but he could not abandon this child to die here. No matter what, he refused to give up, but his strength was almost exhausted. A flash of light burst from the water's surface. Seung-Hein had arrived in time to help. Freya's connection pouch created a wind arrow. He immediately dove into the water. Seung-Hein swiftly dealt with the tentacles. Jung-Ho was overjoyed and called out loudly, "Dr. Seung-Hein." He curled his lips into a smile, half mocking, "You really have not changed at all." Seung-Hoin's attacks were extremely fast, and the situation seemed to be gradually coming under control. The monster's regenerative ability seemed to have clearly slowed. Jung-Ho hurriedly warned him, "Doctor, be careful, its tentacles keep growing back." But the tips of the tentacles had been frozen solid. He widened his eyes in shock. "It is frozen." Seung-Hoin had prepared before coming. This was no ordinary sashimi knife. He observed carefully. He had only managed to improvise by grinding in a little ice, but fortunately it had worked. System announced, "Manual magic achievement unlocked." The chance of unlocking this is very low when crafting an item by hand. The reward is a random magic skill. Seung-Hoin thought to himself, another random achievement. He blocked the monster while saying, "Do not worry about me, just get Rudy to shore with you." Jung-Ho quickly swam away. Alright, be careful. Sung Hoin continued swinging his knife. A random spell would enchant the crafted item with any 2 effects. Every slash he made had a clear effect. That was the freezing magic effect. Tentacles suddenly wrapped around a rock. It hurled the rock straight at Sung Hoin. So now you even know how to use tools. He immediately summoned Freya's crossbow. Sung Hoin focused his strength and took aim. Freya's connection pouch created an ice arrow. Shot struck the rock head-on. It immediately froze in midair. This was the second magic effect. With one clean slash, he shattered the rock. The magic effect increased damage against frozen enemies by 400%. Sung Hoin's expression immediately changed. The monster swam up facing him directly. It was the Sequoia squid, the leader of the host parasite wave. Sung Hoin could not help laughing. Its real body had finally shown itself. Its eyes suddenly flashed. Sequoia squid released a sonic attack. He grimaced and immediately covered his ears. This is... Swarm of small squid parted the water and swam swiftly toward it. They quickly surrounded the Sequoia squid. Sung Hoin understood its intent. All of them had been infected by the parasitic plant. It wanted to use them as shields to find a way to escape. He gave a faint, confident smile. In that case, things would be even simpler. An arrow grazed past, instantly freezing part of the Sequoia squid's body. It stared blankly after the arrow that had just skimmed past it. Immediately after, an explosion rang out beside the Sequoia squid. The system announced, "The holy water of the dawn arrow will dissipate." Sung Hoin calculated its every move with precision. Normally, parasitized hosts could not think clearly, but they always remained loyal to instinct. He successfully froze the entire swarm of squid, because one prominent trait of the Sequoia squid was its ability to attract light. The squid swarm it had worked so hard to build had completely lost control. The thing lodged in the Sequoia squid's body came from Freya's connection pouch, creating an ice arrow. Sung Hoin had cleared the path. "Now I can see you." He gave one last smile farewell. Each sharp slash fell, causing the vines to gradually cease movement. As Sung Hoin considered his next move, the system appeared. "Finally, it's dead. I just need to retrieve the holy water arrow before returning." A series of small screens suddenly appeared densely. What? How to get these items? Points gained 12, 5, 6, 3, 13, 8, 6, 4, 16, 9. He froze, endlessly questioning what was happening. Has the manager gone mad? I thought points couldn't be earned by killing monsters. Sung Hoin looked around, seeing the remaining parasites leaving their hosts after the main body was destroyed. So technically, has everything been cured by me? Bonus points kept adding, then a series of achievements unlocked like successful tissue removal, great healer, excellent healer, giant squid hunt, and incarnation of greed. He accepted. At least it assessed this trouble. After handling everything, Sung Hoin swam ashore. Hurriedly asked Han Jung-ho Valak and his family how they were. Jung-ho staggered and replied, "Dr. Sung Hoin. His seasickness was still severe. I'm glad he's okay." Sung Hoin didn't want to say more. "I yield to him." Jung-ho was responsible for pulling the drifting ice to shore. Valak's family rushed over. "Dr. Sung Hoin, he's back." He approached to check. "Are the 3 of them okay?" Daisy cried out for help. "Please help Rudy." Sung Hoin immediately felt a chill. "Oh no." Daisy trembled with worry. "Sir, what will happen to our little Rudy?" He had entered some forest. After a preliminary check, Sung Hoin realized clearly that the girl was hypothermic. He gave instructions while gathering dry wood. "First must warm her. Wrap her with a blanket while I light a fire and remove the wet clothes." Jung-ho spoke up. "Dr. Kang, look up at the sky." Dark clouds were rolling in, clearly signaling impending rain. Sung Hoin froze. "Are you kidding me?" He had to think differently. How far is Chakoti village? Valak anxiously held his daughter. Even the shortcut would take at least 2 hours. Sung Hoin decided, then the village is no longer an option. "Let's go deeper into the forest and find shelter from the rain first." He hurried along the trail. He scanned the surroundings. So this is the red forest. Indeed, everything is red. Jung-ho pointed everywhere. Grass, trees, even the soil were red. Valak worried but continued. "Animals and humans here are the same." He said all residents of Chakoti village were born with red hair. Daisy led the way. "Remember not to lose our trail. Outsiders easily get lost in the red forest." Jung-ho curiously asked, "Why is the path difficult?" She wasn't sure. "Not exactly. We once placed signposts to the village, but all in vain." Mages said it's due to the special power of the red forest. Suddenly, Sung Hoin halted. He lowered his voice to order. No one is to move. Daisy didn't understand but obeyed. Dr. Kang. Sung Hoin drew his weapon, the summoning list, the green-silver dagger. He pointed the dagger at the empty space. "Show yourself." The rustling of leaves sounded, accompanied by a low voice. "Looks like we've been spotted." A young man stepped out, facing Sung Hoin directly. Along with him, a young girl jumped down from a tree. Valak exclaimed in panic, "That's the Red Road Gang." Jung-ho asked in surprise, "Red Road Gang?" He briefly explained, "They are thugs who rob people passing through the red forest. To join, one must have red hair, and clearly they don't attack red-haired people. The rules of this group are indeed strange, and by the way, they allow dyeing hair if you want to join." Jung-ho seriously thought, "Should be called the Red Hair Club." The young man scowled and ordered, "You look like a doctor. The 3 red-haired can pass, but you doctor must follow us." Sung Hein remained calm in the face of threats. Kidnapping a doctor. Sounds like someone is injured. She shouted, "Shut up and obey me." Didn't bother to blink, as if we weren't racing against time. I just need to drive them off and find overnight shelter. An idea suddenly flashed in Soin's mind. Wait, shelter? He began negotiating, apologizing for disturbing the honorable members of the Red Road gang. But one of my companions is sick. Sung Hein smiled and suggested, so we'll stay one night at your hideout. He frowned. What? They obviously didn't accept. Who do you think you are? He ignored and continued. You also see the sky. Rain is coming. The Red Road gang shouted. You think we run an inn? Jung Ho pushed Valach's family back. We should avoid this. Sung Hein smirked. If you allow us to stay. He was clearly trying to provoke them. I won't hand you over to the Adventurers Guild. Both immediately rushed up simultaneously. You dare say that, arrogant? She attacked extremely fast. Obey and surrender to us. But to Sung Hein, that strike was insignificant. He spun, gaining momentum smoothly. Sung Hein struck directly at her temple. One fell, making him even angrier. Why did you? This time he delivered a strike to the chest. Both were no match for him. Damn, how is he so fast? Surely he used some skill. Quickly use it. He tore a magical paper. Alright, this time you are surely dead. Chains immediately shot out, binding Sung Hein tightly. He calmly let himself be bound. This is a chain of magical contamination. He confidently charged forward. Without skill, you're nothing. But the chains began to crack. To Sung Hein, these things were no different from child's play, to the point that he did not even need to use mana. He threw a straight punch into his face. There were two men there, one of whom had already passed out. She broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Sung Hein smiled as he raised his fist like a warning. Or perhaps he was not bluffing at all, but truly intended to strike. After being thoroughly beaten, both of them immediately became polite. Sorry, we will take you to the shelter right now. The group was led to the foot of a mountain. This is the place. He reached out and touched a hidden mechanism. The boulder blocking the path slowly shifted aside. This way. As soon as he stepped inside, Sung Hein realized something was wrong. Many people were lying everywhere, writhing in pain. I feel terrible, my head hurts so much. Jung Ho looked around and frowned. They truly looked very weak. He turned and asked, is this why you needed a doctor? He looked extremely worried. Yes, they were fine at first, then suddenly they all collapsed. We cannot find the cause. This is truly very serious, so we tried to find a doctor who could handle the situation. A voice full of suspicion rang out. What is this? Who are you? The red-haired man walked closer. Rosen. Sung Hein was slightly surprised, so he was the leader of the Red Road gang. Rosen approached suspiciously. You said you would only bring a doctor here. Sung Hein also found it hard to believe. Was this man really their leader? He swept his eyes over Jung Ho and the Valak family. We do not need to drag this many people along. What exactly happened? He broke out in sweat. Yes, Rosen. The thing is, there is no reason that would sound reasonable. I cannot exactly say they had to come along because they defeated us. He cheerfully told the truth outright. After I defeated them, they offered to let us spend the night in your hideout. She gnashed her teeth in anger. Why you? Rosen froze, completely caught off guard. Stay overnight. We are being hunted by Kama. We cannot casually let outsiders in. Sung Hein reassured him. Do not worry, we will not report you. He pointed behind him and added, besides, I am also a doctor. Sung Hein immediately made an offer. I will take care of your people. He was clearly wavering. In exchange, let us rest here for the night. What do you think? Rosen muttered to himself. You must be a very strong adventurer if you could barge all the way into a den of thugs. He made only one request. Then promise that you will not cause any more trouble. He smiled with certainty. Of course, Sung Hein silently judged. I understand now. He does not have enough quality to be a leader. Sung Hein wondered, then where is the real leader? Rudy was arranged to lie near the warm fire. He began the examination. This girl has no fever, and there are no signs of any direct injury either. Sung Hein did not hesitate. Then I have to use my observation eyes. System displayed detailed information. Status report, phantom pain disorder, severe headache. Phantom pain caused by memory loss may lead to mental collapse if left untreated. Jung Ho asked Han, have you discovered anything yet? He answered at once, yes, she is suffering phantom pain caused by memory loss. Phantom pain usually refers to pain felt in a lost body part, but in Ace Yun it refers to a condition where one feels pain even though the body has not been injured. Sung Hein explained further, this persistent pain does not directly weaken physical health, but it wears down the mind. The longer it lasts, the worse the pain becomes, causing willpower to collapse faster. He affirmed with certainty, the most important thing is that phantom pain has no physical form, so it is very difficult to treat. Rosen staggered, so there is no way to save them. Sung Hein stood up as he said they needed to remove the cause creating the phantom pain. He stated the direction for treatment. Since the current root cause is mental damage, we need mental strengthening medicine and sedatives. Sung Hein tilted his head in thought. I can prepare them, but gathering enough ingredients is somewhat troublesome. Jung Ho discovered a cabinet full of medicinal herbs. Dr. Kang, are these not all medicine ingredients? He walked over to inspect them. These herbs must have been taken from the red forest, since all of them carry a red hue. Sung Hein swept his eyes over them. Whitewater willow petals, Boros pigweed, aneto, twisted quartz moss, and figs. He confirmed, together with dried kamatari and juniper berries. They are the things needed to make mental medicine. Rosen immediately looked delighted. Sung Hein asked, Rosen, how many of your people can still move right now? He breathed a sigh of relief, including me, 25. No, about 17 people. He patted Rosen on the shoulder and said, then that is already a lot. Sung Hein wore a saintly smile and made his request. Lead everyone to the forest, gather as many of these things as possible. In rainy and stormy weather like this, it was no different from a demonic command. Someone immediately objected in anger. We gave you a chance because you said you were a doctor, but now who do you think you are ordering around? Get lost. He remained calm, as if he had not heard those insults at all. What was that just now? And then in the rain, the red-haired men who had just been beaten black and blue began gathering medicinal herbs. Jung-ho helped Seung-hoin prepare the medicine and asked, "How do you know so much?" He took out a small notebook. "It all comes from experience. I always record things about the patients I have treated and the information I have gathered," he exclaimed in admiration. "You are truly diligent." Seung-hoin held out his hand. "Anyway, give me the ingredients you are holding." Jung-ho cooperated at once. "Sure, here." His hand unexpectedly slipped. The herb bottle rolled into a corner of the room. He mocked him. "Are your hands trembling already?" Jung-ho hurried over to pick it back up. That was a grave mistake. While picking up the items, he suddenly discovered a strange object. This thing was... Jung-ho brought back a creature only the size of a palm. "Doctor, take a look at this." Seung-hoin froze. It was a scarab beetle. He frowned, just as I thought. "It looks like the beetle we encountered in the sacred relic beneath the dungeon, does it not? Its invasion is terrifying." Jung-ho pointed ahead. "There are still many more over there. Could some insect maniac have created them? They look far too intricate to be mere decorations." He tried checking it with observation. Tabila scarab, sleeping deeply in a petrified hibernation state, showing no signs of activity, and will revive when the conditions are met. The moment Jung-ho heard Seung-hoin say it was a hibernating monster, he panicked and threw it far away. He analyzed it seriously. If they were part of a collection, they would not be scattered all over the ground. Moreover, this area could not possibly be a habitat for scarab beetles. Seung-hoin immediately ordered Jung-ho dig around this area. He was clearly very tense. "Huh, why?" He gave no further explanation. "Just do it, and you will understand." Although Jung-ho did not understand what was going on, he still obediently followed the order. Dozens of scarab beetles were buried underground. His judgment had been confirmed. "Just as I thought." He almost shouted, "What exactly are they doing here? How many of these things are there?" Seung-hoin scooped up a handful of dirt and said, "Perhaps this entire cave was created by those scarab beetles themselves." He observed carefully. "I have many things I want to ask Joseph." Outside, the rain was still pouring down. The medicinal herbs had been divided into small vials, and almost everything was ready. All the ingredients he had gathered were very clean. Seung-hoin instructed carefully, "Make sure everyone takes the medicine regularly." Da Sanfun Num hurriedly replied, "Thank you very much." He said in a choked voice, "I am sorry for thinking you were a fraud, just because you said you would use poison." Two familiar bruised faces appeared again. "We will make sure everyone takes the medicine." "Leader, you should go rest, Rosen. The patients were being cared for very carefully. We will help them recover to their best condition as quickly as possible." Seung-hoin smiled sarcastically. "It seems even thieves who look heartless know how to care for one another." Rosen answered awkwardly, "We are like a family." He crossed his arms over his chest, but Seung-hoin suddenly mentioned it as if by chance. "Phantom pain is not a normal symptom." Pointed out the abnormality. "It is one of the most severe forms of mental illness. It usually only appears in the most dangerous areas of Aesion, such as high-level dungeons, contaminated zones, or similar places." That man's expression darkened with every word Seung-hoin spoke. "There has never been a large-scale infection here in an ordinary thieves' den like this. That is completely absurd." He had seen through the core of the problem, unless, of course, you are hiding something. Seung-hoin said bluntly, "Something was very wrong from the beginning." He had long been suspicious. "Not only because you possessed a high-grade spell scroll like mana contamination chain. Seung-hoin was no stranger to gangs like this, but you used a precious red earth scroll without the slightest hesitation. An ordinary thief would never do that, because thieves always put money first." Rosen tried to justify himself, saying it was only because he had not given him a chance to speak, and there was also the layer of soil in their hideout. Seung-hoin always paid attention to every detail. The soil in the red forest was always damp and soft. He stated with certainty, "But this hideout is full of dry sand and rough sandstone. It is as if the entire cave was moved here from somewhere else." Seung-hoin pressed Rosen, "Tell the truth, who exactly are you?" He broke out in a sweat under Seung-hoin's bluntness. "All right, I will talk." Rosen clenched his cloak. "But after I finish telling you, will you help me?" Jung-ho asked in surprise. "Help you?" He did not answer right away. "I will decide after hearing everything you have to say." He began to explain, "This area used to be completely empty, with nothing here at all. But then 3 months ago, a cave suddenly appeared here. Rosen no longer hid anything. The cave was full of monsters we had never seen before. They also found countless treasures of gold and silver, along with many extremely precious items." Jung-ho broke into a cold sweat. "Huh, monsters and items. Then that means this place." He confirmed it. "That is right." Rosen admitted the truth. "This cave is a type of dungeon." He said, "Honestly, I looked into it a little. Apparently people call it a translocated dungeon." Seung-hoin paused slightly. "A translocated dungeon? That sounds familiar." His gaze suddenly sank. "I remember now. An ordinary dungeon exists in subspace, a place people cannot enter without a teleportation gate. But there are still exceptions. Sometimes an entire dungeon that originally belonged to subspace is shifted into the real world. When that happens, it is called a translocated dungeon. Sung Hoin frowned. The last time something like that was seen was already centuries ago. He immediately guessed it, so that scroll was also an item you obtained from this dungeon. Rosen showed fear. That is right. It was the first time we had touched items like that, so we were extremely excited. The incident began to happen. Everything turned bad when the youngest member of the group obtained the magic resistance scroll. The arrogant mages looked down on them with contempt. There are still beggars like this in Kama. We came into conflict with the mages of Kama. Usually we could only endure it because we could not defeat them, but that day was different. The power of that scroll was truly great. They were completely overwhelmed. The members of the gang made their move. Sung Hoin easily guessed the outcome. You destroyed them with your own hands. Jung Ho also understood, because once their magic was resisted, they could no longer use magic. The more he spoke, the paler Johnson's face became. It was a memorable day. After all, we had built up too much resentment toward the mages. The problem was that after that, we wanted to find even stronger items. Everything began with a young girl. Everyone, I found something incredible deep inside the cave. Everyone gradually lost control. If we awaken that thing, we can wipe out those arrogant mages. No, their ambition had gone beyond all limits. We'd even destroy all of Kama. He clutched his head in fear. I do not know what it was, but it made everyone act completely abnormally. Blood Road is about to sow terror across Kama. Rosen humbled himself and begged for help. Please stop my comrades. Jung Ho asked in confusion, Dr. Kang, what should we do? Seung Hoin laughed. I do not like those mages either. But he remembered the Cartiller siblings and Suen Lijie as well. I would be furious if the city I had just struggled to save 2 days ago was flattened all over again. Sung Hoin set about dealing with the trouble. Alright, where is the true leader of Blood Road hiding? The two of them searched everywhere. He said they only had to take down the high-ranking leaders and the one at the top, right? Jung Ho rummaged through every place he could, but where was the secret room? Every wall looked exactly the same. He laughed as he pointed at his own eyes, finding it is not that hard. Observation vision activated. Streams of light began converging on a nearby wall. Sung Hoin spotted a magic circle. This is the place. He pointed Jung Ho in the right direction. The entrance to the secret room is on the 16th floor. He immediately shouldered his shovel and started digging. Alright. Jung Ho screamed again when he saw the bugs. I am scared to death too. They are here as well. Sung Hoin answered tearfully. Well, of course this is a wall too. He quickly found the traces. If so, this magic circle must be the door. But how do we get inside? He took out his tools. I know a way. The Manosphere item stolen from Caristel has extremely powerful magic resistance. In the secret area of Blood Road, several strange sounds echoed down. Huh, where is that noise coming from? That man jolted in shock. What? The wall? What the hell is going on? Sung Hoin punched straight through the wall, instantly throwing the place into chaos. Intruder. Seung Hoin still greeted them politely. It is an honor to meet the high-ranking leaders of Blood Road. Jung Ho cursed without thinking. Why are you introducing yourself out of nowhere? They immediately drew their swords. They found their way all the way here. Whatever, deal with them. He lightly gathered momentum, then launched himself up and drove a punch straight into the arrow. Of course, Jung Ho did not just stand aside either. He was knocked down and rolled across the ground. Sung Hoin questioned him in a cold voice. Do not make this any more complicated. Cooperate quietly. Where is your leader? Low voice rang out. You want to meet me? He stepped out in person. Lefani's presence was completely different from Rosen's. I do not know either of you. I am Lefani de Mercer, leader of Blood Road. He silently confirmed it. That man was the true leader. Sung Hoin spoke. Someone told me that you found something extremely dangerous in this dungeon. He frowned as if thinking something dangerous. Lefani suddenly broke into a bizarre and terrifying smile. He immediately guessed it. Rosen told you, did he? This reaction was completely different from what Seung Hoin had expected. Lefani showed clear contempt for him. That old man really is a coward. Seung Hoin immediately grew wary. Something is wrong with him. This is not the normal reaction of someone who has just learned he has been betrayed. The aura radiating from him was extremely abnormal. But I suppose the old man did not tell you that meddling in matters that do not concern you here could cost you your lives. Seung Hoin immediately heightened his guard. Ferocious punches were thrown one after another, powerful enough to crush everything. The force in each of Lefani's blows was truly terrifying, and yet he kept missing his target. Jung Ho was anxiously on edge. That idiot, he is ruining every chance to defend. Lefani simply charged forward, showing no sign of calculating anything. Sung Hoin immediately swung his spear in counterattack. The first strike pierced his dominant arm. Lefani gritted his teeth, his expression filled with ferocity. His composure stood in complete contrast to his opponent. Alright, now I have widened the distance enough to wait for Freya's crossbow to recover. Lefani suddenly roared as if he had gone mad. He ignored the wound and yanked the knife lodged in his hand straight out. Lefani truly seemed no longer capable of using reason, guys. Does this man look insane to you? Sung Hoin could hardly predict his direction of movement. Is he planning to charge straight in? He threw a punch into the wall. Lefani successfully used stone to block the arrow. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on Sung Hoin. Sung Hoin frowned and stepped back. He is too fast. Jung-ho suddenly charged in from the left flank. Do not forget I am here too. Shovel slammed straight into Lefeni's face, demolition skill. But immediately, a current of electricity appeared and blocked him. Jung-ho took the full force of the violent attack. He truly had to be wary after seeing that. Jung-ho, this is... He had nearly lost consciousness. Seung-hoin was shocked, mana blockage. Jung-ho was kicked hard into the ground. Lefani had taken a hostage. Lower your weapon and surrender. Jung-ho could not resist. You, he threatened in a cold voice, otherwise I will break this man's neck. Seung-hoin decisively raised his crossbow. You will regret that. Freya's link bag is crafting arrows containing small mana potions. He fired 3 arrows in succession. Lefani truly had not expected Seung-hoin to dare make a move. He flew into a rage and roared, you bastard. Lefani is an anti-mage, unable to use mana within his area of influence. High mana resistance creates a current of magic electricity when the body comes into contact with mana. He had drawn his conclusion, so that man really is an anti-mage. I knew it. An anti-mage is someone born with exceptional mana resistance. They cut the effectiveness of mana-based skills in half, while also being able to nullify magic. Seung-hoin regained his composure. It was understandable for someone like that to hate mages. Fanny, 1 foot on Jung-ho, asked what he had just shot, showing no pain. He pulled the badge from the blood tower. Didn't you notice? That was a blood mage. Seung-hoin deliberately provoked. It seemed he was also a surplus mage. He got angry immediately. Could it be the symbol of the blood magic tower? Lefani ignored Jung-ho on the ground, that hateful bastard. He lost control and rushed forward, truly a reckless mage. He dodged gently. Seung-hoin lured Lefani to destroy surrounding structures, seeing his annoyance. He thought to himself, even anger can be useful, continue teasing, must hate mages. Lefani screamed madly, stayed silent and endured. Seung-hoin exclaimed, truly human. He managed to stand up and attack unexpectedly. An overly reckless action. The strike caused no significant damage. He was annoyed. Is that even called an attack? Jung-ho sighed, of course not. His target was achieved, reducing opponent defense by 20%, with 40% chance to destroy outer tissue layer. The effect pleased him. Captured the enemy, effect reduced by magic resistance. Opponent's defense reduced. Lefani turned pale after slipping. Now it was Seung-hoin's turn, ready to handle the task. He launched a full punch, leaving the opponent unable to react, truly the right moment. Seung-hoin was confident this move would bring him down. The ice curse would haunt the one walking the ice path. Fanny gritted his teeth, foolish. He charged fiercely, but magic had no effect on him. Both struck the face simultaneously, ice fists. While Seung-hoin suffered little, Lefani fell, reporting status, critical damage, frozen. He could not understand. It should have been more effective. Lefani lay down, no longer effective. Jung-ho was doubtful, ice fists. He thought it was ice potion. Seung-hoin smiled, just thought of it, sounded good. They went deeper into the cave, discovering a strange entity. He tightened his grip, doctor, indeed that thing. Someone said, awakening it could blow away all of Kama. Jung-ho looked skeptically at the creature, a symbiotic beast. Seung-hoin confirmed it was a parasitic monster. He knew being a host would increase strength. Using them in terror attacks almost guaranteed victory. Seung-hoin observed more closely. He saw it preparing to break the cocoon, the magma cocoon about to open, capable of mind control. Jung-ho quickly suggested immediate use. Seung-hoin agreed. He pointed out the harm, considered the choice of exchange of power belonged to the symbiotic creature. Could be physical, strength, memory, or life. He panicked. Then it was also chance. Must stop me, heavens. A voice echoed from behind. It was Lefani. Regained consciousness. A kick splashed water across the floor. Jung-ho was astonished. How did it happen? He stared at Lefani, already awake. He muttered, with the power of that thing, he could destroy mages in an instant. Lefani pulled a scroll from his bag, therefore. He decisively tore it. Don't stop me. A magic circle appeared under their feet. Jung-ho panicked. Am I dissolving? Seung-hoin calmly pulled out the medicinal scroll. He quickly tasted it. Both were displaced. Destination was the red forest outside the cave. They were both safe. Seung-hoin lightly landed. He got past us. He guessed surely he would stay until the symbiotic creature broke the cocoon. He was puzzled what to do now. Seung-hoin closed his eyes as if giving up. If he became the host it would be difficult, but in the urgent situation Jung-ho shouted no. He decisively changed direction. If still possible to help, don't kill, no better way. He let out a soft sigh, his expression somewhat weary. Until now, he had always tried to avoid unnecessary bloodshed as much as possible. Seung-hoin slung the crossbow over his shoulder and left one remark behind, then just wait. Jung-ho froze in place. What? A confident smile still showed clearly on his lips, and then Seung-hoin acted as if nothing serious had happened, as though every trouble would eventually settle itself peacefully. Lefani clutched his head tightly, panting in frustration. Damn it, everyone wants to stop me. He accidentally stepped on the small vial that he had left behind. It was a mana potion. Lefani immediately picked it up. Right, if I replenish more mana, I can make it break out of its cocoon faster. I have to wake this thing as soon as possible. As he poured the potion into the cocoon, he thought to himself that he would definitely crush everything. The thing inside was like a parasite, writhing more and more violently. Cries of agony echoed back. Lefani was so worried that cold sweat broke out over him. That was the sound of his comrades. He hurriedly rushed out of the hidden storage cellar. Sung-hoin was already standing there waiting. Hey, when Lafani ran over, he only saw his comrades struggling in pain. Even Rosen had begun showing symptoms. The sight drove him mad with rage. Rosen Lafani immediately dumped all the blame onto Sung-hoin. What do you think you are doing? He easily blocked the other party's punch as though it took no effort at all. Sung-hoin said decisively that you are the one who caused this. Lafani could not understand at all what he began to explain. You just used a mana potion, didn't you? That thing will greatly increase the symbiotic beast's mind control ability. Because you have mana resistance, you are still fine. Sung-hoin slowly pointed out the problem. But those people will either suffer severe mental collapse or lose their lives. He was stunned, unable to believe it. Was this caused by me? He secretly laughed with cunning. That vial of potion was something I deliberately dropped there, but who cares about that detail? Sung-hoin lowered Lafani's fist. Lafani, let me help you. I can save them. Now he was the one holding the initiative, but in exchange you must give up the plan to launch a terrorist attack on Kama. Lafani felt a chill run down his spine. How do you know? This was all part of your plan, wasn't it? But what Sung-hoin said was true. Listen carefully. If my guess is right, that symbiotic beast is the final boss of this dungeon. Sung-hoin was not exaggerating at all. If it takes over your body and begins destroying everything, not only Kama, even the vast continent of Azul could be leveled by it. He tilted his head as if thinking, I understand that you want revenge, but think it through. Is it truly worth it, even if it means trading away your friends' lives? Lafani nearly flew into a rage. In the end, he still forced himself to hold back. Lafani lowered his head in a miserable state. Fine, hurry up and save them. Jung-ho only came back to his senses at this point. Threatening him and calling it gentle, Sung-hoin smiled cheerfully. In any case, no one will have to die, right? He wondered, shouldn't we deal with the symbiotic beast first? Sung-hoin did not put that at the top of the list. If it dies, this entire transit dungeon might disappear too. Come here and let me see your wound, Jung-ho. Sung-hoin could only accept it as well. If I had full authority to decide, I would want to kill it right away too. But there are still too many people here who cannot move, and it is raining outside. Jung-ho asked anxiously, what if it breaks out of the cocoon? He calmly continued bandaging his comrade. Lafani has already set up a protective barrier, so we are still safe for now. Things were not always within his control, and what Sung-hoin feared was gradually approaching, unless some fool wanted to raise the alarm. The medicine had been used up, and the urgent situation before them was temporarily dealt with. Thanks to Sung-hoin, the symptoms had clearly subsided. Luckily, we prepared medicine in advance. Lafani said guiltily, sorry, this was all caused by me. He was not polite in the slightest. That's right. This is entirely your fault. Wilson patted him lightly on the shoulder. He didn't mean it that harshly. His attitude was very gentle, and he even sincerely thanked him for the help. Sung-hoin smiled, looking exactly like a benevolent healer. They walked together to the fire. You guys are back. Valich hurriedly ran over, saying that everyone had been very worried because they came back so late. He immediately asked, how is Rudy? He reported that the little girl had stopped trembling and was now sleeping very soundly. Jung-ho breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heaven she is all right. After all, to parents, nothing is more precious than their own child. Sung-hoin turned to him and said, I have something I want to give you. Jung-ho was bewildered. He took out the item. I received this after defeating Fita's child. Peerless Red Shell Fragment, HP plus 15%, defense plus 15%, 7% chance to recover HP when attacked by a water attribute strike, 3% chance to activate the Peerless Red Shell skill when attacked. His eyes immediately lit up. Are you sure you want to give this to me? Sung-hoin affirmed, of course. It suits a tank better than a healer. With a pure smile like an angel's, he once again spoke words as sharp as blades. So you can keep taking hits in my place. Jung-ho could only shed tears of emotion. I should have guessed it from the beginning. Sung-hoin sat down to one side. Alright, I should sort through my belongings too. Only now did he finally have a little time to spare. On the way to the Red Forest, I unlocked a few achievements at Lake Fita. Sung-hoin sank into thought, and the thing that drew his attention most was looked extremely interested. Incarnation of Greed is unlocked when you earn 10,000 points or more in one day. Sung-hoin tapped the claim reward section. He received the automatic vending machine system. You can use this system in the status window to obtain new items by spending 1,000 points. Sung-hoin was so excited that he sprang to his feet. The system had guaranteed that today's reward was an item, and the skill ignore request left him in disbelief. So today's item was a skill after all. Sung-hoin grew hot with anger. They were really using this as a reward for premium content? Why was this system always tied to some wheel of chance? After weighing the gains and losses, he decided to give it a try. 1,000 points a day was certainly a lot, but if it meant getting a good skill, it was still worth it. He had used the new skill, Ignore Request. Other major achievements also handed out rewards one after another. The removal skill, Inventory Expansion Tickets, and the specialization Stat Stone Crushing. The Migrating World was unlocked, along with buffs inside the Transfer Dungeon, and an achievement for discovering the dungeon. Yet I actually missed that notification. Sung-hoin secretly felt pleased, thinking that a wise time traveler ought to check the achievement window at the end of the day. It seemed Jung-ho was not the wise type after all. Just as Tone was about to rest, something happened. I should go to sleep now too. The entire cave shook violently. Still half asleep, Jungho jolted awake. What the hell is this? Fanny and his companions were also stunned. Could it be an earthquake? Seung-hein hurried outside. This was definitely no ordinary earthquake. He heard a strange screech, a sound that only one kind of creature could make. The dung beetles suddenly burst up from beneath the ground. The entire swarm seemed to come back to life at once. Seung-hein was stunned. The dung beetles, wait, they are heading inside. He understood at once. They were swarming toward the secret room. Lafani also realized something was wrong. What? That is where the symbiotic creature is. The two of them did not hesitate, immediately rushing inside and following the swarm. There were far too many beetles. What the hell is this? They have sealed off the entrance. Seung-hein could not delay any longer and summoned Freya's crossbow. He fired one shot to break in a path. He shot forward. Good, we made it through. At that very moment, something else charged out and attacked Lafani. It was still a beetle, but there was something strange about it. Lafani frowned and asked what that thing was. Seung-hein said it was a rare monster, and that dealing with it would be quite troublesome. The beetle screeched, using proud rare beetle. Immediately afterward, the other beetles began gathering around it. They clung tightly to one another, forming a single mass. Swarm combined into the dung beetle cannon, a spherical monster made from countless dung beetles. That sphere charged straight toward the two of them. Hitting them would not be easy at all. Seung-hein instantly spotted the opening. Our chance comes right after each of its attacks. He aimed straight at the center and fired, using javelin arrow. The dung beetle cannon was pierced through, leaving behind a donut-shaped hole. The screeching still had not stopped. Lafani immediately shouted. It is recovering itself by creating more dung beetles. There was a hint of pride in Seung-hoin's voice. Truly a wonderful magician. Lafani grimaced in confusion. What are you so proud of? Lafani was flustered, unsure what to do. How should we attack it? It is too large. Seung-hoin immediately answered, I have a way. Seung-hoin declared that the monster was being maintained by mana. If we can approach it and activate the cancellation skill, then we can finish it off. You can do it, Lafani, because you are the one who pushes back mana. Lafani knew his own strength. I will be beaten to pieces before I can even get close. He immediately revealed the true nature of an exploitative capitalist. Just take the hits for me, and I will heal you right away. Lafani grimaced, unable to hide his disdain. I really cannot believe this guy. After saying that, he began gathering momentum. Lafani aimed straight at the monster and launched his attack. He did not think any further and simply punched straight ahead. Trusting Seung-hoin's words, Lafani charged directly into the spherical monster mass. He poured all his strength into the blow. The spherical monster mass immediately exploded. Lafani was blasted far away by the force of the explosion. The beetle had lost its protective layer. Alright, the mastermind has finally revealed itself. He immediately raised the crossbow. Seung-hoin praised him sincerely. Well done. Lafani used javelin arrow. The shot pierced through it instantly. Green fluid gushed out of the beetle before it was completely destroyed. He clutched his head and ruffled his hair. Oh dear. Seung-hoin glared angrily at the small stone lying on the ground. I did not mean to damage this ruin. When they went deeper inside, the two of them could only see a cocoon. What the hell is going on? There was no larva left inside at all. Where did it go? Seung-hoin observed it carefully, then said it seems to have hatched. He discovered a strange object. What is this? Seung-hoin scanned the information. Gordius's tear, an item that can fully restore the mind but causes hallucinations after use. He collected it. Looks like it left behind something quite useful. Call rang in from outside. Boss. That unexpected appearance made everything even stranger. Seung-hoin recognized him. That guy was one of the operations officers. He immediately warned with caution, Lafani, do not go near him. Seung-hoin confirmed that the symbiotic creature had taken control of him. The infection status report showed that he had been invaded by Gordius larvae. Bill shrugged and laughed, telling everyone not to worry, I am still fine. He recounted, when the bug attacked, my head hurt terribly, but I tried to resist its mind control. Lafani immediately believed him. Is that really true? He lowered his guard, stepped forward and rubbed Bill's head. Hearing that makes me so relieved, kid. I was really worried I would have to fight you. Seung-hoin still did not move closer. Are you really alright? He kept his distance. That does not change the fact that he has been infected. I advise removing the parasite as soon as possible. He hurriedly spoke up. Wait, at least hear me out first. Bill suddenly created a sword in his hand. He swung the sword in a fierce slash towards Seung-hoin. Lafani was so stunned his mouth fell open. Looking at the deep gash carved into the ground, he was secretly shocked. This power is terrifying. Bill burst into crazed laughter. You see, with this power, we can liberate the karma world. He turned to him. Our lifelong dream is to destroy those arrogant mages. Lafani froze. Bill had clearly lost control completely. What are you still hesitating for? Is this not what we have always pursued? Even he felt a chill run down his spine. He kept rambling. Now is our chance. Once Gordius's mind control ability had been nullified, Seung-hoin cut him off. Alright, enough. He immediately attacked without the slightest hesitation. Seung-hoin gave a genuinely sincere smile. Thank you for confirming that information for me. He said decisively, you are not Bill. He gritted his teeth. What? Bill's eyes turned wild. How do you know so much about symbiotic creatures? Seung-hoin pointed out the key point. No one here knows it is called Gordius. He fell silent, completely unable to refute him. A pair of insect-like wings suddenly sprouted from Bill's back. Gordius had revealed his true form. How troublesome, you keep getting in my way. He immediately charged straight ahead. Gordius roared with clear killing intent. I will finish you off right here, right now. He dodged the attack by a hair. The slashes that seemed to skim past suddenly reversed and returned moonlight. He created an extremely powerful explosion, but Seung Huin still managed to avoid it in time. Funny launched a surprise attack from behind. Give Bill back, you disgusting parasite. Gordius immediately dispelled the weapon. He grabbed him with his bare hands. Gordius attacked Lefani with nothing but simple punches. Before long, he was sent flying to the side. Lefani cried out in pain, oh that hurts. Seung Huin did not even blink. After all, that is a monster boss. He realized the key point. He cancelled the skill before Lefani could touch it. He knew Lefani could repel magic power, so a direct attack would not work. Seung Huin immediately decided to change the battlefield. First, we have to get out of here. Gordius summoned his weapon again, intending to block his path. Who gave you permission? Lefani clicked his tongue and quickly found a way to stop him. He delivered a powerful kick against the wall. The earth and stone collapsed, just enough to stop Gordius's attack. His pursuit route had been temporarily sealed off. Gordius gritted his teeth and hissed, those little rats. Lefani ran over, gasping for breath. So what are you planning to do now? He is far too fast. Seung Huin still had the nerve to tease him, then send your final respects to Azun. Lefani's face twisted with anger. What is wrong with you? He immediately denied it. I was only joking. Seung Huin hurriedly called Lefani back. He took out a syringe and asked, have you ever donated before? Gordius slowly walked through his lair. He was so furious he nearly lost control. Filthy sewer rats. Gordius muttered as he walked. What corner are you hiding in now? Lefani observed in silence. Good, he has not noticed me yet. I have to wait for the right moment before ambushing him. But before he could act, he was discovered. Found you. Lefani jolted, panicking for an instant. He took a punch as heavy as a thunderbolt head-on. Lefani was in so much pain he nearly lost consciousness. He tightened his grip on the small veil in his hand. Eat this. Lefani suddenly threw it out. Take this. Gordius was immediately startled and went on guard, tensely waited to see what the result would be. The moment he saw the bandages, that man immediately guessed the problem. He was injured, and that blood belonged to a magic resistant. Gordius hurriedly called the swarm of bugs back to protect himself, causing that vial of blood to be wasted. Lefani shouted in shock, scarabs. That man curled his lips in a contemptuous smile. Did you think you could block my skill? Gordius created the sword again, his voice full of smugness. Looks like your precious plan has fallen apart too. He thought victory was already in his grasp. Truly a pity. Seung Huin had been lying in ambush very close by. Who said that? He fired 3 arrows in a row and Gordius took all 3. His body immediately showed an abnormal reaction. Seung Huin revealed his hand. Did you think you blocked it? That was only the blood of a useless quack. Lefani shouted proudly, my blood is the real arrow. That man screamed in agony. He smiled with utter smugness. What a shame. Seung Huin continued by throwing another vial straight at Gordius's face. That man took the full force of the violent explosion. He amusedly twirled the potion vial in his hand. No bomb is as effective as a vial of magic potion. Seung Huin did not hesitate at all, advancing toward Gordius step by step. For someone who had absorbed the blood of a magic resistant, a mere collision would immediately trigger an explosion. He carefully calculated, what if I cut open his neck to take the parasite out? Doing that might kill the host. Maybe I should use another method. Seung Huin activated the removal skill, allowing him to remove any foreign object he detected inside the body. Faint light enveloped his hand. Seung Huin created a skeletal hand. He tried moving his own hand. The skeletal hand moved exactly the same way. So this is how it works. Alright then. Seung Huin immediately headed straight for Gordius and made his move. The parasite was quickly pulled out. He immediately kicked it hard. Seung Huin acted decisively. The parasitic species hurriedly tried to negotiate. Wait, hold on. Unfortunately, it had chosen the wrong person to beg. I will help you become stronger if you spare me. He only found it annoying. Is it using telepathy? How persistent? Seung Huin continued coldly. I am a healer. I do not need that. The parasite hurriedly closed its eyes. I have information about the transfer dungeon. This time he suddenly paused. It trembled as it continued placing its wager. You have a lot of questions about this dungeon, don't you, as long as you spare me? Seung Huin considered it seriously. It is true that I still lack information about the transfer dungeon. He gave the parasitic species a chance, then try telling me. Began explaining in considerable detail. To create a dungeon, you need a source of power. If it is a monster, it must be as strong as a boss, and if it is a human, they must reach the level of a sword saint or a grand mage. Parasite confirmed. In other words, anyone can create an ordinary dungeon as long as they have enough mana. Lefani could not hear the conversation, so he had no idea what they were doing. It revealed another shocking piece of news, but with a transfer dungeon, things are not that simple. That type of dungeon needs a power that surpasses all dimensions, enough to relocate an entire complete space. The only thing capable of doing such a thing is a god. Seung Huin tilted his head in confusion. A god? He did not not understand why a god would suddenly interfere after centuries of silence. The parasitic species was helpless as well. Who knows, even I was surprised when I was dragged into this place. It could only confirm that when an alien space was brought in, the time and space of this land would be severely distorted. Therefore, even though it did not know which god had done it, the information the parasite gave was far too new. But one thing was certain, that being was not a benevolent god. Seung-hein understood clearly that if transfer dungeons continued to appear, Aeseun would not withstand the distortion of time and space. He reached a cruel conclusion, and his expression shifted slightly. In other words, an evil god is trying to destroy Aeseun. Seung-hein still had doubts, but he did not think any deeper. Why did such important information leave no trace behind? Forget it. The parasitic species began trying to manipulate Seung-hein submit to the evil god. Fanny wanted to rush over and help, but his injuries kept him from moving as he wished. He struggled to shout, hurry and snap out of it. The parasite kept praising him, such a healthy body, I like it very much. Its ambition flared up again. I will use your body to destroy this world. A beautiful dream, but a foolish one. Seung-hein suddenly spoke, I am sick of you. A skeletal hand appeared once again. He used the removal skill to pull it out. The parasitic species was completely restrained. It was so confused it could not understand what happened. I clearly controlled your mind. Seung-hein activated the skill. I particularly refuse orders, granting complete immunity to brainwashing skills when his base mental stat exceeded 500%. He chuckled softly. He had always hated obeying orders. Seung-hein suddenly vanished from the parasite's sight. This time he acted without the slightest hesitation. Farewell. It screamed in agony. The parasite had been finished off. No. Seung-hein walked closer and asked Lefany, are you still alright? He was exhausted. Just what kind of monster are you? Seung-hein stated firmly, of course I am the one who will heal you. One moment you say you are a mage, the next you claim to be an Ivor master. You really are a fraud. Seung-hein paid little attention to Lefany's grumbling. After all, he had clearly seen his condition. The report showed severe bleeding, excessive blood loss, bruises all over his body, and wounds even worse than he had imagined. Seung-hein calculated carefully. I drew quite a lot of his blood while he was injured. If this keeps going, I will be the one who ends up killing him. Right now he needs a blood transfusion. He sighed helplessly. But where am I supposed to find the blood of an anti-mage right now? Looks like there is only one way. Seung-hein turned to the system, a mission to earn 10,000 one-star reward points. Total points currently held 11 through 2 points. Silently confirmed it. I know you are still watching, Administrator. Seung-hein pinned his hopes on it. At a time like this, please give me a truly useful skill. After the mission completion notice appeared, the roulette wheel began spinning. It stopped. Got it. As expected, it was a very useful skill. Separation can break an item back down into its original materials, or split a fused item into separate parts. This skill has a 100% success rate. Retrieving Freya's arrow obtained the blood arrow of the anti-mage. He carefully lifted it. With this skill, I can turn the arrow back into blood. Seung-hein crushed the arrow and used separation. The inventory announced that you have obtained the blood of an anti-mage. Everyone was overjoyed to see Lefany wake up. Leader, he is awake. Are you all right? He looked dazed. What? Lefany had no idea what was going on. Why am I lying here? Seung-hein carefully reminded him, do not move too much. He smiled faintly and said, you almost died just now. Looking at the vials of blood before him, he could not help wondering, do I owe this man my life? Lefany asked anxiously, what about Bill? Is he all right? Seung-hein answered, he is still alive, but he will need time to recover. Rosen was deeply grateful to him. You really are incredible. Seung-hein, I cannot thank you enough. Seung-hein replied proudly, my skills are not bad, are they? He was utterly exhausted, to the point that he could no longer remember how many things had happened today. Seung-hein thought to himself, ever since I first contacted the operator, trouble has come one after another without end. Suddenly an abnormal sound rang out. The entire cave shook violently. He was so furious he nearly went mad. Are you kidding me? What is happening? He panicked. Is it another earthquake? Seung-hein immediately grasped the situation. When the insect died, I guessed the Crimson Dungeon would disappear while the cave remained, but now the entire cave is vanishing too. He commanded loudly, the Crimson Dungeon is collapsing. If we do not get out of here now, we will fall into a spatial rift. Everyone turned pale with fear, a spatial rift. But once you fall into one, you can never escape. In this urgent moment, Seung-hein was cutting open the parasite's belly. Rosen asked blankly, Seung-hein, what are you doing? We already had a countermeasure, found it. We can use this to create an escape gate. Obtain the item, low-grade boss core. Seung-hein tossed it to him. Rosen, poor man, into this. Rosen froze for a moment. Me. Alright. He focused with all his might. Magic circle immediately appeared. He urged everyone inside. This core is only low grade, so it will not last long. Hurry, 5, 4, 3, 2. Everyone frantically dragged one another in. Get out of the way. Seung-hein laughed again. I was just joking, it can hold for at least 5 minutes. He froze stiff. Do you think this is funny? He felt no guilt at all. It is? Lefany was helped inside. Hey, I am asking just to be sure an anti-mage like me will not make the gate explode or cause anything strange to happen, right? He said awkwardly, if you think there is a risk, I will stay behind. He silently praised him for truly having the bearing of a leader. Seung-hein reassured him, do not worry. He explained that the mana was only used to break the core. The gate itself contained no mana. Lefany stepped inside with relief. Alright. Seung-hein Hoin was the last one to step inside, but why do I keep feeling like something is missing? He suddenly stopped, feeling as if the blood in his body had frozen solid. Only then did Seung Hoin remember the teammate who was still sound asleep. Ah, right, Jung Ho! Jung Ho cried as he shouted, you bastard. He was so aggrieved he could barely stand it. Why did you leave me behind? Seung Hoin still managed to turn back and pull the Valich family along with him. I got caught up in the fight. Jung Ho complained. After that, you even poured the medicine straight onto my face. That was obviously on purpose. Hurry up. Who told you to sleep in the middle of such chaos? Daisy was a little puzzled, but why are we running deeper into the cave? Should we not run toward the cave entrance? Seung Hoin explained we cannot leave through the cave entrance, because that path has already collapsed. He did everything he could to speed up. The exit gate had not completely vanished yet. He managed to catch up to the teleportation gate on the other side. Jung Ho panicked. Dr. Seung Hoin, the gate is closing. Seung Hoin was truly in a rush. Of course it is. The energy core that damn insect spat out is just useless trash, but whatever. It was gradually disintegrating. He rushed forward and placed his hand on the gate. Seung Hoin used separation. I just need to reuse the energy core. He pulled it out of the gate. Seung Hoin hurriedly created a new gate. My stamina is dropping faster than expected. Handling the energy core of a final monster really drains too much strength. A series of red warnings appeared one after another, signaling that his stamina was about to hit rock bottom. Yet he still could not stop. Seung Hoin's consciousness was fading, and his stamina was nearly exhausted. On the cold red screen, the words appeared clearly. Unconscious status report. Jung Ho hurriedly rushed over. Dr. Seung Hoin, this is bad and still has not escaped. Outside, everyone was beginning to grow anxious. Why have they still not come out? Lafani was restless with worry. Did something happen just then? A magic circle suddenly appeared. The ones who appeared were Seung Hoin and the Valich family. Jung Ho panted heavily. I thought we were dead for sure. Everyone immediately cheered in joy. Dr. Seung Hoin, you are still alive. Called Jung Ho's name. Not long before that, when Seung Hoin had exhausted himself, the system had reported an unconscious status. He no longer had enough strength to endure any further. At that moment, Seung Hoin received another notification. An item pinned in your inventory has been activated. He could not help being stunned. This is the life pinning item. Experience points will be used to activate its effect. Thanks to that item, Seung Hoin woke up, and his stamina was restored by 45%. He had truly nearly lost his life. I survived thanks to the diamond experience ticket you once gave me. Seung Hoin sincerely thanked him. Jung Ho smiled brightly and replied it was nothing. A moment later, he was sitting there listening to someone tell their family story. So what you mean is the two of you really are family? Rosen nodded in confirmation. That's right, I am Lafani's uncle. Ever since my older sister passed away, I have been the one raising him. He recounted the past. My older sister was originally a commoner from Chagati, but thanks to her outstanding mana ability, she married a common noble. Rosen revealed further, Lafani, a mana-resistant person, was born into a prestigious family of mages. Jung Ho immediately seized on the main point. So that means he is very rich. He discussed it calmly right in front of the person in question. He is like an outcast in that family, isn't he? Seung Hoin seemed to understand. No wonder his personality is so unpleasant. He must have spent his whole life hearing endless criticism from his family. Lafani spoke up, wounded pride clear in his voice. Sorry for having such a terrible personality. He gritted his teeth and continued. After that, many rumors began spreading throughout Kama, claiming that every child with Chagati blood was resistant to mana. Lafani clenched his fist. Because of those words, Chagati was discriminated against and despised. I want to teach those mages a lesson. He sighed in frustration, but the plan failed. Now even our hideout has been destroyed. Rosen wanted to comfort his nephew Lafani, but Lafani did not seem to care much. So what good is having a base? He sounded almost resigned. Before long, we will be executed too. The surrounding atmosphere immediately grew heavy. His expression darkened. She rushed over in panic. Leader, he also asked in confusion, what are you talking about? Lafani answered with tears in his eyes. Have you forgotten that we are a wanted criminal organization? The invisibility barrier vanished along with the transfer dungeon. It is only a matter of time before they find this place. He said it lightly as though it had nothing to do with him. Death row prisoners like us will definitely be executed, while the rest of you will rot in prison. Everyone fell into despair. Then that means we... Lafani spoke again. There is still one way to escape. He was determined to use himself to open a path. I will buy as much time as I can, and everyone else should leave this place, go to another land if possible. But how could they accept that? No, you just said they would execute death row prisoners. Lafani burst into loud laughter. I still have noble roots, they cannot execute me. Do not worry about a noble, worry about yourselves first, you commoners. Jung Ho whispered, Dr. Seung Hoin, could he be? Seung Hoin immediately confirmed it, that's right. He could easily see through it, he was lying. Seung Hoin understood very well that if Lafani was captured, there was only one ending for him. Not only had his family turned their backs on him, even Kama had rejected him. The people of his family would kill him to preserve their honor. He grew restless. He is a little stubborn, but he does not deserve to die. Then he suddenly suggested, then let us help him. Sung-ho was shocked. Huh, how do we help? The smile on Sung-hoin's face made people uneasy. He was far too familiar with that expression. Why is he smiling like that? Who is he planning to trap this time? He suddenly asked directly, Lefani, are you planning to turn yourself in? He froze for a moment, then replied, never. Sung-hoin then said, then there is still one way. He immediately pricked up his ears to listen. A way to save your entire blood path gang. She asked in astonishment, are you serious? Rosen's eyes also lit up. How Sung-hoin seemed to be leading Lefani straight down into hell. Very simple, your gang only needs to agree to work for Kama. She was so angry that she cursed out loud, while he also shouted in fury, what the hell are you saying? Do you want to die? He remained extremely confident, just do exactly as I say. No one knew what Sung-hoin was calculating. I will open the way for you, so you can teach those mages a lesson in a legal way. Sung-hoin and Jung-ho introduced themselves confidently. You are members of the KTL Knights. Lefani said suspiciously, as far as I know, Kama has no Knight Order. He shrugged and replied, I founded it just yesterday. He became noticeably more clear-headed. This is another one of your lies, isn't it? Lefani still had something to say. Besides, those knights are all a bunch of oddballs. Sung-hoin asked in surprise, huh? You know them. Rosen added a few words. They are quite famous in Kama for their strong sense of justice, and they do not discriminate at all. He confirmed even we have no grudge against them. He explained further that makes everything even easier to handle. The goal of the KTL Knights is to establish peace at Lake Fitta. We will stop anyone or anything that harms the innocent, whether it is a monster or a criminal. Sung-hoin began drawing them in with a common enemy, even arrogant nobles and the mages. Lefani immediately grew enthusiastic. Then I really can teach those mages a lesson, he hurriedly reminded him. Only the bad ones. You look ready to pick a fight with everyone. Sung-hoin continued casually, normally the knights would not accept a group of criminals like you, but I believe you will not cross the line. He stated firmly, they will accept all of you through our recommendation. He sprang up in excitement and shouted, then of course we will join. Lefani said confidently, then I will not have to worry about being executed if I join the knights through connections. She burst into sobs. Sung-hoin, you really are the best. He was also moved to tears. I have always dreamed of becoming a knight. Everyone shouted together, long live Master Ivor, long live the guards. Sung-hoin looked over at him as if asking, do you have nothing to say? Lefani raised a hand and rubbed his stubborn head. He awkwardly voiced his thanks, while Sung-hoin quietly looked forward to it. I really want to see how he will deal with those damn mages. He sidled over and struck up a conversation, so you are heading to Chakot now. Sung-hoin nodded in confirmation, that's right. We plan to rest for a while, then find a carriage to hire. Lefani reluctantly said goodbye, take care. The system appeared again. The quest earned 12,500 reward points. He walked while examining it more carefully. So now I have to earn 12,500 points. It seems they also added a few new things to the rewards. Sung-hoin checked each one. Throwing allows objects to be thrown. Spear arrow creates an arrow shaped like a black spear. Dispersal separates an item back into its original form. I already have 3 skills. If I get 4, what will happen? Sung-hoin kept thinking about it. From the very beginning, what are the conditions for acquiring a skill? I do not believe this is as simple as unlocking a hard-to-obtain achievement. He looked at the system with a gaze full of feigned affection. Whatever you are, I will make you pay for forcing me to do these things. Rudy lay in Ravik's arms and stretched. The little girl's eyes lit up brightly. We are home. What appeared before their eyes was Chagati village. The exhausted Daisy finally made it home. Her husband nodded in agreement. If we had known this would happen, we should have stayed in Kama. Rudy jumped up and down as she boasted, my village is beautiful, isn't it? Sung-hoin smiled and agreed, yes, it really is beautiful. Jung-ho suddenly panicked, wait, look at that thing. Heavy sounds crashed down one after another. A giant stone man appeared right in the middle of the village. 2 people were trying to escape. Wilson, hurry and get up, there is only one stone man here. It swung its heavy fist down. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. Jung-ho immediately rushed straight out. And of course, Sung-hoin went with him. The stone man was quickly beaten down. He stepped over and asked Han, are you all right? She answered joyfully, thank you. Sung-hoin lowered his gaze, then noticed her friend. He was a little surprised. His leg is injured. Sung-hoin clearly saw the wound on Wilson's leg. Strange monsters usually aim for the upper body more. Rebecca said guiltily, Wilson was injured because he tried to protect me. She was unbearably worried. What should we do? It is not easy to find an Ivor master in Chakati. Jung-ho cleared his throat softly. You do not need to worry about that. He introduced him enthusiastically. Right here we already have a very reliable Ivor master. Rebecca grew even more confused, sorry. But they really look a little suspicious. Sung-hoin smiled as reliably as he could. Allow me to introduce myself, Ivor Master Sung-hoin, always at your service. Inside the Ridgebone chamber, he prepared a place to lie down. Quickly lay the patient here. Item mental relaxation magic carpet. Sung-hoin checked the condition and took out an item. His flesh has been badly torn. I cannot stitch it directly like this. This time I will try changing the treatment method a little. Sung-hoin crushed it, absorbing 1 mid-grade mana potion. Using artificial flesh spray. Restore or replace damaged flesh with certain materials. materials. He treated the wound while creating a piece of flesh that could be sewn in. Wilson's leg gradually began recovering to its original state. It has been a long time since I last used this skill. Jung Ho seemed to have his eyes opened. Isn't that recovery magic? Rudy asked innocently. Is it? Seung Hoin explained that this skill only created a piece of artificial flesh. He added, there is a high chance the body will reject it because this is foreign tissue. When that happens, he may suffer pain or necrosis around the stitched area. Jung Ho sighed in admiration. How complicated. Seung Hoin continued the treatment using suture removal, but if you lower the patient's stats with weakening medicine. As he worked, he explained that doing so could significantly reduce the risk of rejection. Seung Hoin's hand still moved with exceptional speed and precision. I will close the wound with saddle stitching. Rebecca widened her eyes in astonishment. I do not understand what he is saying at all. Stitching. She found him very trustworthy, but at the same time, she also felt that this person was strange and miraculous. Rebecca began to wonder about Jung Ho's presence. What is that man doing here? He is assisting with great enthusiasm. Is this enough stamina for you now? Seung Hoin replied, it is enough. The final stitch was finally completed. Almost done. He hurried over to express her gratitude. Thank you so much. I do not know how to thank you enough. He put on a kind expression. There is no need to pay, but if you still have any potions, I would be happy to receive them. Rebecca accidentally dropped her hood. What but? She cried out in confusion. Seung Hoin was drawn to that hair color, so she is a red-haired girl. Rebecca hurriedly covered her face. Seung Hoin wondered inwardly. She is a Chakottian villager, not an adventurer. She awkwardly held out the items. Anyway, thank you. I will give you all the medicine I have. Jung Ho asked curiously, is Chakotty that short on healers? Rebecca nodded in confirmation. Yes. You probably know that the magic tower and the church have never gotten along. The church places obedience to God's will above all else. Meanwhile, the magic tower prioritizes the study of mana and magic. The two sides are hostile because their ideologies are completely opposed. He explained that Kama and the magic tower held enormous influence in this region, so the church had almost no power here. Jung Ho raised a question, so that is why there are no priests. What about adventurer-type healers? Seung Hoin answered while putting away his tools. They have no reason to leave a big city like Kama and come here. Rebecca nodded as if she understood. We were truly fortunate to meet you right before the village. She declared, we will definitely repay this kindness. The Valak family parted ways with them here. It is time for us to return home as well. Jung Ho stopped waving. He felt a little wistful. That must feel wonderful. When will I get to go home? Seung Hoin quietly asked, do you need a reason to return? Jung Ho replied, going home does not need a proper reason. He gazed into the distance, but when I return, there is one thing I must do. He smiled in reply. So do I. Seung Hoin spoke up, breaking the sentimental mood. Then why do we not stop feeling sorry for ourselves and find somewhere to sleep first? Jung Ho immediately retorted, I am not feeling sorry for myself. Misfortune kept clinging to them. Right now, we do not have any rooms left. The two of them were rejected again and again. All accommodations are full. You two should look elsewhere. One innkeeper even joked that he could sleep in a trash bin for the night. There was nowhere left to rest. We have done our best. The situation is truly terrible. I am sincerely sorry. Jung Ho cried out in despair. Oh my, do not do this. Seung Hoin shrugged helplessly. Everyone must be stuck here because the road to Kama has been blocked. He simply could not accept it. Did we come all this way just to sleep on the street? He remained calm. It seems we have no other choice. After that, Seung Hoin pushed open the door of another place with force, and this time they still decided to stay here. At the Adventurers Guild reception desk, he spoke, welcome to the Chagate Adventurers Guild. He confidently made his request, please rent us a room. It was possible to find lodging at the Adventurers Guild through Aziun's lodging list, but this system had one very serious drawback. The lodging system displayed the Aziun lodging list. Rank S was reserved for VIP guests, Rank A was extremely luxurious, Rank B was fairly good, Rank C was ordinary, Rank D was a cheap warehouse, and Rank F meant sleeping outdoors. Seung Hoin waited for the receptionist to check, then said we can check in if we complete the task corresponding to the lodging rank, except Rank S rooms, which are reserved for VIPs. He kept his polite smile. What a game to squeeze as much energy as possible out of adventurers. These people are truly cunning. Suddenly mocking laughter rang out. Hey, look at them. Those two openly sneered. Two more slaves are trying to earn rooms from the Adventurers Guild. Jung Ho asked irritably, who are they? Why are they deliberately picking a fight with us? That man said smugly, oh right, you cannot rent a Rank A or Rank B room now. We are using them as storage rooms. He snapped angrily. What? Jung Ho could not understand it. Did they really go through the trouble of doing tasks just to annoy other people? Seung Hoin looked interested instead. That is a good idea. I want to do the same to them. He was speechless. What are you saying? Do you really like that kind of thing? It seemed the two of them still managed to find lodging smoothly. There are still Rank C rooms, then let us go. The young man spoke cautiously. Excuse me, may I rent a Rank D room? But he was immediately refused. I am very sorry. At present, all Rank rank D rooms have already been rented. The young man froze. What is this? Seung-hoin was also a little surprised. Strange, there are usually many rank D rooms, so they are rarely all rented out. A pile of keys was suddenly thrown onto the table. She boasted with smug pride, because we are also using up all the rank D rooms. We just have too many belongings. Jung-ho asked suspiciously, are they allowed to do that? The receptionist also answered awkwardly, yes, there is currently no rule forbidding it. They were becoming more and more excessive. Even so, we did not touch the rank C rooms, so feel free to take them. Surely you are not so weak that you cannot even handle a rank C task. He tried to reason with her, you bastard, you do not even get paid for lodging requests, so why do this? She laughed loudly. Why? I do not know either. They were truly hateful. Someone was definitely overreacting a little. We are only having a bit of fun. Why are you so tense? Seung-hoin officially cut in. Oh, so it is only a joke? He continued cheerfully. Then I would like to joke with you a little as well. Seung-hoin confirmed again with the receptionist. Except for rank S rooms and the rooms already reserved, we can rent any place we want, correct? He replied in confusion. According to the rules, yes. Seung-hoin said with a smile, in that case, I want to rent this entire building. Everyone froze as if turned to stone. The entire Adventurers Guild building? Those two unpleasant people also widened their eyes in a daze. He repeated, that is right, this entire facility, except the rank S rooms. Seung-hoin calmly demanded, so I want those outsiders to leave immediately. This place will become my lodging sooner or later. This time it was their turn to be unable to stand it. What is wrong with you? Are you planning to occupy the whole Adventurers Guild by yourself? The two kept hurling venomous words. Do you mean you want to take over the quest board too? Then how are we supposed to live while you are here? Seung-hoin calmly replied, oh, so none of you have a single coin to your name? How shameful. He used their own words to answer them. You are overreacting. I only wanted to have a little fun. He gritted his teeth in anger. Why are you? She began arguing that preventing other adventurers from accepting quests violated the rules. Someone spoke up and cut in, not in this case. The two receptionists flinched in panic. Madam, she analyzed clearly. In this case, he is exercising his lodging rights and is not interfering with other adventurers' quests. Marson Ji, the branch director of the Adventurers Guild in Chakati, had appeared. He slowly walked down. However, it seems you are exploiting a loophole in the rules to insult the Adventurers Guild. Seung-hoin did not deny it at all. You are half right about that. I swept a cold gaze over him. In that case, I will stop you in a way that does not violate the rules. He calmly accepted it. I am truly looking forward to it, because you are very straightforward about this. Seung-hoin looked full of expectation. Just how difficult a task are you planning to give me? A while later in the Red Forest northwest of Chaodi, he spoke. I was the one who decided to accept this task. Seung-hoin reminded him. You do not need to come along. Ho replied enthusiastically. It is fine, do not worry about me. I want to repay you for helping me earlier. He said that people told him he would be strengthened when he reached Chakoti, so in the Red Forest, he would be less likely to lose his sense of direction. Strengthening effect lasted for 1 hour, and the great wings surged up powerfully. Their target had appeared right ahead. Let us handle them before the time runs out. Sinawa Divine Eagle, a monstrous bird species capable of using wind and lightning skills. They moved very quickly, but the difficulty was only rank B+. However, the Divine Eagle roared fiercely, unleashing a slash that tore across the entire forest with a single strike. Every stomp from the Divine Hawk carried terrifying power. After the mana eruption in Kama, they had become far stronger than before. Jung Ho-jun said tremblingly, they could tear us to pieces. Seung-hoin remained calm. If we want to rent the building, we have no choice but to earn it. He recalled Wilson's situation. In truth, Chagati having no Evermaster meant losing a pillar of support, and it could even endanger lives. Looking at the creature before him, Seung-hoin thought to himself, now I understand why we were given this mission. He snapped his fingers once and said, first, Jung-ho decided to speak up. I will distract them. Look here. The group attention skill was activated, and the attention drawing effect began to take hold. The attack power and speed of the Sinawa Divine Hawks increased, and every gaze immediately focused on him. Jung-ho braced himself and endured the blows the dark robe had activated, cutting lightning and wind damage in half. Seung-hoin laughed with delight. That dark robe really is effective. Jung-ho lay still and took the beating. Stop standing there and watching. Hurry up and attack them. He activated observation vision. His eyes lit up again. Let us begin. Seung-hoin had to admit that they were so fast the naked eye could hardly keep up. He had locked onto one. His observation vision was completely different from ordinary sight. Seung-hoin took a ready stance. What if I use its own flight speed to counterattack? He aimed straight at the celestial bird's head and launched an accurate throw. Its body was split into 2 parts. A flock of celestial birds immediately whipped around in shock. They roared ferociously. 2 of them created whirlwinds at the same time and rushed to attack Seung-hoin. His body suffered quite a few injuries. Jung-ho shouted loudly, hey, over here, one more time. He continued serving as bait, activating group attention. Look here. Their attention was drawn back toward Jung-ho again. but this time, it charged straight into the protective armor so hard that its beak shattered. He laughed with delight. You did not expect this, did you? Sung Hoin immediately charged in to finish it off. Nice baiting. They had taken down 2 celestial birds. He continued sweeping his gaze around. The final target entered his sight, so there was only one left. Both of them were filled with determination. Let us finish it. The celestial bird began gathering power in its mouth. It accumulated a giant ball of lightning, making Jung Ho turn pale. It is definitely pouring all of its strength into that attack. Sung Hoin also confirmed that they would have a hard time avoiding injury. He took out another new item, or at least things would be that way if I had not prepared in advance. The celestial bird unleashed its ultimate technique. Sung Hoin used Freya's link pouch, creating a large insulating link. It released an extremely terrifying amount of damage. The electric cannon collided head-on with his arrow. The two forces clashed, creating an earth-shaking explosion. When everything settled, only a few faint sparks remained in the air. The celestial bird stared blankly, seemingly unable to believe what it had just seen. Sung Hoin immediately seized the opportunity. And with that, their mission was complete. Sung Hoin spoke. This is something I only realized recently. He drew a new conclusion. Using a finishing move too early brings no benefit. Jung Ho collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. It is over. Sung Hoin asked, are you all right? He answered honestly, not at all. I am seeing stars all over the sky. He teased while taking out a vial of medicine. I will take that as still all right. Jung Ho cried out in irritation. Hey, Sung Hoin inwardly admitted, but they really were dangerous. He let out a breath and sighed. Just because I am not afraid of death does not mean I do not know pain. Sung Hoin laughed. Alright, I am sorry. Suddenly he sensed an unusual movement. Someone brazenly walked over. You people actually did it. That man mocked them. We did not even believe you could do it. He sneered, truly far beyond expectations. Jung Ho raised an eyebrow. What? It is the trash from earlier. Sung Hoin was confused as well. What are you people doing here? They gestured wildly and rambled. Are you talking to us? I think that is obvious enough. If we go back empty-handed, we will be kicked out of the Adventurers Guild. He intended to steal their credit. Hurry up and hand over the Divine Hawk. He sighed and explained, if we do not bring back proof that we completed the request, we will not be approved. Sung Hoin was truly speechless. I knew you would find some way to butt in, but I did not expect you to use this method. They attacked all at once. What is there to fear from a few injured brats? Both of them rushed forward at the same time. Take care of them. Sung Hoin threw a punch straight into his face, so hard that his head was driven into the ground. That man could not believe it at all. What the hell just happened? In Sung Hoin's eyes, he looked as if he had lost his mind. Who exactly are you? He stitched up his own wound. What a nuisance. Atta went pale with fear. What the hell are you doing, you freak? Sung Hoin silenced the other party in the most direct way. He laughed while wondering to himself, how should I deal with these two? Atta struggled and begged, please spare my life. Sung Ho asked anxiously, are you really going to kill them? Sung Hoin immediately denied it. Do I look like a murderer? Do you think I kill people casually? He had a reason to keep them alive. Come on, if I kill them right here, I will definitely be arrested at once. Sung Hoin still clearly remembered those bastards' venomous words, but I cannot just let them leave empty-handed like this. I still have something to pay back. Put that woman down, I will spare you this time. After all, I am a gentle and kind physician. Atta looked at Sung Hoin with eyes full of suspicion, saying thank you aloud while thinking inwardly, a physician, this man is a physician too. Quiet. He pretended to ask with concern, huh? But what happened to you too? Sung Hoin seriously pointed out that they were very, very badly injured. Atta was annoyed but did not dare raise her voice. Yes, all thanks to you. He took out an item. There is no other way, since there is no physician in this village. Sung Hoin poured the potion straight onto them. In that case, I will have to treat you. While both of them were still dazed and asking what he was doing, he had already activated Phantom Flesh again. Phantom Flesh was a skill that used mana potions to create flesh, but it could also be substituted with stamina potions. The wound on that man's body truly began to heal. Huh, what is this? Even so, Sung Hoin was absolutely not the generous type. The reason I usually use the more expensive mana potion is because of one very obvious thing. He looked at the two people writhing in agony with interest, because flesh created from stamina hurt no differently from hell. Sung Hoin shrugged as if helpless. I forgot to tell you it will sting a little, but treatment is still treatment, right? He calmly decided as payment, I will take the key to the room you rented. He could not resist at all and could only scream in pain. You really are a demon. Jung Ho also had to agree, I have always thought so, but I am glad I am not your enemy. Sung Hoin laughed, same here. The system reminder appeared, your right to remain in the Red Forest is about to expire, remaining time 11 minutes. They immediately decided time is almost up, let us go back. Sung Hoin looked around and then froze. Oh, wait a moment, he almost forgot. I still have to find the weapons I threw away. Where did they go? He noticed a nearby bush, then used observational eye. It seems there is something here. Jung Ho looked over curiously. Dr. Kang, what are you doing? Sung Hoin answered as he walked, I am looking for silver light and my knife. Suddenly Jung Ho took them out. Do you mean these things? I picked them up earlier. He cried out in surprise. What? Sung Hoin suddenly remembered. In that case, he found a strange object, then wondered wondered what that message had been about. Returned to the Adventurers Guild, leaving Chakotay unable to hide her astonishment. I truly cannot believe it. She checked it over and over several times before confirming it. This is definitely a divine hawk. Ket honestly admitted, I thought you would definitely fail. The two receptionists whispered to each other, how did they defeat such a powerful monster? Sunghoin proudly put his hands on his hips. Sorry to disappoint you. He sighed, alright, I admit I lost. Ket tossed the key into his hand. I will rent the Chakotay Adventurers Guild building to you. Sunghoin received the item Adventurers Guild Leader Key. She declared, I grant Adventurer Sunghoin authority equal to that of a branch manager. Sungho's eyes lit up. He exclaimed, I did not expect you to hand the leader key over to us. Ket smiled faintly. I like seeing things through to the end. Sunghoin happily shook hands with her. An offer like that I will not refuse. He sprawled out and enjoyed himself in the A rank room. I cleared out the trash, handed the confiscated D rank rooms to the new adventurers, and even became temporary branch manager. No matter how I put it, today was quite good. Sunghoin took out the strange box he had picked up in the forest. Anyway, he seriously observed the box. This thing looks somewhat familiar. Sunghoin made his own judgment. Jungho is definitely sleeping soundly beside me, so I have no choice but to go to the Divine Artifact Appraisal Place myself. At the Divine Artifact Appraisal Place, it seemed things were not going smoothly at all. The wooden box was even sent flying quite. The appraiser's face instantly turned deathly pale. He glared and questioned her. What do you think you are doing? She was so frightened she nearly cried. I am sorry. I cannot undo this seal. Sunghoin frowned slightly. Even the Adventurers Guild's Divine Artifact Appraisal cannot do it. Their personalities may be terrible, but no one can rival their skill. He needed a reason. Why can you not do it? The appraiser hurriedly picked up the box. The seal cast on this box is too complex. She explained, in our profession, we call it a tangled thread seal. This is a vicious type of seal. The more you undo it with ordinary methods, the more tangled it becomes. The appraiser placed the box neatly on the table. It seems this seal was cast many centuries ago, so it is even harder to handle because it is completely different from current methods. Sunghoin stared at the wooden box. After she said it could not be opened, I became even more curious. Is there really no other way? He immediately used observational eye. The first seal of the box has been removed, while the second seal is hidden. The system gave guidance that the clue to the seal lay at the bottom of the box. Sunghoin slammed the table and demanded, use your appraisal skill to examine the bottom of the box. What? She was confused. The bottom of the box. Sure enough, the appraiser discovered several clues. Her eyes widened in astonishment. This is the sequence of the tangled thread seal. There is no mistake. The appraiser began undoing the seal again from that clue. Layer after layer of locks was undone one after another, and in the end, she finally succeeded. It is open. But the thing inside left the appraiser gaping in shock. Inside was a black hand cushioned by a layer of maple leaves. She speculated, I do not think that is a human hand. It looks more like a wound scar. Murmured softly, is it happening again? The system screen began to flicker. Cho's relic has been unlocked after obtaining Cho's relic. Sunghoin furrowed his brow tightly. This feeling is exactly like when he encountered Freya's crossbow. Sunghoin tried to examine it more closely. This time, the achievement notice revealed a few more missing characters. Relic of has been unlocked after possessing Ford's relic. What exactly is going on? The appraiser spoke. This looks like a holy relic. He turned to face her. A holy relic. The appraiser continued. I do not understand it that well either, since I am not a priest. She affirmed, but its name is Wisman's left hand. I am certain this is a holy relic carrying sacred power. The appraiser tried to stay calm. Holy relics are extremely rare because they are always connected to the church. She was willing to offer a high price. If you intend to sell it, we will pay you very generously. Sunghoin wondered silently. Why would something like this be abandoned in the middle of the forest? He thought carefully. Holy relics usually appear in churches or ruins, but the church has almost no influence in the Red Forest. As Sunghoin pressed the button, he thought if it is the same type as that crossbow, there will definitely be a reward. The system confirmed Wisman's evil hand will bind to you. You have obtained a new skill. Wisman's evil hand can be summoned and deactivated when activated. The power of Wisman's evil hand will seep into your left hand. Wisman roulette will be added to the status panel. 5 free spin tickets have been sent. He observed carefully. This time I also received a unique skill from the roulette. Sunghoin quickly decided it is best to use it right now, using free spin ticket. He used them all up. 5 spin tickets will be activated. Roulette result, dark mana resistance +1. Next result, earth attribute enhancement +1. Final result, obtained the new skill Earthbone. Sunghoin leaned forward. Earthbone, it sounds like an attack skill. He widened his eyes slightly, probably right. Sunghoin could not hide his excitement. Heavens, are they really giving me this? That evening at the Adventurers Guild, Ket thought she had heard wrong. What? She was full of suspicion. You want to use the Adventurers Guild. He smiled with great confidence as my private clinic. Yes, that is correct. I broke out in a cold sweat. You never said you were an Ivor master. Sunghoin sighed. You are truly knave. She stared blankly. What? He waved his hand and boasted. How do you think I came out intact after the battle with the Sonoa Thunderbird? I healed myself. himself. Ket still could not believe it. Then do you have an Ivor Master badge? Seung-hein answered confidently, no, but I can use the authority of the branch chief. She sighed, even so, I cannot let someone without proper qualifications care for patients. Someone immediately stepped forward to vouch for him. He really is an Ivor Master. That person was Rebecca. He healed my friend right before my eyes. I can vouch for him. Ket saw yet another new face. And who are you? Seung-hein was extremely confident. See, we even have a witness here. Seung-hein did not hesitate at all, but if you still do not believe me, then let me prove it before your eyes. He stepped forward and called out loudly, is anyone here badly injured? Whoever volunteers right now, I will heal them for free. The adventurers whispered, should we trust him? He does not even have an Ivor Master badge. A hand was raised hesitantly. He asked nervously, I work here, but can I volunteer to receive treatment? Seung-hein immediately agreed, of course. He removed the bandage. My goodness, your hand has been almost completely crushed. Seung-hein asked Han about his condition. How long ago did this happen? He explained, 2 days ago. If I cannot use my hand, I will lose my job at the Adventurers Guild. Ket stood beside him and glared, making him hurriedly correct himself. I mean, I will not be able to work efficiently. She observed very carefully. Ivor Masters always had rather complicated feelings about fractures. Ket also understood Ivor arts deeply. If broken bone fragments remain, it is very easy to heal. A single touch can restore them. She imagined an Ivor Master screaming in despair, bring me your bones, you fools. But if there are no bone fragments left, it is almost hopeless. Seung-hein assessed. His bones are exposed and quite a lot of them are missing. Ket shut her eyes tightly. I am very sorry to say this, but this case is hopeless. He smiled like a true merchant. Then this is the perfect patient for me to demonstrate my ability. Her eyes widened in shock. Ket asked in confusion, what are you planning to make him a prosthetic limb? Seung-hein rummaged through his bag, took out a cup of red soil. I will use this to heal him. Everyone looked at Seung-hein as if they were looking at a madman's soil. Rebecca felt as if her faith was about to collapse. I vouched for him for nothing. But then something that seemed like a miracle occurred. The red soil gradually turned into bone, then fitted precisely into his hand. Everyone burst into commotion. The soil turned into bone. Could he be a summoner? Seung-hein thought to himself, the bone creation skill really exists in Aseun. Knew the weakness of this method well. Bones created from a skill were very likely to disappear or become infected with dark mana. But Seung-hein activated his new skill, Earth Bone, shaping bones from soil. The larger the bone, the more soil is required. The mark on his left hand began to glow. He marveled inwardly, this skill really is different. Seung-hein was reconstructing it very smoothly. The right hand of an adult man consists of 8 carpal bones, 5 metacarpal bones, and 14 phalanges. He took out another vial of medicine. Spraying intermediate mana medicine and using artificial flesh, Seung-hein was nearly finished. I only need to recreate the vein nerves, muscles, and skin one by one. He fully savored that miraculous moment. I understand the structure of a hand very well. Seung-hein assessed himself for a first attempt. This is not bad. Everyone watching was stunned speechless. Immediately afterward, everyone seemed to burst into excitement. This is unbelievable. The crowd began to grow noisy. Sir, please take a look at me too. Sir, me as well. He turned to ask Ket for her opinion. Then, madam, she had no choice but to agree. It seems I can no longer refuse you now. Seung-hein laughed inwardly. Alright, it worked. His plan had achieved its first result. Come now, line up. It is time to earn points. Next morning, Seung-hein looked utterly drained. So tired, but fortunately most of the wounds were serious, so I earned a lot of points. The accumulated points are now 10 fan 662. Jung-ho cheerfully asked Han, Doctor, are you alright? Did a lot happen while I was asleep? He was nearly exhausted. A lot. Jung-ho sighed in admiration. Oh, you also unlocked the Hand of Wisdom achievement. Did you not? Seung-hein yawned deeply and said, but first, Jung-ho, I need you to come somewhere with me. Jung-ho asked in surprise, huh? Where are we going? He did not explain right away. You will know once we go outside. Rebecca was already waiting outside in high spirits, so now we have a guide as well. Rebecca greeted them cheerfully. You are here. She smiled brightly. I suppose I still have not introduced myself. I am Rebecca. Seung-hein quietly reminded her, oh, your hair. Rebecca hurriedly hid it. He teased her cheerfully. If you get discovered every time, why do you even bother hiding it? She felt so wrong she nearly cried, and Jung-ho quickly intervened. You did not have to say it so bluntly. He asked Han, judging by her hair color, she seems to be from this village. Is there some reason she has to hide it? Rebecca answered, yes, I am Chakotay. She pulled her hood lower. Actually, my family really hates that I became an adventurer. Rebecca smiled awkwardly. So whenever I come to Chakotay, I disguise myself like this to avoid running into them. Seung-hein grew teary-eyed. That sounds troublesome. If it were me, I probably would never return to my hometown again. He praised it wholeheartedly. I hate facing my family, but Chakotay is too wonderful a village to leave behind. The people are friendly, the scenery is beautiful, and the food is delicious too. Rebecca said with pride, that is also why I decided to show you two around. Jung-ho looked over suspiciously. So the place you wanted me to come along to is just a tour around Chakotay. He calmly confirmed it. But of course, things were not that simple. She was an extremely enthusiastic guide. The village is not large, so it will not take long to see everything. There is a lot of pottery here. Rebecca began introducing everything in great detail. This place has long been famous for ceramics because high-quality clay can be found here easily. She guided them very professionally. This is the workshop street, where you can buy many handcrafted goods. Our clay dolls are especially famous, and they have been made here for centuries. The doll makers are highly skilled, and they can even create golems from special clay. Rebecca could not hide her emotion. Kama may look down on Chakotay, but even they have to praise our dolls. Thinking about that makes me happy and sad at the same time. Jung-ho showed interest in a shop that made custom amulets for Chakotay. Esteemed customer, please return in 1 or 2 hours to pick it up. Oh, this looks nice. He decided, I should buy one as a souvenir. Do you want me to buy one for you too? Seung-hoin did not care much, up to you. He drifted into thought, a street full of workshops crafting things from clay. Come to think of it, Wisman's wick hand is also connected to clay. Seung-hoin asked her, Rebecca, have you ever heard the name Wisman? Rebecca thought carefully before answering, Wisman, no, I have never heard it. Besides, so even the villagers do not know. Seung-hoin was inwardly certain, if Wisman was the god of the red forest where I found the hand, there is no reason a Chakotay person would not know. He decided to investigate on his own. Is there a museum here or somewhere with historical records or artifacts? Jung-ho was bargaining, I need 2, please. Rebecca extinguished Seung-hoin's hopes. Do you think a remote village like this would have such a thing? He looked clearly disappointed. Even Han has its own history museum. Rebecca asked in confusion, is that so important? She tried to remember. Where do we usually keep old records? Rebecca eventually pointed Seung-hoin to one place, the town hall. The librarian leisurely flipped through a book while historical records were few and far between. He received them with an indifferent attitude. Are you here on a guild mission? He replied, no, it is personal business. The librarian immediately ignored them. Then we do not have any. Jung-ho spoke up in irritation. What, you will not even bother looking? Rebecca also rebuked him angrily. This is important. He sighed. Then please bring a valid request form or a permit from the Adventurers Guild. Seung-hoin's gaze turned frighteningly cold. What a nuisance. He took out an item filled with authority. If you need a request form, I will make one right now. Ket's key glittered as it swayed. Seung-hoin held it out in front of the librarian. Do you need a notice of dismissal? He trembled in fear. What is going on? You are the branch manager. No, wait. The librarian repeatedly bowed his head in apology. I am sorry, sir. He did not particularly care. Whatever, hurry and give me the key to the storage room. In the town hall storage room, Jung-ho flipped through one book after another. Do you think we will find it today? Seung-hoin answered with certainty. Keep digging. There will be a clue somewhere. He noticed several strange points. Why have so many books had pages torn out? Jung-ho handed over an old book. Hey doctor, look at this. He immediately took it. This book is truly ancient. This is exactly what I was looking for. Seung-hoin examined it carefully. It looked as though it had not been opened for an entire 1,000 years. The first page he saw was a drawing of a village. The more they looked, the more confused they became. There was no writing, only crude scribbled drawings. What do you think they were trying to draw here? Seung-hoin's gaze paused for a moment. He tried separating the pages. I thought this page was unusually thick, but it turns out 2 pages were stuck together. Seung-hoin finally found what he needed. The painting depicted a round object being revered by everyone. This is... Rebecca guessed in confusion that it looked as if the red-haired people were traitors. Jung-ho asked curiously, do you have any thoughts about it? He could be certain that the symbol here was very similar to the mark on Wisman's evil hand. Seung-hoin concluded this sphere is Wisman, the god the people of Chakotay once worshipped. She could not believe it. Sorry, I have never heard of Chakotay having a god like that. He speculated, as you can see, this book is full of scribbled drawings. I think the author wanted to leave clues about Wisman for later generations without being discovered by others. That could also explain the rotten books in the archive and the many pages that had been torn out. Seung-hoin realized someone had deliberately hidden this god. The librarian had been attacked. A heavy sound suddenly echoed over. Rebecca immediately ran out to check. I just heard a noise outside. She instantly panicked. He had been struck down. Rebecca cried out in shock. Who could do something like this? Jung-ho wanted to step closer and check. Was he killed? Someone suddenly rushed out and attacked them. The knife in his hand was immediately knocked away. Seung-hoin appeared in time to protect them. Oh dear. He calmly faced those people. Why do you not just show yourselves? 4 men in red cloaks, brimming with fierce momentum, stepped out one after another. They threatened coldly, hand over the book. Jung-ho was full of doubt. Could they know about Wisman? Rebecca said anxiously. They must have been following us. Seung-hoin still held the book tightly in his hand. He used observation sight. Fortunately, the librarian could still be saved. Status: serious injury injury stabbed in the neck. He is still alive, thank heaven. Sung-Hein bent down to check the situation. They began to lose patience. Hey, did you not hear what I said? He ignored them. Treat him first. Use hemostasis. That man repeated irritably. I said hand over the... Sung-Hein cut him off. Let me ask you a question. While saving him, he questioned them. Why did you attack him? He may be a little rude, but he did not deserve to die. That man answered arrogantly. He was blocking the entrance. Now stop your meaningless tricks and hand over the book. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Do you two also want to end up like him? Sung-Hein immediately used throw. He aimed straight at the most talkative one. Sung-Hein lightly shook the book in his hand. I did not expect you to actually answer. He smiled faintly, deliberately waving the book to provoke them. If it were me, I would have attacked from the very beginning. The group was immediately provoked. The battle quickly erupted fiercely. What is that? Rebecca also rushed into the fight. She angrily questioned him. How dare you attack an innocent person? Sung-Ho seemed to have the upper hand. Because he was a little careless, he was almost ambushed. These people... Sung-Hein immediately supported him with coughing stream. Sung-Hein aimed precisely at one of them. Use spear arrow. That man cast magic and laughed coldly. It is useless. The earth beneath the floor began to rise in chunks. They quickly formed a sturdy shield. He observed cautiously. Is this earth attribute magic? That man cursed inwardly. What an arrogant brat. After creating a spear, he immediately charged forward. Die. Sung-Hein had no intention of dodging at all. He directly acted upon that spear. Sung-Hein used earth bone to transform it. That man froze in astonishment. What? My spear turned into bone. He pulled it out, then pointed it straight at his opponent's shoulder. Sung-Hein shot the arrow without the slightest hesitation. He slowly walked closer, his voice full of regret. What a pity. Sung-Hein arrogantly stepped on him. You might have had a chance if that thing had not been earth. Jung-Ho and Rebecca reported, Doctor, we are done on our side. He nodded in praise. Everyone did well. Sung-Huin's gaze clearly darkened. Now it is time to hand them over to you. Someone would surely be able to dig more information out of them. Three found a place to rest at the Adventurers Guild in the underground dungeon. He came to check the situation and asked, have they confessed anything yet? Ket answered, not yet, they are still keeping their mouths shut. She murmured, Wisman the god of Chakati, huh? Sung-Hein was rather surprised. You believe my story without any doubt. Most people would find it far too absurd. He continued probing for more information. Do you know anything about this matter? Jay said honestly, actually the atmosphere in the village has been a little strange lately. Sung-Hein asked suspiciously, strange? He suddenly remembered, by the way, Lafani also mentioned something similar when we parted. She did not hide it from Sung-Hein. Some time ago, a few people began claiming that Chakotay needed to separate from Kama. They called themselves disciples sent by God. The crowd became extremely chaotic. Chakotay must gain independence, we need to escape Kama's shadow. They wildly proclaimed that Kama would collapse before long. Fortunately, most people remained clear-headed, and most of the villagers treated it as nonsense. Ji put her hands on her hips and sighed. No one truly took them seriously. The situation only changed abruptly after the Blood Demon Tower collapsed a few days ago. Most of Chakotay's people lived by relying on Kama, yet disaster struck exactly as those disciples had said, making them easy to agitate. Sung-Hein immediately understood, so fear had paralyzed their reason. Cold sweat broke out on her. I had always thought they were just a group of persistent frauds, but if there truly is a forgotten ancient god... Suddenly, someone rushed over in a panic to report, Madam, we have trouble. His body is gradually melting. But he did not turn into water, instead he turned into sand, and so they had lost one prisoner. Ji immediately questioned him. What happened? I told you to watch them carefully. He hurriedly explained, yes, I used truth serum to interrogate them. But just as that man was about to say something, he suddenly... Sung-Hein gritted his teeth in fury. They set a trap for us. They were cursed so they could not reveal the secret. The remaining two were still constantly muttering incomprehensible things. A chill ran down his spine. It turned out they were far more dangerous than he had imagined. Rebecca and Jung-Ho hurried over. What on earth just happened? Both of them could not help being horrified by the scene before them. This was truly unbelievable. Sung-Hein leaned back against the wall. Now we have no way to know who sent the insects anymore. He suggested, if this is a curse, can we not handle it with the dawn arrow? He immediately rejected it. No, this does not belong to dark magic. She suddenly realized something. Huh. Rebecca lightly touched the red soil. Sung-Hein asked in surprise what she was doing. She answered in confusion. It is just that I feel the dirt here is strange somehow. Rebecca said this was the finest kind of soil, often used to craft precious dolls in Chakotay. Why would they curse others with such expensive soil? He immediately grasped the key point. It was soil specially used to make dolls. Sung-Hein blurted out, why did I not think of this sooner? Jung-Ho cried out in shock. What is it? He asked again to be sure. Rebecca, you once said the Dollmakers Guild has existed for a very long time, right? She nodded in confirmation. Yes, their tradition has been passed down for centuries. Rebecca gradually understood as well. Oh, could you be thinking that? Sung-Hein tried looking at it from another angle. If I were a follower of Wisman, I would hide the record somewhere certain to remain safe after hundreds of years. The Dollmakers Guild has existed for centuries. He continued reasoning, I am sure they have ancient writings, similar to the documents at City Hall. When the clues were put together, there was only one place capable of using that expensive soil so easily. Sung-Hein asserted it must be the Dollmakers Guild. He also did not miss the flicker of guilt in their eyes. Looks like I guessed right. Kate broke out in a cold sweat. The Dollmakers Guild, are they truly involved in this? This is not good at all, because many members of the workshop are nobles. She let out a heavy sigh. The higher-ups will definitely be furious if we touch the nobility. Jung-ho said sympathetically, being a branch manager really is not easy. Sung-hoin immediately decided to act, then we will investigate guild. Kate hurriedly stopped him. Sung-hoin, wait. She provided another important piece of information. Recently there have been many reports of people going missing in the Red Forest. Sung-hoin tried to ignore it. I think it is normal for outsiders to get lost in the forest. Kate continued, but all the missing people were fathers with marks. She added that Rebecca was in charge of searching for them. I guess this is connected to why they were watching you. Kate placed her trust in him. Can you investigate the guild while also looking into these disappearances? A while later at the Chigati workshop, Rebecca introduced the building as the Dollmakers Guild. Before she could even finish speaking, Sung-hoin had already strode straight inside. Excuse me, huh? Rebecca looked around in astonishment. How strange. There is almost no one here. Usually, this place is packed with people. A few people looked rather out of place. It seems someone is over there. At a glance, they do not look like artisans. Ugh. How much longer until we finish moving all this? They look more like adventurers taking on a job. Zig stepped out to receive them. How may I help you all? Sung-hoin put on a polite smile. I was told clay carriages could be rented here. He thought to himself, after all, this is why we came to Chakati. He awkwardly explained, if you want to rent a carriage, you need the guildmaster's permission. Sung-hoin asked further, then who is the guildmaster? Harvey stepped out and said, that would be me. Introduced himself. I am Harvey Savan, head of the Chakati Dollmakers Guild, Master Dollmaker Harvey Savan. He greeted him politely. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am... Harvey immediately cut him off in irritation. No need to introduce yourself. After today, I will not be seeing you again anyway. Rebecca leaned closer and whispered, Guildmaster Harvey has a very bad temper. Sung-hoin's expression darkened. I see. His question made the smile on that man's face deepen even more. Then let us get straight to the point. How much does renting one golem horse cost? Harvey named an outrageous price, 5 million gold for one day's rental. Jung-ho panicked. What, 5 million for one day? Even 500,000 would already be too expensive. She tugged at her hat while muttering, did renting a golem horse for 3 days not cost only about 1.2 million gold before? That man's smile clearly revealed his cunning. Sung-hoin said frankly, that is usually the case, but demand has risen now, so we have only raised the price a little. Harvey bragged arrogantly, I have always felt that renting them out before was far too cheap. The old price list had been crossed out, golem horse rental for 3 days. Jung-ho fumed, I cannot believe this man. He angrily wanted to leave. Dr. Kang, let us rent a carriage somewhere else. Zig spoke up awkwardly, I apologize for interrupting. He explained further, but my master is the only person in Chakoti capable of creating golem horses. That man spoke about the workshop's offer. I can reduce it slightly if you show some respect and do a little light manual labor. Jung-ho immediately understood, so those people also came to rent a carriage. This is no different from forcing them into unpaid labor. Harvey shrugged and sneered, if you do not like it then walk. But I am sure you also know how dangerous the Red Forest has been lately. Sung-hoin pondered for a moment. If he is the head of the Dollmakers Guild, money is definitely not the issue. He is simply the typical rotten sort who enjoys ordering people around and looking down on others. He sensed that something was off. How should I deal with him? Clearly that man was acting very irritated in front of Sung-hoin. What is wrong with him? Sung-hoin used insight to observe. He had discovered the key point. Sung-hoin placed a hand on Harvey's shoulder. Guildmaster Harvey. That man froze. What is it? He lowered his voice and advised, I believe that one day, even you will have to beg someone. Try putting yourself in our position. Being forced to pay such a price would make anyone angry, would it not? Harvey angrily slapped his hand away. What nonsense are you talking about? That man declared confidently, perhaps you have not realized it, but I am the finest among the master doll makers. You think there will come a day when I have to beg someone? He calmly curled his lips. No one can say what the future holds. Sung-hoin had successfully provoked Harvey into a rage. For example, right now, perhaps you should beg me for forgiveness. That man immediately grabbed the pole beside him. Harvey swung it wildly. How dare you say that? Get out of my workshop immediately if you keep spouting that nonsense. He still smiled calmly. Soon he would regret it. Jung-ho and Rebecca were upset. Indeed, his temper was terrible. He suddenly felt a sharp pain. Never in his life. He would be permanently banned from here. Harvey's sweat poured like a stream. He collapsed in pain. Ziggs shouted in panic, Guildmaster. He watched the scene in confusion. What happened to him? Sung-hoin had foreseen this. Heavens, this is the consequence of failing to control his anger. He always exaggerates everything. He had recognized the condition. The report showed he was poisoned by lycotexin. Symptoms at the final stage. The toxin spreading in his body much faster than normal. Ziggs anxiously asked, Guildmaster, are you okay? Harvey coughed and writhed. No, I'm not fine. Quickly summon a healer here. Ziggs shivered. Oh no, currently there are no Ivor mages in Chakotay. Chakotay. Sung Hoin unexpectedly spoke, "Do you want me to help?" He gently patted his chest. "Finally I have the chance to introduce myself." Sung Hoin smiled smugly. "I am Sung Hyon Kang." He smirked at Harvey, also the only Ivor mage currently in Chakotay. Hearing that, Harvey's eyes widened, mouth agape in disbelief, and Ziggs behind also looked equally astonished. Harvey pointed at Sung Hoin, laughing brightly, and shouted, "You are an Ivor mage?" He angrily turned to Ziggs and ordered, "Summon another Ivor mage immediately. I cannot entrust my life to this man." "But Guildmaster, there are no other Ivor mages in the village." Harvey's sweat poured like a shower, veins on his neck prominent, his condition worsening. He urgently instructed to prepare a carriage to another village for treatment, while Sung Hoin remained calm, like a Texan. Just that word made Harvey turn pale and glare at him, eyebrows furrowed. Sung Hoin ignored his expression, confidently stating it is a deadly toxin called the lazy assassin. It destroys the lungs and respiratory system, causing bloody cough, difficulty breathing, then respiratory failure and death. He added, "The terrifying part is that after being poisoned, there are no immediate symptoms. But once it manifests, the condition deteriorates rapidly." Those words made Harvey stiffen, clenching both hands, and Ziggs also froze in worry, the symptoms identical to the guild master's condition. Harvey began to lose his composure, loudly questioning Soin, squinting and smiling. "What exactly are you saying?" He stood before Harvey and bluntly said, "You have already begun showing symptoms. I am the last Ivor mage you meet before you die." Sung Hoin spoke seriously, stating conditions without hesitation, "But of course I will not heal for free." Harvey, hearing this, leaned back in surprise, stammering, "What?" After a few seconds of thought, he gritted his teeth and called Ziggs. Harvey immediately commanded decisively, "Go fetch the gold quickly." When the gold arrived, Harvey flung the bag towards Sung Hoin. "Here, take it all." The bag of gold fell at his feet, accompanied by Harvey's tone full of disdain. "You Ivor mages only care for this, heal me and leave." Sung Hoin looked down with the cold authority of someone in control, corner of his eye slightly curved. "Guildmaster Harvey, didn't I say a day would come?" He kicked the gold bag away, startling Harvey, who raised his hands to block. Sung Hoin's voice turned sharp, his face no longer playful. He would beg like a dog. Sung Hoin spoke in a grave tone as a warning, picking up all the filthy money and cleaning it. "It's so dirty I don't even want to touch it." Harvey still sat on the ground looking up at him. "What did you just do?" As he finished speaking, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Only then did Sung Hoin slowly sit down, looking at the trembling Harvey. "If he doesn't want it, so be it." His words pierced Harvey's fear of death, but does he understand how critical his situation is? Harvey turned pale, voice trembling. "If I die now, the guild will fall apart." Sung Hoin slightly smirked, eyes showing no pity. "Truly unfortunate." That statement shocked Harvey, but I see no reason to concern myself with that. To save his life, Harvey finally bowed his head to beg. "Alright, it is my fault." He hastily promised loudly, "I will no longer exploit the adventurers." After speaking, Harvey immediately picked up the fallen coins quickly and decisively. After cleaning them, Harvey held the gold with both hands before Sung Hoin. "I will do anything, please save me." Seeing no reaction from him, he clenched his teeth tensely. Finally, Sung Hoin sighed and accepted. "Apparently I have no other choice, because he is too desperate. I am indeed easily swayed." Then he took a vial from his coat. Seeing it, Harvey's eyes lit with hope. "Just this medicine is enough." The arrogant kid, "After recovery, I will make you pay triple." Sung Hoin took out a syringe, slowly drawing the solution from the vial. Once done, he calmly explained, "Oh, by the way, this is not an antidote." Harvey froze. "What?" In an instant, the sharp needle was right in front of Harvey. Fate intervened. Sung Hoin took advantage of his distraction and injected the needle straight into the major artery in his neck. Harvey trembled violently, tears streaming, face panicked almost beyond control. Sung Hoin paid little attention, pondering, "Currently I cannot prepare an antidote for Texan." He gently pressed the needle, delivering the medicine into Harvey. A Justin vial would protect the respiratory system and stabilize him. For now, this suffices. After the injection, Harvey felt a slight sting, but his condition clearly improved. "I can breathe now." He was about to speak, then suddenly fell backward, causing Ziggs to scream, "Guildmaster." Sung Hoin saw this and remained unconcerned, corner of his mouth slightly raised. Sung Hoin tilted his head and smiled. "I may joke with the patient's life, but I am not a fraud." That day, in front of the Adventurer Guild building, Rebecca chatted happily with Sung Hoin. "Unbelievable, I have never seen anyone dominate Guildmaster Harvey like that." She scratched her head, talking about the patient is inappropriate, but that scene was satisfying. Sung Hoin smiled, thinking she had long harbored resentment. Jung Ho stood nearby, arms crossed, smiling wryly. "In the end, we still have not truly investigated the guild, though we got the carriage." Sung Hoin encouraged, "We still have tomorrow." With nothing else to do, Rebecca ran off, then waved back, "I am going home, see you tomorrow." They waved back goodbye. "We should go too." Returning to the resting room, Sung Hoin sat on the mattress. "Now," he spoke seriously to Jung Ho, "there are 3 things that concern me." Jung Ho, in pajamas, hugging a pink teddy bear, asked blankly, "3 things?" Sung Hoin began analyzing. "The first is the guild workshop is nearly empty, looking almost closed." Jung Ho rolled his eyes, recalling Harvey's wicked face, replying, "Probably everyone quit because of the guild master's temper. I would have quit too." Sung Hoin sighed. He was already bad, so there must be another reason. Then he raised his second finger. The second point was minor, but it had to do with Rebecca's very strange attitude. Jung-ho asked in confusion what was wrong with her. Seung-hein immediately replied that Rebecca seemed to have some kind of past with the guild. He calmly swept his eyes around and brought up what had happened earlier. She has clearly spoken much less ever since we entered the workshop. She even looks as if she is trying to shrink in on herself, as though she does not want someone to notice her presence. Moreover, we also know the soil used for the curse is the very soil used to create dolls like her. Seung-hoin's voice rang out with certainty. I think Rebecca used to be part of the guild. Then he raised his third finger. Jung-ho's eyes instantly shone like stars. The third point is that Guild Master Harvey was poisoned. Seeing Jung-ho's eager, gossip-hungry expression, Seung-hoin paused for a moment, then waved his hand and said no more. Forget it. Jung-ho immediately looked disappointed when he heard that. You have made me far too curious. Seung-hoin still refused to reveal anything. If I say everything now, where would the fun be? I will tell you later. Jung-ho answered gloomily. Then I am definitely losing sleep tonight. Neither of them knew Fen Green was standing beneath the house, his cold gaze lifted towards Seung-hoin's still-lit room. The next morning, a piercing scream suddenly rang through the large residence. You! Harvey sprang up from his chair and pointed straight at Seung-hoin. You came here again. What are you planning to do this time? Did you still not have enough fun yesterday? Seung-hoin narrowed his eyes with an indifferent smile and replied. What am I planning to do? I already told you yesterday. He explained again with slight impatience. I cannot make an antidote for leukotoxin because I lack the ingredients. Remember. So the best method right now is to wait for the poison to flush itself out of your body. That is why you have to drink 1 bottle of medicine every 3 hours. After hearing that, Harvey threw him a wary look. So then, Seung-hoin winked at him, his smile bright as a flower. That is why I came to give you a quick checkup. I'm so kind, am I not? Seeing that expression on him, Harvey was so furious that he clenched his fists. You little fraud. He nearly broke down, feeling as though he had been completely caught by the weakness. That man only gave me enough medicine for 1 day, then planned to make me lower myself and beg for each bottle from now on. Suddenly, Harvey realized something, and a guess flashed through his mind. The fact that he did not wait for me but came here on his own means he wants something from me. Then he regained his calm expression and pulled out a chair to sit down. Good grief, fine, be honest, what exactly do you want? Seung-hoin hummed as he stepped closer. You catch on quickly. Actually, there is something I want to ask. He placed 3 photos on the table and asked seriously, do you recognize these people? Harvey leaned against the table and glanced over the photos. How would I know them? They are dressed no differently from a bunch of freaks. Seung-hoin still refused to give up and asked again. We suspect they are followers of a mysterious religion. Recently, that religion has been spreading among the villagers of Chakati. Do you really not know them? Harvey turned away and answered with a cold snort. No, I do not. I do not care what commoners do. Seung-hoin had no choice but to play his trump card. Then what about Wisman? That name made Harvey freeze, then he stiffly asked back. What? Seeing that reaction, Jung-ho leaned forward and blurted out. You have heard of it before, have you not? For some reason, Harvey seemed guilty. He turned his face away and denied it. No, I have never heard that name before. Seung-hoin had almost grasped the answer, and the corner of his mouth curved up slightly. His voice suddenly became cold and sharp, making Harvey's face visibly turn pale. I never said Wisman was a name. Seung-hoin took out the medicine bottle from yesterday and used it to threaten Harvey. Tell me everything you know. I want to hear every detail. Wanting to stay alive, Harvey had no choice but to tell him everything. Wisman is the name of an entity once erased from history by us. He walked to the bookshelf and took out a book. Its name and every record of its existence should have been destroyed. Then he reached around, searching, and pressed down on a button hidden in the newly exposed gap. The entire bookshelf slowly slid to one side, revealing the secret door behind it. Harvey led Seung-hoin and Jung-ho down to the basement. It is filled with books down here, but we still managed to keep a few surviving documents here. Seung-hoin looked around and remarked to Jung-ho, you know, it seems anyone with a little power likes building a secret room like this. Jung-ho chuckled in response. Is that not everyone's dream? Suddenly, Seung-hoin's gaze stopped on an old book lying on the table. He carefully picked it up and flipped it open to read. It looked like the diary of a Chakati villager. Inside, it said that the village had another good harvest this year thanks to the goddess Wisman, the benevolent earth goddess who always watched over them. The writer also mentioned the temple in the forest, victory over the bandits, and the villagers' love for the goddess. After reading it, Seung-hoin closed the book and sighed. So Wisman is the guardian goddess of the Red Forest. All this time, Rebecca had still been trying to hide her presence. Only after they went down to the basement did she break away and read a book on the shelf. It also recorded that the goddess Wisman had taught the people of Chakati how to create dolls from soil. Her hands trembled, her voice choking. What? Rebecca lost control of her emotions and loudly questioned them, startling Harvey. How could you people do that? She immediately rushed toward Harvey. If it were anyone else, I could still understand, but why would the Doll Makers Guild hide the existence of the goddess Wisman? Seeing this, Jung-ho hurriedly stepped out to block her. Hey, calm down first. Harvey frowned, turned his head away, and clicked his tongue. We had our own reasons. Seung-hoin glanced at him and asked, such as. Harvey sighed and replied, some records have been lost, so I do not know the whole story either. After saying that, he revealed a piece of information that shocked them all. But Wiseman disappeared, and we do not know why. Rebecca could not believe it and asked again. She disappeared. Harvey answered frankly, if a god disappears, it means they have died. He recounted what he knew. That happened about 700 years ago, when Chakotay fell into chaos after the sudden death of the goddess. Priests lost all their power, and the barrier the goddess had built to protect Chakotay also vanished. At that time, the villagers sank into suffering and despair. Goddess Wiseman had abandoned them. Goddess Wiseman, what are we supposed to do now? The scene became desolate, and a gloomy atmosphere shrouded the entire place. People say Chakotay was nearly destroyed in a single night. It seemed everything had ended there, but an unexpected variable appeared. Everything that sustained the village depended on Wiseman's power, and then the mages from Kama arrived. The Kama mages took the initiative to extend a hand and save the entire village. We will help you. We will protect Chakotay and provide everything you need. Hearing this, Seung-hoon became suspicious. The people of Kama did that without a reason. They would never be that kind. Harvey replied flatly, of course they wanted something from us. He continued, they wanted Wiseman's compassion, the jewel the goddess had once bestowed upon us. The records say the people of Chakotay regarded it as Wiseman's incarnation and worshipped it as they worshipped her. There is no one in this world who helps others without conditions. That is something everyone understands. The mages coveted the enormous mana and divine power inside the jewel, so the doll maker stole it and sold it to them. Jung-ho continued, those who worshipped Wiseman definitely could not allow that to happen. But the priests had lost all their power, so I think they could not resist the guild. Harvey immediately confirmed his words. That is right, those who worshipped her objected, but the Dollmakers Guild dealt with them easily. They searched every corner of Chakotay, erased Wiseman's name from anywhere they found it, then rewrote history so that everyone would believe all of the goddess's achievements actually belonged to Kama. Rebecca frowned slightly, her face full of confusion. She could not understand why they had to do all those things. Harvey explained in a low voice. They were surely afraid Wiseman would return. They feared she would punish them. But once a god is forgotten by the people themselves, they can no longer come back. He looked at the large bookcases around them and said, even so, they could not erase everything. That is why the guildmasters of the Dollmakers Guild passed down her story through the generations. Even if the whole world forgets, at least we must keep that memory alive. Do you understand what I mean? As if suddenly remembering something, Harvey looked at Seung-hoon and asked, but why do you people know about Wiseman? He tilted his head slightly and answered calmly, if that is an absolute secret, then what are all the disturbances in the village? We even thought you were trying to restore Wiseman's church. Hearing that, Harvey cried out in shock. What? He pointed at them and sneered, why would I do that? If Wiseman truly revives, the Dollmakers Guild will suffer a very severe punishment. On the way back to the Dollmakers Guild, Seung-hoon could not hide his disappointment. He had been certain that person was the one behind everything. Seeing him look downcast, Jung-ho awkwardly comforted him. It is all right, you are human too. It is normal to be wrong sometimes, you are still the best. Seung-hoon looked up and said calmly, Jung-ho, how about we just give him a really painful blow? Rebecca stood beside them and let out a gloomy sigh. Just who are Wiseman's followers, and what do they really want? Seeing them whispering among themselves, Harvey frowned and muttered, I still do not understand what you people are talking about. Wiseman's followers. Rebecca's mind was in turmoil as she pouted and asked, you do not know. The whole village is in chaos because of the Wiseman cult, even though they do not use her name directly. Harvey froze, his voice unable to hide his worry. You mean someone is truly trying to revive Wiseman? As if my troubles were not enough already. Seung-hoon realized something and asked, did something happen at the guild? Rebecca also suddenly remembered and added, now that I think about it, this place is indeed a little strange. You have no guests, and I do not see many doll makers either. Harvey's face went pale, sweat pouring out as he hurriedly waved his hand and denied it. Of course not, the guild is still operating completely normally. Seung-hoon looked at him coldly and thought to himself, his acting is terrible. Harvey still tried to cover up the truth. Just then the door was slowly pushed open, as if something was about to interrupt him. The one who entered was Fangreen. He immediately cut Harvey off. Guildmaster, you should not lie. Seung-hoon had no idea who Fenro was, and only one question appeared in his mind. Who is this person? Fenro stepped into the room. He smiled faintly and said frankly, what I mean is, the Chagati Dollmakers Guild is about to go bankrupt. The moment Fangro appeared, he revealed the truth and the entire room instantly grew tense. Harvey angrily slammed his hand down on the table, gritted his teeth, and growled. Why? At some point, he had already grabbed a hammer and was preparing to swing it. Harvey hurled the hammer straight at Fenroll and snarled, I thought I told you never to come back here. He only tilted his head slightly to dodge it, then exclaimed, oh my. The sound of his leather shoes clacked across the floor. I heard your health has recently declined a great deal. Faro stepped up to Harvey, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, I do not think you are strong enough to run the guild in such a weakened state. Seung-hoon and Jung-ho stood off to the side like they were eating popcorn while watching a play. This scene was truly too dramatic, it must happen often. A few seconds later, Fenroll finally realized they were there as well. He turned to look at Seung-hoin's group and smiled crookedly. Oh my, you have guests. Seeing this, Jung-ho waved his hand and said, do not mind us, please continue. Pharaoh smiled politely and bowed. My apologies, I did not think anyone still came to see Master. Harvey glared at him. What did you just say? Pharaoh turned to leave, mocking Harvey as he walked. These are your first guests in a very long time. They deserve your full attention. I do not wish to disturb you, so I will take my leave first. Harvey pointed at him and shouted, get out of my sight. When he reached the door, he even looked back and smiled. See you later, Master. Harvey could not suppress his anger and slammed his hand hard on the table once more. Seung-hoin glanced after Fangro as he left and remarked, he is quite polite even though we only just met. He really is an arrogant man. I am sure he is a villain. Jung-ho frowned and said bluntly, that line should be for you. The two whispered to each other without noticing the anger surrounding Harvey. Would it be too rude to ask him directly about what just happened? It probably would. Suddenly Seung-hoin realized something was off. Seeing Rebecca turn away and try to pull her hood down deeper as if to hide her face, he asked suspiciously, Rebecca, what is wrong? She still clutched her hood tightly and stammered, it is nothing really, nothing at all. At the cafeteria of the Dollmakers Guild, Seung-hoin went to Ziggs to ask about it. A long-haired man dressed like a noble. His expression sank. So you have met him already? That person is a dollmaker of Chagati. Him. Seung-hoin's group all widened their eyes at Ziggs at once, startling him. He told the three of them to eat a little first, and then he would explain. Seung-hoin replied cheerfully, then I will not be polite. After that, Ziggs began telling them about Fangro as Seung-hoin's group wished. His name is Fangren Spencer. He was Master's former student and joined the guild at the same time as me. He poked lightly at the salad on his plate with his chopsticks and said, but my skills cannot compare to his at all. Seung-hoin cut in, he must be very outstanding. Ziggs smiled awkwardly and continued, he was the best among the guild's trainees. Admiration could be heard clearly in his voice. Normally, it takes 5 or 6 dollmakers to create a golem, but he could complete everything by himself. With just one glance, he could immediately identify the problem in a broken puppet. Thanks to that talent, almost immediately after joining the guild, many people viewed him as the only candidate capable of becoming the next master. No one expected a rift to arise between Fangren and Harvey. It seemed even someone like Fangren was still not good enough in Master's eyes. Ziggs spoke about Harvey with eyes and a tone full of respect. You know, Master is the most talented puppeteer in the history of the guild. Jung-ho listened attentively and asked excitedly, he is that skilled? If only his personality were just as good. Ziggs told them about the conflict between the two. Master never favored him and never praised him even once. Fangren was naturally very proud, so he refused to back down as well. At this moment he looked rather sad. The conflict between the two grew more and more serious. Ziggs hid nothing and told Seung's group everything. About 3 months ago, Fangren disappeared without a word. A month later, he returned with an astonishing doll. His next words left Seung-hoin and Jung-ho utterly stunned. It was a golem that could move on its own without using mana. Jung-ho seemed unable to believe it and asked again, it moved without any source of energy. Is that even possible? Ziggs smiled awkwardly and continued. That was exactly why the whole guild was turned upside down. The trouble began after that. The Dollmakers Guild 2 months ago, the golem created by Fengro was officially introduced. Everyone in the guild lavished praise on him. This is an extraordinary achievement. It will change the entire doll-making industry. Fengren, you truly are incredible. Harvey slowly walked over to evaluate it. Not bad, for now it is unclear what it can be used for, but it is enough to interest me. At that time, Fenro only replied blandly out of courtesy. Thank you. Harvey stared fixedly at the golem without looking away, thinking to himself, so this is what he has been making all this time. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, and Fengro noticed it too. I do not like this, but he is the most reasonable choice to entrust the guild to. There is no one else worth considering. After finishing his thought, Harvey declared, fine then, at least you will not damage my reputation. When I retire, I will let you become the next guild master. Hearing that, Fenro was utterly shocked, his eyes lighting up. Master, but only a few seconds later, he revealed a calculating smile. If that is the case, then Pharaoh spoke coldly, if you do not mind, I would like to take over right now. Angro's arrogance made Harvey's bloodshot eyes bulge. What did you say? Pharaoh laughed, his voice full of arrogance. I accomplished what even you could not. I have talent, experience, and now achievements as well. Then what reason do I have to keep serving under you, right? Those words made Harvey tremble with rage, and he gritted his teeth as he shouted, who do you think you are? He flung something straight at Fengro and roared, you insolent brat. Get out of my guild right now. Ziggs and another person hurriedly held Harvey's arm back and tried to calm him. Master, please calm down. Fenro sat down heavily on the ground, his laughter ringing out bitter and twisted. So there is no other way. I never wanted to become the one who ended this guild. Even after Harvey had beaten him until he was injured, he still narrowed his eyes slightly. But if that is what you want, Pharaoh stood up and gently touched his golem doll. From today on, I will leave the guild. Harvey had only just calmed down a little, yet he could not help asking, are you planning to establish your own guild? Pharaoh turned to look at him, his smile unchanged. That is right for now. Let us call it the Spencer Dollmakers Guild. Back in the present, Seung-hoin asked Ziggs in confusion. So the reason there is no one left in the workshop is because of that. He lowered his head, sighed, and replied, after Fangren founded his guild, most of our dollmakers followed him. Zig sadly recalled the delighted faces of those who had left. Die Harvey, I hope we never meet again, he said in a low voice. Fangren truly was far too talented, and besides, they no longer had to endure Master's temper. Jung Ho propped up his chin and commented casually, meaning Harvey brought this on himself. Seung Hein also gradually understood. I knew it, right? He suddenly remembered something and asked further, but you and a few others still stayed, right? Ziggs wiped his tears, slapped the table, and said loudly, well yes, though Master really is a terrible person. His eyes brimmed with tears, but Master's works were so beautiful that we could overlook that temper. Seeing that Seung Hein and Jung Ho silently understood, it turned out he was not normal either. It was even worse than Harvey. After that, Ziggs quickly returned to normal, cleared his throat, and continued. So I am truly grateful that you treated Master Harvey. He spoke his honest thoughts. I never expected that he had been poisoned. He gently closed his eyes. The third thing that bothered me. Since yesterday, Seung Hoin had still been troubled by the lycocotexin poison afflicting Master Harvey. It was a high-grade synthetic poison, created by mixing many different poisons together. He spoke frankly to Ziggs. In other words, his poisoning was not a coincidence. Hearing that, he was startled and confused. You mean? Seung Hoin's face turned sharp, and his voice was icy cold as well. This was deliberate. Someone is trying to assassinate Master Harvey. Everyone in the room cried out in horror at once. Assassination? Seung Hein began asking, do you know who that person might be? Perhaps someone with a grudge? Ziggs was still pale with worry as he replied, I do not know. Almost half of Chakati Town hates Master. Jung Ho cut in optimistically, then at least the other half does not hate him. Ziggs could only give a faint laugh as he explained, the other half are people who have never met Master. You are underestimating Master. He is much worse than you think. Hearing that, Seung Hein made a suggestion. Then could you tell us where he has been recently? Ziggs recounted what happened back then. Ever since the dollmakers left, Master had stepped outside at all. Master needs rest, get lost. He only focused on guild work and looked very tense. Seung Hoin's gaze turned contemplative as he analyzed, hiding away for 2 whole months. That means he was not poisoned outside. Suddenly, Jung Ho whispered, hey doctor, maybe the culprit is among the apprentices who stayed in the guild. Seung Hoin replied, not necessarily. He analyzed further. Since yesterday, they have been taking turns feeding Harvey medicine. They all did their utmost to keep him alive. Ziggs' side was also anxiously running around everywhere. Wash the dishes later. If they wanted him dead, he would not have survived until now. Moreover, they all believe in Harvey's dolls. Suddenly, a hand rose timidly. Rebecca hesitantly offered a name. It could be Frank Greenspencer. Seung Hoin seemed to agree with that assessment. Judging from the current situation, he is indeed the most suspicious, but something still feels off. Even so, he still inferred another point. Master Harvey likely came into contact with a large amount of poison in a short time. The culprit seems to have continuously poisoned him over several days, while it would be very difficult for Fangren to get that close, since Master Harvey hates him to the bone. Jung Ho assessed. Perhaps he had someone else poison Harvey. After saying that, he turned to Ziggs and asked, are there any other customers in the guild? While listening to the answer, Seung Hoin seemed to suddenly think of something. Other than Fangren, I am not sure. I think there were only a few adventurers. Suddenly, he shot to his feet and confirmed, Ziggs, Master Harvey is the only one who makes dolls from that stuff. From the clay those adventurers brought here. Right? Ziggs nodded and replied, that's right, everyone else has to find clay for themselves. Seung Hoin immediately smiled with complete confidence and proposed, take us to where you store the clay right now. A punch as powerful as thunder slammed straight into a man, sending him skidding across the ground at once. That man gritted his teeth and shouted, hey, are you insane? Seung Hoin answered coldly, that is exactly what I want to ask you. The next sentence made that man's face darken instantly. We discovered poison in the clay you brought to the guild today. Seung Hoin continued his assessment. According to our investigation, this is not the first time you have done this. Even so, that man still tried to deny it. I have no idea what you are talking about. You have the wrong person. After saying that, Seung Hoin lost patience and dragged him straight into the dead-end alley. The others had already covered their ears. Even so, the scream still made them unconsciously clench their hands. When it was over, Seung Hoin dusted off his hands and muttered, good grief. The other two asked excitedly, did you get anything out of him? Seung Hoin replied, yes, he started talking after a few warm-up punches from me. Then he took out a key with a triumphant look. We guessed right. This is the key to the warehouse of the Spencer Dollmakers Guild. As for that man, he had already passed out after the beating. Spencer Dollmakers Guild, the 3 of them finally arrived. This place looked like a warehouse. Key was ready to slide into the lock. The door was open. They stepped inside to inspect it. What do you think, Doctor? Seung Hoin used the system to check. Observation vision is being activated. This clay has been contaminated with lycocotexin. Anyone who touches it will be affected. All of it has been poisoned. Jung Ho nodded and exclaimed, then it is certain, right? Your eyes really are useful. Seung-hein replied, that's right, now we have evidence we can. Suddenly, someone appeared and cut him off. I did not expect you to trace it all the way here. Fengren smiled smugly. Actually, I was planning to pay you a visit as well. Thank you for saving me the trouble. Jung-ho raised the glowing spear, clearly realizing his secret had been exposed. He assumed a ready stance and asked, you intend to kill us, but only saw Fengren smile faintly, denying it. Not exactly. Unexpectedly, he extended an invitation. Afternoon tea is about to start. Would you like to join me? The Spencer Dollmakers Guild, he explained. There had been a previous misunderstanding. Fengren sat leisurely, saying he had no intention of killing his master. Seung-hein asserted, we have the evidence right here, yet you still pretend to be innocent. Fengren explained, I truly intended to give him the antidote when needed. Seung-hein asked further, then all that you did was for what purpose? He darkened his face. I suppose you have guessed the reason. After speaking, he presented a book. Seung-hein read the title, slightly surprised, The Wisman Cult. Fengren sipped his tea, then said, my goal is to restore the Wisman cult and bring Lady Wisman back. His eyes grew sorrowful, explaining that the Dollmakers Guild possessed much material about Lady Wisman, and he must seize them. Initially, he intended everything to be passed to him, but had to change plans because Master Harvey would likely be fully healthy for at least the next 30 years. Therefore, he decided to poison, thinking if Master worsened, I would inherit the guild. Jung-ho exclaimed upon hearing, you have a problem. Seung-hein glanced, asking further, then why would you restore the Wisman cult to the extent of betraying your master? Only Fengren's faint smile was visible. Then his gaze turned strange, asking, have you ever had a master or met someone you thought you could never surpass? The great obsession made him believe Master Harvey was that person to him. If he could catch up to him, it would only be after his death. Fengren expressed his heart. No matter what, he could not surpass him. This always tormented me. Seung-hein remained indifferent. Honestly, I do not care. Fengren clasped his hands, making me realize that if he could not surpass his master. His expression grew fervent. I will pull him down to kneel before me. At this moment, Seung-hein was horrified. What? In Fengren's thoughts, when Lady Wisman returns, the Dollmakers Guild will collapse due to unforgivable crimes. Master Harvey will also be punished. He thought if he were cursed, he would never make dolls again. That is my desire. Fengren's distorted face reflected his character and his desire to surpass his master while he is alive. Jung-ho witnessed and exclaimed, are all dollmakers this abnormal, really? Why is everyone like this? Seung-hein also admitted, he is worse than Ziggs. Nevertheless, Seung-hein remained uneasy. Something is not right. He deliberately asked more to challenge Fengren. Is this all this person has? Fengren did not disappoint, replying with a smug expression. He laughed heartily. You are indeed perceptive, indeed. Not only that, this is simply what I desire. Finally, he spoke. The reason for reviving the Wisman cult is because my father had ties. Seung-hein was surprised because of the village. Fengren closed his eyes tightly, saying, look at Father Kati now. The image of the dilapidated village appeared, nearly uninhabitable. No Ivor facilities nor guidance, though people were injured daily. The one causing the tragedy left, was the cause. They abandoned Chakotay. Suddenly, Fengren slammed the table in rage. He hung his head, exasperated, speaking of the villagers suffering at the hands of the red-haired thieves, the innocent people in Chakotay being wrongfully abused. Upon hearing the leader of the thief group, originally a noble from Kama, we will become a knightly order. Jung-ho and Seung-hein were taken aback. Sorry to hear that. He would kill us if he knew we helped with the bloodshed. Sorry to hear that. Fengren touched the book, explaining the records were from ancestors, former members of the Dollmakers Guild, seeking to end Kama's deceit and the guilds. He held the book firmly, asserting the Wisman cult is what Father Kati desperately needs now. After speaking, Fengren seemed helpless. If you still wish to stop me, Seung-hein interjected. I do not intend to. He smiled brightly, expressing, there is no reason to prevent you from restoring the cult for good purposes. When he spoke, I even want to help, Rebecca observed, thinking silently. False, Jung-ho realized, casting a spell. Fengren was satisfied, making an offer. So would you like to cooperate? Seung-hein wondered, in what way? Fengren proposed, I want you to speak with Master Harvey for me. Disappear. Need assistance if you wish to revive Lady Wisman. Jung-ho curiously asked why need him, but Fengren did not easily say, I cannot reveal details to you yet. Seung-hein smiled, saying we will try our best. Then he solemnly confirmed, one last thing, the masked men trying to kill us were also members of the cult. Fengren appeared innocent, explaining, they were mercenaries I hired, not guild members. I sent them to investigate the one spying on Lady Wisman. Upon hearing, Seung-hein calculated, but if knowing their brutality, I would not have hired them, I understand. Finally, the tea party ended. It was late, must leave immediately. Time flies when enjoying tea, does it not? Jung-ho did not forget to compliment before leaving. Thank you for the tea. It was delicious. Yet Fengren's gaze remained attentive nevertheless. Then he reached out his hand. Becca was pulled back by the sleeve. Fengren smiled. Before leaving, at least say goodbye. As the words were spoken, after all, you are her only brother, Jung-ho immediately reacted. What, you are her brother? Fengren showed attitude. Do you not know? Luena is my little sister. Seung-hein wondered who Luena was. Rebecca immediately answered that it was her real name. At that moment, Fengren patted her shoulder and taught her in a stern voice, I see you are still wasting time. You left home because you wanted to become an adventurer, yet you do not look like you have improved at all. And he leaned close to her ear and whispered. She grew even more timid. I told you already, you were never suited for this work. While he was questioning what she had been doing while he worked so hard for their father, Jung-ho spoke up indignantly. Hey, you do not need to be that harsh. Unexpectedly, Fengren's eyes blazed with anger. Li Weina is the only family I have left in this world. How could I not worry when she keeps stubbornly throwing herself into danger? That overwhelming presence even made Jung-ho falter. No, I mean you should at least speak a little more gently. Fengren sighed, then remarked, you are still no different from when you were a doll maker. He tightened his grip on Rebecca's shoulder and reminded her that if she had no talent, she should at least work hard, yet she could not even do that. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped them both. I know for certain you will say you did your best, but if there is nothing to prove it, then it is no different from having done nothing. The more Rebecca listened, the more frightened she became. If you only want to become an ordinary adventurer, then it would be best to give up now. Suddenly, Sung-hoon spoke up to stop him enough. Thanks to him stepping in to rescue her, Rebecca finally escaped Fengren. I do not know much about Ligwina Spencer, but Rebecca, my friend, is doing very well in our team. Moved, she looked at him and called softly Sung-hoon. After saying that, Sung-hoon finally relaxed and smiled. I am sure you understand too. Fengren rubbed his wrist, then stayed silent for a while. After that, he spoke with admiration. It seems my little sister has found reliable companions this time. At the place known as the Chagati Manor, Rebecca cried as she said, that is why I did not want to meet my brother. Jung-ho sighed, I never expected someone like to be related to you. Rebecca also replied sadly, what hurts even more is that I know he is not completely wrong. As she said that, her eyes welled up again, as if she were about to burst into tears. Perhaps I really should give up the path of an adventurer. Just then, a can of drink was handed over along with a voice. What would that man understand about adventurers when he has always lived safely in the village? Sung-hoon was encouraging her, you travel everywhere, complete missions, and still return alive. So in my eyes, you are already a true adventurer. Those words seemed to soothe Rebecca's heart. You do not need to care about someone who understands nothing like him. Looking at the can in her hand, she said happily, thank you very much. Jung-ho spoke up and asked, so are you really planning to let the Fellowship of Faith off the hook now, Doctor? Seung-hoon affirmed, of course not. He judged that he had clearly lied when he said the masked men did not belong to the association. That surprised Jung-ho. He lied. Sung-hoon explained that an instant death curse placed enormous pressure on the caster, so it was rarely used. If they were cursed, they must have been holding important information. He opened the can of drink and pondered, who knows what he is hiding. But I am certain there is something else behind this. While Jung-ho still did not know where to begin investigating, Rebecca provided a clue. When I was at home, Fangren once said he found documents about Lady Wisman there. She suggested, why do we not try investigating my house first? Those words surprised both of them, your house. In the end, they finally set foot in the mansion of the Spencer Yu family. Sung-hoon activated the system and used observational eyesight, immediately discovering that a powerful defensive spell had been activated, ready to attack anyone who approached without permission. But the result was not what he had hoped, making Sung-hoon exclaim, the security really is strict. Jung-ho immediately said, that is fine, since the owner of the house is right here. After saying that, Rebecca took out the key and opened the door. It opened. The three stepped inside and looked around. This place looked as if no one lived here. So Fangren lives in this eerie place? I used to live here too. Rebecca explained that Fangren had moved out when he was young and lived in the association dormitory. He only often returned after my parents passed away to handle the inheritance. As they walked, Jung-ho asked who took care of the place. She explained clearly, my family used to have servants, but my brother dismissed all of them. In the middle of explaining, she suddenly pointed and said, so after that, the sight before them left the other two stunned, huh? Inside the room were dolls in motion, and they were the ones who handled everything in the mansion. Jung-ho panicked so much that he shouted, what kind of bizarre world is this? Are they monsters or is this place a dungeon? Rebecca hurriedly explained to reassure him, no, they are only cleaning dolls created by my brother. Sung-hoon could only remark that although he was a noble, using dolls in place of humans was still far too extravagant, and the maintenance costs must surely be a fortune as well. He seemed to realize that the servants in the mansion had probably been dismissed right after Fangren found the documents about Wisman. In order to prevent the information in the records from leaking outside, Rebecca nodded in acknowledgement. That is right, dolls will not tell anyone what they see or hear. From the clues they had, Sung-hoon asserted that the fact he was still using dolls proved he was still hiding something in this place. After that, Rebecca led the two of them to a room and said, this is the master bedroom, also my brother's room. As soon as Jung-ho stepped inside, he commented, there is nothing unusual here. Suddenly, Sung-hoon called Jung-ho and asked, do you still remember what I said beneath the Dollmaker Association's basement? Jung-ho hesitantly confirmed, you mean the matter of those in power. He began mocking them, saying they were rude, incompetent, and only knew how to live by exploiting common people. Sung-hoon nodded, Yes, not a single part of that is wrong. After saying that, he activated eyesight. Those with power use observational eyesight. Behind the painting, a light flashed. The switch there had been sealed. An old seal had recently been broken, allowing the door leading down to the basement to open, a place often used to create a secret room. After finding the switch, he immediately pressed the button. Right beneath Jung Ho's feet, a door suddenly opened. He fell straight down through it. The fall sent him rolling down the stairs. Seung Hoin burst out laughing and called loudly, "See." Jung Ho answered weakly, "I see." After saying that, Seung Hoin also stepped down after him. Rebecca looked around, then criticized, "What a mess." Seung Hoin also quickly realized there are all kinds of things here. Suddenly, he stopped in front of another tablet. "What is this?" A translated text. "A great entity once loved Chagati. This shall be the place where Lady Wisman's achievements are recorded." Seung Hoin said this was a record left behind by one of her ancestors. He read on. Wisman was the guardian goddess worshipped in Chakoti, and also the first doll maker there. In the end, he remarked that these lines only repeated what they had found in the guild. It seemed they had copied the document hidden here, because this entire wall was the record itself, so that man could not bring it back to the guild. Suddenly, Rebecca pointed to a passage and found that it contained some new information. According to the record, the legend of Chakoti said the goddess deeply loved the forest and every living being within it, so she always tried to protect them. The story said that protecting that vast forest was beyond her power, even though she was a goddess. After much anguish, the goddess shared her power, creating copies, who were also her children. Those copies established a village in the middle of the forest to worship the goddess. As the years passed, a proper village was gradually built, later bearing the name Chagati. Reading this far, Seung Hoin suddenly understood. In other words, Chakoti was created by Wisman's copies, and the people of Chakoti were her descendants. Jung Ho also spoke up, saying that meant the members of the Dollmakers Guild had betrayed their own mother. At that very moment, a wolf was still alive. It suddenly lunged straight at them. Jung Ho was the first to be attacked by it. He cried out from the pain. After the attack, the wolf immediately retreated away from Jung Ho. It stopped at a certain distance. The wolf grew more and more ferocious, light radiating from its body. Becca worried over Jung Ho while explaining that it was a golem carrying the ego of a fire wolf. He lay there trembling, wondering why it was always him. Seung Hoin was doubtful. What did a golem carrying an ego mean? Rebecca explained more clearly, saying they were special golems that only Master Harvey could create. Looking at the savage wolf before her, she said it had no soul but operated through magic containing an ego, so it could think and act like a living creature. Suddenly it charged straight at Rebecca again. Seung Hoin had already been on guard and immediately summoned Silver Glory from his equipment storage. With a single slash, he split the wolf in two. It collapsed to the ground motionless. Even so, Seung Hoin did not lower his guard at all and continued observing. Unexpectedly, even after being severed apart, the wolf stood up once more. It was getting up again. Rebecca hurriedly explained that if its core was not destroyed, the golem would keep attacking. Seung Hoin immediately asked where its core was. At this moment, Jung Ho also summoned his weapon and said that depended on the craftsman who created it. His hand tightened around the weapon's grip. Then he sprang up in anger, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "You coward." After saying that, he charged straight at the wolf. "You were trying to ambush me, were you?" After several attacks, the wolf was once again slashed apart. The other two could only stand and watch, unable to hide their astonishment. Jung Ho said excitedly that he had not even needed to use his observation vision. Rebecca wondered why a golem carrying an ego was here, while Seung Hoin guessed that Fengren must have learned how to create one. Jung Ho looked around and concluded that, if so, there was a very good chance they would find that thing here as well. Jung Ho's words made Seung Hoin seem to realize something. He meant the secret behind golems that could move on their own without magic. He suddenly ran off without saying a word, leaving Jung Ho confused as he asked where he was running off to. As he ran, Seung Hoin thought that ever since he stepped in here, he had smelled a strange scent from this direction. Could it be? In the end, he stopped before a door. The other two hurried after him as well, calling for him to wait for them. "You are moving too fast. It is easy to get lost like this." When Jung Ho looked inside, he instantly froze. Look at that. A dead wolf lay there, and not only that, there were many other species as well. What exactly were all these things? Rebecca covered her face, almost unable to speak. This is horrible. Who could possibly do something like this? Seung Hoin stepped closer to examine the corpse. He realized it looked very similar to the fire wolf golem they had just encountered earlier. So that was indeed the case. Jung Ho frowned and guessed, could that man have killed them to take golem design samples? How terrifying. Rebecca immediately said she did not think so. She still refused to believe it and insisted that her brother could absolutely design golems without killing animals. He only needed a blueprint. Jung Ho retorted, then why would he do something so horrible? Meanwhile, Seung Hoin looked around and silently hoped what he was thinking was not true. After that, he used his ability on the golem and activated analysis. His body began to melt as the analysis process of the firewolf golem took place. Immediately afterward, an orb of light appeared. Jung Ho asked in shock what that was. Seung Hoin immediately explained that it was the soul of a living creature. That left the other two frozen in horror. Sung Hoin concluded in a cold voice. This lunatic used the souls of living creatures to make dolls. Rebecca could not believe the truth before her eyes. Oh my god. She nearly collapsed, asking in agony what her brother had done. As for Jung Ho, he began rummaging everywhere and said this person's mind definitely had a problem. Did that man really extract souls and place them into dolls? He searched through the remaining records, hoping that if they kept looking, they might learn what that man was ultimately trying to do. In the end, his efforts were not in vain. He took out a notebook and called Dr. Kang, saying there was something here. Sung Hoin suggested that everyone take a look together. The moment the notebook was opened, Rebecca immediately recognized her brother's handwriting. According to the lines written in the notebook, Wisman never abandoned us. She scattered her power throughout the Red Forest and became one with it. Wisman may have vanished in the form of a god, but in truth, she merely changed into another form. Based on the records left behind by our ancestors, she has always protected us. Meeting Wisman again is impossible, because she has merged with the forest. But I refuse to accept that. Fengren thought differently and chose his own path. That man decided to create a doll in her likeness. If Wisman's willpower and faith could be infused into it, the goddess would be reborn and become divine once more. Reading this part, Jung Ho could not hold back and blurted out, "What the hell is this?" Rebecca also sank quietly into thought. I never imagined she had turned into the Red Forest itself. Jung Ho walked as he voiced his guess. But is something like that really possible? I believe the Wisman fanatics had a way to handle the faith, but where did they get the will and power of a goddess? Sung Hoin turned to another page and replied, "It is written clearly here." He read the record aloud. Ordinary people cannot gather the power of a god, unless they collect that god's remains. After careful consideration, I used the only thing Lady Wisman left behind before she disappeared. A mysterious creature suddenly appeared and spoke. Her right hand, a massive creature crawled above them, its voice full of menace. "You dare sneak into my place like sewer rats. You people have truly caused enough trouble." Sung Ho immediately recognized the voice, Fengren. Sung Hoin also understood that man had been watching them through the dolls. Fengren crawled down and said confidently, "Once I obtained that hand, retrieving the power from the Red Forest was a simple matter." Hearing this, Sung Hoin immediately understood the problem. Of course the forest would lose stability the moment its protection vanished. Rebecca asked anxiously, "Then the reason the monsters in the forest became ferocious is?" Sung Hoin explained that the magic power leaking from Kama was likely the main reason. After saying that, he looked straight at Fengren and declared, "But you are the second cause." Rebecca immediately reacted fiercely. "How could you do that? Do you know how many casualties have occurred in the Red Forest?" Fengren spoke again as if it were only natural. "Chakotay will become great again when Lady Wisman is reborn. Every loss right now is insignificant." After hearing that, Sung Hoin only gave a faint laugh. "Insignificant, is it? I guessed you would say something like that too." He continued exposing that Fengren's real problem right now was gathering the goddess's will. Fengren curled his lips into a smile, seemingly no longer intending to hide anything. "So you have realized it." Jung Ho still did not understand what he was hearing. "What are you talking about?" But Sung Hoin had already grasped the crucial clue. After Wisman disappeared, there was only one place where her will could be found. It was in her descendants, those left behind to protect the forest, who were also the souls of Chakotay's villagers. Rebecca and Jung Ho were both stunned by the truth that had just been revealed. Jung Ho gradually understood. So that whole pile of animal corpses was for experiments to learn how to extract souls. Rebecca's hands trembled as she gripped her sword tightly. Then the one who attacked the villagers was... Even so, she still tried to deceive herself. "Did you do all of it? It was not you, was it? Please say it was not." Fengren directly called out the name Li Wenner. Unexpectedly, he replied in an extremely proud voice, "Of course it was me." Believed he needed to extract the souls and see them with his own eyes. He wanted to see whether they truly carried her will. Everything was for Chakotay's happiness in the future. Truth before her left Rebecca completely stunned. Immediately after that, she rushed toward Fengren and shouted, "You are insane." Jung Ho hurriedly spoke up to stop her and worry. "Rebecca, wait." At that moment, Rebecca no longer had even the slightest trust left, and she immediately charged forward to attack Fengren. But Fengren showed no mercy either. He reached out and grabbed her by the neck, and he violently threw her straight into the wall. Jung Ho cried out Rebecca in panic, while she gritted her teeth and cursed, "You hypocrite." She could only keep using words to vent her rage. "You are a hypocrite, a piece of trash." She burst into tears, choking as she could not accept it. How could you push innocent people into danger, harm them like that, and then say it was for Chakotay's happiness? Fengren used his own reasoning to refute her. "What do you know about what is good for Chakotay? You were the one who abandoned this place. My people have endured too much contempt and oppression from Kama. Only Lady Wisman can save us. Sometimes small sacrifices must be made in exchange for greater benefit. In any case, from the very beginning, I never expected a failure like you to understand." Meanwhile, Sung Hoin had quietly closed in behind Fengren. A slash swept out, cutting Fengren's thinking device clean off. Even so, his fallen head still kept the same smile. At the same time, Sung Hein cursed in a cold voice. That is enough, someone like him definitely does not deserve mercy. Then he pinned down the remaining body and threatened him. How should I deal with you? Sung Hein reached a hand toward Rebecca and asked, Rebecca, can you still stand? Rebecca reached out, took his hand and replied, yes thank you. Jung-ho still had not recovered from what he had just heard. I never thought Fangreen would extract human souls just to make dolls. That man is even crueler than I imagined. Sung Hein continued speaking about the current situation. If we submit Fangreen's diary as evidence, even the Adventurers Guild cannot ignore this. After that, he made a suggestion. We had better leave here before there are more victims. Jung-ho nodded. Right. Suddenly, he discovered something abnormal. What the hell is this? The door leading in was slowly disappearing. He shouted in panic. What is happening? The entrance has been sealed. Fangreen's head suddenly spoke. Oh dear, one of you should have stayed outside the door. He curled his lips into a smug smile and explained. Once the basement door closes, you cannot open it without pressing the switch. Jung-ho cursed furiously. Hey, open the door right now. Are you planning to kill your own little sister? Fangreen immediately denied it. No, wait. After all, she is my only family and you are her friends. But I cannot let you ruin the sacred ritual welcoming Lady Wisman. He added that it would take around 3 days to complete that doll, so they should obediently stay here until then. Jung-ho was so enraged that he swung his weapon wildly everywhere. When Fangreen said he would let them go after the ritual ended, Jung-ho could only ask through gritted teeth. Why would you? After saying that, Fangreen left with a goodbye, leaving Jung-ho still trying to shout after him. Wait. His foot crushed the model head, and he cursed angrily, that bastard. Rebecca suggested anxiously. What should we do now? Maybe we can dig a way out. But Sung Hoing immediately replied. No. He analyzed the basement structure based on the entrance. This place seems to be a kind of isolated space. If they try to break through with brute force, they will very likely fall into the gap between dimensions. At this moment, Rebecca hesitated before speaking. I'm sorry, if I had not suggested coming here from the start, this would not have happened. Jung-ho hurriedly comforted her. This is not your fault, thanks to you. We finally know what Fangreen is doing. But she was still uneasy, because everything would be meaningless if they could not escape from here. Jung-ho squeezed his eyes shut, his heart filled with guilt. You do not need to worry about that. I should have stayed outside. Right after that, his expression changed, as if he was certain he would definitely find a way out of this place. Hopeful eyes turned toward Seung Hoin. Right, doctor, hurry and help us. That made Seung Hoin sigh helplessly. Good grief. While thinking, he could not help wondering, does he think I am a mage or something? Then his gaze stopped again on the fragments of the doll. The doctor's mind within him began operating at full capacity. Suddenly, he asked Rebecca, do you know how to use doll-making skills? Rebecca was a little surprised, but still answered, I am not really good at this, but I do know the basics. That answer left Seung Hoin satisfied. Immediately afterward, he declared, we may have found a way to escape this place. Jung-ho instantly grew excited. I knew you would think of a way. Rebecca was still stunned. Can we really get out? How? Seung Hoin began to explain. It sounds simple, but doing it will not be easy. We will use doll control skills like Fangreen, then command them to press the switch on the other side of the door. He concluded, if we cannot leave this place ourselves, then we must borrow the hands of what is outside. However, Jung-ho was still unsure whether that method was feasible. Seung Hoin reminded him that they were trapped in an isolated space. Jung-ho wondered again, can we affect things in Izion from another dimension? Seung Hoin picked up a fragment as proof. Think about it, Fangreen was still controlling this doll until just now, which means he affected this place from outside. At this point, Jung-ho gradually understood, meaning he can interfere with this space from outside through a skill. After saying that, Seung Hoin immediately activated the system and used observation vision. He smiled with certainty. I believe the person who created this place must have prepared a backup measure. At the same time, the space began to change as if to ensure that that person's descendant would not be imprisoned here along with all the information about Wisman. And sure enough, something appeared. It was a transmission magic circle capable of sending skills through the wall of space. Seung Hoin immediately announced, there is a transmission magic circle here. It is used to amplify a skill's effect and transmit it to the necessary location. Jung-ho had an idea. Then can we use any skill? Seung Hoin observed as he replied, it seems the skill still has a few conditions. According to Seung Hoin, the main condition was that only doll-making skills could be transmitted, and only a member of the Spencer family could do it. He looked at Rebecca and said, the only one who can save us is you. Rebecca was a little flustered when she heard those words. What? She immediately waved her hands in denial. I cannot do it. Even if I had the ability, how could I control my brother's dolls? Suddenly, Seung Hoin held her hand tightly to reassure her. Rebecca, listen to me first. He smiled, then spoke frankly. The truth is, I do not care much whether Chakotay is destroyed or not. More accurately, I am only an outsider. This matter had nothing to do with me in the first place. Those words made even Jung-ho sigh. Whatever else you say, that really is cruel. Then Seung Hoin suddenly paused, but, finally, veins bulged across his face as he declared firmly, I will do everything I can to teach that bastard Fangreen a lesson, one he will never forget. At this point, he turned to Rebecca. Even an outsider like like me has not given up. So are you really going to let go of your hometown so easily? Every word he spoke seemed to give her strength. Fangreen locked you in here even though he knew about the magic circle. So should you not teach him a lesson for looking down on you? Sung-hoon smiled gently and asked again, do you not think so? Rebecca fell silent, sinking into thought. She raised her head to look at Sung-hoon, then made her decision, I will try. 2 days later, Rebecca was still working tirelessly to finish everything. Exhaustion showed clearly on her face. Everything is done. Jung-ho could not help being astonished as he watched. She said she was not very good at this. The entire room was covered in magic circles, making Jung-ho mutter, I think she lied to us. Rebecca finished her work and spoke up, I am sorry for making everyone wait so long. Jung-ho asked curiously, what are all these things? She timidly explained, dolls belonging to others usually resist when they are controlled, so these are used to neutralize that resistance. Jung-ho stared blankly at the explanation, I really have no idea what she is talking about. Sung-hoon explained it more simply, she is going to infiltrate Fangreen's dolls. Saying that, he held out his hand as if entrusting her with his faith. We trust you, Rebecca. Rebecca's spirit immediately lifted, and she answered firmly, all right. After that, she placed her hand on the wall. The magic circle began to shine. Let us begin. Somewhere a weak hand began to move. Zip Toy Top lay on the floor wondering in shock. What the hell is this? What are you doing? Meanwhile, Fangreen wore a deeply satisfied expression. Fangreen. An image of a room gradually appeared in Rebecca's mind. I can see Fangreen's room now. She tried to search for the doll closest to her. Immediately afterwards, she approached that doll. In the end, she successfully took control of it. It worked. At that same moment, Rebecca was struck directly by a powerful recoil. The pressure was so great that she was injured and began to bleed. Jung-ho asked worriedly, Rebecca, are you all right? Rebecca tried to reassure him, I am fine, so keep going. Sung-hoon observed and understood. Controlling the doll of a high-level dollmaker is too much for her. Jung-ho was still worried. If this continues, she will collapse. Suddenly, Sung-hoon realized something. A few small mice darted beneath his feet. They turned out to be golem mice. He thought to himself, they must also be Fangreen's ego golems. Perhaps because Rebecca is his sister, they mistook her for Fangreen. After that, Sung-hoon spoke up and instructed them, if you want to help, then go help her. They hesitated for a brief moment, and finally rushed toward Rebecca together. They quickly leapt onto her. Thanks to that source of power, Rebecca seemed much more relieved and steady. Not only that, the magic circle also began to glow again. Jung-ho exclaimed in astonishment, the magic circle is recovering. Sung-hoon immediately judged, these golems must also understand doll making. As for Rebecca, she told herself inwardly that she had to be strong. She tried to control the doll and move it closer to the switch, just a little more. After tremendous effort, its hand finally touched the switch. The passage slowly appeared more. Jung-ho joyfully shouted the news, a passage is open. Rebecca, you did it. Finally, Rebecca was exhausted and sank to her knees. She burst into tears of happiness. I did it. Sung-hoon also spoke up in delight. I knew you would definitely be able to do it. Elsewhere at Chakati Square, the three quickly went there. Hopefully everything is still fine. First, let us check on Harvey. Suddenly, Jung-ho noticed something unusual, while Kwong muttered, am I the only one seeing this, or is something really wrong? A strange atmosphere hung over the place. This village was eerily silent. Sung-hoon nodded in agreement. You are right. This place is completely different from 2 days ago. Rebecca quickly spotted someone in the distance. Jung-ho immediately said, let me go ask. He approached the person and asked, excuse me, may I ask something? What happened in the village? The man drew in a deep breath, and with a blank face, he kept repeating, she is coming, huh? Jung-ho immediately flinched in alarm. What the hell is this? That moment, Sung-hoon also realized it is not just him. The others were also muttering endlessly, that woman. The words kept echoing again and again, eternal loyalty to my mother. Like a summoning spell because father has milk. Rebecca shouted in fear, everyone, hurry and wake up. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon quietly checked their condition. He activated observational eyesight. Poison disordered, the target has been infected with Itala's poison. He recalled it, then confirmed that this was a hallucinogenic drug. He remarked, it is if that man used drugs to make people delirious just for amusement. Jung-ho panicked after hearing that. What? So they will have to live like this for the rest of their lives? Sung-hoon answered, no, we only need to wait for the drug's effects to wear off. After saying that, he turned and said, for now, we cannot fight the villagers, so let us leave this place temporarily. In the end, the three could only retreat helplessly. The villagers suddenly noticed them, their mouths still repeating, she is coming. Countless arms kept reaching toward the three of them, she is coming. The entire village began chasing after them. After running for who knew how long, Jung-ho looked back and guessed, I think we have shaken them off. Dollmaking Association appeared before them. We are almost at the Dollmaker Association. Sung-hoon opened the door and called inside, Master Harvey, are you there? The sight before him made him freeze at once. Ziggs lay in a pool of blood. Sung-hoon hurried over and called, Ziggs, are you still alive? Wake up. Ziggs called his name with a faint breath, Sung-hoon. He used the last of his strength to say, please save Master. When they looked over, they saw Harvey lying there motionless, already murdered by Fangreen. A burst of triumphant laughter rang out. Fangreen looked up in satisfaction, just as I imagined. The glowing sphere was placed at the center. This appearance suits you much better. Before them stood a giant doll. Master, Master was killed by Fangren. Zig's wounds were quickly bandaged. Sung Hein observed while giving first aid. His body is filled with shards of porcelain. It is hard to believe he is still alive. After finishing the treatment, he added, I've given first aid, but you absolutely must not move right now. Ziggs replied softly, thank you. Jung Ho stood there observing Master Harvey. Looking at the terrified expression still lingering on the master's face before his death, he asked, Ziggs, what exactly happened here? Ziggs furrowed his brow and began recounting. After you disappeared 2 days ago, Fangreen came to the association. When he entered the association, Fangreen came to us and made an offer. Harvey angrily recounted. He said he would provide the antidote to lycocodexin if we agreed to cooperate. Normally, Master would have scolded him harshly and thrown him straight out, but his eyes gradually shifted to worry, because the medicine was almost gone and there was still no news from you. Master began to grow uneasy, and then, at this point in the story, Ziggs squeezed his eyes shut as though he had accepted that bargain. The more he spoke, the more hesitant he became. Master said pride was not worth trading for one's life. Jung Ho nodded in understanding. That really does sound like Master. He has not changed at all. Sung Hein asked curiously, then what did Fangreen want? Ziggs brought up one matter. He wanted to know what had happened to his ego golem. He still could not complete that golem that did not use magic. He recounted it clearly. Master helped him repair the doll and quickly found the flaw, but the real trouble began after that. Fangren looked at the result with satisfaction. It moves perfectly. I never expected it could be repaired so quickly. He even made an eager proposal. Master, I sincerely hope I can continue working with you in the future. Harvey immediately scolded him outright. What are you saying? I already have the cure. I do not want anything to do with a contemptible person like you. Fangreen hurriedly tried to hold him back. Have you forgotten what the Dollmakers Guild once did to Lady Wisman? Harvey struggled and shouted, that is none of my business. Get out. Suddenly Fangreen's voice sank. When you inherited the guild, you also inherited its sins. His expression also changed. You must pay for your mistakes by serving Lady Wisman. Even so, Harvey only grew angrier and snapped back. Did you not hear what I said? Get out of here now. In that very instant, Fangren's hand pierced straight through his body. Ziggs cried out in panic, Master. Harvey also looked down at his own body in horror. Fangren was seen pulling out his soul as he said coldly, I will help you find release. After that, Harvey collapsed. Master. Jung Ho reacted at once. He stole Master's soul. Ziggs lowered his head and continued. Master fell immediately, while I charged toward Fangreen. But Sung Hoin guessed the rest, but you were defeated by him. Ziggs answered guiltily. That is right. Ziggs recounted Fangren's words. He said he would create a golem carrying Master's soul. He even cut his own hand to use as material. He said in despair, an ordinary person cannot deal with that monster. Sung Hein reasoned that the ability to extract souls, combined with the fact that when Lady Wisman returned, he would receive power as her disciple. In the end, Fangren would practically become a boss monster. Ziggs covered his face, almost out of hope. That is right. Right now we have to seek help from outside Shagati, but by then it will already be too late. Sung Hein analyzed the situation. Our chances right now, before he finishes creating Wisman. Ziggs asked hesitantly, what do you mean? At this moment he sighed and mentioned that there seemed to be an old abandoned temple of Lady Wisman on the lowest floor of the Spencer Dollmakers Guild. Hearing this, satisfaction showed clearly on Sung Hoin's face. He will definitely be there. He gave a word of praise, then took out his weapon. Good. With the weapon in hand, he proposed, then let us go ruin his party. They proceeded to the gloomy place known as the basement of the Spencer Dollmakers Guild. Mechanical parts were still operating silently. The golem was casting a magic circle on the goddess Wisman. Looking at her face, Fangreen could not help sighing in admiration. She truly is beautiful. Standing below, he expressed, I am very glad I entrusted it to you, Master. At this moment, he smiled with great satisfaction. She is about to be complete. All the effort I poured into this moment is finally bearing fruit. The golem's body opened, glowing brilliantly inside as though it were burning. The heavy door slowly cracked open. Fangreen looked at that scene in excitement. Finally, it has finally come. His face grew even more twisted as he declared, Lady Wisman will return. Sung Hoin's voice rang out, and at the same time, an arrow shot forward. Not that fast. Fangreen froze on the spot as if struck dead. Huh? His face twisted, unable to accept it. No. His expression went blank, then he screamed, no, Lady Wisman. Fangreen whipped around to find the cause. Who is it? Who dares do this? Sung Hein laughed in delight. Only now does this start to get interesting. He appeared with the other two and declared, nothing is more interesting than defeating villains the moment they think they have reached the very top. Fangreen's veins bulged so furious he could not speak. You. As for Sung Hein, he answered him with a triumphant smile. Sung Hein greeted him calmly. Long time no see. He curled his lips into a smile and added, actually it has only been 2 days. Fangren growled, impossible, how did you? The voice rang out, cutting him off. It is over. Rebecca frowned at her brother. Enough. At this moment, Fangreen gave a faint smile as if he understood. So you managed it, Li Wayne. The feeling of being betrayed by his only younger sister made his face twist even further. How dare you command my dolls? In the end, he smiled as though accepting the truth. Liguena, so you really are determined to betray me. After saying that, Fangren shouted loudly, I should have cut ties with you long ago. Rebecca immediately froze. Cut ties with me. Right after that, she retorted angrily, I am the one who should be saying that. What kind of older brother locks his younger sister in a basement, you trash? Fangreen shot back, idiot. This is a sacred ritual to save Chagati. As the two of them argued, Sunghain quietly took action, while Fangreen said coldly, a fool like you has no right to interfere. He aimed precisely at the target, thinking that the head had been dealt with, and next he only needed to aim for the arm. The arrow tore through the wind and shot straight toward the statue. Fangren only had time to shout, stop right now. The golem immediately moved as if it had received an order, dodged the incoming arrow, but a crack also appeared in its palm. Fangren burst into delighted laughter, looking satisfied as he praised him for being truly formidable. Then he shifted his gaze elsewhere. Now then, he looked towards Seunghoin's group and ordered, destroy those damned people. The golem began to rise from the ground. A surge of magic seemed to envelop its entire body, while Fangren screamed at it to kill them all. Its gigantic hand rose high to gather men. Then it slammed straight down at the position of the three. Jungho could not help but remark that this man was truly terrifying. Rebecca also gathered her strength and said she felt sorry for Master Harvey. But, in the very next moment, she shot forward at tremendous speed. One of the golem's arms was instantly smashed apart. She said she had no choice but to break his arm. The golem lost its balance and toppled over. Even so, its strength did not seem to have diminished at all. Its remaining arm began to activate a magic circle. Jungho could not help being shocked at the sight. The fragments were gathering together. It was using its remaining arm to repair itself. In the end, that arm returned to its original state. It can recover on its own. Sunghain was not too surprised, because this was, after all, an ego golem created by the finest doll maker. He curled his lips in mockery. You trapped your own master inside a doll just to exploit him. He turned and asked directly, Fangren, do you hate Master Harvey that much? Fangren curled his lips into a smile and justified himself. Do not talk nonsense. I respect Master more than anyone. As he continued repairing the statue of Goddess Wisman, he said that he had merely let Harvey's imperfect personality sleep, while allowing his talent to flourish. He seemed to have lost his mind, believing that Master Harvey had now completely devoted himself to Goddess Wisman. While the two sides were still arguing, the golem continued attacking wildly. Fangren said that this was what a true dollmaker should do, making Jungho ask in confusion what exactly was wrong with that man. Rebecca realized that he was restoring the doll. Sunghoin frowned and said helplessly that perhaps they had no other choice. He took hold of the staff and told Jungho to lend him a weapon. Jungho still did not understand and asked what he intended to do. Sunghoin activated his vision and declared that he would destroy it by force. The analysis of the golem's body appeared, including the third, fourth, and fifth ball joints of Harvey Golem. Immediately after that, he charged straight toward it. Golem also swung its iron fist in response. Even so, Seunghoin still managed to dodge the blow. He had his own calculations, because completely destroying its arm would be too wasteful. Before it could repair itself again, his gaze became extraordinarily firm. A flurry of slashes was unleashed one after another, while he told himself that he had to destroy its main joints. The golem was far from simple. It could still move with great flexibility. Even after losing several parts, it continued operating fairly well. Unfortunately, Sunghain was struck by a punch. He endured the pain and told himself that, of course, he also had to be mentally prepared to take a few hits like that. Thanks to that, he borrowed the force to gain momentum. He moved along the golem's arm, heading straight toward the center. Once again, he unleashed his technique. The two people below watched the scene with their mouths hanging open in shock. In the end, both of the golem's arms were broken. Amazing. Jungho hurried over and asked Han, are you okay? Sunghoin still forced himself to answer that he was fine, just a few broken bones. That answer only made Jungho even more worried, because that was not fine at all. Right then, the iron door suddenly slammed shut. Jungho asked in panic what they should do next. Meanwhile, Fengren had silently finished his work. Fengren began firing the doll. Sunghoin immediately attacked with an arrow. The arrow shot swiftly toward Fengren. He clutched his wounded arm and screamed loudly in pain. Even so, he still had enough strength to speak. Thank you for getting in my way. Sunghoin curled his lips into a smile and replied, did you think I came here just to fool around? Fengren had also pulled the arrow out, saying coldly, I had intended to spare you. He placed his hand on the ground and declared, but now I have no choice but to end you right here. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of magic circles instantly appeared. Something was slowly rising from the ground. Looks like I have to deal with you right here. Masses of liquid gradually congealed into humanoid figures like dolls made in bad. Sunghain observed the scene and remarked, that really is a troublesome skill. Jungho stepped forward confidently, leave it to me, doctor. Sunghain handed the weapon back and replied, so you finally decided to play your role as the tank properly. Jungho gathered momentum and charged forward. If you want to fight, then he immediately rushed in and attacked the dolls. Do not even think about touching us. Just an instant, the dolls were smashed to pieces. Rebecca also realized these dolls were merely low-quality goods, perhaps because he was injured. She summoned a magic circle and said, even I can control ones like these. The dolls were instantly brought under her control. Ordinary dolls like these are nothing to fear. Meanwhile, Sunghoin had already rushed out swiftly. He had already calculated in his mind there was not much time left. He had to take that man down with a single strike. He had closed in on Fangren's position. Sunghoin seized the perfect moment to strike, precisely when that man had let his guard down. By the time Fangren realized he had gotten close, Everything was already too late. He hurriedly created another layer of shield for defense, Earth Shield. Sung Hoin did not slow down at all and charged straight ahead. The spearhead slammed hard into the shield before him. The sound of cracks spreading through the shield rang out clearly. Sung Hoin curled his lips, revealing a satisfied look. The force in his hands grew stronger and stronger. Just consider yourself unlucky. He used magic to intervene, altering the structure of the shield. Activate Earth Bone, convert Earth Shield into Earth Bone. In the end, the shield could not withstand it and shattered. Sung Hoin raised his spear and declared in a clear, ringing voice, I just happen to possess a rather useful skill. Fengrin's face immediately showed an unprecedented look of panic. A thrust pierced straight through his body. Jung-ho shouted excitedly, nice, we took him down. After speaking, he did not forget the important matter. Hurry and destroy the furnace right now, quickly, before the dole is completed. Sung Huin suddenly sensed something strange. Do you not feel something is wrong? He looked suspiciously at Fengrin lying there. I do not think he would fall that easily. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Exactly. Hand had firmly grasped the lever. The iron door behind them suddenly burst open. By the time Sung Hein and Jung Ho realized what was happening, the flames had already surged violently outward. Oh heavens! Statue of the god Wisman had been completed. Jung Ho fell down and asked in shock. The door opened by itself in such a strange way. Sung Huin seemed to understand. Of course not. Standing beside the furnace at that moment was Feng Green. One who appeared before everyone's astonished eyes was actually Feng Green. Rebecca wondered in shock. He just died. How could this be? Sung Hein explained he really did it. He kept only the bare minimum of soul to control his old body. Looking at the doll with the exact same form as Feng Green, it was clear he had extracted his own soul and placed it into a doll. Jung Ho was stunned. What the hell is going on? How can he abandon his own body like that? Feng Green merely laughed smugly. Can you not see it? His face lit up with pride. I looked at the god Wisman and declared, for you, I would even be willing to sacrifice my life. Hearing those words, everyone felt helpless. To him, everything was for Lady Wisman. A hand slowly grasped the door. Wisman's body was now able to move. Lady Wisman had truly returned. She stepped out of the furnace with an aura of absolute authority. Fengrin immediately knelt and called out reverently, Lady Wisman. His face was filled with worship. Lady Wisman. He revealed the longing he had carried for so long. I have waited for your return for a very long time, for an entire century. The god Wisman still stood there silently, listening to him speak. Congratulations, you have once again become the goddess of Chakoti, Lady Wisman. Rebecca was stunned. She is the goddess of ancient Chagati, Wisman. After saying that, Fang Green turned back and called out respectfully, Lady Wisman. He pointed towards Seunghoin's group and said, do you see those fools? They are sinners who interrupted the sacred ritual that brought you back. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued, they deserve to receive your punishment. Goddess Wisman immediately turned toward them. She is coming this way, but in the end, she is still only a doll. We just need to destroy it. Sung Hoin suddenly called out, Jung Ho. He quickly reminded everyone to get ready. Goddess Wisman's hand slowly rose high. In an instant, an invisible current of mana seized control of them. Rebecca and Jung Ho immediately reacted violently. Sung Hoin's system also sounded a warning. You are in shock. You have fallen into a state of terror. Your mind is being severely diminished. Sword slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Jung Ho wondered in confusion, what exactly is going on? Why has my body suddenly become so heavy? Sung Hoin spoke softly. It is terror. He explained the phenomenon before them. This is a special skill possessed only by gods, used to weaken an opponent's mind, making lesser beings nearly unable to resist them. Jung Ho described his condition. I can hardly breathe anymore. What about you, doctor? Sung Hoin still had enough strength to laugh as he answered, I think I am about to die too. Jung Ho immediately reacted. You clearly look much better than us. They looked toward Goddess Wisman's glowing hand. Jung Ho shouted in panic. She is preparing to cast a spell at us. Sung Hoin immediately turned around. He quickly embraced Rebecca and Jung Ho, then pulled them both out of the attack range. Massive explosion instantly shook the entire space. After that strike, the ground was carved to a huge crater. Jung Ho asked blankly, was that a laser cannon or something? Sung Hoin calmly confirmed. To be more precise, it was probably a holy shockwave. But right after that, Jung Ho noticed something else. Looking at Sung Hoin's scorched arm, he cried out in concern. Good heavens, doctor, your arm. Sung Hein used mana to heal himself, activated hemostasis, then answered, it is only a minor wound. He continued analyzing. Even weakened, she is still terrifyingly powerful. Jung Ho asked in astonishment, that is her weakened state. Sung Hoin explained further, half the villagers of Chakoti are her followers, but they are all under the influence of a medicinal ingredient, so they cannot be fully conscious. Compared to her prime, her strength has dropped greatly. Jung Ho asked with a hint of despair, then does that mean we have no chance either? Sung Hein confirmed, after all, she is still a god, so killing an ordinary person is far too easy. Fengrin burst in loud laughter, his voice filled with contempt. What a bunch of fools. Made an offer. It is still not too late. If you become followers of Lord Wisman now, I will spare your lives. Truly. His next words made the other two almost explode. After all, I will need a few golems to protect Chakotay in the future. Jung-ho immediately shot back. You only want to turn us into golems and exploit our labor. You call that sparing our lives. Before he could say more, Goddess Wisman summoned the ball of light again. Oh heavens. Sung-hein embraced Rebecca and immediately warned her. Careful. Fortunately, they avoided the attack once again. Sung-ho tumbled to the ground, desperately trying to back away. Damn it, do we really have no chance left? Sung-hein asked Jung-ho, do you think you can beat a storm or a tsunami? Jung-ho immediately replied, no, when you encounter something like that, you run. How could anyone defeat a disaster like that? But Sung-hoon seemed to have thought of something. Facing a god is the same. If you can avoid it, then just avoid it. Jung-ho remembered the village and muttered, but if we run away, who will save Chakotay? Sung-hoon's gaze sharpened and he affirmed, it is not just Chakotay. He had thought of an even worse outcome. With Wisman in his hands, that man Fangren would seize the entire Fiddle Lake district, then even Western Azul. Thinking of that, Sung-hoon suddenly smiled. And most importantly, I absolutely hate having to run away. Even as Goddess Wisman drew closer, he continued thinking, if we can seize control of this battle. Suddenly a voice rang out and called to him. Hey Fish. Sung-hoon wondered in confusion, where is this voice coming from? The voice rang out again. I want to help you. Following the guidance, Sung-hoon looked down at his hand. Use the power in your left hand. Jung-ho fell into panic again. Damn it, she is attacking again. Looking at the light charging straight at them, he realized in despair, we cannot dodge this time. Yet Sung-hoon still stood still, showing no reaction at all. Right then, a notification rang out. You have received a new skill. Jung-ho called out in worry. Doctor, what are you doing? Sung-hoon still stood silently in place, waiting for the attack to descend. He only raised his remaining hand, covered in symbols. Wisman's mandate of heaven. A massive magic circle instantly appeared. Fangren saw it and laughed loudly. Fool. He stepped forward smugly, saying that was the price for not knowing one's place. But the scene immediately after left him stunned. Sung-hoon's group was still alive. Sung-hoon still stood firmly in place. Fangren panicked, unable to believe it. He can still stand after taking the goddess's full wrath. Sung-hoon stayed silent, feeling utterly satisfied inside. That is right, you are being enveloped by Lord Wisman's grace. Damage has been greatly reduced, the state of terror can be ignored. So this is the true divine power. He looked toward the goddess Wisman and spoke. I do not know why you suddenly lent me your power. A triumphant glint flashed in Sung-hoon's eyes, but right now it seems the tide has turned in my favor. Jung-ho looked at Sung-hoon in utter confusion and stammered, Doctor, are you really still all right? He smiled with a confidence that was almost arrogant, of course. Hearing that, Jung-ho froze before reproaching him. You should have said beforehand that you could do things like this. On the other side, Fangren gritted his teeth in bitter resentment. How dare a lowly mortal like you block Lady Wisman's attack? I will never accept this. There is no way this can be happening. Sung-hoon looked at that surge of power and immediately urged the person behind him. Jung-ho, hurry and find somewhere safe. Jung-ho did not even have time to argue before swallowing his words. He turned back with a look full of goodwill. Protecting teammates is also a guard's duty, after all. Jung-ho fell into overthinking again, ignoring Rebecca as she rolled beside him. Is he sending me away because he thinks I will only get in the way? Suddenly Jung-ho seemed to understand, clenching his fist with determination. Got it, leave Rebecca to me. He hurriedly ran off, but still did not forget to look back at Sung-hoon. Seeing someone trying to run away, Fangren immediately roared in fury. Do you think I will let you leave this place? He unleashed a massive surge of energy, aiming straight at Sung-hoon. He remained emotionless, merely waving his hand with cold composure. A white shield swiftly appeared right before that surge of power rushed in. Easily avoiding the attack, Sung-hoon continued speaking with contempt. This thing does not even sting. Maybe Goddess Wisman has grown weak because your faith was never that pure to begin with. Fangren froze, bewildered by those words. What did you just say? Sung-hoon let out a quiet laugh amid the tense scene. I mean, what god would care about a follower who turned them into a doll? If I were Wisman, you would be at the top of the list to be dealt with. He was so furious he nearly went mad, his entire face twisting with rage. How dare you insult my faith? I will definitely kill you. Right after that, Fangren gathered momentum and leaped high into the air. He launched attack after attack at Sung-hoon. During that time, he had nearly closed in on Goddess Wisman. Sung-hoon gripped the sword in his hand firmly and raised it high. Enough, faith this and faith that. He showed no mercy, decisively bringing down a shocking slash. Unexpectedly, at the final moment, Goddess Wisman created a shield and blocked the blow. Sung-hoon rolled his eyes, pressing his sword against the defense before him. Is this a barrier? Normally, even approaching it would already be extremely difficult. The system within him immediately trembled violently, radiating a vivid red light. Wisman's heavenly mandate was emitting brilliant red battle energy. Because of that, Sung-hoon immediately swung his hand and unleashed a decisive strike, shattering that defense. Goddess Wisman's face gradually appeared, still in a dazed, soulless state. She had just managed to fully block one of Sung-hoon's attacks. The two clashed fiercely with their swords, filling the surroundings with a sense of danger. Jung-ho hid in a corner, staring non-stop at the person in the distance with admiration. Unbelievable, Dr. Kang is fighting evenly against a goddess. The battle continued, the sound of colliding swords ringing out again and again. As he fought, he focused on observing Goddess Wisman and realized that she had a fatal weakness. In truth, she was only a doll being controlled by Fangren. How could someone who had never fought fully control the power power of a goddess. No matter how strong she herself was, if the one controlling her was far too weak, then how could she bring out her true full strength? The moment that thought ended, Seung-hoin knocked the sword from her hand. Seeing that scene, Fengren could not hold back and cried out in a piercing voice, "Lady Wisman." In that moment, all he could see before him was the figure of the deity falling. If he acted right now, he could smash that doll to pieces. Would it truly be alright to do that? Seung-hoin unconsciously remembered Ket's face. The image of a happy family flashed through his mind, because the souls of the Chakoti villagers were still imprisoned inside that doll. Just as he hesitated, Goddess Wisman suddenly appeared behind Seung-hoin and spoke, "Child from another world. Completely sever the connection between me and him. If you can do that, you will be able to awaken me." That reminder made him pause for a few seconds. Sever the connection? This mysterious idea truly left him unable to understand. The very next second, Seung-hoin called out to Fengren, "Lady Wisman asked me to pass a message to you. She said she no longer wants anything to do with you." At that moment, his system issued another notification. That electronic device flew from who knew where and drew near Goddess Wisman's head. Only then did Fengren roar in panic. "What are you trying to do? Stop right now." The scene was so baffling that even Seung-hoin could not stand it, and he swung his sword straight at the bastard before him. One slash swept across her head, as if intending to cut through all the red threads. Fengren watched each thread fall with wide eyes, his entire body going numb. "No, the connection between Lady Wisman and me has been severed." At that moment, a familiar voice echoed inside Goddess Wisman's mind, reminding her of their bond. Because of that, she opened her eyes and awakened. Goddess Wisman only had to lightly wave her hand, and a powerful gust of wind sent Seung-hoin flying. He was flung backward, letting out an involuntary cry. Before Seung-hoin appeared a sphere enveloping her. It was indeed her true form after breaking free from the chains. Before long, Goddess Wisman's smooth white legs were revealed. Her sharp features returned, even more formidable than before. Wisman, the goddess of Chakoti. Before the two humans, Goddess Wisman became tall and majestic. The first words she uttered showed her kindness. "My sincerest thanks. Thanks to your help, I have now awakened after many years of deep sleep." Seung-hoin tilted his head and replied like a courteous gentleman, "It was nothing." Hearing that, Goddess Wisman turned around. The pits in the earth left by the bombs made her feel sorrowful. Suddenly, Goddess Wisman looked at Jung-ho, making him startle. That five senses device is truly flexible. She paid Jung-ho no more attention, slightly lowered her head, and said softly, "I am sorry for not helping sooner." Seung-hoin replied generously, "An apology is enough." Goddess Wisman said little more and stretched out her hand to gather energy. The energy floated in midair, but Shangui still flew toward the dark shadow not far away. The energy quickly wrapped around Jung-ho and Rebecca, causing the system to continue sending notifications. "Goddess Wisman's grace envelops your body. All wounds are healed. Your spirit is fully restored." Immediately after, a miracle came to the two of them. Their wounds had healed completely. Seeing this, Goddess Wisman turned her attention to Seung-hoin. "It is your turn," looking doubtful. He refused. "Frankly, I am fine. There is no need to worry." In his heart, Seung-hoin still quietly admired that being. She truly was special. Gods usually forced humans to worship them, but she truly cherished humans. Only now did Fengren regain his senses. "Lady Wisman, did you just help that person?" He seemed to lose control before Goddess Wisman. "Why is this? I am the one who revived you." Seung-hoin calmly exposed Fengren. "You only used her like a doll. I am sure she is very grateful." Lady Wisman scolded him to his face while Jung-ho rushed over in time to stand between them. That is right, he tried to manipulate the goddess. Unlike them, she still smiled, not the least bit angry, admitting that she was all right despite having made a grave mistake. He is still a beloved child of Father Kadi. Seung-hoin could not believe it and hurriedly asked again, "Lady." She lifted the corners of her lips, revealing a gentle face. How could a mother resent her child? Even so, he remained bewildered. "You hold no resentment at all." Only then did Seung-hoin realize in astonishment that she had slept for centuries, so she was probably still dazed and not fully awake. How unexpected. Fengren was also shocked upon hearing this. "Then that means... It means I did nothing wrong at all." "Lady Wisman, please listen. Those three tried to obstruct your resurrection and Kadi's. Please punish them." But what answered him was Goddess Wisman's displeased gaze. Her eyes suddenly flashed with an angry red light. "My child, this forgiveness cannot erase your sins. You have caused the deaths of countless innocent lives." Fengren still tried to explain, "I know what I did was sinful, but it was only to resurrect you." Before he could finish, he felt a hand placed on the shoulder of the unfortunate child. "Your greatest sin was resurrecting me." When he heard those words from her own mouth, his eyes kept trembling. "Why would you say that? The filthy deeds of the soul-deceiving guild made the people forget you. As if that were not enough, they even offered your sacred relic to Kama. They even wiped out the sect that revered Father. You must hate them." Goddess Wisman shook her head and denied it. "I do not hate them at all." He grew even more panicked and asked, "Why not? How can you?" She withdrew her hand, wearing a mother's smile on her lips, "Because parents cannot hate their children. My existence itself was agony, when I thought of my beloved children being sacrificed solely to carry out my will." His legs swayed from the truth. "No, You do not hate them, you did not wish to be resurrected. Then everything I did. Sung-huin suddenly felt inspired and finished Fangren's words. Everything you did was pointless, but she still forgives you. You are merely a sinner who borrowed the name of faith to sow chaos, unable to accept reality, still stammering in denial. He spoke on, not noticing Goddess Wisman's gaze. You deluded yourself into believing everything you did was for Lady Wisman. With the slightest mistake, you used it as an excuse to pile more hatred onto the soul-deceiving guild and karma. But you are the one who hurt Goddess Wisman. Tears spilled from Fangren's eyes. He was blameworthy yet pitiful. No, that is not true. I am sorry. Please forgive me, dear Lady Wisman. I thought you would be pleased, but I was too foolish. Pitiful Wisman. Goddess Wisman, please forgive me. Without waiting for her to soften, Sung-huin kicked him away. He glanced down faintly, warning Fangren in a cold voice that even if he killed him, Father Cody would never return to how he was before. At the very least, that would stop this tragedy from happening again. Sung-huin angrily clenched the gem on his sword, the destiny of Wisman radiating a deep crimson battle aura. He charged forward and drove a thrust through Fangren, determined not to let that happen ever again. He only managed to let out broken sounds, begging not to be abandoned. Divine C. Wisman. When that body collapsed, Sung-huin finally spoke slowly. It is over now. Do you think I should have let him live? God Wisman closed her eyes and shook her head gently. His sins were too heavy. I can forgive him, but the other children cannot. Even though I had prepared myself in advance, it still hurts to the very end. Only did a clear female voice cut in. Because he is my family. Rebecca shed tears, looking at that body in agony. He may be a devil, but to me he is still family. She froze, as if she had never imagined anyone would say such words. But God Wisman still gently reached out and embraced her. He pressed her face against Rebecca and whispered in a voice overflowing with love, my child. I know things have never been easy for you. Fortunately, you are still safe. That embrace quickly moved her, Lady Wisman. Amid that heavy silence, a cry rang out as if tearing the sky apart. Amid the chaotic sounds came a serious question. Goddess Wisman, I have a few things I want to ask you. God Wisman regained her composure and replied, a question. Sung-huin immediately nodded. Right, there are many things I need to confirm. As soon as she finished speaking, she smiled warmly. Of course you are the hero who saved Father Cody. I will answer everything I can. Yet those words did not make him grateful. He smiled on the outside while inside he was irritated, wondering how many more faces Sung-huin was hiding. Does she think I did all this just for fun? Anything related to management or space travel will do. Quickly returned to the main matter, glancing lightly at the two figures in the distance. In that case, I would like to speak with you privately. Shall we move somewhere else? God Wisman understood his meaning very quickly and immediately snapped her fingers. Wait a moment. Immediately afterward, a soundproof barrier appeared around her and Sung-huin. Jung-ho and Rebecca stood outside looking in, seeing that it was no different from a cage. Seeing that Sung-huin was still dazed, she gently explained that this was a barrier that blocked all outside interference, and no one could hear their conversation. What the hell is this? Just hearing that made him secretly admire it. Perhaps this is a form of simulated space. After all, she is a god. Excellent in that case. A moment later, Sung-huin recalled the whisper during the battle, child from another world. He went straight to the point. You knew I came from another dimension. So I will speak plainly as well. Do you have enough power to send me back to my own world? Unexpectedly, fate liked to mock him, and God Wisman could only smile awkwardly. I am sorry. His face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he clutched his heart, as if it had just shattered. So bluntly, just like that. She scratched her head awkwardly and carefully explained that crossing worlds did indeed require a god's authority. But right now I have grown far too weak. Sung-huin seemed to see a sliver of hope in God Wisman's words and immediately asked, then what if I asked another god powerful enough? But the answer still did not change. I do not think that method would work. To cross into another dimension, you must know the exact coordinates of that world. Determining the coordinates of your world is not impossible, but by human time, it would take a very long while. He held his head, dejected by that hard-to-swallow answer. Exactly how long, she thought for a moment and replied, at least several centuries. Sung-huin was instantly speechless. How wonderful. Only then did God Wisman voice her guess. You were summoned here by another entity, were you not? The one who brought you here must know the true dimensional coordinates of your world very well. Those words immediately brought a familiar back to Sung-huin's mind, right? No wonder no one can return to Earth anymore. I have no choice but to cooperate with the management. Seeing that he did not answer, she took the initiative to ask again, any other questions? He hesitated for a while before saying, actually I wanted to ask you about this first. Above the two of them appeared the hand-holding attribute, Destiny of Wisman. Sung-huin stepped closer, narrowed his eyes, and asked, why can you interfere with my status window? You used it to transfer power to me in the form of a technique. Unexpectedly, the system immediately reacted violently to this closeness. Wisman's grace is enveloping you. The skill Destiny of Wisman has been received. He coldly ignored the system's horror and continued pressing her. I have met all kinds of people and creatures in this place, but I have never seen anyone do that. She remained calm and did not deny it at all. You may call it a status window, but normally no one can interfere with it. Perhaps the entity that created it possesses an unimaginably great authority. Sung-huin cautiously retreated a few steps. Then why can you? God Wisman immediately cut him off. It is simple. I have been recorded in the status window. He suddenly understood. The light in his mind back then had appeared because he had once been recorded as a follower of Wisman. Could the management be so powerful that they could integrate even part of a god into their system? Just who are they? If possessing a sacred relic is the condition for recording a god into the system, then why was there no achievement notification or reward when he obtained Caristel's sphere? After weighing it for a while, he decided to reveal part of his secret. I once obtained another sacred relic, but the system did not record it at all. Besides that, only this crossbow has ever affected my status window. Do you know the reason? She lowered herself slightly, gazing thoughtfully at the object in Sung Hoin's hand. This sphere is only an ordinary object containing a god. My left hand carries the sincerity I personally left behind. This crossbow is the same, though very faint. A portion of sincerity still sleeps within it. He raised the crossbow and asked suspiciously, sincerity. God Wisman kept her gentle tone and slowly explained. Before the gods disappeared, they often left behind sacred relics containing their sincerity. To be precise, sincerity of a forgotten god. Following that explanation were two notification windows partially obscured. Item of when remaining is relic of completed when sacred relic left behind by is collected. Sacred relic of the forgotten god completed when a remaining sacred relic of a forgotten god is collected. Relic of the forgotten god completed when the remains of a forgotten god are collected. It was hard to understand, and even after the explanation, Seung Hoin still felt uneasy. Wisman was right. I finally opened the true message. I do not know why, but he stared intently at those items, realizing that the management was collecting the sincerity of gods, something that had seeped deep inside them. After regaining his composure, Sung Hein returned to reality, thanking him for providing so much new information. She also smiled and nodded, glad that he could help. Driven by curiosity, he asked further what exactly had happened to Cody's father in the past. Had he sacrificed his life to protect that place from some danger? The god Wisman could not turn a blind eye to the helplessness. Apologizing, he himself did not clearly remember that period. Perhaps because he was resurrected in an unstable state, Seung Hoin was not convenient to perform the martial rites, so it stopped there. Yet she took the initiative to continue recounting, and he still remembered this. God Wisman began to dig into the memories of the aerial battle. She herself had directly fought. The one who battled him was a god. The blue-haired Mai left a strong impression on God Wisman. That was why Seung Hoin was so contemplative. Meaning that person was not the forgotten god like Wisman. Thinking carefully, Kukuristel was also a god who had once perished and resurrected. The dry bone hidden beneath the robe silently absorbed spiritual energy to satisfy its needs. Collecting all the points, guessing up to this point, he began to realize it seemed the administrator was also the forgotten god. Why were there so many forgotten gods disappearing? Could it be that a war existed among the gods? Long after that, the barrier made of vines gradually dissipated. A man and a woman had dared to appear. Rebecca saw them and immediately shouted, Seung Hein. Wisman and Jung Ho seriously questioned, what were the two talking about? Seung Hein remained secretive. He lowered his eyes, muttering in annoyance, if I kept clinging to you I would die of curiosity. He also teased and to rest. After speaking, he continued to ponder, ignoring the purple-hued twin pipes behind him to find out the reason all the gods disappeared, and why the deities attacked each other. Then he could also find the reason why the administrator wanted to collect the divine intention. When he knew their purpose, he would force them to reveal themselves before him, and make them pay tenfold. But Seung Hoin did not expect her smile to be caught through the lattice glass. It seemed they would reunite soon. What heavens, the administrator really has not taken his eyes off him. I will wait for you. In Chagati village, the streets were empty. Then was covered by a hazy smoke, scared of ghosts. Jung Ho followed the others quickly through a silent alley outside the mansion. Seung Hoin speculated. Half the villagers were sound asleep. The other half likely had their souls drained by Fengren Rus. God Wisman suddenly became sensitive, blaming himself how many children had died because of him. He was no less, at least could he save Harvey. His soul still in the golem, Seung Hoin shook his head expressionlessly. He was not sure. Although Rus released his soul from the golem, there was currently no vessel strong enough to seal it. His flesh had long been dead. Even Rebecca's mood sank. Perhaps he would never see the surviving teammates in Madison again. God Wisman turned his head and stared at her. Her hands gently wiped Rebecca's tears and comforted her. Do not cry. You tried your best, voice trembling with emotion. Lord Wisman. God Wisman stroked Rebecca's head as a signal. The rest leave it to me. For God, I am the protector of Chakotima. As soon as he finished speaking, wind and leaves immediately flew out from the vortex in the formation. Light filtered through the streets, corners, along the journey. Specks of light formed. A series of shining golden bodies were reborn. This scene surely no one would believe. Jung Ho gaped at the scene. What is happening? Seung Hoin calmly explained they were resurrecting. He glanced subtly as if to probe. You mean he can make the dead live again? He witnessed the rise of humans, confirming. It was one of the three most forbidden techniques of humanity. No one had achieved it. A miracle belonging only to the god. Faced with the shocking event, Rebecca was completely overwhelmed, eyes wide. Everyone was returning. Give thanks to Lord Wisman. The god gives thanks to you. When turning around, her pupils continued contract rest. Truly unexpected. God Wisman's body gradually merged with the air. Lord Wisman. Rebecca Rebecca hurried over, not forgetting to shout loudly, "Lord Wiseman." He noticed the anomaly while running and questioned, "Doctor, what is wrong with him?" In contrast to the two, Seung-Hoin walked slowly. Goddess Wiseman was created from the souls of the Chakati people. Now all those souls returned to flesh resurrected from the dead. She thought of this, her throat choked, meaning Lord Wiseman would vanish. He explained slowly, before God Wiseman vanished, she would also disappear because she had lost the will to exist. Rebecca rushed over. "Impossible. Just met. No time to speak properly." However, she only received a comforting smile from God Wiseman. She left, leaving a message, "Do not be sad, I just returned everything to its original place." Seung-Hoin stood not far, changing his view of God Wiseman. How could he be so forgiving? She smiled beautifully at humanity. That is the natural law of maternal love. Jung-ho was slightly sad but alert enough to agree. Indeed, parents live to see their children happy. He glanced, "Is that so?" Seung-Hoin's mind still lingered on Lord Wiseman's virtue. Unable to understand, she sacrificed herself for others without hesitation. Once again in his head repeated the words, "And you, the child from another world. When I disappear, the power you borrowed will also vanish." He replied lightly, "I know." Yet she still worriedly reminded, "You will no longer use any magic requiring the left arm." The holy artifact Wiseman's grace would also turn into an ordinary gem. Kama would surely be shaken by this. Seung-Hoin's mood sank hearing these words. Regrettable, it was also a high-grade skill. No substitute skill for the earth bone. Should he prevent her from resurrecting the dead? Who would have thought God Wiseman immediately guessed his intention? Therefore, so that he could still use those divine arts in the future, even when I am no longer here. The familiar fist attribute was pushed towards Seung-Hoin. After that message, God Wiseman's system was cut off midway by his system. "I will change for your sake." Two new attributes appeared before Seung-Hoin as a reward for the fusion. This is incredible. She actually modified her own skill. Because she had poured too much effort into this matter, only a little of God Wiseman's body remained. I no longer have time to explain in detail, but they will definitely help you. Seung-Hoin had nothing to offer in return and could only say sincerely, "Thank you very much, Goddess Wiseman." Seeing that she was about to leave, Jung-ho spoke with regret, "What a shame, you are the god I have liked most until now." God Wiseman looked at him, not smiling at all, and only uttered a few incomprehensible words. "You." Jung-ho was so shocked that he froze. Did she just curse me? Seung-Hoin, standing beside him, could only give an awkward smile. Probably not. She swept her gaze over the surrounding scene once, then softly said, "Farewell. It is time for me to leave. I can no longer continue protecting Chakati. From now on, everyone must protect this forest and village on their own." Along with that disappearance, the system also changed. Crimson Forest abode no Wiseman's divine power. The peaceful protection that had sheltered Chakati for so long was gradually fading away. From this moment on, outsiders would no longer lose their way in the forest, and ferocious beasts would also pour into the sacred land. Until the moment she vanished, God Wiseman still wore a gentle smile. "But I believe in everyone. I believe you will join hands and overcome every trial ahead, because you are my children." Seeing this, Rebecca hurriedly bowed in regret. "Yes, Lady Wiseman, we will certainly not let you down. Farewell, Wiseman." That parting ended with a sincere word of love. "I love you." Before long, the sky had returned to its former peace state. Jung-ho finally breathed a sigh of relief. If only the administrator were 1/8 as strong as Lady Wiseman, we would have returned to Earth long ago. Seung-Hoin also echoed with a few words. If he were this strong, we would never have been dragged here in the first place. But still, this is already an outrageous gain. I got a 4-star skill without spending a single coin. Hearing that, Jung-ho's expression immediately changed. "You really are full of emotions." "Is so." Just then, Seung-Hoin unexpectedly received a message from the system. "My child will read this someday." The message appeared so suddenly that he was struck by a strange shock. When did it appear? And this tone is exactly like Wiseman. No one knew that somewhere far away, God Wiseman was quietly sending out a signal. "My child will read this someday." Creating these enhancement skills consumed an enormous amount of energy and required collecting 12,500 points. Therefore, I completed this task in your place. I am sorry for using your points without asking for permission, but it was too urgent then, so I had no time to tell you in advance. The nameless item reward is already in your inventory. Lots of love, Wiseman, 8 points. By the time he finished reading the letter, the anger in Seung-Hoin's heart instantly flared up. That woman, she did nothing and still wants to enjoy the results. In the sky, her figure flickered in and out as she held up a heart towards Seung-Hoin. "This divine device is quite useful too. I love you." Following Seung-Hoin's movement, a skeletal hand appeared, cast Hand of Horus. When he clenched his fist, it did the same, making Seung-Hoin feel a little happier. So this skill was changed from Wiseman's left hand. Thanks to it, I can use Earthbone one more time. I thought it would be related to a falcon. Since the name is Horus after all, perhaps the true meaning lies only in the bone part at Aezion. And before he could finish thinking, the bearded mouth opened and urged him. "Hey, what are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and heal me." Everyone else was fine after being revived, so why am I the only one who cannot move? In Harvey's room at the doll Dollmaker Guild, that man was still shouting nonstop. Seung-hoin ignored him and turned to play with the hand of Horus. It seems only I can see this hand. The very next second, a flame suddenly appeared on that hand. Using soul interference, the host can communicate with the target's soul. It flew straight toward Harvey's chest without the slightest hesitation, making him panic. Touch me and I will activate chant mode immediately. That hand continued making a mess, pulling Harvey's soul out. Use remove. Seung-hoin lifted it with interest and shook it before Harvey's face. You see this thing, right? That is your soul. Harvey lay helplessly watching his treasure being toyed with, then shouted in fury. What the hell is this? Put it back where it was. In contrast, Seung-hoin seemed rather interested in the thing burning in his hand. Soul interference lets me touch another person's soul. Since Wisman's destiny disappeared when Wisman vanished, she used my points to give me a few useful skills in replacement. Thinking up to this point, Seung-hoin immediately pulled himself back to reality and observed the soul in his hand. Right now, as you can see, it has been damaged quite severely. A great deal of its energy was drained away to power the giant golem. Your body is fine, but the damage to your soul is preventing you from controlling it. Harvey had no patience left, and the moment he opened his mouth, he started blaming him. Do I look like an Ivor mage to you? No need for long explanations. Hurry up and heal me. Seung-hoin still calmly let out an "oh." I will heal you, but there is one condition. From now on you must help protect Chakotay. Harvey was left speechless, grinding his teeth at that proposal. Protect Chakotay. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Seung-hoin deliberately brought up a terrible scenario. Think about what state your village is in now. It is no longer protected by Wisman's destiny, so this will be the perfect time for monsters to attack. That will also directly affect the livelihood of the Chakotay people, because the forest will become too dangerous to search for food and medicinal herbs. Therefore, you need to deploy combat golems around the village to resist monsters, while also teaching the villagers to make self-defense dolls so they can protect themselves. Harvey understood the implication behind those roundabout words, and his anger immediately surged. You want me to share my trade secrets with the entire village? There is no way I will do that. Facing his stubbornness, Seung-hoin calmly kept swaying the soul in his hand. So you do not intend to do it? Harvey was utterly helpless and could only grind his teeth and curse. You dare threaten me again? Only after he was exhausted did Harvey begin recalculating. I have no other choice anyway. I will pretend to agree first, then find a way to run away once I am fully healed. Unexpectedly, Seung-hoin seemed to read that man's thoughts as easily as flipping open a book. If you are thinking of running after you fully recover, he even brought up Fengrin to threaten Harvey. Who gave Seung-hoin this mercy? I will order your disciple to hunt you down and bring you back, remember that well. Faced with such ruthlessness, Harvey completely gave in. Fine, I will definitely do as you say. Under Seung-hoin's control, the hand of Horus continued working diligently, gathering all the scattered soul fragments and fitting them together. After that, it used mana to bind those fragments into one whole. Before long, Harvey's soul lit up again. He returned the soul to its original place and did not forget to announce it. Done, now you can move. After dealing with it, Seung-hoin silently looked at the vial of medicine in his hand again. Wisman placed the soul essence in my inventory, so I was able to heal him immediately. If only the administrator could be as thoughtful as she was. Rebecca suddenly opened the door and poked her head in to report, startling Seung-hoin. Seung-hoin, Mason is looking for you. He did not linger for long and quickly stood up to say goodbye. Goodbye, Master Harvey. Remember to keep your promise. Harvey had only just been healed. Ye was already furious enough to explode. Get out of my sight right now. The scene shifted to the Chakotay Adventurers Guild. Ji bowed his head as he reminded him. I have deposited your money into your account at the Adventurers Guild. Seung-hoin held the paper and could not help asking curiously, what is this? She immediately replied, a letter of recommendation from me. It will help you receive a few more benefits at other guilds around Azeon. Knowing this was a useful item, he immediately put it away. Seung-hoin also bowed very respectfully. Thank you, Branch Director Ji. Jai replied humbly. No, I am the one who should thank you for saving my village. So the Dollmakers Guild has decided to join hands in rebuilding the village. Seung-hoin gave a strained smile, trying to brush away the fierce expression that appeared in his mind. In truth, it had not taken much effort to persuade him. After hearing it, she understood the issue to some extent. So death had changed that evil man after all. Suddenly, Rebecca cut into the conversation with a somber expression. The guild's doll-making technique is the only legacy we still have from Lord Wisman. It is unacceptable for only a few people to monopolize it. The Spencer family is also ready to cooperate with the Dollmakers Guild. I will liquidate all our assets and donate them to support the reconstruction of the village. Faced with such enthusiasm, Kate was momentarily at a loss for words. Rebecca. Jung-hoo even had asked her again whether she was truly certain. Only remorse remained on her face. My brother was the one who ruined the village, so my family has a responsibility to help set everything right. And I want to keep living under the name Rebecca, not Lee Wenner Spencer. Seung-hoin took the chance to give her a few words of advice. Rebecca, you should learn how to make dolls too. Now any Chakotay villager can study under Master Harvey's guidance. Rebecca smiled, her gaze drifting toward the scenery outside. I think I can do it. I can learn doll making and help develop that forest. That's right, that place has a new name now. Wisman's Forest. In the blink of an eye, darkness had covered the Adventurers Guild's inn. Sung Hung lay on the bed, still deep in thought. Thinking this much is going to turn my hair white. At last, we can finally leave this village tomorrow. Before sleeping, I should drink a dose of potion. I wonder how many bottles I have left. As soon as he opened the system, a notification immediately appeared. Inventory, host has received a new item. Dream travel ticket. Immediately afterward, the next message appeared. I have placed the item of unknown origin that we received as a reward into your inventory. He gradually remembered the item. That's right, Wisman mentioned this before. Sung Hoing casually took out the ticket to look at it. Dream travel ticket. So I put this under my pillow when I sleep. He quickly stuffed it under his pillow. As he lay down, Sung Hoing still did not forget to mutter to himself. I do not even know what it is. Yet I spent nearly 30,000 points because of it. If this thing is useless, I will definitely go find that branch director. After that, the clear sound of flowing water echoed in his subconscious. When he opened his eyes, Sung Hoing found his face tilted upward in the middle of a stream. The scene now was that he was lying right on the surface of moving water. Sung Hoing calmly sat up and looked around. Am I dreaming? So the dream travel ticket really made me enter a dream. I cannot open the status window. Looks like this is definitely a dream. All of a sudden, a message appeared in midair, immediately drawing his attention. I see you have arrived here. Behind Sung Hoing was the manager in the form of a cube surrounded by iron chains. The moment he saw that cube, he braced himself with his hands and loudly questioned it. What is that geometric block? The message window flew closer to her and displayed a line of text. Perhaps you will recognize me if I communicate this way. In the very next second, a screen suddenly pressed close in front of Sung Hoing. On it appeared a deeply suggestive message. I've been waiting for you for a very long time. He froze for a moment, about to interrupt the system. Wait a moment. The manager slowly spoke up to explain. I am the one who summoned you to this world. I am also the one you call the manager. Her voice remained flat, carrying not the slightest emotion as she continued. And I am also a god who has been forgotten by history, gradually disappearing from human memory. Sung Hoing's eyes widened, a question flashing through his mind. You are... His expression changed in the blink of an eye. The manager. Sung Hoing began walking toward the manager. I have been waiting for this exact moment. His hand clenched into a fist as he rushed straight at the other party. It is time to strike. The manager reacted very quickly, preventing Sung Hoing's attack from reaching her. Even so, he did not give up and immediately spun around to kick at her. Sung Hoing's brows furrowed as he muttered in confusion. What is going on? Are you afraid of getting hit, so you brought out chain armor? The manager calmly explained. They are not protecting me. They are the shackles binding me. At that moment, Sung Hoing was secretly irritated inside. I am ready to do anything to smash this cube right now, yet I cannot get close to it. This young man decided to change his approach and began sidling up with questions. What happened to you? The manager slowly recounted the story. I know it sounds rather cliché, but I was sealed away. She explained unhurriedly. Keyword restrictions prevent me from clearly stating every detail, but simply put, I was betrayed by those I trusted. I summoned you here because I needed someone who could free me from those shackles. Sung Hoing remained silent, listening to the manager's story. I am sealed here in the subconscious world, the place you call a dream. More precisely, it is a dream within a dream. She mentioned the thing behind her again. Can you see the gate over there? It is called the other side of the subconscious. This gate is the only path for an ordinary person to reach this place. The probability of it appearing in a dream is 1 in 1922. Hearing that, Sung Hoing placed his hands on his hips and remarked, very rare but not entirely impossible. Like the chance of obtaining a rare item through jeweler, right? The manager confirmed those words. Exactly. Over the many years, many people have found their way here. I explained the situation to them and asked them to free me. That sad story still continued. It was a wonderful sleep, but I kept feeling as though I had dreamed of something. Yet when they woke up, every one of them completely forgot their promise to me. Sung Hoing replied with a sneer. They forgot their dreams. Serves them right. Is that because of your seal too? This young man's expression was clearly full of suspicion. Even so, the manager calmly explained. That is correct. This seal not only imprisons me, but also contains a special curse that makes everyone who comes here the dream the moment they wake up. Sung Hoing shrugged and continued. The one who did this must be no ordinary person. He sealed both you and everything around you, but you still went through the trouble of explaining this to me. Both of his hands were now in his pockets, which means you must have found a blessing capable of breaking this curse, right? The manager did not deny it. That is correct, but there is still a very serious problem. She continued her explanation. Every resident of Aziun worships a god, so I cannot grant them a blessing. Then I came up with an idea. If no one in this world could break the seal, then I would seek help from another world, and in the end I found it. A world deeply influenced by mythology, yet still with many people who do not possess a god of their own. An interesting world where magic power does not exist, yet the concepts skills and magic power still remain. I was certain that the people of Earth could save me. The manager's words made Sung-hein feel somewhat displeased. He poked her as he questioned her. I understand, but why Korea? Most of the people who travel between the cracks in space are Korean. Why is that? The manager gave a fairly simple explanation. Since all of you know what a status window is. Sung-hoin's hand froze in midair, and then he asked blankly, what? The manager continued, while thinking about how to grant my power to ordinary people. I happened to come across a few of your literary works. What I found most interesting was the status window. After hearing that story, Sung-hoin stood there with a stiff expression. He answered honestly that he had never imagined the day would come when a god obsessed with comics and web novels would drag him into another dimension. The manager calmly remarked, they really are very good, are they not? Sung-hoin could not deny it either and simply nodded as he answered, yes, that is true. At this moment, she suddenly admitted something else. I also drew inspiration from that notification board. That outrageous confession made Sung-hoin furious, and he kept kicking the chains as he gritted his teeth and said, I swear I will deal with you. He frantically stomped on the chains, making them clang against one another. Are you kidding me? You kidnapped me here and now want me to free you. What reason do I have to do that? The manager still calmly made an offer. If you can break the seal for me, I will send you back. Of course, that is not all. Her next words made him suddenly freeze. I can also return to you the things you have lost. Sung-hoin slowly denied it. I have not lost anything. Unless you are talking about my house in Korea, the thing I lost because of you. However, that careless answer could not fool the manager. No, everyone I summoned here had already lost something very precious to them. Sung-hoin frowned and reluctantly asked back, can you be a little clearer? What do you mean by something precious? The manager explained softly. For example, there was once a man who lost everything just because he agreed to act as guarantor for his best friend of 20 years. Truly despicable. I chose him because I needed someone desperate enough to help me. Hearing this, Sung-hoin inwardly thought that the only thing he was desperate for right now was to smash the other party to pieces. His gaze gradually changed, though deep down he still thought that he had to return to Earth as well. His thoughts unconsciously drifted toward one person, because of the promise he had made when he came to this world. But I have never lost anything precious, and there is nothing I want to take back either. The manager asked again, do you remember what happened before you came here? Sung-hoin's eyes widened in surprise. What? She brought up what happened before, the very last moment when you were still on Earth, before you woke up in Asian. Sung-hoin grimaced and thought to himself, I do not remember anymore. I only remember the day before I was summoned here, but I cannot remember exactly what day it was. After that, he weakly asked in return, the thing I lost was my memory. He folded his arms, then questioned the manager, you think a few memories are worth me risking my life? It is only the memory of one day. Is that really worth it? She answered almost immediately, I won't explain more to you, but I am afraid I cannot do that. I also do not want to reveal this in advance. That evasive response from the manager irritated Sung-hoin. Petty thing. Driven to recklessness by anger, he directly grabbed the chains and roared, I am starting to get annoyed by that arrogant attitude of yours. But now I want to help you even less, purely for revenge. The aura radiating from him made the manager feel a chill down her spine. To be honest, I do not care about my memories. I only want one thing in exchange for breaking the seal for you. This young man still refused to back down and quickly stated his condition. You have to give me the weapon or skill necessary to defeat you. The manager silently considered it for a moment, then answered curtly, fine. A beam of light gathered right in front of Sung-hoin. When that item appeared, the manager slowly explained, this dagger is called delirium. Only with it can you injure me. She added, but you can only use it in the subconscious world and in illusions. Sung-hoin immediately asked back, wait, so I cannot use it in the real world? Is that not just useless? The manager answered with complete composure while Sung-hoin began examining the dagger. In any case, keep it, and one day you will know how to use it. To escape from a dream, stab yourself with it, and you will wake up immediately. He glanced toward her, his voice full of irritation. Were I you, I would tell you to get lost and summon another traveler to help. Only then did the manager admit, I have become quite desperate as well. What followed was shocking information. Among those travelers, only 3 people found me here. The information the manager had just given made Sung-hoin unable to help feeling puzzled. Only 3 people. She began to explain, although I can summon you all here, I cannot communicate directly. Therefore, I had no choice but to wait for you to find me on your own. But then something unexpected happened. Some people realized that as long as they believed in a god, they could become stronger. They usually thought, if that god helps me increase my strength, of course I will believe. Others smugly thought, will that god grant me power? Please allow me to become your follower. The manager slowly added, so most of you either joined a church or became followers of another god before I could realize it. A guide to the churches in ASEAN, a list of benefits for joining each church, churches suitable for each class, essential churches, how to avoid punishment when changing faiths, how to believe in multiple gods, polytheism, and a list of churches to avoid. One of you had already written an entire manual on religion in this world. She merely sighed softly. Everything happened too quickly. Yet Sung-hoin showed no sympathy at all. All right, Koreans are famous for being good at optimization after all. Brothers, have you seen how insolent this young man is? The manager continued her story. Fortunately, not all travelers joined churches. Therefore, I did not give up and eventually found a way to make contact. A notification appeared, mission complete, obtained 5,000 points reward. I began giving you rewards through the achievement system. She explained I created new achievements for travelers who did not join any church and did not borrow power from other gods. Thanks to that, they could receive my blessing. Only those who unlock achievements and receive a special mark have the right to come here. Hearing this, Sung-hoin finally showed interest and immediately asked back, what is that special mark? The manager did not hide it at all and admitted it immediately. Yes, it is the Black Star. She continued explaining, if you want to break the seal for me, besides a will firm enough, you also need to possess skills to match. The information panel appeared right before his eyes. Sung-hoin's eyes widened when he read the contents being displayed. A series of similar missions appeared. Do not worship another god. Conquer a dungeon alone. Defeat a monster boss by yourself. Defeat another traveler in a one-on-one battle. Take down a rare monster. And eliminate a colossal monster. Only then did the manager explain, only those who meet my standards can receive a black star. The space around Sung-hoin changed according to her words. You are one of the 3 people who have done that, Sung-hoin Kang, intent master. His brows knitted as he assessed the matter inwardly. So receiving a black star means being recognized by the manager as having true ability. One is Kim Ja-han, whom Jung-ho once mentioned, so who is the other one? Sudden note was added, leaving Sung-hoin stunned for a moment. Anyone who obtains a black star will officially be recognized as a member of the church. He pointed in confusion and asked back, what? I never wanted to join your cult. The manager calmly explained, you may not want to, but the system thinks differently. That stubbornness left Sung-hoin speechless. You really are unbelievable. Manager continued, in principle, I cannot interfere with reality, but I can deliver divine revelations to followers who already have a black star. Seize it yourself. Naturally, this consumes a great deal of divine power, so I cannot contact you often. The long story made Sung-hoin sit down and continue listening. Good grief, but why are you making me collect as many as 4? She explained further, the curse is too powerful, so one blessing is difficult to break it with. You are the last person to receive a black star, while the other travelers have either followed other churches or will never meet the conditions again. The corner of Sung-hoin's lips curved into a smile. No wonder everything sounds so desperate. I am the last one. That sounds interesting. The young man carried a great mission on his shoulders yet still kept that tone that made people want to hit him. He sprawled out and asked, so what do I have to do to break the seal? The manager explained these chains were created with the power of a god, so an enormous amount of divine power is needed to break them. As she spoke, she created an item. This is an item called the Divine Vessel. If you keep it with you, whenever you collect divine power, it will automatically store it inside. He could also use the points he had accumulated so far to add divine power to this vial, but doing so would take about 30 years to complete. Sung-hoin received the item and asked back, do you want me to be your disciple for 30 years? Stop beating around the bush. Tell me straight, is there a way to gather divine power faster? At this, the manager hesitated. Well then, she explained slowly. Although he could not earn more points, there was still a way to collect divine power faster, but he would have to. The method revealed by the manager was to destroy objects that had been imbued with divine power, such as relics, statues, or talismans. Doing so would allow him to absorb a large amount of divine power in a short time, but the cost would not be light. Sung-hoin almost understood what the manager meant, that is, to destroy a divine relic. That was akin to directly angering the deity behind it. If he did that, not only would the churches pursue him, but even the gods would see him as an enemy. He considered for a moment, then calmly asked again, so now I switch to hard mode. That reaction surprised the manager slightly. Do you intend to refuse? But Sung-hoin immediately denied it. Of course not. He confidently declared, I actually like provoking others. Hearing this, the manager also felt somewhat relieved. I knew I could rely on you. I'm sure you will succeed. Sung-hoin's expression became very provoking as he thought, rely on me, alright. She pretends to be friendly and polite, but everything is fake. In an instant his gaze became completely serious. That was when the manager's true appearance was revealed. After reading the information board, he was so angry he trembled, silently cursing. This brick has provoked me in every way. There's no way it's good, or a good brick. But immediately after, Sung-hoin suddenly wondered, oh right, I want to ask you something. The manager responded softly, what is it? Calmly raised the question. If I cannot use magical power because I come from Earth, then travelers from other dimensions should be the same, right? The manager pondered for a moment before answering, I don't think so. That was also what I intended to tell you. This answer made Sung-hoin even angrier. What, you only now tell me? The manager began to alter the surrounding space to explain. Simply put, the reason is that your body cannot contain magical power and the next assessment made Sung-hoin serious. This is related to the part of your lost memories. He immediately turned around. Seeing this, she asked back, are you planning to leave already? A blue light enveloped him. Anyway, I don't think I'll gain anything from this conversation. The manager calmly replied, it's a pity. I also want to hear about the outside world. Sung-hoin replied coldly, go ask someone else. Before leaving, he suddenly asked, by the way, what is your name? The manager explained gently, I cannot say because related keywords have been restricted. That answer did not surprise Sung-hoin, so that's it. At that moment, the manager suddenly added, first of all, last words still lingered in Sung-hoin's ears, you actually already know my name. After that conversation, Seung-hoin was awakened. Outside birds chirped, but he was still not fully composed. What? Next to him, Jung-ho stretched and woke up. Wonderful. He waved at Seung-hoin. Good morning, doctor. But he replied irritably, what's so good about it? Last night I just met a fool in a dream. Jung-ho was curious. What dream? He suddenly changed the subject. Right, I'll give you this. Alright, cheer up a bit. Jung-ho explained the item placed in Seung-hoin's hand. This is a lucky charm I bought as a keepsake. Not bad, right? Mine has a dog on it. I heard they design based on what suits each customer best. The item pleased Seung-hoin. Thank you. His expression also became pensive, though. Round vials are more common in the metallurgical world than in treatment. From outside came a voice. Seung-hoin, Jung-ho, your golem carriage is ready. Thanks. He slowly rose from the table. So shall we set off? Then the group leisurely headed to the door to return to Han Village. At the same time, at the Biffin Inn in Han Village, Cheon-hines shifted slightly. The corner of his mouth curled him a smile. The knife in hand was thrown onto the table, while Cheon-hein thought silently something interesting is about to happen. The sky began to pour heavily. A voice came from the carriage. Oh my. Jung-ho seriously asked again, so you really met the administrator? His curiosity focused on the item in Seung-hoin's hand. Is this a divine container? He calmly admitted. When I woke up, it was already in my inventory. Then he briefly spoke about his plan. From now on I intend to attack the cults and destroy their relics. Jung-ho questioned skeptically. Is that okay? He worriedly commented, making both the gods and the church's enemies is a completely different level of danger. Seung-hoin indifferently asked back, are you afraid? The other party confirmed without hesitation. Of course, you are terrifying to death. At that moment Daisy seemed to see something. He immediately pulled the reins hard to stop the horses. Even so, the two horses still panicked and reared. Those inside the carriage were tossed about by the jolt. Jung-ho's voice came from inside. Sir Ziggs, what's happening? Ziggs clicked his tongue and replied ahead. In front of them now appeared a group of undead creatures. They bared their fangs aggressively, threatening the people in the carriage. Jung-ho glanced and recognized them as black spider wolves, seemingly intending to attack the carriage. Seung-hoin calmly used summoning, creating stone arrows from Freya's linked bag. The arrows immediately appeared, then shot off at extreme speed. The undead creatures were continuously hit. The pack immediately scattered, some fell, and the survivors fled in panic. Seung-hoin was checking the person on the ground. The coachman had likely died a few minutes before, his body severely attacked. Unfortunately, he was almost reaching the village. He calmly concluded, this was not caused by the black spider wolves. Seeing that Jung-ho still did not understand, Seung-hoin explained that black spider wolves usually use poison to paralyze their prey. But the system in his hand recorded that this person's corpse was covered in severe bite and tear wounds, almost crushed to pieces, so he calmly concluded there were no signs of paralysis in this case. He swept his gaze around, then added, look at these blood stains. If there was only one person, would that amount of blood not be too much? In his view, there should have been around 3 to 4 passengers in the carriage. Hearing that, Ziggs cut in, so they were kidnapped then. Seung-hoin calmly confirmed monsters would not pick one person and ignore the others to abduct them. Therefore, there was a high chance this was caused by humans. Beside him, Jung-ho, who was checking the pile of luggage, also spoke up. They even deliberately left the luggage untouched. His gaze suddenly stopped on a white piece of paper. Jung-ho read the contents written on it. Official permit for the establishment of the Hin Village Magic Association. Hearing him mention the Magic Association, Seung-hoin immediately widened his eyes in astonishment. That was exactly the building Kama had rewarded us with. The aura around him suddenly changed completely. If this thing appeared here, it meant the officials supervising the association's construction had been kidnapped. The corner of Seung-hoin's lips lifted into a cold smile. His voice suddenly became far more terrifying. What bastard dared ruin my plan? The scene then shifted to Hin Village. Ziggs turned back and signaled to the people in the carriage. Gentlemen, we have arrived. As Seung-hoin stepped down from the carriage, he lazily remarked, we finally made it back to the village. Jung-ho looked around and nodded in agreement. Thank goodness, the rain has stopped too. The group stopped in front of a place called Bitbone Inn. The person inside immediately cried out in welcome, oh my lord Kang. Julia was an employee of the Bitbone Inn. Seung-hoin gave a faint smile and replied, have you been lately, Julia? Julia rushed over and threw her arms around him. I am glad you returned safely, my lord. That reaction left Seung-hoin quite pleased. He asked, were you very worried about me? Julia answered coquettishly that because the adventurer party had lost contact, she had not been able to hear any news. Seung-hoin's attention shifted elsewhere again. Then his gaze stopped on a figure in the distance. Cheon-hein was slumped over the table, still holding a large glass of alcohol in his hand. Seung-hoin glanced over and slowly remarked, a drunkard in broad daylight. Ziggs, standing beside him, also agreed he really knows how to enjoy life. Brothers, do the judgmental gazes of these two young men not deserve a beating? At this moment, Julia excitedly suggested again, by the way, would you like me to prepare some food? food. Thanks to the recent rains, the vegetables in the village are very fresh. She began recounting, yes, about 3 days ago. That day, it also suddenly poured heavily just like today. Those words made him even more suspicious. He asked whether anything strange had happened lately. Julia thought carefully, then replied, something unusual. After that, she added that people had found an overturned carriage badly damaged near the village, but the luggage was still intact. Then the culprit probably was not a monster, right? As soon as he heard that, Sung Hoin immediately understood. A destroyed carriage, no missing luggage, and rain as well. Was that not exactly what he had encountered on the way back? He politely said to her, thank you for telling me. Then please prepare a special meal for 3 people for us. Julia accepted with a bright smile. Yes, I will cook it quickly. Jung Ho ambled off to one side and said, hey, I'm going to the restroom for a bit. Sung Hoin answered gently, then I will find us seats first. At this moment, only Ziggs was sitting with Sung Hoin. Ziggs asked, so the healer plans to investigate that carriage incident? He replied, that's right. The missing person is an important figure. Many possibilities began appearing in his mind. If I casually destroy the holy relic, I will definitely be discovered and suffer a fierce counterattack from both the church and the Adventurers Guild. Sung Hoin concluded in deep thought, that is why I need the Magic Association to step forward and bear that fierce backlash in my place. He raised a hand and rubbed his chin, his expression extremely pensive. There were no traces at the scene of any skill being used. A mage from the association would not act so crudely. That rain definitely has something suspicious about it. Could someone have used a rain-calling skill to wipe away the evidence? After thinking for a long while, he finally spoke. First, we have to find the person behind that rain. Ziggs repeated in confusion, the person behind the rain. Where would we find them? Then he tried suggesting, first, perhaps they should start with the Adventurers Guild. Unexpectedly, at that exact moment, Qian'an suddenly interrupted with a question. Looking for someone. Both Sung Hoin and Ziggs looked over at the same time. Ziggs was visibly startled when a white sheet of paper flew straight toward him. The white paper embedded itself in his head, making blood spurt out. Sung Hoin, read the words on it. Find anything you need. And he turned his gaze back toward Qian Hyun. Mr. Qian Hyun. He covered his face with one hand, sneered and replied, Detective Qian Hyun is honored to be of service. Sung Hoin slowly repeated that name, Mr. Qian Hyun. Qian Hyun put on a mysterious air and replied, Detective Qian Hyun is always ready to serve. Ziggs held his head warily. What kind of detective is this outdated Lord Qian Hyun? The young man Qian Hyun was completely unaware that he was being silently judged and kept showing off. So you guys are looking for someone, right? Just leave it to me. Cases like this are my specialty. Sung Hoin looked at him and remarked, you look a lot like a swindler to me. Qian Hyun let out a breath and replied, do not judge a book by its cover. He pointed straight at his face and declared, besides, you look much more like a swindler than I do. This sentence left Sung Hoin frozen on the spot. Had this guy not just said not to judge a book by its cover? He crossed his arms irritably and continued asking, then how much is your service fee? Ziggs beside him was so shocked he had to ask again, you really believe this guy? Qian Hyun leisurely explained, I still have to see how wide the search range is before calculating the price. Sung Hoin looked at him and said, just around Hin Village and the nearby area. When Qian Hyun sat down, he also gave his price. In that case, you only need to pay my bill at this place. I have not paid a single coin yet. His hand flashed, and a scroll appeared. Let me see. That action made Sung Hoin unable to help growing curious. Hey now, why does a detective know how to use this art? Use alchemy, activate the skill Vision Eye. But in the end, he still decided to ignore it. Sung Hoin's eyes remained fixed on Qian Hyun's every movement. Taking things from storage, could it simply be an inventory opening effect? At this moment, he suddenly closed his eyes. Immediately afterward, he slowly spoke, listen, I know you are worried. He smiled faintly even though Sung Hoin's crossbow was aimed straight at his face. But rushing me like this will not make things end any faster. He answered with a cold smile, playing like this is unfair. You suddenly brought out your inventory. There has to be something shady going on. After that, he directly exposed Qian Han. You can stay this calm after meeting someone from the same homeland. In truth, Sung Hoin had already guessed part of his identity. This guy was a dimensional traveler. People like them could easily recognize each other, because his style of dress did not resemble anyone from this world. That presence stood out fiercely even if he wanted to hide it. The whole group started getting seriously nervous, right? Remember to like and subscribe to learn a few more awesome tricks. LOL. Sung Hoin quietly observed Qian Hyun, while also assessing the way he spoke and the way his thoughts were hard to conceal. He had hidden it so well that even he had not noticed right away. He revealed no unusual expression, only silently thought that it was understandable for a traveler to hide his identity on the Asio continent, but hiding it even from someone who also came from Earth was truly suspicious. Qian Hyun leisurely spun his pen, then made a remark, you are not an ordinary person, are you? Until now, no one has ever discovered that I came from Earth. Sung Hoin calmly asked in return, why did you have to hide it. You must have recognized me from the very beginning. Cheon Hyun only answered briefly, I have my reasons. The tense atmosphere between Seung Hyun and Cheon Hyun left Ziggs standing beside them with no choice but to silently pray. Seung Hyun asked again, do you want me to figure out the reason for you too? He cut in, confused, and asked, why are you two suddenly acting so strangely? As for Jung Ho, he was no different from someone who had just come down from the mountains. He looked at them both and asked blankly, what exactly is going on? Cheon Hyun suddenly turned toward him, then cried out in astonishment, what? He pushed his chair back and sprang to his feet at once. Then he turned completely toward Jung Ho and asked loudly, Kim Jung Ho, it is you, right? Unexpectedly, Jung Ho slowly asked back, who are you? That blunt answer made Cheon Hyun's displeasure show clearly. You do not remember. Back in Chakot village, he straightened his clothes in irritation. After countless hints, Jung Ho finally came to realization, I remember now. He raised his voice and asked back, you are Cheon Hyun, right? That name made both Seung Hyun and Ziggs freeze at the same time. Cheon Hyun. The food was served as the four of them began talking. So you used to be Mr. Jung Ho's former coworker. What a coincidence. Cheon Hyun politely explained, yes, my real name is Cheon Hyun, but people usually call me Cheon Hyun, the space traveler. My real name is still Cheon Hyun. Seung Hyun sat opposite him and kept observing him. Well, he did look a little strange, but at least he was not useless. But how did Cheon Hyun Rus get shortened to Cheon Hyun? I got to know him thanks to a cafeteria friend of mine. Anyway, I will not dig any deeper. Cheon Hyun corrected himself and continued, I will also overlook the fact that you once pointed a bow at me. After that, the group returned to the main issue. So who are you trying to find? Since you are Mr. Kim's coworker, rest assured, I will help you properly. Seung Hyun calmly made his request. I need someone capable of summoning rain. Whether they use an item or a skill does not matter as long as they have that ability. As soon as he heard it, Cheon Hyun gave a faint smile. That matter. He decisively sliced a line across his own palm and said, too easy. Red fluid soaked into the white paper, then slowly spread until it covered the entire sheet, shocking Seung Hyun and Jung Ho. That blood looked as if it was pointing the way on a map. Jung Ho suddenly asked a question that shocked everyone. Was your class not blood arts practitioner? Seung Hyun felt as though he had just been betrayed. Wait, were you not a detective? Cheon Hyun answered very smoothly. My main class is blood arts practitioner. My secondary class is fortune teller. But that answer was still full of holes. How does a fortune teller become a detective? He announced loudly. Alright, the results are here. The clock tower, Latika Inn, and the southeastern exit. One of those three places definitely has someone who can summon rain. After that, he began describing each location. The exit area is rather quiet. Next is the clock tower location. There is someone quite stubborn there. Last is the remaining place. As for the inn, Cheon Hyun only said calmly, if you go there, someone will definitely lose their life. Hearing that, Jung Ho's expression immediately grew more tense. Die. Ziggs was just as flustered. Is that place really that dangerous? Cheon Hyun reminded them once more with a faint smile. If it were me, I definitely would not go there. He watched closely, waiting for Seung Hyun's reaction. What do you plan to do? Unexpectedly, Seung Hyun only sneered as if he had already guessed everything, then said no need to overthink it. The scene shifted to Latika Inn, where a figure was anxiously looking around. The hooded man muttered in confusion, why are they taking so long? A sudden voice rang out and startled him badly. Who is there? Standing before the hooded man at that moment was Seung Hyun. He looked at the other party and asked, who the hell are you? The clownish young man did not answer. Instead, he began inspecting the other party's belongings. This amethyst staff is so beautiful it makes one jealous. Good grief, why is it leaking all over like this? The hooded man shouted loudly, you bastard, give it back. But Seung Hyun still did not stop at all. Amethyst fragments like these were also found at the scene of the overturned carriage in the forest. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly into a smile as he recalled that incident. If you go there, someone will definitely die. In other words, immediately afterward, his expression turned completely cold. Something is definitely about to happen here. The hooded man was so frightened that he screamed in panic. He hurriedly reached out and gripped the shaft of the staff tightly. This is your doing, right? The staff began to glow, then shot out several bolts of lightning. Seung Hyun's entire body was immediately blasted far away. Crowd inside the inn was also stunned by the sight. What is that? Fierce currents of wind now poured out from the staff as well. What the hell is happening? Powerful gusts of wind continued to rise inside the tavern. People around them immediately began shouting and cursing. Which lunatic just used an ability here? This is an inn. We have to report it immediately. Report it to the Adventurers Guild. The force of the wind grew more violent by the moment, starting to affect everything around it. Ziggs also spoke up anxiously. Kang Isu, this marketplace is probably about to collapse. Yet Seung Hyun only focused his attention on the hooded man. An arrow flew over and pierced through his leg. The shot sent him collapsing to the ground, accompanied by a cry of pain. Seung Hyun smiled faintly and asked, where are you rushing off to? The hooded man still had not given up on escaping. He charged straight outside through the window. Seung Hyun observed that action and remarked, still trying to run. For a mage, you sure have impressive stamina. 1 bonus point for attitude. His untimely calm irritated the person beside him. Are you not planning to catch that man away? The people in the inn shoved past one another as they rushed outside. I am going out first. Move aside. I do not want to be crushed. Watching that scene, He thought to himself, what kind of adventurers are this faint-hearted? Immediately afterward, he turned and gave orders to his two companions. Ziggs, Jung-ho, clear a path and help me enter the eye of the storm. The two answered in unison and immediately took action. Understood. Sung-hoin also quickly moved toward the center of the gust. The moment he set foot there, he was immediately swept up by the wind. Sung-hoin, but Sung-hoin still kept the initiative. Any wind-type magic will have an eye of the storm. Brother Sung-hoin swept his gaze around, searching while activating his skill. The place where the wind current begins is also its weak point. Activate observational eyesight. The result quickly appeared. Eye of the storm, I only need to aim at that spot. Sung-hoin's crossbow immediately aimed straight at that point and fired. The force of the wind began to weaken. Even so, the other two still had to shield themselves to stay safe. Everyone who witnessed that scene was stunned speechless. That guy. They cried out noisily. He just shattered the storm. Just who in the world is he? Ziggs stepped closer and remarked. Impressive as always. Jung-ho sounded a little reproachful, but if you had been any slower, this place really would have collapsed. The group let out a sigh of relief, but by then the culprit had already fled far away. Jung-ho said in confusion, if we chase him now, we will never catch up in time. Yet Sung-hoin was not worried at all. It is fine. He spoke in a meaningful voice. Just leave it to my friend. The hooded person was trying to slip away through the rain. That really hurts. But then, just who is that guy? His voice rang through the space. I have to hurry back to them. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, Cheon-hyun suddenly appeared and blocked the way. What kind of mage runs that fast? He still wore his familiar signature expression. The famous detective Cheon-hyun has moved out. The hooded person roared angrily. And who are you supposed to be? Cheon-hyun kindly explained once more. A famous detective. But the other party did not bother paying attention, then suddenly froze. Wait, how did you follow me? The rain should have washed away the traces of magic. Cheon-hyun began controlling the blood, his expression still almost unchanged as he explained. Tracking by scent is this guy's specialty. The hooded person immediately grew wary. Blood magic. Cheon-hyun continued speaking. Your heel is still bleeding, so following you is not hard at all. Prepared to strike, determined not to let himself be captured so easily. Yet right then, the pool of blood on the ground began to move, quickly condensed into a giant hand, and in the blink of an eye that hand had seized his entire body. The hooded person struggled in despair. He felt his body gradually losing strength. Blood magic is seeping into me and my magic has been blocked too. Only then did Cheon-hyun leisurely step closer. Do you know that people like you are the best prey for blood mages? He gave a faint smile. You knew I used blood magic, yet you still plan to turn my own weapon against me. Before long, the hooded person collapsed. Good grief, this young man really is interesting. After that, Jung-ho cried out in confusion. Wait, is that guy dead? Sung-hoin wondered the same thing. I thought a detective's rule was to capture people alive. Cheon-hyun answered proudly. I did not kill him, look carefully. Threat cold enough to work rang out, making the hooded person wake up at once. Shall we make it 2 hours? Cheon-hyun exclaimed smugly. He really was chanting a spell just now. Sung-hoin spoke calmly. So we meet again. He stepped forward, grabbed the other man's hair, and threatened him. I have quite a few questions. If you still want to live, answer properly. Unexpectedly, the hooded person still resisted stubbornly. Do not make me laugh. Better to shatter like jade than remain whole as tile. But after a lesson delivered by fists, he quickly became obedient. Yes, I was the one who created the rain and pinned the blame on the monsters. Our guild only specializes in odd jobs to earn money. He even confessed some side matters. Recently, there was a job involving the transport of people. Hearing that, Jung-ho could not hold back his curse. So it was illegal business after all, you bastards. The group continued interrogating him as they walked. The victims kidnapped today are still alive, right? The hooded person admitted it. Yes, we agreed to bring them to that market. He pointed toward a small house and explained. This place is used as a temporary shelter, while the others are imprisoned somewhere else. After that, that man turned and walked in another direction. Wait a moment, I will go get the key. Jung-ho threatened roughly. Hurry up, we already took even one of your legs. Ziggs asked curiously. Is it really fine to let them move around like this? Sung-hoin calmly replied. Of course not. Whether that man cooperates or not, he will have a hard time escaping. In his heart, he thought, the ones targeting the Mage Guild are not them. They were only caught in the crossfire, but they look like they are already at the end of the road. Since we have run into them, we might as well clean them up. Either way, it settles one matter. Unexpectedly, at that moment, light suddenly flashed inside the house. That light immediately exploded, taking the hooded person's life with it. The 4 people left were completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. Looking at the charred house before him, Sung-hoin could not stop himself from blurting out a curse. What the hell is this? The house in front of them was now buried in a sea of flames. Ziggs let out a remark. That explosion really came out of nowhere. Jung-ho, standing beside him, also frowned and asked, who caused this? Cheon-hyun suddenly cried out in a raised voice. Wait, I understand now. That reaction made Sung-hoin curious. You know who is behind this? Unexpectedly, Cheon-hyun began exaggerating about the death Fate had once mentioned. It is that mage. Hearing that, Jung-ho immediately grew irritated. Why bring clearing that up now. He continued wondering, unaware that he was being targeted. What do we do now? We do not even know where the poison is. High above, the archer had already begun preparing to launch an attack. The light emitted from the arrow could not escape Zig's eyes. That person released his hand, letting the arrow shoot forward. He reacted almost instantly. Danger. Earth and stone began gathering around him, yet the arrow still pierced through the defense and plunged straight into Zig's. His face instantly turned pale. Sung-hoin and Jung-ho hurried over to his side. From behind, Gaehan's mocking voice rang out. Once something is useless, hoping for anything from it is pointless. She appeared with two subordinates, then curled her lips and said, "But I did not expect you all to find your way here. Coming to visit empty-handed is rather rude." Sung-hoin quickly understood the situation. "So you are that human trafficker?" As for Jung-ho, he could not hold back and cursed loudly. "You bastard." Gaehan did not hide it at all and admitted it outright. "I have been watching you since the inn. You have guts, your skills are decent too, and it just so happens that my side is short on people." Immediately after that, she offered an invitation. "You are quite suitable. Do you want to join?" Hearing those words, Sung-hoin's expression gradually turned serious. He lowered his gaze to his teammate, who was gasping for breath. In the next instant, an arrow grazed past Gaehan's hair, leaving a clear cut on her cheek. That was Sung-hoin's answer. "After hurting someone just now, you no longer have the slightest appeal." Rage in Gaehan's heart flared more fiercely than ever. "You dare injure my face?" She immediately ordered her subordinates. "Kill them all for me." Jung-ho and Cheon-hyun immediately took their battle stances while asking Sung-hoin for help. "Kang, please treat Ziggs. Enter combat state." He swung his weapon up. With a single strike, he took down 2 men at once. Immediately after that, a notification appeared. The target has received protective enhancement. His opponent looked extremely smug. Damage received is reduced by 50%. They jeered aloud. "This uncle is way too soft. If you want to fight, then..." Then they immediately rushed in to counterattack. Their lightning-fast attacks caught Jung-ho completely off guard. "This is how you are supposed to fight." He struggled to defend himself, while the others grew more and more vicious. "Die." Right then, Cheon-hyun's hand suddenly clamped tightly around one man's neck. He stepped in to support Jung-ho and said coldly, "Do not bother Kim-hyun anymore." "Got it." That reckless man gradually revealed a look of shock. What? Light began to flash at Cheon-hyun's command. "It is time." From behind him, cuts appeared, and fresh blood transformed into sharp spikes. They immediately pierced through that man's teammate's body. Cheon-hyun was thrilled by his own technique. This domino effect really is beautiful. As for Jung-ho, he immediately denied any connection. "I still do not want to look at it." Sung-hyun observed the battle and thought to himself, "It seems they are still fine. I do not need to intervene yet." Both his hands were still giving Ziggs first aid. "His wound is not as serious as I thought." Fortunately, he used Earth Shield in time. Seeing her subordinates fail, Gaehan roared in fury. "What a bunch of useless trash." As a certain sage once said, "Every type deserves respect." She repeated those words while preparing to launch an attack. Countless magic arrays appeared at the same time. Gaehan gave them an order: spears. The spears immediately shot down violently. Cheon-hyun cursed angrily while fleeing. "You hateful thing, using area damage is foul play, you know." At that moment, Jung-ho was still teasing him. "Cheon-hyun, you should take a look at yourself before saying that." He turned his head to observe and judged inwardly. "Fortunately, the speed is not too fast. I can still dodge." However, he had become Gaehan's target. "How long do you plan to keep running?" She used the lives of her subordinates themselves and activated an explosion aimed straight at him. Jung-ho saw it and was secretly horrified. Too bright. Are those not her own people? Right at this moment, a teammate's warning rang out. Kim-hyun, dodge quickly. But Jung-ho could not dodge in time and had no choice but to take a spear head-on. Cheon-hyun shouted in panic, "Kim-hyun." Sung-hyun also could not help being surprised by that situation. Gaehan burst into loud, delighted laughter. She smugly walked closer to Jung-ho. "So I have taken down one of them." Next, she swept her gaze over the people around her, her expression full of interest. Gaehan did not know when to stop, and even turned to provoke Sung-hyun. "Want to heal him? If you can, then go ahead." Jung-ho's condition was now extremely critical. "I heard Ivor Masters can bring the dead back to life." Gaehan continued throwing out a challenge aimed at Sung-hyun. "If you can heal someone on the verge of death, then try it." Cheon-hyun gritted his teeth and turned to look at him. Sung-hyun's expression became unreadable. At this moment, he slowly spoke his request. "You should apologize." As soon as she heard that, Gaehan could not hold back and burst into laughter. "Your teammate is only dying. Why are you so tense? If I apologize, will I be forgiven?" Sung-hyun still kindly corrected her. "Not apologize to me." A gentle smile appeared on his face at that moment. "But apologize to him?" Gaehan asked back in confusion. "What?" Meanwhile, Jung-ho's body began to change. Black energy gradually surrounded his body. The sight before her left that woman utterly stunned. Gaehan cried out in shock, "This color is disappearing." Her subordinates immediately went on guard as well. "Is it black smoke or fog?" "No, it looks like..." They quickly realized a figure was appearing. Jung-ho's eyes flashed golden, then suddenly snapped wide open. "What the hell is going on?" Right after that, the black aura erupted violently, making everyone cry out in panic, "Monster." From within it, a monster gradually took shape. Its eyes bulged with ferocity. An enormous body stood towering in place. The subordinate screamed in terror, "A monster, where did it come from?" Jung-ho let out several incomprehensible growls. The sound was powerful enough to blow away the earth and stones around them. He charged forward with savage momentum, then immediately launched an attack on that group. They had not even had time to defend themselves. "Hey, just now that was..." They only saw their own bodies begin to vomit blood. "What is happening?" Remaining ones turned deathly pale with fear. Jung-ho slowly turned toward those still alive. Sharp claws had now grown from his hand. Jung-ho swung his hand, then stabbed straight through another one. Seeing him rush over, the survivor screamed in panic, "Hey, stay away from me." But in the end, that man still could not escape the attack. Cheon-hein spoke in confusion, "That thing is..." Even he could not help muttering, "Just what the hell is that thing?" Only Sung-hein remained calm. "Who else but your Kim Jung-ho?" Cheon-hein was completely dumbfounded by those words. What, that monster? In truth, Jung-ho was only an unknown traveler, weak, cowardly, and mentally not particularly strong either. Honestly, it would not have been strange if he had disappeared completely on the Azon continent, and yet he had survived for 3 whole years. Sung-hein looked toward the monster and said, "The main reason is that monster." He began to explain, "If Kim Jung-ho falls for any reason, he will be reborn in the form of that monster." The more Cheon-hein listened, the more confused he became. "Reborn?" Sung-hein explained while writing on the ground. "He is not simply a guardian besides Lai Kenthop. He has another minor class as well." Cheon-hein looked at the handwriting and asked in confusion, "Why is there a question mark at the end of the line?" Sung-hein answered softly, "He said it could be written that way. Even I, the person involved, am not sure." A smug smile appeared on Sung-hoin's face. Not only can he be reborn, his stats also increase considerably. Watching Jung-ho overwhelm his opponents, Sung-hein commented calmly, "His strength far exceeds imagination." Gahan began to panic. "You monster, get away from me." Her fan was gradually enveloped by the black aura coming from Jung-ho. Gahan fell into panic. Why is it not working? Could that man's move have anti-magic properties? In the blink of an eye, he had appeared right in front of her. Then with just one blow, Jung-ho made Gahan collapse. He weakly begged, "Save me. You can stop this monster, right?" Yet Sung-hoin and Cheon-han still looked at her indifferently. "Try being a good person first. Why should we save you?" Gahan tried every means to keep herself alive. "I know what you are looking for is the mages in that carriage, right?" She shouted loudly, "I will show you where they are imprisoned, please." Jung-ho let out a roar that made her scream in terror. Unexpectedly, right at that moment, a spear flew in from nowhere, activating Colored Spear. Jung-ho's movement was blocked halfway. The one who had acted was none other than Sung-hoin. "Now you sound a little more worth talking to." He turned to Jung-ho and spoke, "All right, calm down. Leave that person to me." However, Jung-ho showed absolutely no sign of intending to listen. That did not surprise Sung-hoin. "Or do you want to play this all the way to the end?" Sung-hoin narrowed his eyes as he suddenly realized something. Jung-ho suddenly fell silent. Then immediately afterward, he abruptly charged off again. Cheon-han watched Jung-ho's movements and exclaimed in admiration, "How did you do that?" "It seems he recognized you." Sung-hoin answered calmly, "There is a reason for that." On the other side, Gahan was going mad with rage. "This is truly humiliating." He pulled out a knife, then immediately charged straight at Cheon-han. In an instant, her blade was pressed close to his neck. "Stay still." Gahan laughed like a mad woman. "Without that monster, you are nothing." She did not forget to challenge Sung-hoin as well. "If you dare move, I will not hesitate to blow this one's head off." The ridiculous scene before him made him slightly irritated. "Actually, I do not really care that much." Cheon-han still kept up his dramatic act and said, "Hey, I am fine, do not worry about me." Perhaps he had not expected that this was exactly what Sung-hoin was thinking. "Yeah, I was not worried. Whether you die or not does not matter." Gahan sneered and continued, "You know, blood art practitioners are very weak against divine power, right? If I stab your friend with this, it should be quite interesting. This thing is Bamiku's envoy." Those words made Cheon-hein feel extremely uncomfortable. A stream of black energy suddenly appeared. Gahan cried out smugly, "This is a sacred relic bestowed by the power of a god." Astonishment showed clearly on Sung-hoin's face. She still wore a confident look as she ordered, "If you understand, then hurry up and surrender." However, Sung-hoin was paying attention to another detail that had just appeared. Sung-hoin began revealing his aura. "You just said that was a sacred relic, right?" Seeing part of his ability, that woman briefly panicked, then replied, "That's right." The corner of Sung-hoin's lips lifted into a deeply satisfied smile. Immediately afterward, a notification appeared. "Summon Freya's crossbow. Use that to pay for her hospital bills." Seeing Sung-hoin point his weapon at her, Gahan roared loudly, "Hey, are you not worried? Your friend could lose his life." Only then did Cheon-hein calmly offer his assessment, "I will not die." Gahan asked in confusion, "What?" His body began to change, "But you might." In the blink of an eye, he used the blood seal skill to teleport behind her. Immediately, Gahan took the full force of an attack. The knife flew from her hand, then was quickly snatched by Sung-hoin. "Never thought my first sacred relic would fall into my hands like this." He burst out excitedly, "Thanks a lot." When night fell, Sung-hoin finally began calculating. "Everything is settled for now. Heal him before he dies." He dropped the small knife into the bottle the administrator had given him, placing Bamiku's envoy into the divine vessel. Next, he requested the status screen to open. A prompt appeared on the information panel. "Do you want to dismantle the sacred relic destruction mode?" Sung-hoin murmured, "A new dismantling system has been added to the status screen." After that, he began considering it destruction. This name really is so straightforward it needs no explanation. He decided to dismantle the sacred relic to extract divine energy. Sung-hoin watched the bottle operate and muttered, "Why does it sound no different from a washing machine?" Very soon, another line of information appeared. "Bamiku's envoy has been destroyed." Sung-hoin commented in slight surprise, "Is that all? Easier than I thought." In his heart, he thought, sacred relics are usually very durable. Destroying them is almost always a challenge. It seemed that administrator was not entirely useless either, because another notification notification appeared before Seung-hoin. As part of the dismantling cost, 1,000 points have been consumed. As soon as he finished reading it, he immediately flew into a rage. "You trash bastard." Jix and Seung-hoin behind him stared blankly. Why is Healer Ivor yelling at empty air as soon as he wakes up? This happened quite often. Seung-hoin recalled the earlier conversation on his side. "You are leaving the village tomorrow. You probably should not overdo it. Just 2, no, handle 10 more cases. I just recovered after Wisman cleaned me out in Chakoti." Several other notifications appeared one after another. Achievement unlocked, Sacred Relic Destruction. Destroy a Sacred Relic requirement. Make enemies of the gods. Seung-hoin paid special attention to the line, destroy a Sacred Relic requirement, make enemies of the gods. Seung-hoin wondered in confusion. Are they trying to annoy me by deducting points just because of this achievement? There is no need for that. I am always annoyed with you. Another information panel appeared. It was the achievement reward. A new stat was added to the status screen. Disbelief stat. Power born from a heart that rejects faith in the gods. Immediately afterward came the explanation. As the value increases, the damage dealt to divine beings grows greater, and resistance against their attacks also increases. Actions such as destroying sacred relics, defeating believers, or defeating priests will increase the disbelief stat. After reading this far, Seung-hoin finally murmured, "So dismantling sacred relics to fill the divine vessel will automatically increase the disbelief stat." He smiled in satisfaction, a power used to anger divine beings. "I like this." The change in Seung-hoin's expression made Seung-hoin speak up. "You were panicking just now, but now you look happy." He only replied indifferently. "Probably a gamer trick, I suppose. And yet you were not afraid of that threat. Impressive." Seung-hoin could not help asking curiously, "How did you know I had a teleportation skill?" Unexpectedly, the answer was brutally harsh. "I did not know. I just shot at random. How would I know?" Seung-hoin felt wounded but said nothing. "You do not care about me at all, right? You really are trash." Right at that moment, there was movement in the bushes behind them. Jung-ho's voice rang out from there. "Hey." His body was still in monster form. "Is everyone alright?" Ziggs, not understanding what was going on, cried out in panic, "Monster?" Seung-hoin looked at Jung-ho's condition and commented, "Did he just transform?" Seung-hoin merely answered softly, "You finally realized it." He accepted the noble responsibility and turned to inform the person still standing there blankly, "Ziggs, that is Kim Hyun." Ziggs blurted out in astonishment, "What?" Even Jung-ho was stunned by himself. He looked at Gaehan's subordinates and said in horror, "Those corpses. Do not tell me I took them all down." After that, he could not hold back and burst into tears. Those screams made Seung-hoin cover his ears. "This is why I hate dying and coming back to life. What is the point of power? Every time Ivor revives, chaos always follows. And then I wake up again in this monster body." Jung-ho dug a hole and decided to crawl inside and, however, his body got stuck halfway. This really was too horrible. Seung-hoin watched that comedy act and remarked, "Now this really is the Kim Hyun I know." Seung-hoin judged wearily, "Here we go again. If you hate it that much, give that power to me." After that, he turned his head and signaled to them. "So we dealt with the trash who deserved it. Nothing serious." His attention was suddenly drawn by something else. Light began surrounding the corpses. Seung-hoin was surprised when he saw that scene. The corpses, they are glowing. A notification appeared, "Use the extraction skill." That strange hand began drawing out what remained from the corpses. After that, Seung-hoin received them. All of these things existed inside their bodies. The people around him commented curiously, "Kidney stones." Ziggs was speechless at that remark. "Say something reasonable. Kidney stones do not glow." Seung-hoin began analyzing. Something had transformed into divine power. Energy was radiating from within. He assessed it slowly. It was not full of divine power. Then he explained further, "Forces like mana or divine power are usually invisible inside the body, but they do not crystallize like this. Whatever it is not a natural substance." It was strange for a mage to possess a divine miracle. Seung-hoin glanced at Gaehan and remarked that this seemed troublesome. A question suddenly occurred to Seung-hoin. "Wait, these things are also vessels containing divine power. Can they be used to fill a divine object?" He observed the glowing stones around him, then quickly helped the Japanese collect them. After that, he looked toward Jung-ho. Seung-hoin said nothing and directly pulled him out of the pit. Jung-ho pleaded helplessly, "Please leave me alone." Seung-hoin and Ziggs stood beside him and secretly assessed him. "He looks like a freshly picked reddish." Ziggs raised a doubt. "Can the guardian sir not speak in this state?" Jung-ho hurriedly corrected him. "I can still speak. I am completely fine. Put me down." "What?" Seung-hoin turned to Seung-hoin and asked him to cut off communication. Ziggs still did not understand what was happening. Communication. However, he immediately complied, disabling the divine communication skill. Seung-hoin still did not understand. Why cut off communication so suddenly? "Now I cannot talk to Ziggs anymore. He cannot understand me. How frustrating, right?" Ziggs's words turned into characters no one could understand. Jung-ho suddenly remarked, "Now I can hear Seung-hoin." Those words made him feel offended. "Do not tell me you could not hear me this whole time." Seung-hoin explained slowly, "Jung-ho's resurrection mode has a serious weakness. In werewolf form, Kim Jung-ho cannot use divine communication. Sleep early every night. Your lack of persistence is also a punishment." After hearing this, he gradually understood. Good abilities are never free. Only Ziggs stood behind them like a duck hearing thunder, confused as he wondered whether both of them had lost their minds. Elsewhere in useless prison, forbidden magic. Cheon-hein acted knowledgeable, secret black magic dispel. The two items in his hands began affecting the lock. However, nothing happened. Ziggs asked irritably after witnessing Cheon-hein's failure. This is a forbidden technique. It is just lock-picking. He smiled faintly. Lock-picking is illegal. The door quickly opened, and everyone could relax and leave. People inside politely thanked him. Thank you very much for saving us. How can we repay you? The reaction of the girl standing at the front made Seung-hein assess her. She still gives off a strangely noble air. Dressed as a commoner, it must be her. He wasted no time and introduced himself. I am Ivor Master Seung-hein. You are from the Magic Association, right? That name made Marciana remember the Seung-hein Lord Gahan mentioned. She excitedly took his hand. It is a great honor to meet you. I am Marciana Bush, an investigator from the Magic Association. And she explained, I came on Kama's behalf. They want to establish a branch of the Magic Association to honor your achievements. Seung-hein replied politely, but thinking back, you were ambushed while coming to help me. A single line caused a misunderstanding to burst forth. If something had happened to you, I probably could not have borne it. Marciana was instantly moved. Ivor Master. Cheon-hein stood to the side in confusion and asked back, what is this? He continued suggesting that he would take responsibility for treating her wounds. Marciana eagerly agreed, yes, yes. However, at this moment, someone's attention turned to Jung-ho again. Oh no, a monster. Seung-hoon spoke up. Do not worry, it is just a pet. That shameless answer left Ziggs bewildered. What about Guardian Kim's human rights? The people who had just been freed paid attention to Jung-ho. What is the pet's name? Seung-hein answered briefly, no name, then let us call him Seung-hoon Don. He casually allowed them to call him that. Even patted his head. Hello Seung-hoon Don, how cute. At this point, Jung-ho cried out helplessly, my lord, what did you just say? But Bonehead was busy eyeing a girl, Priest Marciana. He proposed gently, you must be tired, but may I ask you for a favor? Marciana agreed without hesitation, of course. What is it? Seung-hoon assured her this will benefit the Magic Association. Even Li Wen had to pause while drinking. His whole body felt uneasy. What is this? Why do I feel a chill? Hin Village Adventurers Association Branch Chief's office. But he quickly reached a conclusion. Right, that man Seung-hoon has returned. These past few days without him have been so pleasant. Li Wen picked up his suitcase and calculated, before that man annoys me, I should take leave and go somewhere. At that moment, a voice rang out, boss, someone is here to see you. Li Wen snapped angrily. Can you not see I am busy? Tell them I am not here. However, the information the young man provided made his hand stop midway. They are from the Magic Association. Li Wen questioned him with a frown. The Magic Association, what kind of guests are this impolite? Do not stand there in a daze, hurry and bring them in. He hurriedly ran off while cursing inwardly, yes, sir, how troublesome. Unexpectedly, after only a few steps, the door opened on its own. Person who entered was none other than Marciana. She was furious. Just what is the Hin Village Adventurers Association doing? Li Wen was stunned when he saw Marciana appear. He asked in a fluster, are you from the Magic Association? Marciana raised her voice. I am Marciana Bush Li. Wen immediately suggested she calm down. However, she grew even more enraged. Do I look calm to you? I was kidnapped by a criminal organization and nearly died on my way here. Those words made him suspicious. Wait, is that true? The assistant confirmed, yes, according to the reports, the criminal organization has been continuously trafficking people. Li Wen began to fall into chaos, his mind left with nothing but a tangled mess. Good heavens, what madman would dare touch the Magic Association like this? Marciana strode forward and shouted straight in Li Wen's face. That organization of yours actually dared hide a base right in the middle of Hind Village. He awkwardly tried to justify himself. Mages often come and go from Hind Village. You know that too, don't you? Hearing that, she replied, yes, of course I know. Until now, the safety and rights of the mages here have all been entrusted to the Adventurers Guild. Immediately afterward came a blunt declaration. From now on, we will entrust that work to someone else. Li Wen was stunned by those words, someone else. Marciana glanced lightly toward the entrance. Seung-hoon walked in leisurely, introducing himself as he went. Did you call me? Nice to see you again. I am the magic scholar Seung-hoon. Seung-hoon's appearance struck Li Wen like a heavy blow, and his eyes went wide. What the hell is this? He pointed straight at him and cursed furiously. You damn brat, how dare you show your face here? Faced with those words, he merely smiled gently. This is the management office, sir. Li Wen still refused to stop and immediately ordered the assistant. What are you standing there for? Hurry and throw him out. Not letting him get his way, Marciana reminded him in a cold voice, Manager Li Wen, that is far too rude. Seung-hoon stepped closer and said softly, Marciana seems to be misunderstanding this situation. Would it not be better to explain it clearly? Hearing that, she had no choice but to speak. Manager Li Wen. As the Magic Association's investigator in this incident, I conclude that the Adventurers Guild is no longer trustworthy enough to ensure public safety. Marciana presented a sheet of paper and said, this is precisely the reason. On that sheet of paper, a line of agreement was written clearly. Establishment of a Magic Association branch. She continued explaining, the construction of the Magic Association's rear branch. You will agree to it, won't you? That declaration was like thunder crashing beside Li Wen's ears, a branch of the Magic Association. Terrible visions immediately appeared in his mind. If a branch opens here, the profits from mages will flow into their hands. My money and the mage protection fees will all be gone. No, absolutely not. Seung Hoin did not miss that expression. Look at his face. He walked closer to Marciana and whispered by her ear, "It seems manager Li Wen does not like this idea very much." She immediately vented her anger on him. "You do not agree? Or should I go straight to headquarters and explain this matter clearly?" Forced into a corner, Li Wen could only back down. "Please, I will sign." After that, he tremblingly picked up the pen and signed the paper, while still thinking nonstop. If it is not because of the remnants of the Sword Slaughter gang, then why is that brat Seung Hein here? But right then, another thought suddenly emerged in Li Wen's mind. "Wait." He asked her hesitantly, "Marciana, surely you do not intend to hand protection authority to—" Marciana answered without the slightest hesitation, "We have appointed someone to manage the Magic Association's rear branch. This decision has been approved by Gavin, Lord of Kama. It also has the consent of the Master of Blood Magic." Marciana did not forget to add, "The contract has been signed with Mage Seung Hein." Seung Hein stood beside them, looking at his expression, and kindly reminded him, "Branch Manager Li Wen, your eyes are about to fall out." Li Wen's shout rang throughout the room, "Are you joking with me?" He grabbed Seung Hein by the collar and questioned him repeatedly. "Before, you pretended to be an Ivor Master, and now you are pretending to be a mage. You fraud." He avoided his gaze and replied, "I am studying to get my mage license. Stop lying." Li Wen turned back to remind her, "Do not be fooled by him, Marciana. I have never seen him drink a magic potion." However, they had already prepared for this. "Look carefully, Manager Li Wen." Seung Hein took out an item, making Li Wen's eyes nearly fall from his face. He gaped and cried out, "Where did you get that thing?" Li Wen still tried to deny the truth. "It must be fake. Otherwise this could never happen." By this point, Marciana's patience had also reached its limit enough. She questioned him coldly, "Do you think the Magic Association is full of fools?" Then came a clear warning, "If you insult Mage Seung Hein one more time, I will impose a severe punishment on behalf of the Magic Association." That reaction made Li Wen break out in cold sweat. What the hell is going on? How could he pull both the Magic Association and blood magic to his side? He continued to be bewildered by Seung Hoin's identity. Just what is he? At this point, he kindly spoke a few words in Li Wen's defense. "Calm down, Marciana. Manager Li Wen does not have any ill intent either." Marciana immediately softened. "If Mage Kang Seung Hein says so." She lowered her voice and requested, "Let the argument end here." Next, she began questioning Li Wen. "Do you know who saved me and the hostages, while also subduing the Sword Slaughter gang?" This was precisely the question he had been waiting for all this time. Good, the opportunity is here. Rescuing an investigator of the Magic Association is surely proof of outstanding ability. All sorts of answers quickly appeared in Li Wen's mind. "If I can restore my reputation through this matter, the higher-ups will have no reason to punish me anymore." Corners of his lips gradually curved into a smile. Li Wen's voice sank as he spoke. "Those adventurers, whoever they may be, deserve recognition and reward. Since they saved you, I should give them anything they want." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Seung Hein answered with a bright smile, "That was my team." Every plan in Li Wen's heart instantly collapsed. Marciana smiled gently and confirmed once more, "To be honest, if not for Mage Seung Hein, we would have lost our lives." Seung Hein continued softly, "I only did my duty." Only Li Wen had to perform both roles in this tragedy by himself. What a bunch of frauds. He looked at them and questioned them. "You people are all on the same side, aren't you?" But Seung Hoin's skill at playing dumb was too advanced. "What are you talking about? I do not understand." Li Wen was so angry that he stomped hard on the floor. "Stop pretending to be stupid. You people are secretly setting up a magic association here." At this point, Marciana took out that paper again. "If you still have doubts, read this report later." She and Seung Hein left just like that, not forgetting to mention the fitting reward. "I am looking forward to it. No pressure. Just enough capital to build the Magic Association will be fine." Li Wen was so choked with anger that he could not speak. You. Marcian and Seung Hein cheerfully turned and left, then goodbye, leaving behind the man shouting in fury, "You bastards." Once they were outside, Marciana finally confessed honestly, "My heart was beating so fast that I thought I was about to faint." She asked shyly, "How was my performance just now?" Seung Hein smiled faintly and answered with certainty, "Perfect." He did not suspect a thing. Their plan was to have Marciana pretend to be furious and drag the Adventurers Guild into it, thereby reducing the construction costs that Kama and the association had to shoulder. "Until the construction is complete. No, even after that I will leave this place to you. I am only the leader in name." Marciana continued confidently, "Just trust me. I also want to build up some practical experience." A radiant smile bloomed on her face at that moment. "Moreover, Mage Seung Hein, you are my benefactor." Seung Hein calmly continued, "Thinking back on it, with the skills of an investigator, you should have been fully capable of escaping on your own." And he asked a question, were those men truly that strong? Even Marciana had the same doubt. That matter really is a little strange. She began recounting her experience. "At first I still had the upper hand, but then they did something. Suddenly my mana was sealed, leaving me unable to use mana anymore." Those words made Seung Hein fall into thought. Mana was blocked. Do those bastards really have that kind of technique? He quickly made a decision. Looks like I have to stop by a few places. At the same time, in the Adventurers Guild prison, Gehen's curses echoed through the cell. You damn dogs. Seung-hoin looked at her behind the iron bars and calmly remarked, how pitiful. He even kindly told her fate in advance. Once you are taken away this time, you will never see the sunlight again. They will definitely turn you into research material for the Magic Association. A sly smile appeared on Seung-hoin's face at that moment. Along with it came a highly tempting offer for Gehen. Should I throw you a lifeline? Seung-hoin slowly spoke to Gehen on the other side of the bars. I am quite close to Lord Kama, and I also have a good relationship with the Blood Warden. A wicked smile hung on his lips. If I want to, I can get a prisoner out of here. That is not difficult at all. She did not beat around the bush and asked directly, what do you want? Seung-hoin quickly stated his purpose clearly. I have a few questions about your guild. I am sure you can guess what I intend to ask. And hesitantly asked back, if I tell the truth, will you release me from here? He cautiously set the terms first, only if your answers satisfy me. Her two hands tightened around the iron bars. Gehen immediately clung to the lifeline that had just been thrown down. Fine, I will tell you. She began speaking of what she knew. There is a kind of medicine that lets you use holy skills as soon as you drink it. Even a mage like me, who has not a shred of spiritual aptitude, can use them. Hearing this, Seung-hoin could not help being surprised. How could that be? But Gehen herself did not know either. I do not know the details. We obtained it while trading with a group of human traffickers. She only knew that they called it miracle water. Hearing that, Seung-hoin frowned and judged, their naming sense really is terrible. That attitude made Gehen uncomfortable. Is that the important thing right now? Seung-hoin continued thinking, a mage can use holy skills, that is clearly cheating. A mage's weakness is running out of mana, yet now there is a way to overcome it. Only then did Gehen add, thanks to that thing our guild developed extremely quickly in a short time. She did not forget to offer her guess either. There should still be a few bottles left behind somewhere in the guild warehouse. Hearing this, Seung-hoin began forming his own plan. If I can obtain them for analysis, I might find some kind of clue. I will hand them to Raphael. She anxiously asked back, well, are you satisfied now? I told you everything I know. Hurry up and let me out like you promised. Unexpectedly, Seung-hoin broke into a bright smile and turned on her in an instant. Why should I do that? Gehen froze at that declaration. What did you just say? Seung-hoin only answered coldly, did I not make myself clear? I said I would release you if your answers were satisfying enough. This time, she angrily slammed her hands against the bars. What else is there? I already told you everything I know. He politely corrected her, thank you for trying, but your answers still were not satisfying enough. The lifeline was cut just like that, though in truth, this outcome had been obvious from the very beginning. At the same time, Seung-hoin delivered his final declaration. People like you are born to have their lifelines cut. He calmly turned and left. Know your place a little, will you? Gehen still refused to give up and called after him, wait, stop right there. Her words gradually spun out of control. Hey, you bastard. But that did not affect Seung-hoin at all. Trash belongs in the trash can. Night fell over Cheon-han's office. Cheon-han laughed gleefully after hearing Seung-hoin recount it. So you extracted the information and then left her in prison. Seung-hoin only drank his water calmly. She brought it on herself. The more he listened, the more impressed he became. Good grief, you really are amazing. Blood rose up like color. Cheon-hyun placed a hand on his chest and swore, I have decided I will join your group. Seung-hoin coldly refused. Who gave you permission? In his heart, he secretly calculated, a blood mage who uses his own blood will probably need recovery often. Overall, it may not be a loss. And he raised a doubt, but Cheon-han, the wound on your neck is almost completely healed. Cheon-han calmly explained, blood mages have fairly good self-recovery abilities. What answered him was Seung-hoin's judgmental gaze, as useless as I thought. You have no place in this group. But right then, he suddenly reconsidered. Wait, if we have 4 people, we can register as an official party, right? That attitude made Cheon-han ask back, are you ignoring me? Seung-hoin began explaining, most groups have 6 members, but the minimum is only 4. Ziggs only then cut in. Hey, you are not a member of the Ivormaster team. Cheon-han looked at him and asked back, then why not take this chance to switch over and become an adventurer? Ziggs still explained calmly, you do have talent, but I must respectfully decline. A smile appeared on his face. I have already gathered all the items my master assigned to me, so I plan to set out for home tomorrow morning. He also did not forget to continue politely, thank you all for everything until now. Seung-hoin replied courteously, we're the ones who should be thanking you. Ziggs left the tent, it is late, I am going to sleep. Seung-hoin answered with a smile, sleep well. At that moment, only 2 people remained in the tent. So Ziggs has left? A notification appeared as the skill was activated, turning off divine communication. Cheon-han began getting to the main topic. It is time for interdimensional travelers to exchange information, right? Seung-hoin still calmly drank his tea. I've been waiting for you to say that. His gaze gradually became more serious. Alright, first let us start with some simple information. He also quickly agreed, 1 piece of information per exchange. Seung-hoin opened first, this is information about the mutants, and this side wants to know news related to Hoascendinal Metia. Cheon-hyun continued, saying there was a parasitic plant called the wave-clinging flower, which lived by attaching itself to the human body. They also mentioned a cup that could turn any liquid poured into it into something else. The conversation continued again. This is a summary of data on the mana leakage incident in the western region, Cheon Hyun quickly suggested, then I will take charge of reporting the situation in the eastern contaminated zone. But right then, he abruptly changed the subject. By the way, what about the data on While reading the lines written on the paper, Seung Hyun asked in return, if we combine it with the information from the blood tower, it should be far more useful, right? Cheon Hyun began activating the formation while adding, knowing more will not hurt. He made a proposal. Then let us exchange it for information about the Obsidian Tower. Looks like you finally became a member of the Obsidian Tower after all. Seung Hyun's eyes remained fixed on the sheets of paper. Of course, if I did not join that place, those fanatics would cling to me all day long. In the West, it was said that the Knight Commander had collapsed under the influence of the contaminated zone. The head of the IRF family, Lee Hath, the third son of the IRF family, who appeared in chapters 7 and 8. That information made Cheon Hyun remark, at least now I know this image has already been distorted. He pointed to a spot on the map. The South is the worst place, but in truth everywhere is a mess. After that he continued adding, in the West poison appears when the land rots away. Information on each region was updated one after another. Southern Pemps is a barren land, scorched by sunlight so fiercely that not even grass can grow. From north to south, then west and on to eastern Lake Jolie, the electric wars that have lasted for centuries still have not ended. Northern Donni is no different from an icy hell, so cold that almost no living creature can survive. Cheon Hyun did not forget to add an exclamation. No wonder people call this the land abandoned by the gods. He looked at Seung Hyun and said, and yet those gods just let these dangerous regions rot away like this. This time he also nodded in agreement. Yeah, there must definitely be a reason humans are not allowed to investigate those places. After speaking, he put away the sheets of paper. Alright, that is enough information for now. Then he moved on to another topic. Now that Cheon Hyun has officially joined, it is also time to explain why Jung Ho and I have thrown ourselves into these risky matters. Cheon Hyun merely smiled brightly and requested, please keep it brief. Seung Hyun summarized it in one sentence, enough to make him spit out water in shock. We found a way to return to Earth. Cheon Hyun was immediately drawn in by this topic. Tell me everything right now. Seung Hyun answered indifferently, this way of speaking halfway, and then circling around is really annoying. But before I continue, I have one thing I want to ask you. Cheon Hyun, recount the day you were dragged to the Ajeldi continent. That request made Cheon Hyun awkwardly place a hand on his cheek. This is a little private, you know. That attitude made Seung Hyun's face darken. Just what the hell did you do? He began to explain. Well, since you have information I desperately want to hear, if you tell me one more thing I am curious about, I will tell you. Seung Hyun asked back in turn. Then what do you want to know? Cheon Hyun made his request without the slightest hesitation. About Kim Jung Ho. He pointed at him and asked in confusion, how did someone like you end up involved with someone like him? Who would have thought? Seung Hyun planned to ignore it, then asked in return whether such a trivial thing was even worth wondering about. Cheon Hyun calmly replied, I am a detective, remember. Seung Hyun crossed his arms, finally deciding to speak. Fine then. Seung Hyun began recounting the first time he met that man Bone, then said perhaps he should start from the very first moment he met Kim in the group. Time turned back to 3 years ago when Seung Hyun had just awakened and was still bewildered, unable to understand what was going on. The noise around him woke him up. He wondered in confusion where he was, when he had clearly been at home not long ago. Seung Hyun sensed everything around him and kept asking questions. He woke up in an unfamiliar cave, not understanding why he was here, and was even wearing clothes that were not his. He continued looking around and realized this place was completely unfamiliar. Judging from the trees around him, he was certain this was not South Korea. At the same time, he listened to the conversations around him. Someone demanded they call the police, but this area was outside the service zone, while dozens of people had been dragged here. Seung Hyun honestly felt that this situation was extremely unfamiliar, yet strangely, it carried a faint trace of something familiar. Just then someone suddenly shouted loudly, status window. That shout made many others imitate him and call out as well, status window, status window. Immediately afterward, a real panel appeared before all of them. On the panel was each person's personal information, appearing among the group of people who had just been brought to this place. When they read the stats, they were utterly astonished. Someone cheered that the status window was amazing, while someone else kept asking whether this was real. Some adapted so quickly that they began to feel excited. The crowd gradually grew excited, and someone even said he knew this day would come. Seung Hyun stood beside them, secretly unable to understand why they were so excited, while there were still people sober enough to ask whether anyone here was a reincarnator. This was truly a familiar performance. They discussed that if they became the protagonist of a web novel, it would be hard not to get into character, while Seung Hyun also secretly thought everything was exactly like the opening of an online novel. Immediately afterward, another notification appeared, announcing that an achievement had been unlocked. because a dimensional tourist had used the status window for the first time. Along with it came a request for him to receive his reward. When Seung-hoon pressed confirm, light flashed and the item was immediately granted. The reward was a starter set. He sneered, wondering whether this thing could be used as a weapon, then realized he had also become one of those starting to enjoy this situation. A person wearing a green hat shouted excitedly, telling everyone to check their skill windows. After that, all kinds of different skills were revealed one after another, from translation skills to the first unique skill. Someone boasted that his starting skill was wind cutter and asked whether it was strong. Another person immediately cut in, saying his was only stone throwing. They were clearly showing off. Seung-hoon remained silent, only evaluating his own skill. His skill was observation eye, not a combat skill at all. Even so, a few people in the crowd still could not help wondering why those guys did not seem scared at all. Just then, Jung-ho suddenly spoke up. "What is that sound?" The whole group instantly grew restless when they saw a flock of bats charging toward them. Someone shouted, "Everyone look, right over there." Every one of them carried an unusually ferocious air. After that, only screams rang out as they fled in panic, their mouths constantly yelling that those were monsters. There were still people who took advantage of this chance to show off their skills. They were excited because the moment to test themselves had arrived, while others turned pale because they had no attack skills. A battle erupted just like that, and the cry to wipe them out rang through the chaos. However, the newcomers were clearly at a disadvantage against the seasoned monsters. They retreated while cursing those disgusting creatures in panic. Only Seung-hoon remained calm as he took down the monsters, while also receiving an achievement unlock notification for defeating a target without using an attack skill. The sight of Seung-hoon single-handedly exterminating monsters became Jung-ho's first impression of him. In the panic, he could only call for help. Jung-ho stammered out his thanks, but Seung-hoon only corrected him by saying that once sharpened, even a wooden stick could be used. The first achievement reward, not bad. That attitude left Jung-ho feeling a little deflated. He thought to himself, did that man just ignore me? Notifications still kept appearing on Seung-hoon's side. The first achievement had been unlocked, and he received 2,000 points, an equipment gift voucher, along with a special reward. Immediately afterward, a line of proposal appeared, asking whether he wanted to write a congratulatory message. Seung-hoon eagerly agreed at once. "Of course, I will post it." As soon as he pressed it, a notification also appeared on the interfaces of the others. Everyone stared blankly and asked what it was. It showed the name Seung-hoon. User GGG had unlocked the first achievement named "This is no big deal." Below it was his message, "Is everyone asleep?" As it turned out from the very beginning, this young man had a talent for infuriating others. The people around him immediately flew into a rage, all blurting out curses at once. The whole group clamored to know who GGG was, and some were so angry they nearly went mad. To Seung-hoon, that sound was no different from the cries of fledgling birds, and he found stirring things up even more entertaining, because the truth was that crowd was only good at talking, but when it came to action they could not do much at all. After only the first battle, several people had already collapsed in pain, groaning as they wondered why they had to go through this. Even so, they still had humanity. Someone asked whether his friend was all right, then encouraged him by saying that if they escaped this cave, perhaps they would find a way home. Watching that scene, Seung-hoon only thought to himself that all those efforts were useless. Let them try helping each other and pay the price together, perhaps only then we'd learn something. At this moment, he himself was focused on examining his point system. The information appeared: roulette could randomly increase stats, grant items, or grant new skills, with each spin costing 20 points. After reading it, Seung-hoon immediately concluded that this was no different from a lottery system. The corner of his lips curved slightly. If he could draw a high-grade skill early, there would be no need to think much. It would truly be fantastic. Then Seung-hoon boldly declared that he would try spinning 100 times in a row, because every decision lay in his hands. A stream of light flashed, as if something had just been awakened. Its silhouette reflected in Seung-hoon's eyes. He said softly, "Come here." He was certain he was ready to receive the jackpot prize worth 2,000 points. Who would have thought that what appeared before his eyes was only a random piece of junk, a wooden stick? What followed was a series of notifications that left him stunned. The roulette results appeared one after another with pebbles, writing paper, a thin branch, dust, a wooden tree, and even a handful of sand. The more he read, the more Seung-hoon's face hardened. The roulette results kept repeating with paper, dust, then dust again, making him unable to hold back from blurting out. Roulette results continued to show nothing but miscellaneous items such as a thin branch, pebbles, scrap paper, dust, more dust, pebbles, and dry leaves. In the end, a cold notification appeared, reporting that his inventory was full. Seung-hoon looked at the pile of trash before him, while his points had already fallen to 0. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Jung-ho excitedly stepped forward, calling out, "Finally found you, Yahello." He spoke with a smile, "Thank you for helping me before. How can I repay you?" Unexpectedly, he became the target of Seung-hoon's mockery. "Who the hell are you?" Even though Seung-hoon showed a discomfort, Jung-ho still smiled. "I just wanted to thank you for saving me before." That made the opponent even angrier. "You are laughing," Jung-ho flustered. Seung-hoon grabbed his collar directly, then stepped closer with a questioning tone. "You, why the smirk? I am very angry." Jung-ho trembled while Seung-hoon remained cold. "I don't understand what you are thinking. I have never helped you or anyone like you. He even threatened, don't bother me and leave. Jung-ho immediately ran away, sorry. He watched the opponent and wondered why he acted this way. We know each other, how troublesome. He looked at the notice board, checking the dial system. Hard to get premium rewards and points used are not refunded. Anger inside grew, damn, you should have notified beforehand. The story continued as they looked for an escape from the cave, with more monsters attacking. A notice appeared assigning a new class. Your class is a healer. Sung-hein considered healer. Time travelers cannot have character classes assigned. He checked the info and evaluated. A healer previously hoped for a combat class. What does this question mark mean? People around paid no attention. If class is based on nature, the result is not surprising. Then, as you know, basic skills are provided for the initial class, cutting something in half. Sung-hein was stunned reading the notice. What? He still pointed at the system. Why a cut? What about healing? Have the game developers any experience? He wondered, I am a healer but have no healing skills. Suddenly Sung-hein remembered something. Wait in the dial system explanation. His fingers operated on the info board. Text appeared, points guide. Points earned through monster hunting and crafting. Due to balancing issues, some classes earn points only through specific means. Healer classes earn points only by healing others. His expression drew attention from people around. Sung-hein laughed crazily at this moment. The laughter was not normal. They kept distance. How crazy. While Sung-hein cursed in frustration, is the system playing a trick on me? Points earned were worthless. Now no healing skills but required to heal. Using observation skill, he looked around and started calculating. Do you think I cannot do it? Info appeared before him. This person panicked. Abnormal status, ankle trembling from cold. He noticed another person. Tight ankle would be suitable to try. Sung-hein approached and asked, hey, are you okay? Looks like he injured his ankle, the opponent admitted. I just fell unlucky. Sung-hein smiled brightly and suggested, if you don't mind, I want to heal you. Then asked, can I borrow your coat? This person agreed, sure. Sung-hein tore it off, making the guy regret my clothes. Sung-hein wrapped cloth around the guy's ankle. Light scrape needed stability. He quickly finished the task. Done, you can move. System notice appeared, +4 points, record achieved. First step on the healer path opened as he healed someone for the first time. Newbie potion. Sung-hein temporarily satisfied. Good, no need to actually heal. However, he thought of a plan to earn points for himself. Now we'll trick the knave to earn points. With the right tools, can save even near death. The opponent turned to express, thank you, you saved me. Sung-hein smiled innocently. Oh no, don't mention it. Trouble named Yangu suddenly spoke. Alright everyone, listen. He acted knowledgeable and presented. No, being pulled into another world is scary, but need cooperation. Followed by recruitment. Hey, friend, you are quite strong. Want to join Group Z? Unexpectedly rejected outright. Not interested, do it alone. Yang Hu still forgetting a piece. The injured person commented, looks like people start forming groups. Sung-hein calm, where people gather there is faction. In his mind, he calculated should join group to earn points with first aid skill. He stepped forward and said, sorry, I want to join your group too. Yang Hu politely responded, welcome. He smiled brightly and asked, first your character class, Li Yugu leading Group Z. Sung-hein honestly healer. Opponents' reactions varied. Oh my, a healer, I am not lying, healers are always welcome. They introduced each other, starting skills you have. We already have a healer in team. She received basic healing. Sung-hein continued presenting, I have no healing skills but I have Ivor knowledge, self-taught, unorthodox. After that, he added that he would support the therapist, because one person could not shoulder all the healing for everyone. Yet their attitude changed at once. What nonsense is this guy talking about? Are you kidding? They openly rejected Sung-hein, thinking that a therapist who could not heal was no different from admitting he was clinging to others. Sung-hein began to feel irritated but still forced himself to keep smiling. That is not it. I will handle the main damage output and treat minor wounds. He continued explaining that he had truly taken the therapist class, but no one was willing to listen. Yang Hu curled his lips in contempt and questioned him, but you cannot heal. So what kind of therapist are you exactly? Then he mocked him again. What, you only plan to pour medicine and perform surgery, and you call that support? The people with him immediately chimed in. This person is truly ridiculous. No different from a damage dealer without attack skills. The anger in Sung-huin's heart surged higher with every taunt. This game really was trash. On the very first day there was already a fraud. Unable to heal, unable to deal damage either. Just then Jung-ho suddenly spoke up. Wait. He actually stepped forward to defend Sung-hein. I saw him treat an injured person earlier. I saw it with my own eyes. Even Sung-hein could not help being surprised by this person. Jung-ho's heart was also full of turmoil at this moment. This was the very person who had guided him earlier. Sung-hein also wondered why he would step forward to help him. No one would defend someone who had made them that angry. He only pressed his lips together and said nothing more. But in his mind, he still could not stop thinking poorly of the other party. He did not know that man's true purpose. But this feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. Although still afraid, Dong-ho still stepped forward to point out Yang Hu's mistake. You cannot groundlessly brand someone who came to cooperate as a fraud like that. Yet he asked back, hey, can you really trust their words? The person being questioned replied contemptuously, seriously, I never thought there would still be someone naive enough to be fooled like this. Their hatred immediately shifted to Jung-ho. Do we need to drag this fool along too? That uncle in pajamas over there, why do you not go somewhere else and sleep? At this moment, another girl suddenly spoke up. Sorry for interrupting. She bluntly questioned them. Are you not being far too rude? Is there any need to speak to a teammate like that? She stood completely on Jung-ho's side. Mr. Kim Jung-ho did nothing wrong. That attitude only made Sung-hoin feel even more annoyed. What now? Why were they even splitting apart among themselves? The people on Yang-hu's side all question her in turn. And who are you, a friend of that quack? If you are not satisfied, then leave. The girl crossed her arms and answered firmly, why not? How could I trust and follow someone who does not know how to respect others? After saying that, she turned to invite the other members. Let us go. Unexpectedly, they hesitated. Wait, that is a bit too much. Finding a team with an Ivor specialist is not easy. That reaction made her pause slightly. Sorry, I cannot go. Do not drag us into this. You can leave by yourself. Yang-hu, echoed by one of his admirers, laughed in delight. Looks like you are about to be left all alone. Someone even suggested, if you kneel and beg for mercy, maybe we will soften our hearts. He is very kind. Try saying I am sorry. I will not do it again. Please forgive me, everyone. Those words made her even angrier. You people really... But before she could finish, Sung-hoin said that he could not listen anymore. He lazily picked his ear and made a remark. I thought this was a solid group, because there were so many people, but it turns out it is just like a trash can filled with empty cans. Jung-ho and the kind girl turned to look at him at the same time. Yang-hu and his lackeys immediately flew into a rage. What did you just say? Sung-hoin did not mind repeating himself at all. No, nothing, whatever. Speaking to people who use their ears as decoration is only a waste of effort. He pointed straight at the Ivor specialist. The only one who will suffer from being stuck with these fools is that Ivor specialist. In her heart, she could only pray silently. Why was she being dragged into this now? After saying what needed to be said, Sung-hoin turned and left. Fine, do not regret it later. Yang-hu watched his back and cursed in anger. What the hell is this? Is that bastard insane? Or should I deal with him right now? Even so, saying that he was not bitter would definitely be a lie. The young man holding an armful of mushrooms also became cautious. Standing beside Sung-hoin, whose face was dark and filled with killing intent, he said softly, you can still join a better group, so do not take it too much to heart. Those words made he turn to him and show a smile that was not very friendly. It is fine, I am not angry. He looked curiously at the things the young man was holding. By the way, what are all those mushrooms for? The other party immediately pointed at them. I have a food identification skill. Most of the mushrooms growing in this cave are edible, though they do not taste very good. As for these ones, they actually taste better raw. Sung-hoin replied while activating a skill, really using the skill insight to observe. The information of the items immediately appeared. Plump red mushroom, the main ingredient for crafting life medicine, restores a small portion of health when eaten. Blue night mushroom, the main ingredient for crafting magic medicine, restores a small amount of mana when eaten. He began to take an interest in them, so all these mushrooms are recovery items. The other party nodded in confirmation. Is that true? Sung-hoin picked one up and asked, you are not going to give these mushrooms to anyone else, are you? It seems stronger monsters are about to appear. We are the only ones who know about these mushrooms, right? Hearing that, the young man was half convinced and half doubtful. Probably they show as edible when I put them into my inventory, while everyone else is only busy staring at their status windows. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Sung-hoin's strangely eerie laughter. He bit into a mushroom and calmly declared, make sure that only we monopolize these types of mushrooms. On Yang-hu's side, they were now preparing to explore the cave. The combat team moved ahead to lead the way, while the non-combat team followed closely behind. However, they still maintained a rejecting attitude toward Jung-ho and the kind girl. I smell the scent of weaklings here. Following along to pick up leftovers is truly pathetic. Jung-ho weakly explained, we are not following you, there is simply nowhere else to go. The girl beside him silently held her head. Enough. Do not talk to them. After they walked a few more steps, movement suddenly sounded from up ahead. A huge monster suddenly appeared. It was also accompanied by its companions behind it. Yang-hu immediately signaled, monsters are coming, prepare to fight. They immediately rushed in to attack the monsters. However, someone was still injured during the battle. Even Yang-hu was struggling no less. Why have you still not fallen? Why did the monsters suddenly become this troublesome? Their formation gradually fell into disorder. Help me stop them. Damn it. All the pressure fell onto the shoulders of the healing girl. Ivor healer, recover faster, it hurts so much. Her heart began to churn with unease. There are far too many injured people. I really did notice something strange earlier. But the injured kept coming without end. Hey, it is my turn now. Hurry up and recover me. She can barely even stand. Wait a moment, At the same time, a red warning panel appeared. My head is spinning. Abnormal status, healing overload. She coughed up blood and collapsed, leaving everyone around her stunned. What is going on? Why did this old woman suddenly drop? Yet the monsters only came in greater and greater numbers. Yang-hu immediately decided to signal a retreat. For now, we need to get out of here first. He led the whole group as they fled. Rong-hong and the other girl hurriedly followed behind as well. The group scattered, each person searching for a way forward. But before long, they were forced to stop, because right before their eyes was a massive pile of rocks blocking the way. The path has been sealed off. Those words made the people behind him fly into into a rage. What? We just came this way. How could it suddenly collapse like that? Sung-hoin's voice rang out at once. I knew this was bound to happen. He calmly remarked, I told everyone not to rely solely on one Ivor healer. The young man beside him asked in a panic, is this hammock really alright? Sung-hoin replied with complete ease, I wove it from the beginner clothes you all threw away. Yang Hu's group furiously questioned him. What the hell is this? Did you block our path? Sung-hoin admitted it calmly. That is right. How did you figure it out so well? That attitude left everyone around him stunned by his sheer bluntness. The situation now fallen into true chaos. Sung-hoin still wore an unruffled expression as he spoke. From the very beginning, I had a bad feeling about that Ivor healer. In contrast to his composure was the chaos unfolding below. If an Ivor healer overuses recovery skills and falls into healing overload syndrome, he explained with enthusiasm that such a person would no longer be able to use their skills, right? Then he added, this is what happens when you ignore other people's advice. Meanwhile, the fools below were gradually being overwhelmed by the monsters. Save me. Yang Hu struggled to fight back, then gnashed his teeth and cursed. After that man roared, get down here right now, I will deal with all of you myself. Sung-hoin replied without a care, no thanks, why would I do that? Pretended to be sympathetic and continued, everyone is fighting so hard. While I am just an Ivor healer who does not know how to heal, what help could I possibly be? That attitude left everyone speechless. The monsters were terrifying, but they all thought the same thing, a demon, even worse than a demon. Survivors gradually fell into a disadvantage. Ivor and Hugh, if this keeps going, we are all going to die. But he could not think of any solution at all. Damn it, does anyone still have any medicine? The person beside him hurriedly answered, we gave everything to the Ivor healer earlier. Responsibility suddenly crashed down onto Yang Hu. Hurry and do something, you are the leader. His face turned deathly pale, but he washed his hands of all responsibility. How the hell would I know what to do, you idiots? I am just a beginner too, what more are you expecting? The person standing beside Sung-hoin asked anxiously, Han, are you really planning to leave them alone like this? Only then did he stir slightly. That was my original plan, but it hurts too much. I cannot just stand here and watch them like this. Then he took out the pile of mushrooms from earlier. Healing wounds really is work for kind-hearted people, is it not? The boy's expression at that moment was no different from silently judging him. Sung-hoin slowly spoke, let us resolve this matter peacefully. After that, he threw several red mushrooms onto the ground. Peacefully. The people below stared blankly at the thing that had just been thrown down. Mushrooms. Only then did Sung-hoin kindly explain that those mushrooms were recovery items. That information shocked them. Red mushrooms recover health, while blue mushrooms recover mana. Their eyes gradually blurred with greed. Sung-hoin smiled brightly and declared, whoever picks them up owns them, right? A scramble immediately broke out among those who had once been comrades. Along with it came a storm of curses. I picked it up first, get lost, do you want to die? That sight only made the young man beside Sung-hoin even more bewildered. You said you want to resolve this peacefully, but he merely asked back calmly, is this not peaceful? We are the ones safe and sound. The boy could not help comparing it. Over there it is no different from the goddess Eris throwing the golden apple. No, that apple was meant for the fairest. Try imagining it if you want. It is like you crushed the golden apple into pieces and threw them all over the place. Sung-hoin did not hesitate to admit it. That is right, I simply threw the golden apple around. The young man grew even more confused. What? Only then did he explain Eris may have thrown the golden apple, but the goddesses were the ones who fought over it, and she crushed it into many pieces. But I am still the goddess of beauty. In the end, a conclusion both simple and bitter was reached. Greed was what guided their actions. After saying that, a wicked smile appeared on his face. I never told them they had to fight over it. The person beside him gaped, you clearly did it on purpose. The kind-hearted girl also seemed to take notice of that matter. Recovery items. She turned to Jung-ho and asked, brother, the bag from earlier. As before that they had once exchanged words with Sung-hoin. Excuse us. He did not beat around the bush and asked directly, why did the two of you help me? Each of them gave a reason of their own. Is it not only natural to help one another? I simply could not stand by and watch such reckless behavior. Sung-hoin immediately asked in return, even though I was rude to you before. Jung-ho hurriedly explained, do not worry about it. I only helped because I could not bear what I had just seen. Hearing that, he reluctantly replied, in any case, thank you. Jung-ho immediately raised his voice and remarked, your face does not look thankful at all. After that, Sung-hoin threw them a bag. This is how I repay you for what happened earlier. Use it when the two of you are low on health. Inside the bag were nothing but those mushrooms. Only then did the kind-hearted girl begin to reassess herself. Perhaps. Maybe he really was a good person. But the truth was, Sung-hoin was enjoying this struggle more than ever, no different from a dog seeing a bone. Some more time passed, and only a few miserable survivors remained, each of them thinking they were already as good as dead. All of them were furious. Those bastards were always talking about unity, but in truth they only wanted to save their own lives. Cowards, do not ever speak to me again. Yang Hu poured all his anger onto Sung Hein. He was so furious his teeth ground together, convinced that he had pushed him into this wretched situation. Only then did Sung Hein and his follower climb down. Everyone worked hard. Without hesitating another second, Yang Hu immediately charged into attack, shouting for him to die, bastard. However, he was completely no match for Sung Hein. Yang Hu's entire body was instantly struck and sent flying far away. Sung Hein spoke in satisfaction. Did you think I just handed out supplies to everyone for no reason? After that, he stepped forward and confiscated the other party's weapon. I will take this item in exchange for those medicines. Right then, they saw a faint glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. There is light over there. Once they escaped outside, everyone was moved. Hooray, we are outside, we are alive. Only then did Sung Hein speak. Everyone did well. I will return it to you. It is not as if I did anything. He also did not forget to remind them, from now on everyone should find their own way to survive. This will be where we part ways. The kind-hearted girl asked anxiously, are we just leaving like this? At least tell us your name. Hearing that, Sung Hein merely sighed. There is no need for introductions. He honestly spoke the thoughts in his heart. If we know each other's names and one of us dies, it will leave a scar that never fades on the one who survives. Along with that came a firm promise. If all of us survive, surely there will be a day when we meet again. The other three looked at him and smiled. Sung Hein himself felt a little excited by that thought, even though in his heart he did not believe soft-hearted people like them could live for long. When that time comes, let us introduce ourselves to one another. The story continued to be told. That was the next time I met Jung Ho. At that moment, a strange black sphere suddenly appeared among the bushes. Sung Hein stood watching it, holding a grasshopper in his hand. By then, 8 months had already passed. The story continued again. It had been 8 months since I wandered into the Asio continent. Many space travelers gradually adapted, and a period of stability began. The system also became more stable, and some adventurers had begun to receive good skills and items. In the taverns, rumors spread everywhere. Hey, have you heard that madman Choi? Something has been targeting every traveler he meets lately. Be careful. Bihan wiped his mouth and smiled in confirmation. Right, that would be me. So you are a space traveler too. Immediately afterward, that man gripped the other party's face tightly with one hand. Nice to meet you, let us fight. The story continued to be recounted. During that time, several space travelers had begun to make their names resound across the continent. As for me, I had captured a wanted criminal of the Arinda grade. The receptionist smiled and replied, you did well. As stated, the entire reward will be transferred into your inventory. Sung Hein smirked as he looked at the man bound beneath his hand. Brotherly Yang Hu, that was only a false name. His real name is Sung Hein. I had been enjoying the work of bounty hunting. On the table then lay several wanted notices, one A grade, one B grade, and 2 C grades. Catching them all one day was not bad. Sung Hein leisurely rested his hands behind his head, muttering that now he had caught a high-rank target. It would probably be hard to find valuable prey for a while. Suddenly, a question flashed through his mind. What should I do next? After that, Sung Hein began looking over the bulletin board. There is nothing left to do on this Asio continent. How boring. Right then, a voice rang out from behind him. Hey you. The mysterious man spoke and asked, are you planning to hunt monsters? Sung Hein calmly denied it. I am only taking a look. The man handed over a sheet of paper, saying excitedly that a major commission had just come in. He want to go hunting together. Sung Hein read the information and thought to himself, a raid mission, a powerful monster, has just appeared in Bourne Valley. The man asked again, what do you think? The reward is quite generous as well. But in Sung Hein's heart, he thought in another direction. It really looks troublesome. After that, at the field camp on Skana Mountain, Bourne Valley, discussions rang out everywhere. It usually appears in Bronze, so we will set traps there, split into 3 teams, and drive it into a corner. Sung Hein held the wanted notice while thinking they could probably handle it themselves. I only need to check in from a few healing attempts. That should be fine. It is time to earn some points. Written on it were the crimes that the creature had committed. Remark sounded from behind him. You are a damage booster, right? At the same time, a red-haired man appeared. The Dark Wolf destroyed that entire village. According to the accounts, all the villagers were killed, attacked and devoured with ruthless cruelty. Hearing that, Sung Hein only replied indifferently, I understand. The blue-haired girl snapped, in addition, I came here to visit a friend who lived in Skarnakia village. Her hand tightened around her weapon. Then she said, when I arrived, my friend had already been murdered by that beast. Along with that came a declaration, that disgusting monster, I will end it with my own hands. However, Sung Hein was not particularly interested in them. So that is how it is. Who asked you to answer in such detail? We do not even know each other, yet you are talking. Not until a command rang out from behind him, it is here. Jung Ho appeared in the form of a monster, none other than the Dark Wolf. Surround it, prepare to attack. Its expression looked extremely ferocious. Sung Hein also immediately raised his guard. So this is the target of the raid. He began using his skill, activating the skill Observational Eye Night Beast. Then he fell into thought as he read the information that appeared. Night Beast, is that all the data I can obtain? Female mage immediately cast Fireburst. A violent explosion erupted, driving the monster back. They shouted loudly at each other, it's coming this way, block it immediately. Jung Ho darted forward. The blue-haired girl lapped up, determined to end the raid. She roared, calling the monster a worthless creature. Jung-ho now squeezed his eyes shut. At that moment, a sharp thorn slid down, striking her down. Jung-ho continued running straight into the forest. The others hurriedly pursued, not letting it escape. Only Sung-hoin stood still in place. He looked at the blue-haired girl, worried, "Are you okay?" On her face now was only rage and regret. She moaned at her weakness. She sobbed uncontrollably, realizing how weak she was. Sung-hoin questioned whether the incident in Skarnakia village was really caused by that thing. She stared blankly at him. "What did you say?" Sung-hoin explained slowly, "That thing should have slaughtered the whole village. But when ambushed by adventurers, it ran away, which didn't make sense." He recounted the story. They said villagers were bitten to death, but the skill like the thorn was not fangs. Then he continued to draw an important conclusion. He remembered Jung-ho's words, "sorry." He directly repeated that he had just apologized. The blue-haired girl froze at this judgment. She was flustered, loudly asking, "What nonsense are you talking about? It didn't apologize, it just screamed." She continued cursing, "If you're just wasting my time, then go away." This made Sung-hoin frown. She gave only useless information and now told him to shut up. He looked toward Jung-ho running away, but more importantly, only he could understand that voice, meaning. Sung-hoin quickly grasped the situation. It spoke Korean. In the forest echoed pitiful cries. The runner panicked, looking that way. What was that sound? Sounded like an alien. In fact, it was Sung-hoin's voice. He said, "Can you hear me? I am a space traveler. If you can hear me, come to the middle of Skana Slope." Jung-ho gradually moved toward the voice. Sung-hoin had not given up the search. "I won't harm you." They quickly met. Jung-ho screamed in panic, crawled into a pit denying it wasn't me. The contrast of the two states made Sung-hoin silently remark, "Why did it suddenly become as small as a grain of rice?" He reassured the other, "Don't worry, it's just me here. I just want to ask a few things." Jung-ho gradually calmed down. "Really?" Sung-hoin put his hands on his hips, began explaining, "You understand Korean, meaning you are also a space traveler, cannot use telepathy." Jung-ho confirmed, "Yes, I cannot communicate. Thought I would be hunted immediately." Sung-hoin frankly asked about Skarnakia village. "Are you really the culprit?" Jung-ho loudly denied, "No." He wept when arriving at the village. "Everyone was already dead. Please believe me." Sung-hoin didn't let Jung-ho cry too long. "Alright, explain." "Stop." He recounted, "We were on the way to Kadria Lake. Had to cross the mountains. It got dark. Stayed overnight at Skarnakia village. Upon arrival, the village had been destroyed, people slaughtered, houses ruined. We searched around hoping to find survivors. Saw bizarre teeth and scenes of the creature massacring people. Something ambushed from behind." Sung-hoin smirked, concluding this was the culprit. "Did you see its face?" Jung-ho recounted, "Nothing surprising. I'm sorry." The story continued. "The only thing I remember is when I told the team to run, it bit my neck." This skill intrigued Sung-hoin. Then it turned into a wolf after death, daring yet capable of revival. He looked at Jung-ho, wondering, "What about biting my neck?" Jung-ho wiped tears, narrating, "I don't know, their bodies were crushed." He sympathized, concluding they died in the most horrific way. Sung-hoin recalled the red-haired man's words. The villagers were all brutally slaughtered. Corners of his mouth curved, smiling slyly. "I give up. Have these young men figured it out?" Elsewhere, the red-haired person still moved with the blue-haired girl. She shouldn't act rashly. It's not related to him. She stubbornly moved forward. "I will find the monster quickly," unaware that the companion was the real culprit and would kill it. The red-haired person did not hide his fangs. "Alright, if that's what she wants." He aimed at the blue-haired girl rushing forward. If she wanted to reunite with her friend. She realized the danger and turned back too late, the man's eyes glowing. But just before that man could make a move, Sung-hoin appeared at exactly the right moment. With a single strike, he forced his opponent to retreat. The tip of his sword pointed straight at that man's mouth, and Sung-hoin began to speak. "I should have realized it the moment you knew the reason the villagers died, even though the report never stated it clearly." The smile on his lips still did not fade as he continued, "I found you, the one behind the Skarnakia village incident." The red-haired man backed away a short distance, and said irritably that just when things were getting interesting, some nuisance had to show up. Sung-hoin seemed satisfied with his deduction, so this really had nothing to do with monsters. At the same time, he quietly used a skill and sensed a powerful surge of energy erupting inside that man. It seemed that man had swallowed something containing psychic energy. Then he slowly concluded, "So after getting your hands on something tasty, you became arrogant and went around causing trouble." By this point, the other side did not mind admitting it either. "Right, I am the culprit, but what can you do to me?" That man completely looked down on their entire party, especially a girl who was injured. In particular, that man openly scorned Jung-ho and even the royal puppy. The red-haired man made no attempt to hide his strange aura, then declared arrogantly, "Do you really think the three of you can beat me?" Yet Sung-hoin still kept the smile on his lips. "No, I alone am already enough. But I think I will not even need to lift a finger." Those words left that man confused. "What did you just say?" Sung-hoin calmly revealed, "Have you forgotten?" At the same time, the other adventurers were making their way toward today's battlefield one after another. Before their eyes, the red-haired man had been surrounded as though caught in a raid. His expression immediately turned ugly. "What?" Meanwhile, Sung-hoin gave a meaningful smile. "Adventurers are not so easy to kill." His words were no different from a sentence passed on man. "Thanks for confessing." Right after that, the adventurers rushed forward together to attack that man. On the red earth, that man roared in fury, "You bastard." At this moment, Jung-ho looked at him from behind with admiration in his eyes. "You are amazing. How did you know he was the culprit?" Faced with that question, Sung-hoin merely answered casually, Actually, it was because he was stupid. The red-haired man was quickly surrounded tightly by the adventurers. Even the blue-haired girl charged in to join the battle. She seized the opportunity and launched a thrust that pierced through that man's body. The red-haired man was immediately injured so badly that he caught up blood. When the blade was withdrawn, that man also collapsed to the ground. The blue-haired girl pressed her lips tightly together. After that, all of them cheered in joy. Cheers rang out everywhere. We did it. When we get back, let us all go drinking. But when the blue-haired girl searched for Sung Hoin's figure, she could not find him anywhere. That person, where did he disappear to? Somewhere else. Jung Ho had just been hurled hard to the ground in a rough manner. Sung Hoin leisurely threatened him. When you meet someone you know, you should at least say hello. His low voice carried killing intent. Pretending not to know me like that is really troublesome. Sung Hoin frowned and leaned in close. You really do not know me, Jung Ho? Jung Ho asked back in confusion. How do you know my name? Those words made him remember. He was not mistaken. This man was Kim Song Ho because that woman had once called his name. A woman. Jung Ho looked blank as if he did not understand at all. That vague reaction made Sung Hoin even more irritated. In his heart, he kept asking himself, does this uncle really not remember? How stupid does someone have to be to forget that, when that farewell was so moving? In the end, Sung Hoin turned and walked away. Whatever, forget it. Unexpectedly, he had only taken a few steps forward. Jung Ho also immediately followed a few steps behind him. Jung Ho's action began to annoy Sung Hoin. He immediately turned his head and asked bluntly, why are you following me? You did not participate in the raid, so there will not be any reward for you either. Jung Ho hesitantly suggested, well, let me come with you until I find my teammates. But Sung Hoin immediately refused him outright. No way, man, good luck. Jung Ho had not even managed to call after him. Wait. He tried to cling close behind him. Do not be so cold, I will not bother you. In his heart, Sung Hoin only thought to himself, right. This man was timid as a rabbit, and could not even fight properly. Bringing him along would be no different from carrying an extra weight. Therefore, he quickly concluded that he did not need someone like him. Who would have thought that through the events that followed, Jung Ho would gradually prove that he was useful too, even though he had not needed him at first. Sung Hoin's initial decision gradually began to waver just like that. This moment, he was leisurely lying on a hammock to rest. Then he suddenly came to his senses when he realized that living like this was actually quite convenient. Sung Hoin raised his head and looked toward Jung Ho, finally understanding why people needed teammates. He kept reminding himself that convenient was indeed convenient, but that did not mean he intended to keep him as a long-term companion. Yet what answered him was Jung Ho's bright smile. Hey, I finished lighting the fire. Sung Hoin slowly walked closer and spoke. Hyung. He held out his hand and introduced himself. Sung Hoin, that is my name. Faced with that unexpected action, Jung Ho froze for a long while, but immediately after, he quickly replaced it with a smile full of joy. Jung Ho politely returned Sung Hoin and Kang's handshake, then he introduced himself, saying that my name is formed from the Ho of good fortune and the wrong of love. It sounds rather boring. Time passed just like that. 1 month later, at the southwest side of Platform A, the thug was driven into a dead end. Damn it, there was no way out now. Before him stood Sung Hoin. Back off, you handsome bastard. The bald man swung his weapon in panic. Do not come any closer. Get out of the way. Sung Hoin calmly agreed. Fine, I will not come closer. The bald man froze and asked back, really? But of course the answer was no. Several knives had already buried themselves straight into his head. Sung Hoin burst out laughing and repeated, I did not come closer, did I? Then he signaled to the person behind him, Kim Jung Ho rope. He immediately moved with great speed and brought it over at once. While tying up the target, he casually struck up a conversation. By the way, you really do work hard as a bounty hunter. Sung Hoin lazily explained that dealing with fools who did not know their place was rather entertaining. Besides, the pay was high too. Hearing that, Jung Ho grew even more curious. Do you need money for something? Instead of answering, he took out a letter. The contents of the letter said that when the appointed day arrived, we would wait there, the doomed church. Sung Hoin indifferently explained, there is something I truly want to buy. They continued their hunt again. It should have been this alley. From deep within the dark alley, Louis' voice rang out. Oh brother, we have been waiting for you for a very long time. Louis Baron, priest of the Zoom Church. Sung Hoin wore a crafty smile and slowly narrowed the distance. I wonder whether you have been waiting longer than I have. He spoke frankly. I have waited for this day for 6 whole months. Louis immediately corrected himself and continued with deep sympathy. I understand that feeling. I can imagine how much you have longed for it. At that moment, Sung Hoin threw the bag in his hand down and stated clearly, here are the 170 gold coins as promised. Louis's eyes shone brightly at the sight of the money, then hand over the item now. That man curled his lips into a sly smile and replied, of course. The transaction between them was officially completed. May Zoom's blessing always be with you. Sung Hoin thought in silence. At last I finally have it. Anticipation was clear on his face, because this was a skill scroll that could grant a skill simply by tearing it open. Sung Hoin did not waste another second and immediately opened it. Healing skill scroll. Farewell healer life. As for the nature of the skill scroll, it was a consumable item that allowed one to learn a skill simply by reading or tearing it. Sung Hein held the scroll in his hand and murmured, "This thing is usually extremely rare in dungeons or sealed ruins, but it can also be crafted." He continued explaining that the process of creating it was extremely difficult and costly. Hearing this, Jung Ho could not hide his curiosity. How difficult is it? That question instantly triggered Sung Hoin's habit of talking too much. To create a single proper healing spell scroll, dozens, even hundreds of high-ranking clerics must gather around a blank sheet, recite scripture every day, pray to the gods, and write the prayer without making even a single mistake. Only when the process is completed perfectly can a finished spell scroll be born. That much time and manpower is exchanged for just one scroll, to the point that ordinary people almost never get a chance to witness it. Jung Ho hurriedly stopped him. He asked suspiciously, "But if that thing is so precious, would the church really just sell it to ordinary people?" Sung Hoin leisurely explained, "There are corrupt people embezzling things everywhere. A little less rust does not matter, all thanks to the black market merchants." His hand moved into a ready stance. After all, today was a very special day. Light burst forth the instant Sung Hoin tore that paper. "After 5 months on the Asio continent, I finally obtained healing magic." His entire body was enveloped in a stream of light. Jung Ho was dazzled by that light. Sung Hoin quietly sensed the changes within his body. Jung Ho excitedly asked Han, "How is it? Did you receive healing magic?" Unexpectedly, the answer left him disappointed. No notification about receiving a skill had appeared at all. Right after that came a completely calm remark that spell scroll must have been fake. Jung Ho cried out in panic, "What?" He looked at Sung Hein worriedly. "Are you not angry?" The only answer he gave him was Sung Huin's familiar sere smile. Night fell at Doom Church. The guard sternly ordered, "Halt, state your identity at once." Who would have thought that the moment he finished speaking, Sung Hein would send him flying with a punch? Inside, the figure of another priest appeared. "Stop, this is a sacred sanctuary. You cannot just..." But he too quickly shared the same fate as the guards. In Priest Lewis's room at Zoom Church, Lewis was muttering beside the money he had just earned. "Good thing I managed to sell that spell scroll." His expression grew more and more vulgar. "Beautiful, it is truly beautiful." Lewis happily muttered to himself, "Now what should I use this money for?" But before he could finish speaking, the wall was pierced through. "It must be..." Sung Hein walked in coldly. "Found you." In the very next moment, people saw Lewis hanging suspended outside. That man frantically explained that there must have been a misunderstanding. Jung Ho also did not dare stand too close. He is angry. This time he is truly furious. Sweat poured all over Lewis's face. "I swear I gave you the magic scroll." Sung Hein questioned him in an icy voice. "Then why did I not receive the skill?" He directly threatened him, still stammering with that mouth. "Or should I report this matter to Zoom?" At this point, that man could only offer to take him to the archive. "I will lead you to the church archive." They quickly went to the archive. Inside this place were countless skill scrolls. Sung Hoin did not stand on ceremony at all and immediately pulled out the skill scrolls. He tore them one after another as though tearing ordinary paper. Lewis looked as if he might fade from existence at the sight, because those scrolls were worth millions of lun. Sung Hoin said irritably, "Still nothing is appearing." The old man immediately seized the chance to press him. "I told you the problem was with you." This time Jung Ho also cut in. "Wait, did this guy lead us to a fake archive?" Lewis was so furious he nearly jumped. "That is impossible." Right at that moment, it was Jung Ho's turn to tear a scroll. A notification appeared at once. "The power of the skill scroll has merged into you. The new skill obtained is holy armor." He froze for a moment. "It is real. I have a new skill now." Lewis cried to the heavens in vain and to the earth unheard. "How many more times do I have to tell the truth?" The old man angrily gathered the torn scraps of paper from the ground. "Honestly, what kind of strange fellow is this? What a waste. As long as you have mana, you can receive the skill." Hearing that, Sung Hoin could not help growing curious. "Wait, it is mana, not divine power." Lewis paused, then asked back, "You did not know?" After that, the old man kindly explained, "The divine power we use is born when the mana in our bodies blends with the faith and blessings of the gods." Sung Hein asked directly, "Then people without mana cannot use divine skills?" Lewis confirmed coldly, "Of course they cannot." The anger in Sung Huin's heart instantly erupted with terrifying force. He decided to vent all his frustration on everything around him. "Damn it, this stupid status window." The shelves tilted one after another before crashing down. They slammed hard into the opposite wall, shattering that entire section as well. "Fine, in that case I will destroy everything here." But right then, Sung Huin suddenly noticed something strange. "Hold on, there is something behind the wall." He and Jung Ho immediately stepped inside. As he observed the surroundings, he assessed, "This place is completely covered with many layers of cloth." Sung Huin's burrowed slide decisively yanked down one sheet of cloth. The moment Dong Ho saw what was underneath, he went stiff with fear. He panicked and clung to the person beside him. "Zombie, it is a zombie." Sung Hein calmly explained, "Not a zombie, a mummy." After that, he glanced at the cloth in his hand. "Ghost tarp." This was an item capable of concealing and suppressing mana, often used by dark wizards to hide various forms of black magic. Lewis had also just come closer, then cried out in horror, "How dreadful! Why would cursed mummies appear in a place like this?" Jung Ho asked in confusion, "Cursed mummies? Then these are mummies created by humans using black magic." magic, not ones formed naturally. Seung-hoin calmly confirmed, that is right. He looked at the pile of mummies before him and continued, these things absolutely should not exist inside a church. From a distant doorway, a voice suddenly rang out. Jung-ho immediately signaled to Seung-hoin, I hear voices coming from inside. They cautiously moved deeper in, and then a spine-chilling scene appeared before their eyes. From among the captured people, a faint cry rang out, help us. Four of them now were two small children, please save us. The ropes binding them were quickly cut apart. The boy choked out, thank you. Immediately afterward, he turned and shook the person beside him, brother, wake up, we can go home now. At this moment, Seung-hoin activated the skill Observational Eye. Information quickly appeared, faint divine power detected around the wound, traces of residual magic power also detected there. Jung-ho, standing beside him, could not hide his curiosity. Mr. Seung-hoin, what do you see? Immediately after came Seung-hoin's furious curse, Doom Church? Those bastards. They are using both magic power and divine power to affect the children. Jung-ho's eyes widened in horror. What the hell are they doing that for? His hands clenched tight. His face darkened with rage. To even lay hands on children, they really are bastards. Only then did Seung-hoin turn to look at Lewis and question him. Priest Lewis, you know anything about this? The old man slowly explained, I am only a monk in name with no real authority, so I do not know much. I was not even aware this room existed, so I am not much help. Hearing this, Seung-hoin answered leisurely, this priest here. You will probably be displayed in front of the church for destroying a large number of spell scrolls. Lewis was choked speechless by his shamelessness. You are the one who has been doing that all along. Seung-hoin ignored it and made an offer. If you tell us anything related to this case, I can help erase your identity after you escape the church. Think carefully. Heavy silence stretched on. Then Lewis slowly spoke. Now that I think about it, I once heard about this before. The higher-ups are carrying out some kind of project, apparently related to harmony and union. Speaking of Doom Church, it was the 8th-ranked power on the Asio continent, with its headquarters in Lede. Core ideology they always proudly pursued was harmony and union. Lewis slowly explained harmony and union. I heard that is both the main content and the main goal of this project. Those words sent Seung-hoin in thought, harmony and union, but divine power and magic power fundamentally cannot mix. He quickly reached a conclusion. It seems Doom Church has cooperated with dark wizards to synchronize and unify the two sources of power into one. Jung-ho gently supported the two boys, then these children. Before he could finish, Seung-hoin continued, they must have been used as experimental subjects for unification. He continued, the same goes for the mummies outside. They were not created from corpses, but from magic power and divine power being forcibly infused into living bodies, losing control, and turning them into hollow, dried corpses. The older boy, Genji, was writhing in pain. Seung-hoin bent down to examine him. The traces of magic power and divine power left in the boy's body are violently colliding. If this continues, the boy could go into shock and die. After that, he took out an item, in this case, a magic potion is needed. Lewis grew curious when he saw it and asked, what are you planning to do? Seung-hoin opened the water bottle and explained, first, we have to force demonic power to contaminate the mana. In other words, mana and demonic power, that is why we need a magic potion. After saying that, he poured the water straight onto the boy, intending to forcibly draw out the demonic power inside his body first. The blue liquid seeped into his skin, and the reaction erupted immediately. The boy cried out in agony, letting out wretched screams as he kept saying it hurt. Jung-ho, beside him, was given the task of holding the younger brother down tightly, softly calling, Hyung. Seung-hoin calmly assessed the situation. The remaining divine power was reacting with the demonic power being pushed out, so it would be hard for the boy to endure this pain. Right after that, he took out another item, holy sealing powder, something that could gently dissolve divine power and temporarily neutralize it when used. Seung-hoin did not hesitate to throw the entire bottle of powder onto the boy. Golden light gradually spread out, driving away the blue liquid and the dark aura surrounding him. Lewis observed and remarked that the boy was much better. Seung-hoin slowly explained that this powder broke down the divine power inside, helping the boy's body stabilize again. After that, he casually added a piece of information no one had asked for. I originally bought it to mess with the Zoom Church, who knew I would end up using it for treatment. Next, Seung-hoin signaled Jung-ho to bring over several pieces of demonic silver cloth, using them to wrap the victims' bodies and prevent outside demonic power from coming into contact with them. The younger brother sobbed and asked whether his Hyung was all right now. Seung-hoin smiled and answered that as long as the boy ate and rested properly, he would recover quickly, and there was no need for further emergency treatment. Jung-ho raised another issue, whether they could secretly take the children outside, because even if they succeeded, the church would definitely hunt them down to the end. But Seung-hoin calmly asked back who said we're going to sneak them outside. That answer made Jung-ho freeze on the spot. Not long after, the hall of the Doom Church suddenly exploded. The people inside fled in panic, unable to understand what had just happened. At that exact moment, another bomb was thrown in. This explosion was even fiercer than before, making someone unable to hold back a curse. What Seung-hoin was holding was a holy bomb, the type that exploded upon contact with divine power. He was practically enjoying the sight of running around and throwing bombs everywhere like a professional troublemaker. Jung-ho, following behind, had not expected this young man to be so reckless either and blurted out that Kang intended to flatten the whole church. Before long, someone stepped forward to stop him, shouting loudly for him to stop at once. The priest questioned him in a cold voice. How dare you cause chaos in the sacred hall that worships Lord Dumiha? He was about to teach him a lesson, but unexpectedly, he was sprinkled with yellow powder, then gritted his teeth and said he would regret it. Sung-hoin delightedly threw holy sealing powder onto him, continuously extending the time that blocked his divine power second by second, regardless of the other side's desperate pleas. Taking advantage of that moment, Sung-hoin grabbed both sides of the priest's cheeks, cheerfully saying that there was finally someone worth interrogating, then blocked his divine power for one more second. He threatened in a cold voice that he had caused this much chaos, yet no high-ranking priest or elder had appeared. Where exactly were they? If I stab you now, you will not be able to heal yourself. That priest hurriedly told the truth, saying they were holding a sacrificial rite and conducting a harmonization experiment in the chapel. Sung-hoin let out a sigh, his face filled with contempt. After leaving a few lumps on that man's head, they finally left, not forgetting to curse him as a long-winded bastard. At this moment, the chapel was covered in strange streams of aura. The people present inside were chanting with all their strength. Two different streams of power were being cast continuously. Those people kept pouring energy into the boy's body. They urged one another to maintain the balance and add a little more divine power, while the boy screamed endlessly in pain. One person realized the child was about to reach his limit, but the person beside him immediately suggested bringing in the next test subject. Who would have thought that at that very moment, a voice would ring out to stop them? No, continue. Hezia still wore an emotionless face, ordering them not to stop the experiment until they breathed their last. That was Apostle Hezia, the pontiff of the doomed church. His brows were furrowed so tightly they nearly stuck together, because right before their eyes several bombs suddenly appeared. Those bombs began to glow, and they immediately created a violent explosion. Everyone was blasted far away by the force of the explosion. Only those who reacted quickly and raised barriers could barely remain standing. Hezia shouted furiously, "What the hell is going on?" He narrowed his eyes toward the hazy dust and questioned Sung-hoin. "Who are you?" He only gave a faint laugh and asked back, "Me." After that, he proudly introduced himself as the righteous Saint Ivor, who specialized in purifying rotten churches and saving the continent of Azio. A smile still remained on his face as he said that he had merely stopped by on the way to save a child. Having been interrupted, Hezia was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead, and he growled, asking where snot-nosed, insolent brat like him had crawled out from. He pointed and ordered his subordinates, asking what they were still standing there for, telling them to get up quickly and use healing magic on the injured. They immediately obeyed, though inwardly they could not help angrily wondering what these bastards were. Only then did Sung-hoin kindly speak up to remind them that they would regret it. As soon as the words fell, a fierce pain slammed straight into that man's body. Not only that man, the others also reacted the same way all at once, crying out because the pain was too much to endure. Sung-hoin thought with satisfaction that the explosion had blown away all the divine power, leaving only dense black demonic power behind. The problem with those priests was that they were far too thoughtless. When their bodies were already infected with black demonic power, using healing magic would only make their condition worse. From the side, several beams of light suddenly shot over. Sung-hoin immediately hugged the child in his arms tightly to shield him. As a result, he was struck so hard he caught up blood. The group in black hood spoke in mocking voices. "What an idiot, there are not only priests here. Those ultrasensory divine bombs are completely useless against dark wizards." Sung-hoin handed the child to his teammate, Sir Kim Jung-ho. "Take the child." "Alright, but are you okay?" Two hooded men rushed into attack at the same time. Die. The move they unleashed was A-Sphere. This time, Sung-hoin was already prepared. "I will not make the same mistake a second time." He immediately grabbed a priest. Then he ruthlessly used that person as a shield. "I have a first-rate divine shield right here." The two forces collided violently with each other. It left the poor priest battered and bruised all over. "You damn bastard." He struggled while taking out an item. "Have your eyes been eaten by dogs, you bastard?" After that, he threw the item straight to the ground. Pale golden beams of light began to spread out. The people around them recognized it at a glance as holy water. "I am saved. It is finally time to be healed." Meanwhile, the hooded group gradually fell into a disadvantage. "No, you bastard. Then what about us?" They also immediately responded with potions that had similar effects. "Ignore him, use dark essence." The weakened priests immediately had to endure tormenting pain. "You bastards." Both sides kept throwing out their own potions. "You want to play this to the end, is that it?" Neither side was willing to yield. "That is exactly why I hate negotiating with priests the most." Sung-hoin observed the chaotic situation and thought to himself, the reason there has been no damage so far is thanks to the fragile balance between divine power and black magic. But with just one small disruption, everything will immediately fall into hell. His face was full of world weariness. "This is the Azio continent, I know." Seeing all his efforts ruined by him, the cult leader was boiling with rage. "Insolent wretch." His face darkened as he questioned him. "You dare destroy the 1,000-year dream of the Zoom Church." Immediately afterward, he drew his weapon. "I will personally punish you." The book flipped open, bringing a burst of radiant light with it. The move he used was Divine Authority. Sung-Hoi nimbly dodged the successive attacks. Jung-Ho used his own body to shield the children. Spheres shot wildly in every direction, causing no small amount of damage to the surroundings. Hooded people cried out in panic, "My body, save me." Sung-Hoi immediately raised his guard against him. An ability that melts everything it touches. Is this the power of an apostle? What a nuisance. Hazia remained extremely confident as he wielded his power. Everything will become one. This is the power of Zoom. At this moment, Jung-Ho's loud cursing rang out from one corner. "Will you cut it out, you bastard?" He looked at the item he was wearing and remarked, "That cloak is no ordinary thing. You can withstand Zoom's power. Thus why would you dare ruin our grand plan for the sake of a few lowly test subjects?" Saying that, he immediately changed targets. "Let us see whether you can withstand this." Jung-Ho turned and avoided the explosion, but he also quickly realized the situation was unstable. "This is bad. The ceiling is collapsing." Jung-Ho hurriedly moved, calculating inwardly, "At this speed, the children will..." The ceiling collapsed just like that. Jung-Ho used to shield the little one. A large hole had now appeared in the ceiling. Dirt and stones began falling, while he hurriedly signaled to the kids, "You kids run." Jung-Ho forcefully threw the children far away from the impact zone. Damn it. He struggled to maneuver and managed to grab the arm of the last child in time, then pushed the boy out of there. At the very moment before the earth and stone came crashing down, Jung-Ho was buried beneath that pile of rubble. The blue-haired boy shouted in panic, "Uncle." Hazia saw that scene and mockingly spoke in satisfaction, "Oh my, how humiliating. What a touching sacrifice, enough to move one to tears." He turned to Seung-Hain and began to sneer. "So how does it feel now that you are done? Was it worth abandoning your comrade?" Who would have thought he would only let out a faint cold laugh? After that, he slowly spoke, "That man really is an idiot for daring to throw away his life to save a few children." The pile of earth and stone began shaking violently. Jung-Ho in monster form shot out. He charged forward in a frenzy, while Sung-Hain calmly remarked, "But that man is someone capable of doing exactly that." Hazia was stunned by Jung-Ho's new appearance. What kind of monster is that thing?" He immediately charged straight into attack. The point Jung-Ho aimed for was none other than Hazia's neck. He was sent flying backward. He weakly chanted a spell to cling to his life. "Lord Doom, please grant me divine authority." A golden beam of light immediately struck Jung-Ho head-on. It was divine authority. His body immediately suffered a powerful impact. Jung-Ho stood frozen in place, his eyes fixed on Hazia. Hazia exclaimed in excitement, "Serves you right, hurry up and take it." Then he began cursing at him with contempt. "Who do you think you are? Lowly mixed blood filth." As soon as the words left his mouth, he was pierced through by a spike Jung-Ho had summoned. Hazia thought in a daze, "This is not divine power." He was thrown back yet again. It was incarnate energy. The hand holding the book also gradually lost its strength, then drooped down. Hazia's defeat immediately sent the remaining ones into panic. "Lord Hazia, that bastard." He clamored in fear, "Do something, I am begging you. If even Lord Hazia cannot win, what can we do anymore?" On this side, Sung-Hain merely smiled in satisfaction. "Damn it, looks like the old man has gone mad." He observed Jung-Ho and thought, "He is so clumsy that even fighting back looks pathetic." At this moment, Jung-Ho turned back toward the children. Sung-Hain watched his every movement and remarked, "Looking for the children is he. It seems his heart still has not changed, even though his current form has become that grotesque." Immediately afterward, Jung-Ho suddenly charged straight forward. That action could not help but shock Sung-Hain. He hurriedly moved when he realized something was wrong. Impossible, his eyes are becoming more and more feral. A weapon was immediately thrown out. It blocked Jung-Ho just in time before he could attack a child. He let out a cry of pain. His eyes were still rolled white, gleaming with ferocity. Sung-Hain and Jung-Ho charged into battle just like that. Yet he still sneered and remarked, "In the church, it seems that boss over there was only bait, while the real threat is Mr. Kim Jung-Ho." As he spoke, Sung-Hoin summoned a weapon. "For this matter, let us not blame each other anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately swung an attack straight at Jung-Ho. He was knocked backward, but Jung-Ho still struggled to stand firm and roared. The battle unfolded at an extremely fast pace. The short-haired boy shouted anxiously, "Mr." Jung-Ho and Sung-Hoin still continued their fierce battle. At the same time, he also activated a series of skills: strong divine power resistance, strong dark arts resistance, strong fire resistance, and strong ice resistance. Sung-Hoin silently assessed. "Only after getting close did I realize that the previous information had not appeared. It is almost immune to special damage. No wonder only ordinary weapons have any effect." Very quickly, he reached his own conclusion. In other words, the key to defeating the dark monster is physical damage. Sung-Hoin recalled the scene just now, and more specifically, silver was its weakness. His hand touched an item made of silver just in time. Sung-Hoin showed no mercy and immediately slashed straight through. His expression gradually became more tense. Two of them were about to charge at each other once again. Then a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, stopping them both. Sung-Hoin spoke in confusion, "What is going on here?" Jung-Ho reacted in exactly the same way. When Hazia saw that scene, he was so bewildered that he stammered, "Lord Doom, why would you?" He screamed in despair, "Why have you abandoned me?" After that, he looked toward the boy with two colored eyes and questioned, "Instead of accusing your own apostle, you chose that lowly thing." Sung-Hoin sneered and remarked, "What a bastard." His gaze stopped on the boy with two colored eyes. A trap stacked on top of another trap, I understand now. The two colored-eyed boy stood between Sung-Hain and Jung-Ho. At the same time, the boy softly exclaimed, "It does not hurt at all anymore." The boy murmured that it was Lord Doom who had saved him. Next, he turned his eyes toward those priests. The boy's hand was raised, and only one thought remained in his mind: no matter what, I have to crush him. Hazia wanted to stop him in shock, but then he quickly paid the price. The other priests shared the same fate. The two-colored-eyed boy had nearly lost control, believing this power had been granted to punish the wicked adults. Sung Hoin frowned and slowly remarked, "He is far too excited now, is he not?" At this moment, the boy finally turned his head to look behind him. A declaration rang out. Lord Doom said that he is very sad because you people and the dark monster destroyed the temple. Excitement gradually became clear in the two-colored eyes, so the boy reached his hand forward and declared, "He asked me to punish you." Sung Hoin nimbly dodged the attack. While moving, he thought, "He is firing wildly, his aim is terrible, but if even one shot hits me, I am finished." Jung Ho, from another side, also struggled to dodge the attack. The boy was getting on his nerves. After that, he charged straight into attack. The two-colored eyes widened monster back away, but Jung Ho had no intention of slowing down. Immediately after, he was blown away. Use two colors to seize the chance to attack Dayu monster. Sung Hoin watched with a worried look. He acted at once, kicking a stone slab away, letting it strike the hand and stop the boy's movement. The attack was diverted because of that. Two colors shouted angrily, "That hurts." Sung Hoin laughed and remarked, like an injured disciple, "You are overdoing it." The boy changed targets and launched a flurry of attacks. Die, wretched bat. Sung Hoin ran parallel to Jung Ho, calculating that they should deal with that unstable brat first. He decided on a ceasefire with Jung Ho. Now was not the time to fight. He reluctantly replied. Sung Hoin observed his expression and concluded, "Understood, agreed." And he took several broken blades, first, then threw them toward two colors' eyes. Boy countered quickly, "La-di, then cried out excitedly, "Not a single hit." Immediately after, he was attacked from behind by Sung Hoin, and two colors' eyes fell flat on his face. Boy raised his hand, preparing to counterattack. "Damn it, die, you monster." Sung Hoin and Jung Ho moved swiftly, reminding the boy, "I do not get caught by cheap moves that easily." But his expression was far from optimistic. His stamina was almost depleted. Sung Hoin threw the broken blade at two colors' eyes, feeling as though he was about to faint. Jung Ho also supported the attack. Sung Hoin watched and thought to himself, "This is the first time fighting as a pair with someone on the same level." A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips, along with the comment, "Truly interesting." Sung Hoin closed the distance with two colors' eyes, thinking it is over. Unexpectedly, the boy's right eye shone violent. The two were pushed backward. Sung Hoin cursed in irritation, "Damn it." Space was struck hard, a hole appeared in the ground, and both of them fell. Sung Hoin struggled awake. The floor had cracked open wide, and the area was about to collapse. He quickly saw two colors' eyes in Jung Ho. He also regained his senses. "Hey, are you alright?" Sung Hoin replied without delay, "Jung Ho, you have come back." After that, he continued observing the two of them. Jung Ho looked utterly battered, saying, "I am fine. Please get everyone outside, this kid too." Sung Hoin remembered the warning: if he died while still in beast form, he might not come back to life. His eyes grew sorrowful. Because this was the moment of farewell, he began to cherish his comrade. The red potion was poured over Jung Ho, but his body showed no response. Sung Hoin showed no expression, just as expected use even after using up every divine potion. The way he threw and shattered the potion bottle showed how furious he was. Sung Hoin's hand touched Jung Ho after winning, only for the result to be like this. "Brother Jung Ho, hold on." For the first time, he revealed his thoughts to Jung Ho. "If you die here, will any of this still have meaning?" Unexpectedly, a notification appeared at that moment. The text displayed, "Achievement content unlocked, the value you attained for sincerely healing a comrade without hoping for reward. Achievement reward, 20 free spins. You can now receive signature skills through the roulette." Notifications kept appearing in succession. Among skills, one who could not become an Ivor Mage yet chose the path of an Ivor Mage. Only you can use it. Sung Hoin moved his lips, but no sound came out. Another notification appeared. "Would you like to spin the roulette?" Sung Hoin grew impatient. "Take it and spin quickly." What was provided was the skill Hemostasis. Sung Hoin was puzzled. What the hell is this? Before him was a series of notifications. New skills acquired: Hemostasis, Binding Light, Sorrowful Magic Wand Control Circulation, Origami Draining Slim, Stitch Wound 20 spins, and he received as many as 8 skills. Normally it took hundreds of spins to get a single support skill, and what in the world was Sorrowful Magic Wand Control? But he immediately drew his attention back to Jung Ho. Now was not the time to sit and think. First, he had to check his condition. The skill activated, and observing eye began to take effect. Jung Ho's condition appeared. Only 25% of the black substance remained. If it fell below 20%, he might disappear completely. Though he did not want to, Sung Hoin still had to admit that a black beast really would die once the black substance forming its body dropped to a certain level. He recalled the battle with Jung Ho. The places struck by the silver blows had not recovered on their own. His lower body had also been destroyed when the floor collapsed. Then Sung Hoin turned his head and looked behind him, wondering to himself, is that all that remains? His stopped on several spikes. Even though spikes were surrounded by several streams of black aura, Sung Hoin picked one up and began appraising it. Black Beast Spike. A sharp spike formed from the mutated body of a black beast, capable of dealing heavy damage to both holy and evil forces. Am I seeing this wrong? Those stats truly shocked Sung Hoin. Its shapeshifting and resurrection abilities alone were already overwhelming, yet it could also inflict fatal damage on both priests and dark mages. Could not help reaching out and lightly patting Jung Ho once. It really makes people jealous. A series of system notifications appeared one after another, black substance remaining 23%, 22%, 21%. Only then did Sung Hein regret the pat from just now. Damn it, I acted on instinct again. He immediately got to work. First, he had to stop this body from continuing to decompose. Lines of notifications appeared in succession. Hemostasis skill activated. Bleeding has been stopped. Circulation skill activated. Decomposition resistance 100%. Necrosis process slowed. Sung Hoin's attention shifted to the sharp spikes. What should he do now? Absorb them back in. Could he really have to grind them up and feed them to him? He began searching through the notification panel to see whether he had any other survival skills left. Open skill panel. At that moment, he saw nothing but strange skills, melancholy wand control, even the hardest dish can be picked up, paper folding to mastery, binding with professional knotting technique. Sung Hein laughed helplessly. Do I really have to pray and wish him a peaceful passing now? Very soon after, he found what he needed. Wait, there is still this slime hardening. The skill information appeared. Slime hardening can instantly harden slime like objects, ignore the physical resistance of undefined monsters, and inflict a stiffened state. When used again, this state will be removed. Sung Hein thought in slight surprise, I thought this skill was useless. I never expected there would be a time I needed it. It not only hardens slime but can also make them soften again. Began reasoning, a black beast was not an ordinary creature to begin with, but more like a form of undefined slime. Thinking this, he optimistically believed this skill could work. Activate slime hardening. The sharp spike slowly melted. Seeing that, Sung Hein finally allowed himself to smile. It worked. He carefully held the sharp spike and prepared to process the rest. He had to recover it before it leaked away. At the same time, he activated a skill, Activate Drain Dry. A small spike continuously changed, gathering all the liquid within the nearby area. Sung Hein used one skill after another, then turned off Drain Dry. Jung Ho's condition began to improve, black substance remaining 23%, 27%, then 24%. Notifications kept appearing, black substance remaining 30%. Decomposition of the black substance has stopped. Sung Hein let out a long, satisfied breath. His body had finally stabilized again. He lay down warily on the ground. The worst part could be considered handled. His eyes nearly closed. I need to recover too, but right now I am truly exhausted. Even so, Sung Hoin's mind still would not stop thinking. It had to be said that he had been fairly good at saving people before, but now that he had useful skills, everything was completely different. The corners of his lips curved slightly. For the first time, I feel like I truly resemble a physician, even though I still cannot use healing magic. Only then did Sung Hein allow himself to close his eyes. But perhaps I am now qualified enough to become a real physician. A dry cough echoed through the endless night, waking Sung Hein. He sprang up and looked around in confusion. Is this the temple? Why did I come back here? Lost in thought, he did not notice the dark shadow behind him. Could it be a dream? Even the status window cannot be opened. The creature's footsteps landed heavily on the ground. The one who had just appeared was Zoom, god of harmony and unity. He charged madly straight towards Sung Hein and demanded, How dare you? How could you violate the sacred ground and defile this holy temple? His body began to disintegrate bit by bit. Zoom roared in fury, I will never forgive you. However, Sung Hein would not allow himself to be suppressed either. Even he was surprised that a single slap could push that man back. Zoom fell into contemplation. After confirming he could injure Zoom, Sung Hein immediately struck him again and again. Zoom could not dodge even a single blow. After a long while, he finally shouted in anger, Stop, do not hit me anymore. Only then did Sung Hein sneer and apologize, Sorry, you were too noisy, so I lost control a little. Doom was shocked once again. A mere human can withstand my pressure. Sung Hein only answered calmly, It is not, as this is my first time encountering something like this. He recounted his experience. I have raided a few temples before for the bounty, just the bounty. You dare profane my temple. Sorry, I have seen many gods appear in dreams before, and I realized something too. Sung Hein continued leisurely, and what I realized is that no matter how divine the other party may be, his hand clenched into a fist. In a dream, they cannot deal real damage either. He continued explaining to Zoom, The only thing that works is mental attacks, and my mind is quite firm. He fell silent for a while, then finally admitted, From the moment you stepped into the sacred ground, I knew you were no ordinary person. Zoom stepped forward and continued, Then I have a proposal for you. He demanded, Kill the lowly beast you brought with you. Do that and I will grant you immense power. The way Zoom referred to Jung Ho made Sung Hein freeze for a moment lowly. It took him a moment to understand his intention. Wait, could he be talking about the black beast? Immediately afterward, a string of questions surfaced. Why call the black beast that? I have caused plenty of chaos myself too. Sung Hein did not beat around the bush and asked directly what inferior meant. But Doom coldly refused to reveal it, saying it could not be spoken. He immediately replied in the same manner, Then I cannot accept this proposal either. He leaned his face close to his, threatening that he would kill it right away. If he refused, all the believers under him would hunt him down. To Sung Huing, those words carried no weight at all. Go ahead. He even calmly provoked him in return. That makes things even more convenient. I will take the opportunity to clean up the rest. Sung Hein began pointing out the truth. Have you not already scattered and fallen apart? If you lose even more believers, your situation will only become worse, right? Doom roared in fury at being insulted. He angrily cursed, if only I still had my full strength from before. At this point, Sung Hein kindly offered a suggestion. If it bothers you that much, next time just tell the Black Beast to kill me. Doom turned and left the place. After walking a short distance, he added one more remark. In human eyes, it actually appears black. Doom vanished just like that, leaving behind only an ambiguous assessment. At last, Sung Hein abruptly woke up. I am awake. The familiar ceiling appeared before his eyes. While the question still lingered in his mind, what did those words mean? Lewis leaned closer and asked in surprise, you are awake. The moment he saw that face, Sung Hein reflexively slapped him, making Lewis stagger. You startled me. He clutched his face and questioned him irritably, what are you doing? After that, he began listing his own merits. I risked my life to get you out of there. Sung Hein merely asked indifferently, risked your life. Lewis then explained further, news of the Great Temple collapsing has spread across continent A, causing both civilians and monks from other sects to rush over. He recounted the process of his rescue. If they discover the Fusion and Harmony project, things will become very troublesome, so I temporarily brought you to my private room. Hearing this, Sung Hein immediately understood. Thinking carefully, the only person left to take the blame was Lewis. The other high priests had all been eliminated, so he hid me away to keep me from accidentally saying something reckless. Even so, he still gave him a smile. Well done. If I had fallen into the sect's hands, it would have been a huge mess. After that, he asked about Jung Ho's situation. By the way, did you see the Black Beast that was with me? Lewis answered leisurely, if you are talking about that monster, then. Before long, he was led down to the underground storage beneath Lewis's mansion. Jung Ho, covered in blood, looked up Dr. Kang. He immediately asked worriedly, Han, are you still all right? What about the children? No wonder he was being treated like this. Sung Hoin did not hide it either. Thanks to Priest Lewis secretly taking them away, the kids are safe. Once humans become disciples, they lose all their power. After that, he let out a faint cold laugh. As for me, I also need treatment. Jung Ho lowered his head and weakly apologized. Those words left Sung Hein unable to understand. Sorry for what? The other man slowly explained, I never had the chance to say it, but ever since I came back to life, my body often acts on instinct by itself. During those times, I remember nothing at all. He also brought up the past. There was once a time when I even stabbed my own comrade. He was my best friend, yet when I came to, I saw that I had done such a thing. Jung Ho's heart was filled with guilt. Where did this power of mine even come from? He sank into negative thoughts. Perhaps I was born to live in solitude for my whole life. Faced with those sorrowful words, Sung Hoin still only commented calmly, who knows? He admitted that traveling with Jung Ho was not easy at all. But to me, you are only like an ordinary dimensional traveler. Jung Ho was startled by those words. You mean I did not attack you and even fought alongside you? Sung Hein nodded in confirmation. Yes. Then he kindly added, you are the kind of person who, if betrayed, will chase your enemy to the ends of the earth. And it is true that your fiery temper has dragged quite a few innocent people into trouble. In his mind, Jung Ho's previous actions resurfaced. Sung Hoin continued persuading him. But toward those who help you, you always know how to repay them. He judged objectively. If I had been alone back then, my wounds would probably have been far more serious. Hearing this, Jung Ho seemed to be comforted somewhat. Really, then that means I can still fight beside others. At last, he gave a relieved smile. Thank you, Dr. Kang. Sung Hoin also smiled, thinking inwardly, just consider this a temporary party. He used the key to open the door for Jung Ho. But if we really parted ways now, my heart would probably feel terribly empty. Even so, he still silently considered the future. Perhaps by then, I will also have found new companions. Sung Hoin reached out to welcome him with warmth. But perhaps it will be very hard to find anyone like Jung Ho. The story ended there as well. And then, in the third month of the journey, I met an old friend of Jung Ho's in Nigel village. By then, he had already left, and we parted very quietly without even needing a farewell party. The current Sung Hein let out a faint cold laugh, and that is my entire story. That is how I got swept into the adventure of Jung Ho, the softest-hearted man in the universe. Are you done being curious now? After hearing the story, Cheon Han merely smiled faintly. He raised his voice in admiration, terrifyingly long. It happened so long ago that I can hardly even remember how it began. Sung Huin shrugged and replied, only 3 hours have passed. Hearing that, he asked back as if he could not believe it. 3 hours. I thought 3 months had passed. He still calmly confirmed that was only your imagination. Then he kindly added, anyway, after that, Jung Ho Kim died a few more times too, and every time was very quick. Memories of those times flooded back, and Sung Hein, as if long accustomed to this story, began to continue. Each time, I had to use force to help him calm down. Where are your eyes looking? After about the third time, he began to understand with only a few words. Hearing this, Cheon Hein changed the subject again. Then what about the new member? That matter has nothing to do with Jung Ho Kim, so I did not mention it. He dropped himself into the chair and let out a sigh. You made me so curious, forget it then. At this moment, Sung Huin set the glass down on the table table and shifted conversation to the saint who loved putting on airs. It is your turn to tell a private story now, Qian Han. His face grew more serious. For example, the day you were dragged to the Azu continent. Hearing that, Qian Han could not help but laugh. Ah, right, we made a deal. Sung Hoin thought inwardly. If I can hear what happened to the other dimensional travelers on Earth that day, perhaps I will be able to recover the lost fragment of memory. The story began to be told. That day, I was doing something extremely private. Sung Hoin's expression turned strangely solemn. I was at home all alone. Who would have thought the content would be so absurd it was hard to endure? I was taking a bath wearing nothing at all. Perhaps at that moment, Sung Hoin was blaming himself for placing too many expectations on Qian Han. He asked with a blank face, huh? Meanwhile, Qian Han bashfully remarked, this is a little too private. Only after being forced with violence did he obediently continue. Calm down first, let me finish. Back then, Qian Han still had black hair. He bounced around in the bathroom while bathing. To be more precise, my plans were cancelled that day, so I lay around at home all day before taking a bath. And right then, the summoning happened. In short, I was called here without a single piece of cloth on me. He had even kept the first outfit he wore after arriving in this world. Luckily, they gave me clothes at the time. Sung Hoin was slightly surprised when he saw it. A white shirt and shorts that really is the rookie welcome outfit I wore when I first came here. He recalled the first time he appeared. I have always wondered why not everyone was given that outfit, and only a few special people received it. Qian Han's story ended there. So did anything I told you help? Sung Hoin slowly continued, in short, the rookie outfit is only given to those who truly need it. Probably. Only then did Qian Han offer a guess. In other words, his serious look was completely at odds with his ridiculous question. Were you also summoned while taking a bath? In the end, Sung Hoin coldly declared, get lost. A new day began once again. Sung Hoin had just woken up when he let out a long yawn. He glanced at the clock and thought to himself, it is already 3 in the afternoon, time to set out. Then he looked over at his 2 teammates, who were still sleeping like the dead. Looks like I have to go alone today, but before I leave, I need to find something to fill my stomach. As he walked through the streets, he kept calculating in his head. I met the administrator in my dream and talked about the Black Star, so I have basically said everything that needed to be said. He recalled his conversation with Qian Han. Who would have thought that was a hidden quest? Looks like I am not qualified. That assessment left Sung Hoin puzzled, not qualified. Qian Han removed his glove, revealing the mark on it, then explained, because the Black Star was too far out of reach, I simply joined the cult. Sung Hoin pondered wearily. Surma is a bloodthirsty evil god. He slowly walked forward. A stray Ivor healer, a black beast, and now a blood sacrifice priest of the Surmet cult. In the end, every one of us has taken on a role that any normal cult would despise. The person inside welcomed him warmly. Hello, Dr. Sung Hoin. Sung Hoin got straight to the point and asked, Julia, is the kitchen still open? Even a quick sandwich will do. She answered with a bright smile, of course, please wait a moment. Then she added, oh right, I have something to give you. Sung Hoin was slightly surprised. For me. Julia stepped closer and explained, last night, Miss Lafay told me to pass this on to you. What she handed over was an exquisitely crafted box. Sung Hoin quickly opened the box and examined what was inside. A bag of gold, a map, an envelope, and even a letter. The letter read as follows, if you are interested in this request, open the envelope. If not, sell it to the Adventurers Guild or burn it. Lafay. Postscript, the gold is for hiring a carriage. Sung Hoin did not hurry, merely eating his bread at a leisurely pace. Just looking at this luxurious box tells me it is a noble's request. Lafay always gets straight to the point. The location's Karen, near Han Village. He quickly put the last bite of bread into his mouth. Only then did Sung Hoin stand and leave. Alright, time to get to work. The sky above the city of Karen was strangely clear. What is this request about? Qian Hyun and Jung Ho silently listened as Sung Hoin explained. The granddaughter of the Golden Osmanthus Mansion's head is gravely ill, bedridden for an entire year, yet no one knows what illness it is. He continued wearily, they invited many Ivor healers, but none were of any use, so Miss Lafay introduced me here. Jung Ho showed a bit of interest. A healing request. Hearing that, Sung Hoin could not hide the smile in his voice. Yes, in 2 years of working as an underground doctor, this is the first legal request I've ever accepted. The next to speak was Qian Han. What is inside the envelope? Sung Hoin slowly listed it out. Miss Lafay's letter of introduction, an entry pass for the mansion, and a letter from the client. The group's destination was the Golden Osmanthus Mansion. The one who came out to greet the 3 of them was a young woman. Welcome everyone, I am Daphne, gardener of the Passero family. Daphne gently offered, I will guide you to the reception room. Jung Ho looked around and silently commented, so this is Golden Osmanthus. The fragrance fills the air as soon as we enter, yet from outside the gate, there was no scent at all. Sung Hoin observed the garden and sighed in admiration. What a beautiful garden. Daphne smiled and continued, Golden Osmanthus is not only beautiful, it also has a very distinctive scent. Sung Hoin shifted to another point, but Golden Osmanthus should normally release its fragrance from very far away. She nodded in confirmation, yes, normally it does. After that, Daphne added, but the master does not want the fragrance to escape outside, so he invited a mage to set up a scent barrier around the mansion. A trace of sadness crossed Me's face as she continued. The fragrance of golden osmanthus is too powerful, and people keep being enchanted by it and sneaking in. Sung Hoin slowly agreed. The sweeter the flower's scent, the more easily it attracts insects. Before long, they had arrived. We are here, please rest. He replied politely, thank you. Unexpectedly, the moment Sung Hein opened the door, he met someone he knew. The person who arrived first looked very much like. The moment Harris saw him, he was so shocked that he sprayed out his water. Sung Hein formed a meaningful smile. Then he greeted the other party. Father Harris. Memories were immediately stirred. I am Sung Hein Kang, an Ivor healer. From their first meeting to the battle that followed, along with the way Sung Hein humbly displayed himself, Harris pointed straight at Sung Hoin's face and raised his voice. It is you, the one from the other day. He still wore a smile as he replied, long time no see, Father Harris. Cheon Hyun asked curiously, Brother Kang, do you know him? And then he received an explanation that was very easy to misunderstand. He is the monk closest to me. We are very close. I will pull the entire council to my side. Father, Harriet hurriedly denied it. I truly do not remember that. Then he changed the subject anyway. I am very glad to see you again, Father. What brings you here today? Harris could only sigh. I came here to help a friend. From there, he slowly began to tell the story. We have had a long relationship with the Passero family, loyal believers of the Ivor Church. When I heard their granddaughter was gravely ill, I came to see the situation. After speaking for a while, Harris suddenly asked curiously, wait, did you come because of this as well? Sung Hoin readily admitted it. You are as sharp as ever. He took out the request form. Of course I came because of this Ivor specialist mission. After that, he assured Harris that he had come properly this time and had no intention of running away from medical fees like before. But there was not the slightest trace of trust on Harris's face. Harris smiled faintly. Then it seems you came for nothing. Since I am here now, you can sit back and rest. However, Sung Hein hinted that things might not be that easy. Having his ability doubted made Harris somewhat displeased. All this time I have been seriously studying insects. From insect ecology to a level 2 entomology certificate, this time will definitely be different. He only smiled and asked in return, do you think a little girl who grew up in a mansion like this could be infected with parasites? The next one to speak was Cheon Hyun. Father Harris, the true main character, always appears at the very last moment. He bluntly declared that Harris would definitely fail, and the one who would cure the illness in the end would be Sung Hein. As a fortune teller, I guarantee it. You people, Harris ground out in anger. The two of you really do have a talent for irritating others. After saying that, he decided to leave. Fine, just wait. Before long, he returned with a gloomy expression. At this moment, the group was standing in the hall of the Golden Laurel Mansion, right outside the little girl's room. One look at his face was enough to know he had failed. Harris said seriously, I used all of my holy power, but nothing changed. What exactly is going on? Sung Hein wasted no time and reached out to touch the doorknob. It is my turn to investigate. Shift change. The door was slowly pushed open. The air from inside immediately rushed into Cheon Hyun's nose. He hurriedly stepped back. Cheon Hyun. Jung Ho looked after him in confusion. What is wrong? Why did he react like that? Seung Hoin slowly explained. Perhaps it is. The answer gradually revealed itself because holy power was resonating in this room. The priests inside were briefly surprised when they saw him appear. Goodness, another Ivor specialist. The other person began introducing herself. I am Otada, a priest of the Takemila Church. At present, I am in charge of treating Lady Roxy. Sung Hein observed her and silently assessed. Takemila, is it? I have never heard of it. After that, he voiced his doubt. I thought the Passero family belonged to the Ivor Church. Why is a priest from another church serving as an Ivor specialist here? She answered leisurely, because it was an earnest request from the family head. An earnest request. Then she looked down at Joshi. As you can see, Lady Joshi still has not awakened. Tada's words were full of mockery. Even the highest-ranking priests of Ivor could only remain helpless. Light began to shine from her hand, but with Takemila's authority. That glow gently covered the little girl lying on the sickbed. Joshi slowly opened her eyes. Tada concluded proudly, I can awaken Lady Joshi like this. That sight shocked Harris so much that he blurted out, impossible. He continued to prove it, but as soon as I stop, Roxy fell into a coma again. She explained that because Roxy was not yet a believer of Takemila, the little girl could not fully receive this power. Sung Hoin did not beat around the bush and immediately spoke. In that case, leave the next treatment to me. That made Otada displeased. The Ivor specialists today have only worsened her condition. The young lady needs at least 2 days of rest. Please leave. He reminded her coldly, but I came here under the family head's orders. Tada's sinister smile was her answer. So did I. If you want to know more, go ask the family head. Sung Hoin's brows immediately furrowed. Even so, he temporarily gave way. Fine. Unexpectedly, the tree wished for calm, but the wind would not cease. Otada even asked him to tell the family head that a fraud with holy power weaker than a beetle could do nothing for Lady Roxy. Her subordinates immediately sneered. Sung-Hein glanced at them coldly. After that, in another room, Marut began to recount the story. Roxy fell ill with a strange fever about a year ago. Exhaustion showed clearly on his face. The child gradually fell into a coma and never woke again. That was the family head, Jung-ho Marut Pasero. Marut continued, though I searched everywhere, no Ivor specialist could cure her. Lafay heard about it, so he introduced you. Sung-Hein calmly recounted, I just met the Takamila priest, and even if only temporarily, they were able to wake Yoshi. Since they already exist, why look for another Ivor specialist? Marut reluctantly revealed, because what they want in return is conversion. He added, if it were only conversion, I would be willing to betray the goddess Ivor and accept punishment. Can you explain more clearly? For Yoshi, I can sacrifice everything. Every clause in it clearly revealed the malice of Otada's people. However, the treatment contract for Joshi Pasero required the little girl to become a benefactor of the Takamala Church, spread their doctrine, and after fully awakening be trained there as a priest. At this point in the story, Marut could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. Joshi is only 5 years old. He collapsed onto the table. That child should live beside her family, not be forced into a church and put through harsh training. After that, he continued, that is why I tried to find another way without relying on Takamila, but in the end, there was still no path left. Then it was Sung-Huin's turn to recount his experience. I intended to examine Joshi myself, but the Takamila believers drove me out, saying we had to wait 2 more days. Marut was completely helpless. I am sorry for now. You can only follow their request. He was like a drowning man trying to cling to the last lifebuoy. Without their strength, I would not even be able to speak with Joshi. It is not that I do not trust you. This matter is simply too unpredictable. Yet Sung-Hein only said calmly, very well, we will begin treatment in 2 days. Those words immediately left Cheon-Han confused. Brother Sung-Hein, are you really planning to sit and wait for 2 full days? Even Jung-ho was just as curious. Are you just gonna let yourself be forced into a corner like this? Only then did Sung-Hein deny it. Of course not, we will investigate immediately. Cheon-Han excitedly followed up, that is just like you. I knew I could count on you. He added, the only thing is, Joshi's room is currently occupied by the priests. Sung-Hein naturally began assigning the task. And right now you happen to be the best person for that job. Night gradually fell. At that moment in the hallway outside Joshi's room, Otada's 2 female subordinates looked in one direction when they heard movement. What is going on? One who had appeared was none other than Cheon-Han. His face still carried the same carefree look as always. The 2 girls immediately became more vigilant. Is that man not the one who came with that useless Ivor mage earlier? Why has he appeared here? From Cheon-Han's body, streams of black energy began pouring out. Immediately aimed straight at the 2 girls and rushed forward. The 2 of them gasped in horror. This black energy is frighteningly dense. He really is a damned cultist. The blue-haired girl ordered, stop right there. No one is allowed to enter and meet Miss Joshi. Hearing that, Cheon-Han kindly corrected her. I did not come because of the patient. He used all of his charm skills and spoke. The person I want to meet is you. Those words made the blue-haired girl blush. Since you are free, would you have a drink with me? She asked in confusion. What? Clearly shaken but still trying to keep a cold attitude. The blue-haired girl replied, what the hell is this? Sorry, but I have no interest in drinking with a dark mage. Hearing that, Cheon-Han suddenly suggested, if I stop being a dark mage, will you reconsider? You like that, right? She quietly requested, hey, can you lower your killing int first? Cheon-Han immediately complied, sorry, sometimes it gets a little out of control. The performance skill of this A-rank star was enough to make a young maiden's heart tremble, especially when my heart started beating faster again. What the hell is this man talking about? She kept reminding herself to stay clear-headed, but I do happen to be a little free. Putting aside the fact that he is a dark mage, his style is not bad either. After that, she softened her voice and replied, I am on duty, but tonight will do. Do you have a place in mind? Cheon-Han nodded politely, of course, I know a perfect place. He enthusiastically suggested a wonderful place to drink, the Temple of Surmet. In just an instant, the blue-haired girl immediately regained her senses. She asked back in confusion. Cheon-Hyun cheerfully explained, Surmet is a very open religion, willing to accept even those without magical power. He continued, tempting her, why not abandon your nameless god? Then spend a passionate night with me discussing the goddess of blood and slaughter, Surmet. This time the blue-haired girl's attitude changed completely at once. You filthy cultist, how dare you mock me? The 2 of them immediately rushed forward to attack. How dare you insult a noble true god? How dare you insult the goddess Tekamila? Cheon-Hyun shouted with interest as he ran, glory to the goddess Surmet. Only the furious shouts of the 2 girls remained in the hallway. Stop right there. Before long, silence once again covered the place. Only then did Seung-Hein and Jung-ho appear. Wow, he really is good at driving people mad. Jung-ho wondered curiously, I wonder what he said to make her explode like that. He guessed lazily, probably just the usual taunting style of those evil cultists. They cracked open the door to Joshi's room. In any case, they had to take this chance to enter. Seung-Hein cautiously stepped inside. sighed, alright, there is no one here. Immediately after, he activated the skill Observational Eye. In fact, before this, they had spoken with Harris. Father Harris, how do you assess Joshi's condition after treatment? He thought seriously, then asked in return, in your view, what kind of patient is incurable? Seung Hein answered coldly, someone who is dead. Once it reaches that point, only soul summoning magic can intervene. Harris agreed as well. In theory, that is correct. Even so, he viewed the issue far more optimistically. But in my personal opinion, the girl has already been cured and has fully recovered. Joshi's parameters appeared in full, no sign of awakening, an extremely powerful source of holy power detected. Seung Hoin thought in silence, no wonder Harris said that. He murmured aloud, no wonder the bed was placed in the middle of the room. Beside him, Jung-ho immediately asked with excitement, did you discover something? The door was suddenly shoved open roughly, and at the same time Otada's curse rang out, damn it. She grimaced and roared, how dare you barge in Miss Joshi's room without permission? Seung Hein replied with a faint smile, if you want to blame someone, blame your terrible security system priest. Those words made her even more furious. Shut up, get out of here at once. Yet he paid no attention to Otada's attitude. Miss Daphne, could you invite the head of the family here? Daphne hesitated and asked back, his lordship. Seung Hoin assured her softly, just say that I have found a way to cure her, and he will definitely come at once. Everyone was surprised by his declaration. Daphne almost immediately turned and left. I understand. Otada sharply questioned him. Someone without divine power dares to say he has found a cure. She spoke in a challenging voice. Who do you think will believe that nonsense? Seung Hoin merely smiled faintly and replied, sooner or later, we will know whether it is nonsense. Before long, Marut and Harris appeared together. Is it true? Have you found a way to save the girl? Seung Hoin explained seriously, yes, I have identified the reason she still has not woken up. He began his explanation. But first, I have a question to ask you, Father Harris. You believe Joshi's body is completely normal, correct? Harris did not waver at all and immediately confirmed. That is right. There are no wounds, and no medicine or curse was detected either. Another question was then raised, but her body clearly has something abnormal about it. Did you truly not notice? He admitted his own shortcoming. I could not see anything. Only then did Seung Hoin whisper to Jung-ho standing beside him, Brother Kim Jung-ho, can you pluck out a thorn for me? He asked back in confusion, a thorn? But immediately after that, it transformed into a sharp thorn. Seung Hoin reached out and took it. Then he calmly declared the true culprit was the holy power filling this entire room. Harris froze at those words, holy power. Seung Hoin raised the sharp thorn in his hand, then he swung it in a single slash across the air. The streams of golden power began to fade, then vanish. The truth also slowly became clear. Joshi's body was being wrapped in spheres of holy power. Harris cried out in horror, is that not? The magic circle beneath the little girl was fully revealed. Meditation. Marut still did not understand what was happening, so he asked what meditation was. Harris turned to him and explained, it is a holy refinement technique that forces the soul into an unconscious state. Tada's face went pale when the plan was exposed. This was originally a cultivation method used by priests. In other words, it belonged to the ascetic skill category meditation. Ascetic skills were abilities that inflicted pain through holy power. Simply put, they were like a divine version of turtle origin. Harris remarked in shock, I never expected them to use holy power to conceal the meditation skill. Seung Hoin glanced toward the sickbed, then continued, until now, every Ivor master who came here used holy power to heal her. Who could have expected that the holy power itself was the trap? He went on, moreover, ascetic skills are usually used to train oneself, unlike turtle origin. I had never thought of that possibility. As he spoke, Seung Hoin stepped into the magic circle. In short, we bound our own feet with our own prejudice. Marut anxiously asked Harris, then what must we do for Joshi to wake up? Harris slowly replied, normally dark magic would be used to break ascetic restraints, but for a child like Joshi, that is too dangerous. He offered another option, asking the church to send a monk specialized in asceticism, but Seung Hoin immediately dismissed it, no need. He curled his lips into a smile and began to act, we can remove the ascetic restraints with this. Every gaze instantly fell on the sharp thorn in Seung Hoin's hand, but that is dark magic. He continued, look carefully, this is not dark magic. Harris quickly noticed something unusual. He stepped closer, pondering in astonishment. I cannot sense even the slightest dark magic. Earlier I thought it was dark magic, because it had no holy power at all. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he tried to reach out and touch it. What exactly is this thing? How can it exist? But Seung Hoin stopped him. Go think about it in that corner. After teasing him, Seung Hoin calmly thought to himself, do not think you can do it just by copying me. Just because I can do it does not mean you can manage it too. He stopped once he stood beside Joshi's bed. Now then, Seung Hoin continued observing the holy power surrounding the little girl. From the outside, it seemed to be merely coiling around her body. But what was truly bound was the soul. Skill was immediately activated. Activating skill, Hand of Horus. Seung Hoin carefully treated Joshi. Activating skill, Soul Intervention. Soul Intervention can now be performed. A sphere was gradually pulled out of the body. Those watching cried out in shock, her soul has been pulled out. My heavens. Seung Hoin stared intently at the sphere and assessed silently. Now I just need to remove these troublesome threads. But if I make a mistake, the soul may be damaged. Therefore, he activated another skill once more, Observation Eye. A stray thought still passed through Seung Hoin's mind. Honestly, mental healing is not my specialty. Can cannot be seen nor can it be touched, which means it is very hard to confirm whether the treatment is truly effective or not. The soul sphere gradually shone. But now that I can heal the mind through the body, I must pay more attention to the mental state too. Harris exclaimed in shock. The meditation skill has been broken. The soul has regained its light. Otada ground her teeth in rage. This is truly unbelievable. At this point, Harris had no choice but to look at Seung-hoin differently. So he even possesses power like this. Who exactly is he? Information about the soul appeared. The soul of a child, clear and pure but extremely fragile, still tightly connected to the body. Only then did Seung-hoin let out a quiet breath of relief. Good, there are no traces left of the deeply engraved keyword, unconscious meditation. Now to end this, he carefully returned the soul to the little girl's body. As soon as the soul successfully fused, Joshi opened her eyes in a daze. Marut was so overwhelmed that tears streamed down his face. He hurried to his granddaughter's side, calling again and again, "Joshi, Joshi." The little girl stared at him blankly, then softly asked Grandpa. After that, Marut turned to Seung-hoin to express his gratitude. "Truly, I do not know how to thank you. You saved my little Joshi." But he only answered gently, "The thanks can wait until later. Right now, I still have something else to do." He could not help being surprised. There is still something else. Seung-hoin began to expose Otada's crimes, secretly using a divine magic circle, casting meditation on a 5-year-old child, then pretending only you people had a way to save her. All of it was just to force the Asura family to convert. His voice was so cold that her face stiffened. Now it is time to deal with those behind this entire matter. Seung-hoin slowly concluded, more specifically the Takamala Church. Otada immediately roared, "The Takamala Church." Harris continued in a grave voice, "So you people were behind everything." Even Marut could not hide his hostility. "No matter how unpleasant your demands were, I had still intended to regard you as lifelong benefactors." Otada clicked her tongue in irritation. Driven into a corner, she recklessly launched an attack. Just a little more and I could have persuaded the Asura family. Her target was none other than Seung-hoin. If you had not interfered, a barrage of holy arrows appeared with overwhelming force. They aimed directly at him, yet were not enough to fell Seung-hoin. But without me, did you think you could succeed? Even Jung-ho protected Marut, without intent to spread faith, merely an obscure church? Mu-mo lured followers from other churches. The more Otada spoke, the angrier he became, shouting, "You bastard, shut up." At this moment, Seung-hoin activated Freya's bow recovery skill. To summarize the Tetsumola Church in one sentence, he countered with similar arrows, the parasites dwelling at the bottom of society. Otada hurriedly raised her shield. The Takamala Church panicked. Seung-hoin smirked, repeating her words, "The Takamala Church." Otada roared madly, "The Tetsumola Church damned," but quickly realized she was in danger. Seung-hoin exhaled with full sarcasm. Otada grew even more furious. She unleashed holy power, continuing the attack. "I will kill you." A volley of arrows targeted Seung-hoin. "Let's see if you can withstand this." Black energy suddenly surged violently. Jung-ho stood before Seung-hoin to shield him. His expression was extremely cool at this moment. Jung-ho's demonic aura caused the arrows to dissipate. The rain of arrows was cleared by him. Otada now understood fear, all of her holy arrows. Jung-ho seized the moment to roar a reminder, "Mr. Kang, act immediately." Seung-hoin held the appraisal weapon. Those words were precisely the arrow. Quickly used his skill. The system board notified the use of Freya's link pouch skill, checking items and crafting black beast thorn arrows. Warning, invalid command. Therefore Seung-hoin was exhausted. The demon retreated. His face pale, pain spreading through his heart. What is this? Why can't the black beast thorn transform with Freya's link pouch? Otada intended to run out the door while they were distracted. Must escape. Not 3 steps taken before Seung-hoin detected her. He did not hesitate to grab Jung-ho's tail, throwing him like a heavy object into her U-70 life. Otada fell to the ground. No time to cry. A bunch of bastards. Seung-hoin stepped closer to her. "Oh dear, does your back hurt?" He added a kindergarten teacher-like smile, her herniated disc probably due to injury. Seung-hoin took his time, emphasizing each word, initiating physical therapy. These words landed another blow on Otada. She felt her spine as if sorrowfully parting. Seung-hoin caressed her cheek more than 10 times. "Oh God, my face." Everyone turned pale, dared not look. After a while, Otada's face was swollen, line collapsed. His eyes brightened, a conclusion drawn, objective achieved. Suddenly, the weapon in his hand acted strangely. Really, what is this? Energy emitted increasingly. Freya's link pouch was actually a holy relic. The beast had extremely high immunity to holy and dark power, all sacred marks useless. Seung-hoin speculated solemnly, if true, it should also be immune to the system item CAC. After the cheek caress, Otada was bound tightly. "We apologize. We sincerely apologize. Just this once." Hyun-hein held Jung-ho's hand to play before her, worth every penny, clearing them all. He mouthed a reminder to Otada, "You have divine energy but fight in fear." Seung-hoin stood beside the pouch, their holy power no weaker than mid-level churches. A plot formed in his mind. If they had never heard of the name, the church could not be less than a year old. Recalling the battle with Otada, Seung-hoin noted, "The Takamala Church's fame waned, but its divine power was stronger than ever." He considered the Mage Association had mysterious divine power, their techniques not too strange. Thinking this, Seung-hoin began interrogating Priest Otada. "The so-called magical water, heard of it?" She glared, "What is it?" Seung-hoin patiently explained explained, a kind of divine medicine. Drinking it grants magic, your power comes from it, right? Otada honestly revealed, we received potent divine medicine from superiors, but did not know what it was. He believed she did not lie, planning another approach, likely to interrogate the church leader. After deciding, he smiled 100 times kinder. Fine, I have decided. Otada's eyes widened in shock. What did he mean? Suddenly, Sung Hoin threw something at her chest. Otada's soul was taken by him. Priest Otada. Priest accompanying her gritted his teeth, fearing death. What is this? Soul separated from body. Sung Hoin clarified his objective. 1 month. Holding the orb containing Otada's soul, he proposed 1 month. By any means, just avoid tracing the one behind the church. Sung Hoin even declared calmly, once everything is settled, I will definitely bring Father Otada's soul back. But the system reported otherwise. The fallen priest's soul had shattered before it could return to his body. The priest asked with his mouth agape, how are we supposed to manage in just 1 month? What if I come back empty-handed? He did not hesitate at all. Killing intent flared deep in his eyes. Throw away all your useless scattered souls, then hold hands and lie beneath your gravestones. 2 of them turned deathly pale as he enunciated each word. Do you understand? That afternoon at Marut's house, his voice rang out full of gratitude. Thank you very much, healer Sung Hoin. Marut said sincerely, you gave my granddaughter a chance to live, and you even handled the after effects of the treatment with such care. Sung Hoin answered modestly, I only did my duty. I am happy as long as Joshi recovers. He smiled, his eyes brimming with emotion. How could there be someone as rare as him in this world? A thought briefly crossed Marut's mind. Lord Ivor, thanks to him, I have never betrayed you even once. His tears fell silently. You truly are the great benefactor of my family. If you need anything at all, just tell me. Sung Hoin smiled, while she stood there completely stiff-faced. Make certain he did not mind asking once more. He said, anything at all? Marut laughed as if to confirm it. Yes, even the secret paintings of my family if you want them. Before he could finish, Sung Hoin cut in. There is only one thing I want. He calmly chose the clan's most precious treasure at once, the sacred relic currently held by the Passero family. The more he thought about it, the more his head ached. It must be a sacred object of the Church of Ivor, because you worship Ivor, right? Marut showed a troubled expression. That matter is a little difficult. We are only afraid of being seen as leaning toward another faith. Sung Hoin firmly repeated his words. You were the one who just said I could ask for anything. Just then, Marut suddenly thought of something. Yes, that is true. Why not look at other sacred relics? I do not have one ready right now, but just give me 1 day. Unexpectedly, Sung Hoin shamelessly emphasized with a friendly smile. What I want is the item kept inside the gold Osman mansion, passed down and cherished through many generations, the holy relic of the Church of Ivor. Marut broke into a sweat as he delivered his conclusion. That will be enough. The angel statue radiated a dazzling glow. Sung Hoin smiled with great interest. What I am after is precisely that divine energy. He narrowed his eyes at Marut and reached out to take the statue. There is no doubt, this is definitely a miracle of the Church of Ivor. Could you let go? He immediately shed tears because reality was far from what he had imagined. I thought Dr. Sung Hoin was only interested in items that contained magic power. So reality is completely different from what you once told me, Lafay? Sung Hoin lightly licked the corner of his mouth, looking at Ivor with a strange expression. To be honest, any relic would do. It is just far more amusing to seize what people cherish most. After that, he turned to Harris and asked, are you planning to stay a little longer, Father Harris? He answered without hesitation, I originally planned to leave yesterday, but I still have to clean up a few things Father Otada left behind, so I have been delayed by a few days. At that answer, Sung Hoin smiled innocently as if he had already expected it. I knew it. That made Harris flare up. This is all because of you. What is with that attitude? He removed the bracelet from his wrist. In any case, as Marut's friend, I should properly show a little sincerity. Immediately after it was placed in front of Sung Hoin. Here, take it. He hesitated and asked again, what is this? Harris quickly explained, this is a miracle I made for myself. It is called the Heart of the Devout. He smiled proudly and continued, compared with Ivor's heavy breath, it is nothing much, but I believe it will still be useful. I hope it helps you somewhat. Sung Hoin accepted the bracelet with emotions difficult to put into words. Father Harris. In the end, he said sincerely, thank you, I will keep it very carefully. In a forest near Karen, a dense series of notifications continuously appeared, breaking old faith, extracting divine energy by destroying one relic. Cost 2,000 points, Ivor's heavy breath has been destroyed. The angel statue slowly transformed into data and the Heart of the Devout was also destroyed. Sung Hoin held the bottle, listening to the level up notifications from the system. Disbelief level 1, disbelief level 2, divine rejection was growing stronger. He silently absorbed the information, while Cheon Han was still playing chase like an idiot. So disbelief has multiple levels too. I wonder how strong level 2 is. The divine vessel has charged enough energy to receive rewards, the extreme focus skill and 3 iron will exchange tickets. After looking them over, he confirmed that both rewards this time were quite decent. Without hesitation, he immediately wanted to test them. First, let us check the skill. Receive reward. A mechanical sound rang out. New ability acquired, extreme focus. Focus and narrow your field of vision. When the skill is activated, it will place you in a special state. Extreme focus when used, the area of effect will narrow, but efficiency will increase sharply. Activating the skill again will exit the extreme focus state. Seung-hoon stood still and felt it. He quickly grasped the key point of this skill. It seemed to focus on only a single target. For example, if I have an ability that restores vitality to 3 people. Seung-hoon pictured it in his mind. How annoying. In that case, it would only restore 300 HP to 1 person. This guy's brain was also running at full capacity. Continued observing while Cheon-hyun fooled around behind him. Next, let us see how these tickets exchange. They can be used to exchange for weapons, armor, or accessory equipment. Iron Will shares the trait of dealing additional damage based on the praised divine power, including holy and dark power, while halving damage received. Seung-hoon briefly fell into thought. So in short, this is a type of weapon made to wipe out churches. After that, he glanced in one direction. But I have 3 of these, so... Gaze turned toward Cheon-hyun and Jung-ho Kim, meaning I will have to share this with my teammates. On the other side, Cheon-hyun shouted in astonishment. It deals additional damage according to the target's divine power ratio? The little dog beside him asked worriedly, are you really going to give this away for free? Only then did Seung-hyun explain, it is not for free, I consider it reward for the Golden Laurel mission. He looked as if he wanted to kiss the card in his hand. Either way, this was a huge win. Immediately after, Cheon-hyun put away and took out his weapon. I will choose stone gauntlets. Holding a weapon hurts too much. Use Iron Will exchange ticket. A pair of gauntlets appeared in midair. Iron Will gauntlets, embodiment of steadfast faith. Cheon-hyun joyfully hopped around like a child who had found a favorite toy, in contrast to Jung-ho, who was hesitating on this side. Which one should I choose? Seung-hoon stepped forward and suggested try a shovel. Those words surprised him. A shovel? He quickly explained, you are very good at digging holes, Jung-ho Kim. Jung-ho was momentarily speechless. That sounds more like you are taking a jab at me. This guy was clearly throwing shade, yet his face was unbelievably serious. Brothers. Use Iron Will exchange ticket. A few seconds later, an exquisite shovel appeared. Weapon shovel, Iron Will, enduring. Jung-ho said happily, maybe from now on carrying this thing around will be better than relying on outward flashiness. Seung-hoon only advised, these weapons are not very effective against people who are not clergy, so use them at the right time and in the right situation. Suddenly a drop of water fell onto Jung-ho's head, so cold, a sudden downpour came crashing down, heavy raindrops pouring from the sky. It was truly raining now. Jung-ho silently lamented his misery. Heavens, did he really have to run headlong through the rain now? This was just tragic. He had suddenly returned to human form, but the sight of him biting the hall like that looked truly strange. Just then, Cheon-hyun cried out excitedly, Jung-ho, you turned back into a human again. Jung-ho flinched in panic. Oh, you are right. Tears immediately welled in his eyes. Please, I beg you, let me stay human a little longer. Hurry and find some restaurant to take shelter in first. I do not want to get soaked like a drowned rat. Book a room too. Hoshuin, a city under Karun. The 3 of them entered the tavern, and Cheon-hyun shook out his hair like a puppy while complaining, I am completely soaked. I wonder if there are any empty tables left. Jung-ho suddenly jolted when he realized something was off. In one corner of the tavern, a man sat silently, his whole body giving off a gloomy, unapproachable air. Yuri raised his head, his sharp, hound-like gaze sweeping forward. Jung-ho immediately trembled all over, sweat breaking out across his body. That person looks terrifying. He seemed to glance this way just now, did he not? At that moment, Seung-hoon noticed the table beside Yuri, which nearly scared Jung-ho out of his wits. There is still a table here. Everyone, this is really jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. Jung-ho hurriedly rushed over and pulled Seung-hoon away. Dr. Kang, over there is space over there too. Is it not better to sit by the window? His furtive actions left him puzzled. What is wrong with you? Seung-hoon looked at the person before him helplessly. You lived for years in the Asian region and are still afraid of adventurers. He lowered his head sadly and replied, yes. At that moment, Jung-ho looked toward Yuri and thought to himself, perhaps I was too hasty in judging them by appearance alone. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, hey Yuri. A bottle of liquor flew from nowhere straight toward Yuri's face. Seung-hoon's group froze for an instant. The mushroom-headed guy sneered, sorry about that, I did not do it on purpose. This one is probably beyond saving, brothers. The mocking words kept ringing in Yuri's ears, I heard you lost your job again. Truly useless, you cannot even deal with a few stray dogs. All you have is that face. Why not go clean the stable instead? He clenched his fist tightly, his emotions gradually slipping out of control. Yuri's face darkened, as though he wanted nothing more than to crush the people before him into pieces. Yuri sat motionless in his chair, no different from a puppet that had lost all vitality. The brown-haired man looked at him in irritation. This bastard is not even bothering to react. He is ignoring me as if I were trash. Someone beside him said indifferently, leave it. That man stepped forward, picked up the bottle on the table, and curled his lips. Enjoy my meal today. Then that man poured the liquor straight onto Yuri's head in mockery, as if saying that letting someone like him eat and drink like this was a complete waste. Seung-hoon's group stood watching the situation, but a different emotion appeared on each of their faces. The group burst into laughter and left as if nothing had happened. He did not care about those bastards at all. Jung-ho held his head, guilt rising in his heart. Now I feel even worse for judging him so hastily. Cheon-hyun picked up the bottle and said, "You did not say it out loud, so you did not hurt anyone, right?" Seung-hyun also added, "If you interfered, you would only wound his pride even more." He quietly looked toward Yuri. The three of them quickly went to their room to rest. Being able to do proper work this time truly made them feel rather good. Seung-hyun calmly analyzed, "There is no need to waste too much time explaining. As long as they can see what I am capable of, that is enough." Cheon-hyun suggested, "Why not open your own clinic like I once did?" Seung-hyun sighed like a little old man. "The real problem is how to bring patients in." He immediately ran into trouble, because even when I used full recovery to push the treatment speed to its highest, they still needed hours to recover. Seung-hyun slowly remarked, "On the Asian continent, everyone is already used to instant healing magic, so my ability is not all that appealing." Jung-ho grew discouraged at the situation, "But your method of treatment is truly perfect." Just then, all kinds of noises suddenly rang out outside. Jung-ho quickly stood up and listened. "It is so noisy out there. I wonder what happened this time." Outside, a girl dressed in church attire was loudly calling out, "Wonderful adventurers. We are priests from the Church of Simulus." She gave a bright smile and drew in the crowd. "Do you want to become stronger? Do you long to possess a special ability?" He stood in the middle of the street and kept shouting, looking no different from someone luring people in. "If you wish for it, follow us, and we will grant you an opportunity." Seung-hyun looked outside and judged. It seems the church is recruiting people again. At this moment, a few people began to pay attention to that call. "Is that really true? Can I also receive more power?" The crowd gathering there grew larger and larger. "Perhaps we should go take a look. It will not cost us anything anyway, right?" Seung-hyun sneered at their gullibility. "I cannot believe there are still fools who believe those words. Are they really that easy to lure in?" Jung-ho then saw a familiar figure mixed into the crowd. He realized that Yuri was standing below. It was that person. Yuri stood there silently like a ghost, quietly listening to everything. 3 days earlier, the morning street was still crowded with people coming and going. Seung-hyun's group was eating breakfast when they suddenly heard a piercing scream. "Hey, hurry and come out here." Someone stepped forward and asked what was going on. The person who had shouted immediately answered, "That church promised a few days ago to grant power or something like that. Remember?" The young man standing at the door pointed outside, his voice hesitant. "The ones who followed them have returned, and this is truly troublesome." Cheon-hyun held a piece of bread in his mouth and spoke up for once. "It seems what they said was not a joke." Seung-hyun stood up decisively. "We should go out and take a look. Even thunder should avoid mealtime." Outside, a young man holding a sword stood looking at those who had collapsed beneath his feet. He looked at the man still struggling to rise behind him and said coldly, "You should give up." The bald man growled in fury, "What do you think a low-ranking adventurer like you can do?" He put on a smug expression and said, "You really are stubborn. It seems you do not intend to leave me any other choice." And that sword swung up, drawing a sharp line through the air. The blade glided as if dancing, rushing straight toward the bald man. He let out a cry and was struck down in an instant. The watching crowd immediately went pale. He took all of them down by himself. What on earth just happened? A few people noticed something unusual and shouted, "Just a few days ago, you were only a low-ranking adventurer like me, were you not? Did the church really grant you that power?" He smiled and answered like a seasoned salesman. "Exactly, it is all thanks to the Church of Simulus. I knew nothing about magic before, yet now I can even use advanced spells." Just when heaven, earth, and people aligned, the people of the church appeared like wandering ghosts in the 7th month, and in the blink of an eye, they already had flyers prepared. "Let us go, right now. You do not want to become like us." They swiftly handed out flyers and introduced it. "Here, just take one. The church location is clearly marked on the map, so come take a look when you have time." Jung-ho looked at the crowd before him and sighed in admiration. There really are so many people coming. Then he turned to Seung-hyun and asked, "What is this? Do you want to join too?" His face immediately darkened as he replied, "I do not like that place at all." Cheon-hyun chimed in as well, "Me neither." Looking at the circle of people growing larger by the moment, Seung-hyun became even more confused. "I have heard that joining a religious order can grant one the power of a saint, but no one can grow that much stronger in only 3 days. Not even the church could do that." Brother Yenjiang remarked gloomily, "This is clearly a scam, but I still feel irritated watching them go all over the place to promote it." Seung-hyun squeezed every last nerve cell dry as he thought, there must be some way to ruin their plan. Cheon-hyun also showed an extremely dangerous expression, "But if I cause a disturbance here, the Adventurers Guild might drag me away." Jung-ho alone was thinking about something else. "Now that I remember it, I have not seen that Yuri anywhere." He quickly walked up to the nearest person. "Hey, would you mind if I asked you something?" The other person answered casually, "Go ahead." Jung-ho did not beat around the bush and asked directly, "Did you see that green-haired man who was with you 3 days ago? The one with the big scar on his face." He seemed guilty and hurriedly turned his face away. "I did not even know we had someone like that." Jung-ho smiled awkwardly and thought to himself, his movements really are suspicious. He hurriedly pressed further, you really do not know. That man is named Yuri. The other person immediately turned to leave. Sorry, we are a little busy right now. He still refused to give up and hurried after him. Wait, maybe you only need to ask one of the monks, and right after that an unexpected punch slammed straight into Jung-ho's face. I already said I do not know. That guy lost his temper and threw out a threat. Shut up, if you keep bothering us, I will deal with you. In the very next moment, he froze and stared blankly before asking, what brat are you? Sung Huin straightened his coat and answered calmly, you actually dared to threaten our dear Jung-ho. Looks like you're tired of living. We cannot stand by when our friend is hurt. Normally we look pretty cool too. Jung-ho seemed to activate his inner power, pouring out a deeply moved and joyous stream of words. You people are really worried about me. Sung Hein leaned over and asked Qian Hein, from now on if we hit them, it counts as self-defense, right? He warmed up his long unused joints and replied, of course. We are only seeking justice for Jung-ho. Jung-ho stared blankly at the two people burning with fighting spirit in front of him. In other words, we are not doing anything illegal. He reassured himself inwardly, they really are worried about me, right? Being on the same team as these two demons, let us also spare 3 seconds of sympathy for Jung-ho. That guy froze as he looked at them both and asked, what is this? Are you trying to pick a fight? Sung Hein ignored him and turned to Qian Hein in curiosity. If the two of us beat one person, will we be considered bad guys? He also began to hesitate. Then what do we do now? Two of them looked at each other as if they had silently reached an agreement. Right after that, these two young men played rock, paper, scissors to decide the assignment. I really cannot handle this situation. Rock, paper. That guy went mad with anger when he saw himself being looked down on. What the hell are you doing? The final result quickly appeared, scissors. Qian Hein clutched his head and groaned in agony. Damn it, now I am even losing at rock, paper, scissors. The blonde man had already been seething with rage for a while. You insolent brats, you dare ignore me. He flung away the stack of flyers, intending to deal with Sung Hein first. You picked the wrong person to mess with. He growled and clenched his fist. I will use you test my new power. The punch shot toward Sung Hein, fast and heavy as thunder. The surrounding crowd swayed and could barely stand, but in Sung Hein's eyes he was just a loud show-off who deflated like a ball gone flat. Jung-ho covered his eyes, inwardly asking what ability. Sung Hein radiated the aura of a protagonist and gave a dazzling smile. New power, you say? Right after that, he bent down and picked up a small branch from the ground. Sung Hein calmly looked at the person before him. It seems we understand each other now. To increase his handsome advantage, he curled his lips into a smile and quietly activated his power. Activate skill, outfocus. The surrounding crowd looked at the situation and began chatting noisily. Just a branch. Do not tell me you plan to fight with that thing. That guy stared blankly at the branch, no different from a stick of firewood pointed at him. Are you insane? Do you think that twig can block my fist? Sung Hein answered modestly, this is more than enough. Those words were no different from an insult thrown straight into his face. He immediately charged forward, wanting to give Sung Hein a truly painful blow. You bastard. He calmly brought the branch forward and gave a gentle command. Activate outfocus. The branch in his hand gradually transformed. Outfocus activated, physical strength was poured straight into the branch. That guy reached out to grab the slender branch and forcefully exerted his strength. A shock rang out, just enough not too loud, by no means small either. He froze when he realized something was wrong. What is this? He began to panic at the unexpected turn of events. Impossible? It is just a staff without even a trace of magic power. Brag before the fight and you usually get knocked out early, bro. That guy immediately poured in all the strength in his body. He stubbornly attacked Sung Hein again and again. What exactly is wrong with you? He nimbly brought out the branch and lightly blocked the blow. Sung Hein burst out laughing and tossed out a ruthless line. If you do not know, then you can only take a beating. Right after that, he changed his stance, signaling that he was ready for a counter-attack. That guy only had time to feel a strange sensation running through his whole body. What is this? Why does it feel like I was just struck by a sledgehammer? Sung Hein no longer had any interest in dragging out this boring show. Nothing worth watching left. Activate skill in season. Not far away where he had collapsed in agony, that hand had also officially logged out. Damn it. The crowd around froze. Oh my, he won using only a branch. How did he manage that? He swung the branch in his hand, thinking even the basic strike was strong, perhaps because he had poured all his strength into it. He gave a like to the other two teammates, but outside of focus points, defense was 0, could not be used frequently, likely only to finish off like the 3 children. Those from the monastery wondered what that name meant. He captured everyone's attention. He noticed the scrutinizing eyes around him. It seemed they were intruding on someone else's feast. Jung-ho remained silent, thinking as if his soul was drifting away. He worried about Yuri, unsure if he was okay. Ignoring the morning's events, time flew like a dog running in the field. Night quickly fell. A prominent notification appeared, achievement unlocked. Sabotis received it for sabotaging a church. Qian Hein was surprised. The achievement popped up. Jung-ho was also shocked. I have it too, Sung Hein asked bluntly. We've sabotaged several churches. Why does it show only now? He glanced at the condition that just appeared. Achievement condition requires at least 1 member to possess it. Divine ship. I bet this guy made it up. Achievement reward equipment equipment. Memory clock each time a church is destroyed, cutting the internal congregation. At 50% and activation, grants Commodus or materialization of wind. Sung Hyun asked Cheon Hyun what reward he received. He replied memory clock. Cheon Hyun also said I have it too, so the rewards are the same. At that moment he noticed something. Wait, this. Armadas cannot be used unless the stats are unlocked. Distrust turns this into a divine ship, slightly increasing suspicion. Materialization of wind slightly increases magic power and job stats. Sung Hyun boldly speculated that it could fill the divine ship and increase both magic power and job stats. After thinking, the three remained silent, looking somewhat dazed. Next day, the familiar sound echoed through the street. We are people from the Simulus Church. The girl from before appeared, inviting, do you desire great power? Follow us. A white-haired man stepped forward, asked hesitantly, am I really stronger? She quickly assured, of course, certainly. Fell for the trap, asked for a flyer. A voice cut in, the scammers are still here teaching deceit. Sung Hyun appeared like a god with the protagonist's aura. Do not trust them. My friend followed them and disappeared. None froze. The young man hesitated. Is it true? Like a sad play, Cheon Hyun and Jung Ho played two sorrowful roles. When I asked about you, they threw punches. Yuri. Passerby pointed, asking about the name beside. Is it true? The companion stammered, unclear but suspicious. Minutes later, the crowd dispersed in all directions. Why am I not going anywhere? The same. The nun was stunned, still not understanding the situation. Notification sound rang at the right moment. Church sabotage successful. Received Commodus. The next day, Jung Ho brought operation equipment to press the monastery people. Scam gear. Church sabotage successful. Received materialization of wind. The following day, Sung Hyun played the intimidator. Did they give power? Even Yahello. Received when defeating them. Church sabotage successful. The next day again, Cheon Hyun hugged the nun, acting out Romeo and Juliet. I love you, Elizabeth. She was startled. What did you say? Church sabotage successful. Received materialization of wind. Notifications continued for several days. Commodus received materialization of wind. Received. Commodus received. The next day again, the nun was powerless against this world. She followed the clue to Sung Hyun's place, found him. She could not hold her smile, apologized to the adventurers, presented the request, can we talk for a bit? On the quietly docked ship, excited sounds rang out. This is the ship heading to Bismarck Island. Cheon Hyun looked afar, suddenly said, I did not expect to be involved in this deeply from the start. Hours before, the nun went straight to the point, your friend Yuri is safe. She calmly explained he was on Bosma Island, church headquarters, undergoing treatment for training injuries. She looked at the three boys, usually outsiders are not allowed, but because everyone missed you, church leadership made an exception. Seconds later, she slammed her hand on the table, so please. None spoke each word. We would be grateful if you do not interfere with the missionary work. Pity to see, but let it be. Jung Ho shyly spoke up. She was angry. Sung Hyun laughed along. At this moment, a man came to bother. He questioned, you are preparing to board this ship, right? The man continued, heard you flattened the church to find your friend. Sung Hyun proudly replied, heard correctly. The girl rushed over, urgent voice, we share the same fate. My sister disappeared after getting involved with them. Sung Hyun noticed the people behind, wondered, I asked the reason you came. The man said, we want your help to find missing family members. He bowed, sighed, I want to search as a powerless civilian, no chance to fight them. Sung Hyun did not immediately accept, explained first, I am a healing mage, so only take requests related to treatment. The man looked at him, pleading, find missing family members, treat anyone injured. Sung Hyun smiled, consider it a healing request. Good, he understood quickly. Finally, the three agreed to help. All right, we will do it. The ship quickly set out to sea. Cheon Hyun looked around. Today many people, probably no trouble trading in another village. Sung Hyun said, according to the map, 8 hours by boat to Bismarck Island. Jung Ho got seasick, shouted 8 hours. He quickly cried over previous decisions. Felt about to die from seasickness. Sung Hyun called him to rest. Gave something to help sleep. Probably we have been trapped. Jung Ho slept soundly, but probably they did not attack anyone. Cheon Hyun asked, what do you think? And Kang replied, I do not think they will act while still on the ship. Sung Hyun said, speculation nearly certain. They are likely plotting. I will check inside the ship. Cheon Hyun wrote something on paper, then I will quickly check a fortune reading. The page was suddenly stained crimson. Yet he remained unmoved, only focused on continuing divination. Was divination like this not a little too costly in people? According to the divination, the suspicious cargo hold had a strange energy coming from inside. Sung Hyun stood up, preparing to leave. I will go over and check. Kyeon Hyo received the task of staying in the room. Alright, I will keep watch over Mr. Kim. If we move together as a group, we will draw attention too easily. Sung Hyun slowly followed the stairs down. A few guards saw him and could not help growing suspicious. What is that man doing here? He quickly approached and pretended to ask, excuse me, may I observe this area for a moment? One of the two men slowly blocked him. Outsiders are forbidden here. The other man continued explaining, sorry, but without permission from the church, you cannot enter. Sung Hyun's face remained indifferent, not particularly concerned. Is that so? He instantly rushed forward and struck that man, then said calmly, then I suppose I should trust my instincts and just barge in to save people. The guards immediately took their stances. We are under attack. Hold him back. Sung Hyun did not intend to fight in close quarters, so he immediately drew a gun. Every shot he fired hit its target, no different from playing a bear shooting game. One of them arrogantly dodged the barrage of bullets. You may be able to take down the others, but do not think you can get past me. Sung-hein observed the situation before him, then calmly introduced himself. With skills like that, I think I should introduce myself a little too. I am Sung-hein. The guard had no qualms about revealing his identity either. I am Frisia Matalain. Sung-hein froze for a moment when he heard that name. The battle continued while Sung-hein calmly faced him head-on. Both sides held their own advantages. Seeing Sung-hein wounded, that Frisia man could not help mocking him. This is exactly why you should not go alone. He swiftly lectured him. In battle, nothing is more important than comrades. Gro actually thought he could defeat this man. Sung-hein swept his eyes around and thought irritably, a clone skill, how troublesome. But he did not spend too much time thinking, because he did not want to drag this out. Even so, a series of notifications rang out, activating absorption, activating dispersal, dispersing ice medicine. Immediately afterward, cold winds carrying ice and snow engulfed the guards. Ice quickly condensed, completely blocking their vision. Then he immediately used analysis, activating observer's eye. This one is not breathing, this one is not breathing either, that one is not breathing either. In the next second, the real guard was pierced by arrows in agony. In his daze, he could not understand how the opponent had identified the true body so quickly. The remaining illusions also vanished at once. Sung-hein asked, all the clones have been dealt with, correct? He calmly looked down at the person below. Normally, you would have collapsed by now, yet you can still stand. He bent down and reached out to grasp the hat concealing that face. Could this person be? Sung-hein quickly voiced his guess. You are a space traveler, correct? Ligia was startled by his sharpness, but still remained silent, revealing no further information. He did not need to interrogate further either, because he already had the answer. I was only guessing blindly. Because you are too strong and too resilient, like someone from the ActionToon continent, but your reaction just now said everything. Sung-hein sat down and struck up a conversation. Are you still planning to pretend you know nothing? Quickly made another offer. Fine. If you can ignore this matter, I will admit I guessed wrong. After that, he used his power as if to take something out. Of course. Sung-hein took out a pack of noodles that looked incredibly tempting. There is no way you can resist this. Ligia's eyes instantly widened. Just thinking about eating it made her drool with craving ramen. Oh no, anyone weak-willed would feel hungry at once. With just one pack of noodles, Sung-hein made her reveal all her reactions. Just one bite, please, give me just one bite. He smiled at the reaction exactly as expected. 3 years on the ActionToon continent, cut off from fast food, 99% of space travelers will react right away. Ligia completely forgot to maintain her identity and instantly lunged into her craving. Just give me one bite, please. Only when she held the bag in her hands did she discover there was nothing inside. Ligia's eyes filled with tears. It is fake, just an empty bag. Sung-hein also explained, that is right, I made it only to use at times like this. He immediately changed his tone to speak more seriously. Now then. Sung-hein looked at the person before him like a death god passing judgment. Letting a space traveler go easily will only bring more trouble later. He gave Ligia 2 choices, choose cooperate or die. She replied with contempt, cooperate, even if you let me go I will still bleed to death. Sung-hein smiled brightly like a cunning fox. Oh, did I not tell you I am a healer? If you cooperate I will treat your wounds. This man really made people want to hit him. Ligia angrily questioned his shameless face. You call yourself a healer? You look more like a murderer. Sung-hein seemed quite satisfied. Then look for yourself and decide, activating thread drawing. Ligia stared blankly at the needle in his hand. What the hell is that? We are not even on Earth. What is with this sewing needle? While she was still shocked, he pulled the arrow out. A few seconds too late, Ligia finally felt the pain surge in and screamed. Sung-hein pushed her away, then bluntly stitched her up 1 stitch at a time. In the end, before Ligia's face twisted in pain, he proudly declared like a saint, the treatment is complete. Ligia looked at the wound on her arm and inwardly thought this method was truly brutal. But the wound really had been stitched shut. It sounded a little strange, but perhaps this man really was a healer. Sung-hein bent down to look at her and asked, what will you choose now, bleed to death or cooperate to prolong your life? Ligia's whole body weakened, and she answered softly, I choose to prolong my life. A moment later, the two began introducing themselves again. My real name is Ligia, and my class is Wanderer. Sung-hein immediately interrupted. Wait, then what does Frisia Matalain actually mean? She explained cheerfully, right, it comes from my real name Ligia Zizia Frisia. The more Ligia spoke, the more excited she became. Madeleine is because I wanted to eat madeleines. In the end, he coldly concluded, she really is exactly like Cheon-hyun. At this moment, Sung-hein also began talking about himself. As I said, I am Sung-hein, and I came here at the request to investigate the church. Many people have disappeared after becoming involved with them. Ligia was rather surprised by this, missing people. He immediately asked for more information because she was working with the church. Perhaps you know something. She hesitated, then clarified her identity and mission. Actually, I do not belong to the church. We were hired by a noble named Adrai who is also the one funding them. Bisma Island also belongs to that man. Sung Hoin lowered his eyes and confirmed once more, so you really do not know anything. The two words useless made Lygia so angry she felt uncomfortable. I did not notice anything strange. She frankly spoke about a few trips she had taken part in. This ship occasionally picks up a noble child. Only one each time, but they also bring along dozens of commoner children of the same age. When we leave the island, none of the children ever appear again. Sung Hoin took out his notebook and carefully wrote it down, one noble and dozens of commoners. There is definitely something shady about this. Lygia recounted the time she had secretly probed the situation on the island. Too curious to know what they were doing, she secretly sent a copy there, but the moment it arrived, it struck the barrier and was destroyed. That was all she managed to learn. The blank page was now covered with neat lines of writing. Bisma Island possessed active defensive magic, and Lygia was far more cautious than he had imagined. At last, he closed the notebook and said with a smile, "Alright, this information is truly quite useful." Hearing that, Lygia was both delighted and proud, really. But in the very next instant, Sung Hoin showed no mercy as he struck her and sent her flying. In that case, he turned and walked toward the door, leaving Lygia lying on the ground. "It would be troublesome if you stabbed us in the back while we were investigating. Do not think this is personal. We are simply throwing you away after using you." Sung Hoin stopped before a storage room packed with cargo crates. Could these be the supplies donated by the nobles? He reached out and opened one of the crates to check inside. Seeing what was stored inside, even he could not help being surprised. This is stimulant B. This drug greatly enhances the user's physical abilities, but at the same time, it makes them extremely aggressive, lose control, and fall into a frenzy. When he opened another compartment, Sung Hoin discovered that what lay beneath was moss fruit powder, the sleeping drug he had once given Kim Jung-ho. By this point, he had almost understood the purpose of this trip. Clearly, they intended to use these things for something far from decent. The ship's dining hall was where a large number of passengers had gathered. The young man stared blankly at the smoke spreading around him. What is this? Smoke. What is going on? Only a few seconds later, the crowd collapsed to the floor one after another and lost consciousness. At that moment, several people from the monastery stepped forward. Everyone has fallen asleep, leader of the Dejard church. Dejard calmly took an item out from his clothes. Good, it is time to begin. He immediately activated his ability, the Eyes of Selection. A ring of light expanded outward, looking like a machine analyzing data. The unconscious people were completely unaware of anything. From their chests, spheres of golden light slowly emerged one by one. Dejard ordered his subordinates, the brighter the light, the greater that person's hidden potential. Begin sorting them. Understood. Just then, another person came over to report, Lord Dejard, we have also brought Sung Hoin's group here. They are the group that hindered our plan. Hearing that, he looked intrigued. Oh, well done. He looked at the three members of Sung Hoin's group, tied up on the ground, and declared, at last, we can judge these lowly scum. Dejard reached out and grabbed Sung Hoin by the hair. Let me see those arrogant faces. Immediately after that, he froze for a moment. He turned and asked in a voice full of doubt, what is this? What happened to their faces? I can hardly believe my own eyes before a face swollen like a bun. The person who had just reported hurriedly explained, yes, considering what they did to us. Perhaps the believers vented a little of their anger. He let go and said coldly, I see. As Jard walked away, he did not forget to order, lock them up and guard them carefully until we reach the island. The monk's lips curled slightly into a perfect smile. Sung Hoin smiled with the other man's handsome face and replied, yes, understood. Looking at the smoke drifting before his eyes, Sung Hoin secretly rejoiced. Good thing I drank giant leaf tea. Giant leaf tea had a slightly sour taste, was better when served cold, and after drinking it, it could nullify the drowsiness caused by that fruit. He stepped forward and embraced the puppet he had created himself, thinking to himself, I originally made this to wake Kim Jung-ho. I never expected to use it this way. He looked at the face identical to his own, then let his thoughts drift back to what had happened earlier. 30 minutes earlier, Sung Hoin had encountered a monk whose build was quite similar to his own. Oh, our heights are nearly the same. The monk panicked when he saw him. What the hell? Why are you still awake? Without another word, he immediately rushed forward and threw a punch. Please cover for me a little. Thinking back on that scene, the corners of Sung Hoin's lips curved upward with pride. This disguise is more effective than expected. He hoisted the puppet onto his shoulder, his spirits instantly rising. Alright, from here on, I will charge straight into their base. The announcement rang out with force. High Ritual Priest, we have arrived at Bisma Island. Jard immediately ordered, take all the passengers to the prison. Yes. Before long, someone stepped forward to direct them, hurry up. High scores go to Class 1, average scores to Class 2, low scores to Class 3. Sung Hoin's group was separated from the others. As for that lot, throw them into the underground prison. He immediately replied, understood. The cart was pushed forward by several people working together. Sung Hoin paid attention to the conversation between two people nearby. How is the quality of this batch of passengers? Dejard respectfully respectfully answered, "Yes, Lord Adrai." He eagerly presented the statistics sheet. "There is roughly 1 high grade, 4 middle grade, and the rest are all low grade." That nobleman smiled slyly. "I am truly looking forward to this." Adrai rubbed his chin and declared, "The fair judgment of Simulus." Sung Hein glanced over, repeating the 2 words he had just heard in his mind. Judgment. Just then, several strange sounds rang out, cutting off his train of thought. Sung Hein unconsciously walked toward the source of the noise. "Who is making a racket over there?" Inside one of the carts was Lygia, who had been knocked unconscious by Sung Hein the day before. Let me out, you bastard." He stared blankly at her as she shouted and struggled. "Lygia." Lygia immediately froze and turned in shock. That voice, murderer Kang Sung Hein. Sung Hein calmly corrected the way she addressed him. "You should call me Hell Kang Sung Hein." Thank you. Lygia looked at the person before her and unconsciously asked, "What happened to your face?" He did not answer immediately, but asked in return, "How interesting of you to say that. Why is a believer locked up here?" She awkwardly gave the reason, "I was fired for failing to complete my guard duty, and I was even caught and beaten down." Sung Hoin made an innocent face. "You should have done your job properly." Lygia shouted angrily, "It is all your fault." Immediately after that, she changed her attitude as fast as lightning, sensibly pleading with the person before her. "Anyway, you came at just the right time. Help me, all right." Sung Hoin turned his back and walked away without the slightest hesitation. "Take care." Lygia called after him in panic. "Wait." She hurriedly reached out and offered a condition. "I will give you point exchange vouchers. 300-point ones." That condition made Sung Hoin begin to feel a little interested. He barely needed to think, immediately activating his skill. Outfocus on. Pour all stamina into silver glory. He charged straight toward the carriage, using brute force to carve a path. Lygia nearly had a heart attack at such an excessively violent way of acting. As she climbed out, she muttered, "Is breaking a sealed prison supposed to be this easy?" Sung Hoin was already waiting with his hand out. "Please, give me the tickets." Holding the 3 tickets in his hand, he offered sincere advice. "From jailer to fugitive in a single day. You really should reconsider how you choose your employers." Sung Hoin looked at her and said softly, "If you need money that badly, go become an adventurer." Lygia immediately retorted, "I do not do it for money but for my idol." He was slightly taken aback by that strange reason, "Your idol." She did not answer right away and instead told him about the past. "I was once part of a criminal gang. Back then I had no suitable skills and almost died for nothing. But after that, Lygia of the past had been saved." Her voice was faintly tinged with nostalgia. "A traveler from another world appeared and saved my life." Lygia still remembered that person's eyes very clearly. His name was Ji Jun. Only later did I learn that he was a famous bounty hunter. Her face flushed as if she were talking about the male lead of a story. "He had many fans and was extremely famous. You have heard of him before, right?" Sung Hoin replied flatly, "I have heard of him." It was as if a switch had been flipped in her, and she spoke in one breath until his head ached from listening. "He took down dozens of level 5 criminals without using skills, clearing an entire criminal district with only a few knives. A legend everyone knew, but then one day he vanished without a trace." Her voice sank a little. "I do not know whether he is alive or dead." Sung Hoin looked at the girl before him, then quietly fell into thought. Lygia regained her spirits and spoke of her dream. "In any case, I want to become a bounty hunter like him. Of course, my greatest goal is still to return home." Only then did he ask, "Then what does that have to do with working for Adrai?" She quickly explained. Adrai had collected a few items that once belonged to Ji Jun. I worked for him in exchange for them. Thinking of this, Lygia felt even more heartbroken, because she had been fired before she could obtain the items. He asked bluntly at once, "Do you not want revenge on that man?" The sudden question left her bewildered. "What?" Sung Hein looked at her with complete confidence and said, "Because we are about to wipe out this church." After that, he made an offer, "So cooperate with me one more time." Inside the vast hall, the atmosphere was more heated than ever. The people in the stands were excited as if they had just been dosed with stimulants. "Let the judgment begin. The sacred moment has arrived." Below in the arena, the people captured on the ship lay scattered across the ground. "Long live Simurais." Ijard ordered his subordinates, "Awaken the potential believers." "Yes, holy priest." Immediately after that, the mechanism was activated, and a fragrance began to spread across the arena floor. Those who had just fainted quickly woke in a dazed state. "Where am I?" Ijard stood above them and solemnly declared, "From this moment onward, the initiation rite into church begins, the judgment of Simulus." Every word he spoke was filled with arrogance and fanaticism. "Those who endure to the very end will earn the qualifications and power of a true believer." He did not regard the people below in the arena as human beings at all. "Those who fail will become fertilizer, a source of endless power." That voice paused for a few seconds, accompanied by a wicked smile. Dijard's gaze was no different from a demon rising from hell as that man declared, "From now on, fight one another." A gloomy and icy atmosphere enveloped the cramped space behind the iron bars, the representative's underground cloister. Jung Ho lay collapsed on the ground, slowly opening his eyes and regaining consciousness. So cold! Once fully awake, he groped around in astonishment. Jung Ho sprang up, looking around in bewilderment. "This is..." He could not suppress his fear and shouted in panic, "Where exactly is this place?" Jung Ho stuck his head through the iron bars, his blank eyes unable to grasp the situation. "Why did I wake up in a place like this?" "This is your sleeping medicine. I will call you when we arrive." Lord Seung-hoin and Chao Han were supposed to be watching over me. He tried to stay calm and comforted himself. Ah, this must just be a dream. If the status window appears, then I am done for. But immediately after that, the system window appeared at his command. Jung Ho broke down in tears before the harsh truth. The status window really opened. This is not a dream. He anxiously paced back and forth, thinking nonstop. I am no longer nauseous, so we must have left the ship. First, I have to get out of here. Jung Ho tried operating the blue screen. Use golden glory. Magic power has been sealed. Sorry, inventory and skills cannot be used. Once again, he stood stunned before this far too cruel reality. Jung Ho collapsed helplessly, lamenting his miserable fate. This is a prison that seals magic power. What am I supposed to do now? But then he suddenly stopped crying, as if an idea had just occurred to him. Jung Ho tried a different approach on the system window. It seems I can still access the status window. If so, a full list of information appeared. Current points 685. Basic roulette board deducts 20 points per spin. Mixed roulette deducts 10 points per spin. Junk roulette deducts points per spin. He decided to bet on his final hope. Let us try this. Jung Ho was surprised that this bit of luck could be used 5 consecutive spins on the junk roulette. In an instant, a game machine appeared before his eyes. Normally, items would enter the inventory, but right now the inventory could not be used. The results quickly appeared. Junk roulette board results: miscellaneous item, iron skewer miscellaneous item, low-grade metal material miscellaneous item, 8 cm nail miscellaneous item, wooden plank miscellaneous item, wooden chopsticks. Jung Ho was slightly surprised by the system's processing speed, then realized that they were falling onto the floor. He picked up the wooden plank from the ground, exclaiming with delight, "Great!" Jung Ho immediately set about his escape plan with quick, nimble movements. He worked without rest, carrying a blazing fire of determination. As he worked, Jung Ho called the names of his companions. Lord Kang, Chao Han, I am coming. He even imagined Seung Hoin's praise, just as expected. You are quite good at digging too. A mound of earth outside began to bulge unnaturally. Suddenly, a powerful hand reached up from beneath that layer of dirt. After much effort, Jung Ho finally escaped the dungeon. I finally got out, so this place was underground. He observed his surroundings, countless questions rising in his mind. But where is this? Suddenly, thunderous cheers rang out, making Jung Ho flinch. He immediately took a defensive stance and hid behind a wooden crate, his heart filled with doubt. What is going on? Before Jung Ho was a vast space where thousands of people had gathered. Is this an arena? On the other side, someone imprisoned in an iron cage angrily resisted. What nonsense are you talking about? He adamantly refused to obey the order of the man standing above. Why do we have to fight each other? If you people like it so much, do it yourselves, you lunatics. Dejard looked down like one who held supreme authority, his voice full of contempt. You still have not realized it. Jung Ho stared in shock at the person lying on the ground, unable to believe his eyes. Mr. Kang. He shed tears from emotion as if he had just witnessed the entire story from beginning to end. No way, if you want to do it yourselves. Crazy bastard, do not touch my teammate. Was he captured because he protected me? Dejard arrogantly declared Seung Hoin's crime. The accused is none other than Seung Hoin, the one who has been harassing our church all week. The fanatical believers also cursed in unison. He really is scum. Trash, kill him. He pretended to be magnanimous again, as if granting a favor, saying that Simu Rice's mercy had given trash like him one chance. As soon as he finished speaking, the prison door ahead slowly opened. He stepped out, but an abnormal purple aura surrounded his body. He looked like a puppet that had lost all consciousness, knowing only how to obey orders. Jung Ho also realized that he was someone on his side, Yuri, but immediately after, Yuri roared violently, no different from a wild beast. Jung Ho was so frightened by the scene that he nearly cried, tears streaming endlessly. Good heavens. Dejard stood above and mocked him. Hey, dying at the hands of the friend you have long missed, is that not rather romantic? He gloated, delight written plainly across his face. If you survive, you become a believer. If you fail, you become fertilizer. Dejard continued, declaring the start of the execution. The judgment has begun. Yuri immediately obeyed, gathering strength to strike. With a single leap, Yuri and his axe rushed right towards Seung Hoin. Jung Ho could no longer stand still and tried to rush out to stop him. No, the cold, sharp axe blade was about to cleave straight down onto Seung Hoin's head. Right after the impact, a huge explosion rang out, and dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Yuri frowned, unable to believe the scene unfolding before his eyes. Seung Hoin had completely vanished from the spot in front of him. Behind Yuri, a graceful figure suddenly appeared. Someone had quickly slipped in and saved Seung Hoin from danger in time. Dejard gripped the railing tightly, unable to believe what he had just seen. What? He furrowed his brow, furious that his plan had been ruined, and immediately questioned that person's identity. Who are you? The mysterious person smiled with calculation and replied, Who do you think I am? And that person was Seung Hoin. He faced him directly and calmly confirmed, Of course, I am healer Seung Hoin. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the arena. This is a sacred artifact created through the execution ritual. With an arrogant expression, he spoke words full of hidden meaning. Those who lose their clarity will become fertilizer. After that, he used magic to gather power into an iron blade, using that very fertilizer as its source of support. When it is placed upon an object, that thing will become a sacred artifact. He gripped the sharp weapon he had just created, standing high above as he provoked Seung Hoin. Even useless stone can be reborn as gold. Then he vanished in the blink of an eye. He rushed straight toward Seung-hoin to strike. That was exactly. While fighting him, he loudly boasted, "This is the authority of Simulus." In another area, the Lygia sisters were throwing everything into chaos. "Kill them, stop right there." She turned and counterattacked the pursuers, saying coldly, "Something small will always remain small." He had no time to dodge and could only take the full brunt of the attack. One man who was hit warned his companions in pain. "That bastard's using dark elixir." It did not stop there. Lygia's twin sister also moved swiftly. Watching the scene, she could not help sighing in admiration. When facing the church, dark arts are the best fit. Time went back a little. 1 hour earlier, Lygia stared in shock at the pile of things Seung-hoin had brought. "Wait, why are there so many?" He awkwardly gave a vague explanation that just homemade things. She stared wide-eyed at them and asked Han Seung-hoin, "With dark arts at this level, you must have needed a whole ton of dark witch hair and blood, right?" He gave Lygia a strained smile in response. "It is good to have a true friend, even thinking of something this difficult." She accepted the item, still somewhat suspicious because the supply source seemed questionable, but back in the present, those items were proving effective in the hands of the Lygia sisters. "I have all the dark arc elixirs I need now. Die, you superstitious fools." The people outside heard the commotion and wondered, "What exactly is going on?" "I am not sure either, but it seems they are on our side." Suddenly, someone pointed toward the arena and shouted, "Wait, look over there." Below, Seung-hoin was fighting him, their techniques colliding again and again. Unfortunately, he was still struck by one attack. Those present also fell into chaos, beginning to attack one another uncontrollably. Seung-hoin glanced at the scene around him and inwardly sighed in admiration. This place is truly a mess. Unexpectedly, the axe behind him began, but Yuri had recovered his weapon, ready to force his way into the battle. With terrifying bloodshot eyes, he glanced towards Seung-hoin and growled, "Do not." Immediately after, Yuri kicked off the ground and charged straight toward him, shouting loudly, "Underestimate me." Thanks to his swift reflexes, Seung-hoin managed to dodge the sharp axe blade. What followed was a series of powerful consecutive swings from Yuri. He poured all his strength into the blow, causing the wall to shatter into large chunks. Seung-hoin avoided that attack, then lightly kept his balance on the axe shaft. He smiled confidently again and began carrying out his plan. "Then this is only the warm-up." The sound of Seung-hoin's blood flute rang out, spreading through the silent space. The people around them immediately fell into panic and unease. "What is going on?" The people in white robes all sprang to their feet at once. In that same instant, they threw out bottles filled with a strange liquid. Countless glass bottles soared in the air, almost covering the entire sky. A crossbow was summoned by Seung-hoin at will. He raised the crossbow straight toward the sky, taking a stance to fire. Good coordination. Immediately afterward, a barrage of arrows appeared and shot out, piercing through every direction. The collisions in midair instantly created a thick cloud of blue smoke. Yuri seemed to be affected by the explosion just now as well. Blue smoke seeped around and covered his entire body. Before long, Yuri gradually regained consciousness and control of himself. He looked around in panic, completely unable to understand the situation. What did I just do? The people around him also began regaining their senses. "I nearly lost my life. My body moved on its own." Seeing everything unfold, Adrai immediately turned to ask Dejard, "High Priest, could that be?" Veins bulged all over him from rage as he gritted his teeth and explained, "Type A tranquilizer. It is the antidote for Type B stimulation gas." Adrai frowned, unable to keep doubt from rising in his heart. Does he truly have that many allies? Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes as he noticed something unusual. Wait, that person. The Lygia sisters had blended into the crowd in the arena. "Hey, you people who imprisoned me earlier, come out and confront me at once." She threw everything into disorder, making the situation even more chaotic. "I will send you all to meet Simulus right now." After being disrupted, Adrai could not hide the irritation on his face. Frisia Madeleine. From the opposite side, he loudly questioned Lygia, "You dare betray me?" The two sisters refused to take the blame and immediately retorted, "What did you forget that you abandoned me first? You old fool pretending to be clueless, have you lost your mind?" Having lost his support, Adrai hurried to Dejard. "What should we do now, High Priest Dejard? The sacred execution has been ruined." He still maintained a calm expression to reassure Adrai. "Rest assured, Lord Adrai." Then Dejard raised his voice to call out to those in the cult believers, "Quickly eliminate the intruders in the stands." Then he turned his head to look towards Seung-hoin. He showed no fear at all, still calmly facing Dejard's gaze that was aimed at him. "And what about you?" He began playing the trump card he had prepared in advance. The jewelry on Dejard's body then emitted a dazzling golden light. It was also resonating with the item that man possessed. That man seemed to be empowered, arrogantly declaring, "I will deal with him myself." Seung-hoin gave him a mysterious smile. Seung-hoin spoke in an eerie voice, asking Dejard's side, "Then who do you think I am?" He turned back with an elegant air and revealed his identity naturally. "I am Ivor Master Seung-hoin." One of his people angrily cursed, "What a shameless bastard, huh?" Someone suddenly noticed something suspicious. Wait, then. That man was so shocked that he blurted out, "The person who saved Kang Seung-han was Kang Seung-han himself." Jung-ho, who had witnessed everything from beginning to end, was also stunned in disbelief. Adrai turned to ask in dissatisfaction, "What exactly is going on, High Priest?" His voice gradually grew smaller, flustered, and unable to explain. I do not know either. Adrai looked pensively at the situation before him, his heart full of doubt. If that man is Sung Haing, then who was the one who just fainted? Ah, this person. He placed the other person on the ground and calmly corrected everything. Let me introduce him. The one who took my place is a loyal believer of the Church of Simulus. Sung Haing said with a completely emotionless face. I do not know his name either. Those words instantly ignited the fury in Jard's heart. You damn bastard. But Adrai burst out laughing instead, even praising him truly as impressive as the rumors say. After that, he confidently ordered Djard in a loud voice. In any case, we finally have another interesting sacrifice. Let the execution continue. Djard quickly regained his composure and agreed with Adrai. You are right. And he continued commanding the battle. Quickly release Type B stimulation gas. Immediately, purple gas spread out, covering every corner of the arena. Everyone hurriedly covered their noses to avoid inhaling that poisonous gas. Damn it, is it sleeping gas again? But no one could hold out for long, and they once again began showing signs of losing their reason. All of them lost control at once, their bodies stiff like machines. They grabbed sharp weapons, preparing to plunge into a chaotic slaughter. Everyone held swords in their hands, ready to attack the person opposite them. Then someone opened that mad melee. Everyone rushed into a fierce fight, no longer caring about other people's lives. Frantic, mindless screams echoed everywhere. The people who were in prison could not sit still in the face of this situation either. He is being pushed back. Hey, keep going. Man proposes, Sung Haing disposes. He reassured everyone, do not worry. Even while struggling in battle, in others' eyes he still maintained an elegant bearing. Sung Haing, Ivor Master that I am, will not disappoint everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Sung Haing drew countless admiring gazes toward himself. They chose to trust him and shouted their encouragement. Keep going, Ivor Master. Hurry and wipe out those frauds. Yuri looked at that scene and silently assessed it. He should have said that he would save everyone, yet he emphasized the phrase Isujiya instead. Ignored, that man charged at Sung Haing in irritation. Foolish. A flurry of sharp sword strikes came rushing toward him one after another. Sung Haing could only grit his teeth and defend. After that assault, his clothes were badly torn in more than a few places, making him look truly somewhat miserable. Seeing Sung Haing wounded, that man laughed loudly in delight. Do you understand now? This is the price for opposing the wish of Simulus. That man charged straight at him in satisfaction. Hurry up and become fertilizer for the church. But Sung Haing was not so easy to defeat. He immediately summoned an item to counterattack. In the briefest instant, he blocked that man's weapon. Because he had been far too careless, that man was so shocked that his mouth fell open. Sung Haing smiled faintly, mockingly repeating that man's words. I thought only losers had to become fertilizer. He raised his head and faced that man directly. I suppose that does not apply to me. Sung Haing gathered his strength and pushed hard, sending that Maing backward. He leisurely continued mocking his opponent. I have set the mood a little too. This fight should be quite lively. While that man was still suspended in midair, Sung Haing swiftly made his move and dealt more damage. His target was the relic on that man's body. I am still not strong enough to destroy a true sacred relic. Disbelief level 3. Ignoring everything around him, Sung Haing continued attacking. Anything that needs to be handled quickly must be done at once. Clear cracks began to appear on that man's relic bracelet. The necklace was no better. The light radiating from it had already begun to fade. In the end, those items could no longer hold out and shattered. Sung Haing summoned a bottle and collected the streams of light emitted from the relics. He carefully held the bottle, still not forgetting to criticize them. Relics made this sloppily really are easy to destroy. Seeing that scene, Ligia quietly admired Sung Haing's talent. How impressive he can fight to this extent without using even a bit of magic. Old memories suddenly surfaced in her mind. It felt as though that person's image seemed to overlap with Sung Haing's figure, exactly like that person back then. But Ligia quickly shook her head again and again, driving away that thought herself. Impossible. Jard suddenly sank to his knees, his body severely weakened. Impossible, my relics. He could almost not accept this cruel reality, damn it. Below, that man still refused to give up, trying to unleash one final attack. Simulus, I beg you. A strange object began to appear within the magic circle that man had created. A gigantic blade gradually took shape, its tip aimed straight down at the ground according to that man's will. Holy scripture reproduction, please punish this one who bears sin within him. Sung Haing frowned, wary of its destructive power. Damn it, that looks extremely strong. Just then, someone loudly called out to him, Sir Sung Haing. That figure shot forward, blocking right in front of Sung Haing. A violent explosion instantly erupted in the middle of the arena. The Hu blade shone brilliantly, leaving its mark amid the thick clouds of dust and smoke. Sung Haing called his name in disbelief, Kim Ho Dung. Jung Ho had used his own item to protect him. Decisive battle Ho. Damage rate increases according to divine power. Jung Ho turned his head and spoke smugly. I appeared at exactly the right time, did I not? For a moment, he did not know what to say. Brother Jung Ho. Sung Haing stood frozen in place. Why is he here? He was still analyzing it inwardly. Could he have escaped from prison on his own? No way. Maybe because he looked too weak. They threw him into the low-rank arena. Jung-Hoo spoke in a mocking voice, old man. That made Sung-Hein even more certain of his guess. That must be it. Dijard forced himself to stand while nearly exhausted. After observing him, he calmly remarked, it seems you are almost out of strength. He had to struggle just to force out a sentence in the end. What is your purpose? Dijard loudly questioned Sung-Hein. Is there someone behind you? Who ordered you to do this? He curled the corner of his mouth into a faint smile. Are you that curious? Sung-Hein understood the pain of the poor and powerless people, as well as the families of those you turned into fertilizer. He immediately fell silent after his weakness was struck. He kindly offered a piece of advice, so in your next life, stop deceiving others and live more decently. Dijard angrily slammed his fist into the ground. He roared in madness, do not think this is over. There is still more, still more. Sung-Hein instantly launched an attack straight at Dijard in a flash. Your life ends here. The brown-haired girl could hardly believe the scene before her eyes. Is it over? The blonde-haired boy asked blankly, are they really dead? The suffering people shouted his name in unison. Sung-Hein, Sung-Hein. Lygia ran over and high-fived Sung-Hein. Well done. Meeting her for the first time, Jung-Ho immediately asked, Kang, who is this young lady? Lygia was just about to tease him. He is your teammate, right? I am Frisia Mataline. But Sung-Hein immediately exposed her interdimensional traveler, Miss Lygia. Adre was furious but could do nothing. Truly unbelievable. Looking at Dijard's miserable end, he ground his teeth, defeated by those thugs again, those contemptible fools. Adre hurriedly planned his escape. It would be best for me to flee first. Lygia immediately shouted to warn her teammates. Ah, that bastard is about to escape. Her sharp shout startled Adre. Stop right there. He suddenly froze, and right in front of him was Cheon-hyun. Even pretended to give a kind reminder, hey, you should watch where you are going. Adre's face twisted completely. You must be Kang Sung-Hoin's teammate. How did you escape from the prison? As expected, Cheon-hyun always had a way of handling things unlike anyone else. I deliberately provoked the guard so he would open the door and rush in to hit me. He intended to use magic to deceive everyone and teleport away from there. He immediately shoved Adre so hard that even his wig fell off. Move along. He tumbled down, rolling several times across the arena floor. Adre panicked when he saw Sung-Hoin suddenly appear right in front of him. He gave a radiant smile and said, thank you for coming to offer up your life yourself. He stumbled backward in panic. Do not you dare touch me. Sung-Hoin asked back sternly, why should I listen to you? Adre hurriedly reached into his coat pocket. That is right, from now on, I will sponsor you in place of the church. He pulled out a special weapon. I am willing to use this valuable item as collateral. Lygia instantly recognized it as a precious treasure. Wait, the Hinder dagger. Adre boldly confirmed. Yes, it is the Hinder dagger, the weapon that bounty hunter Ju-jun once greatly favored. He kept praising the dagger's value. An adventurer of your level surely understands exactly how much it is worth. She thought seriously, such a precious item fell into the hands of this filthy man. You once said you would give me everything except that item. Lygia shouted angrily, hey, you said you could not give me that. Sung-Hoin flatly refused, I do not need it. Though he was the very person Adre had praised so lavishly, he still said calmly, I already used it, and there was nothing special about it. She froze, almost unable to believe what she had just heard. He was so shocked that he dropped the dagger to the ground. What? Sweat kept pouring down Adre's face. What did you just say? Sung-Hoin rushed forward, grabbed his sleeve tightly, and decisively sent Adre on his way. That is enough, it is time for you to go. Sung-Hoin had nothing left to worry about. With that, even the one at the very top had been dealt with. Lygia's voice echoed through the space. Wait. Her cheeks flushed, her voice stammering. You really are... Lygia only wanted to confirm it one more time. You're Ji-jun. He took out his nameplate to prove his identity. That is only an alias. My real name is Kang Sung-Hoin. She thought she had been deceived, so you pretended not to know me just to watch how obsessed I was with you. Sung-Hoin could only reply, well, it was not exactly convenient to say it right then. For a moment, Lygia did not know what to say. Your personality really is... She greatly admired Sung-Hoin's talent. I finally met you. What should I say first? Where have you been all this time? I am your fan. Please sign this for me. I worked this hard only because I wanted to become someone like you. Lygia stood silently in place, both hands clutching the hem of her clothes. She bowed her head deeply to express her gratitude. Thank you so much for saving me. He hesitated for a moment, not knowing how he should respond to her. Someone cut in to explain. Before, she even struggled against a native on the Asio continent. Seeing you grow this much, she must have worked very hard. Sung-Hoin picked up the dagger he had once used. He embraced Lygia and comforted her softly. You did very well. She lifted her eyes and silently looked at Sung-Hoin. Lygia spoke the feelings in her heart. I am truly glad that you are still alive even now. Dijard's entire body was gradually covered in a brilliant golden hue. His body and Adre's began to dissolve as if they were about to turn to ash. Students in the class all fell into the same fate as well. In the sky, the light of the fertilizer spread everywhere. Lygia recognized that light with just one look. Is that fertilizer? At this moment, Sung-Hoin also became more certain, because even the stands could see it. That meant everyone in the arena had become a target of judgment. Countless rays of fertilizer light flew straight toward the trapped crowd. The blonde young man shouted in confusion, why is it rushing toward us? The brown-haired young man fiercely protested, get away, stay away from me. It seemed everyone hated that thing. I have not the slightest interest in growing stronger through such such disgusting power. Yuri hesitated for a long time, still not daring to accept that source of energy just this once. He recalled the past when he had been isolated. If I obtain this power, I will no longer be looked down on by others. Yuri truly did not have the courage to open his eyes and look. He had no intention at all of taking power from the fertilizer. The light of the fertilizer fell right beneath Yuri's feet. He understood one thing very clearly. If I keep relying on this kind of power, I will never truly become strong. Jung-ho looked toward Yuri. He felt glad about the choice he had just made. Deep within the gloomy forest was the dwelling place of the believers of the Simurai's church. Sung-hoin was helping everyone bandage their wounds. He broke into a cold sweat and muttered softly, "Damn it. I only tried doing that to make absolutely sure." Sung-hoin wanted the system to reassess the condition of the people here. He focused on treatment, pouring his strength into full recovery. Even his wrist, which had once been severed, recovered in only 3 minutes. The young man was thrilled to meet Sung-hoin. "My goodness, you really are a true healing mage. Thank you so much." He gave a gentle smile. "It is nothing. Treating everyone is also part of this request." Sung-hoin sincerely wanted to help everyone. "You should return to your family in good health." The young man in the hat was so moved that he burst into tears. "Healing mage." The townspeople naturally closed the distance with him, so if you do not mind, could you heal me one more time? "I want it too." Time inside the building flew by just like that, and 3 hours quietly passed. Sung-hoin carefully considered it. Maybe I should open an office dedicated to taking healing requests. Cheon-hein worried about his condition. Did you not say healing like this drained a lot of strength? Here, stamina recovery potion." He answered with confidence again. "I found a way to handle it." Sung-hoin had already reached a conclusion. The full recovery skill accelerated the natural regenerative ability. If he activated outfocus to limit the range precisely to the wound, then turned external focus off and on again, the healing effect would soar. He gave a very clear example. A minor wound only took about 30 seconds to heal, and even a severed wrist could be reattached in 2 or 3 minutes. Sung-hoin reasoned with certainty that should be enough to earn recognition, even by the standards of the Asio continent. He no longer had the slightest hesitation. "Before this, I had to look for patients myself, but from now on, the patients will come looking for me on their own." Cheon-hein asked curiously where the clinic would be set up. Sung-hoin had only made a rough outline so far, probably in Hin Village. As for the specific plan, there is none yet. He quickly suggested, "Then let me introduce you to a good investor." Sung-hoin could not help being surprised. An investor. Cheon-hein said bluntly, "What about the Dark Tower? Can you cooperate with them?" He explained further, "Right now, there is only one facility for dark mages on the Asio continent, and that is the Dark Tower. Because of that, dark mages in other regions always face quite a bit of trouble whenever they need treatment or want to buy items. There has long been a demand to build at least one facility for dark mages in the north, but every attempt has been ruined by the church working with the Adventurers Guild. He did not need to think too much, since I do not use healing magic. A facility like that can absolutely provide treatment for dark mages." Cheon-hein was already imagining a bright future. Once the rumors spread, dark mage customers would definitely come in droves. Sung-hoin clasped his hand tightly. This really is something that benefits both sides. He continued suggesting, "I also know someone with high status in the Dark Tower. Try discussing it with them." Sung-hoin nodded without hesitation. "Understood." Cheon-han thought quite simply, "Now that I think about it, if many groups gather in Hin Village, we can also collect more information about dark beasts, right?" He was not sure how things would turn out, hard to say. Sung-hoin suddenly changed the subject. "Speaking of that, I also have something to say about dark beasts." Lygia cried until her tears ran dry. This was truly the best story she had ever heard. He noticed her reaction. "What are you doing?" Jung-ho had no choice but to explain. "I only told her about the first time we met. She was very curious about Kang Sung-hoin adventures." Lygia emotionally praised his kindness. "I never expected you to dare face an entire great church just for the children. You really are extraordinary." She placed a hand over her chest and said, "I have decided." Lygia bowed her head before him. "From now on, I will serve you as my master. Please accept me as your disciple." He immediately refused. "No." Her eyes filled with tears. "Why?" Sung-hoin answered frankly, "I do not take disciples. It is too troublesome." Even so, he still gave Lygia a chance. "But right now I am looking for companions to work together like a family." She was so happy that she shouted loudly, "Really?" Sung-hoin gently explained, more precisely, "What I need right now is only part-time help with a few odd jobs." Lygia immediately agreed. "That works too, sign me up." He decided to put the matter aside for now. "As for the details, let us discuss them while we eat." Her cheeks turned bright red, no different from an overripe tomato. Lygia still could not believe this was real. "It feels like I am dreaming." Cheon-hyun immediately suggested, "Then let us eat something delicious to celebrate." Jung-ho had to admit, "But Kang Sung-hoin and I are both terrible at cooking." She was not much better either. "At most, I only know to make steamed eggs." He proudly showed off his skill. "Perfect. Leave it to Chef Cheon-hyun to show everyone what he can do." The food prepared by Cheon-hyun was arranged quite attractively. "It is done, everyone, please enjoy." Unexpectedly, he and Lygia collapsed right at the dining table. He trembled in fear. "This really is not what I intended to make." A scream echoed all the way outside. "Cheon-hyun, please never touch cooking utensils again." Tumor monster suddenly appeared from nowhere. It hovered in midair. The shape of the tumor monster looked truly terrifying. The system announced, level up. Disbelief rose from level 3 to level 5. Seung-hoon focused on the numbers. The disbelief stat had increased by 2 levels. Jung-ho suddenly recalled the past. Now that I think about it, did you not use a whole pile of the head priest relics back then, even though they were only disposable ones? He nodded in agreement. Yes, with that quantity, I definitely had to receive the divine vessel reward. Seung-hoon curiously pressed the screen. I wonder what I will receive this time. Divine vessel, a certain amount of divine power has been accumulated. The reward will be increased. The system reward given to Seung-hoon quickly appeared. You have received a new skill, pain transfer. Transfer pain from one person to another. The maximum number of targets is 3. Cheon-hyun asked curiously what it was. Did you receive something interesting? He did not look very happy. I just got a new skill. Seung-hoon directly tested it on his own hand. Activate skill, pain transfer. He was startled so badly he jumped. Damn it. Lygia suddenly felt pain and stared blankly. His eyes watered, but nothing else happened. It is simply like that. Jung-ho was truly speechless at this situation. You could have completely explained it with words. She grew angry again because she thought her food had been stolen. Hey, do not touch my steamed eggs. Seung-hoon thought this skill was very meaningful. Cancel pain transfer. It can be used like a painkiller during treatment. Seems quite useful. Cheon-hyun suddenly shared with everyone. Oh right, earlier I found a very suspicious room. He felt that this was not normal. It was locked tight with a large lock, and no matter what I did, I could not break it. I think that must be a mass-produced holy relic. Seung-hoon wanted to see what was inside. Then let us go check. The 4 of them followed the direction Cheon-hyun pointed out. He pointed to the room at the end of the hallway. That is the place. He launched an attack to break the lock. Disbelief level 5. The lock immediately shattered. Seung-hoon saw that inside was an extremely messy room. It seemed he had understood what was going on. He explained to everyone, this is the room where the altar is placed, where believers pray or conduct rituals to communicate with the gods. Jung-ho began to doubt life itself. They used a holy relic to lock up a place like this again. He was so busy criticizing that he did not notice what was underfoot. Then is that not the same as stopping believers from contacting the gods? Because of that, Jung-ho slipped and fell when he stepped on a bottle cap. After tilting over, he struck his head hard against the ground. Cheon-hyun held Jung-ho tightly and wailed in grief. Kim-hyun. Seung-hoon observed carefully, only then realizing that empty bottles were scattered all around. Lygia quickly found the medicine crate. There are piles of sedatives here. They must have been in those bottles. She guessed from the traces at the scene. Did they prepare these because meeting a god would exhaust the mind? But he thought the opposite. Normally, when a high priest or apostle meets a god, their mind should be restored. Seung-hoon noticed something strange. There were no holy paintings or statues of any god here either. He began to grow suspicious. The deeper he investigated, the more suspicious this church became. A line of words hung on the wall, do not doubt that day. Lygia reported today's results. I have handed out the sedatives to the travelers. This is the last bottle left. Even Seung-hoon had to praise her. Well done. Thanks to today your mind has recovered quite a bit, has it not? She yawned long. So can I go to sleep now? Jung-ho waved goodbye to everyone. I want to rest too. I have no strength left at all. He returned to his room. Good night everyone. When Seung-hoon was sleeping deeply, he opened his eyes because he heard a strange noise outside. Nothing escaped Seung-hoon's observation. Sure enough, it has appeared. He immediately recognized that creature, Simulus. Seung-hoon understood the reason clearly. Divine entities would invade dreams when they were angered. He clenched his fist. Even so, I still have to hear what it wants to say. Seung-hoon looked again carefully in alarm. He could not help being surprised. That wound just now truly made me feel pain. Seung-hoon hesitated for a moment before speaking. Status window. The system immediately displayed the information disbelief level 5. He carefully analyzed the status window that had just appeared. This means Seung-hoon confirmed the situation before his eyes. This is not a dream, but reality. He hurriedly called Russ, then ran outside to check. Seung-hoon saw that his companions were already there. Lygia, you are awake. Before he could finish speaking, I heard a strange sound while I was sleeping. Lygia immediately continued. I looked out the window and saw that thing here. Cheon-hyun tried to look cool in front of everyone. I suppose everyone has woken up already. Is that not so? Cheon-hyun appeared. He could not hide his worry. No matter what that thing is, anything that dares sneak in at midnight like this cannot be good. Seung-hoon reminded his companions, enough talk, prepare yourselves. He was certain of one thing, the master of the island had revealed itself. The Teradama, a grotesquely shaped creature, floated in midair. The atmosphere around it was shrouded in the Teratoma's heavy, sinister energy. Seung-hoon tried to resist the pressure from it, disbelief level 5 resisting terror. He turned to check whether Cheon-hyun was struggling, but he was grinding his teeth in anger. For some unknown reason, Cheon-hyun suddenly coughed blood. Seung-hoon called out loudly, Cheon-hyun. He hurriedly supported him. Damn it, the blood technique user is taking the full brunt of that god's divine power. His body definitely cannot withstand it. Seung-hoon was inwardly glad that he had prepared in advance. That water finally served some purpose. The Teradama let out a strange sound. Its power seemed intent on crushing his entire group. Seung-hoon's entire body was covered in golden light. He recalled recalled how he had once turned evildoers into fertilizer. This debt. Sung Hoin gripped the medicine bottle tightly in his hand. If you do not want to be turned into fertilizer. He immediately smashed the medicine bottle, releasing sedative number 1. Then wake up right now. Sung Hoin struggled to protect his companions. Qianhan, Li Jia, and Zheng Ho all froze on the spot. Sung Hoin saved Qianhan from the teratoma's attack in time. It observed everything from above with its enormous eye. He was given the black water to drink. Dark magic power plus 100. He felt fortunate that he had kept his composure. I survived thanks to you. Get a hold of yourself. Qianhan reminded himself that he had to endure. I saved this for later. Temporary dark magic power enhancer increases dark magic power and raises resistance to divine power. Sung Hoin thought to himself, it really is a disgusting monster. No wonder the high priest had to rely on sedatives. It looks no different from a lump of teratoma. A teratoma is simply explained as a tumor that forms inside the body, creating abnormal tissues unrelated to the surrounding cells. Science had proven that before. For example, something thought to be a sweet potato was actually a stomach, and when cut open, teeth and hair were found growing inside. He understood clearly whether it was harmful to humans or not. Even so, teratomas were originally only frightening in appearance, and had no ability to attack. Sung Hoin immediately reconsidered the problem, but this one is not just grotesque, it is charging over to attack me. The teratoma shot clusters of black threads from its body. Zheng Ho and Li Jia tried to dodge its attacks. He had no choice but to use his power. Disbelief 5. Sung Hoin struggled to block the teratoma's strike. Its deformed shape sent chills down the spine of anyone who saw it. The teratoma controlled its tentacles and stretched them outward. Qianhan was momentarily restrained by it. She panicked when she saw Zheng Ho injured. Brother Zheng Ho spoke up to reassure Li Jia, I am fine. He cut down the teratoma's tentacle in one slash. What an utterly unlucky day. Qianhan's arm began to deform little by little. He shouted in panic when he saw that his arm had changed shape. Qianhan could not believe it. No, my charming biceps. Sung Hoin immediately ordered, cut it off, I will regenerate a new one for you. Do you want to turn into a monster? In the end, he could only do as the healer said. Qianhan quickly treated the wound and activated the blood body skill. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. This will do for now. Sung Hoin praised him sincerely. That prosthetic arm is not bad. Do you really need a new one? Qianhan replied, it only looks good, of course I need one. This arm cannot even wash my face. He began to feel a chill run down his spine. Just touching that thing would immediately cause transformation. Li Jia asked in surprise, is that really true? But Zheng Ho is fine. Zheng Ho replied, my body is special. I am immune to mutation. He could not help worrying. It was already sturdy, and it even had mutation resistance. This is truly troublesome. Ordinary weapons will have no effect. Sung Hoin had already thought of a way. Everyone, take out your faith weapons. He immediately nodded as you command. Qianhan also quickly summoned his weapon. Understood. She pointed at herself, but I do not have one. He immediately let Li Jia take one in advance. Then take my voucher, just deduct it from 1 month's salary. Li Jia accepted happily. Oh, wonderful. Even Sung Hoin was still weighing it over, but the real trouble lay elsewhere. He continuously analyzed the divine barrier surrounding it. In this state, even with a full faith set, it would be difficult to break through. Qianhan suggested, can we use disbelief? Sung Hoin was not certain at this level. The effect would be negligible. He could only do his best to deal with it. If an opening appears, I will try to do something. She noticed the umbral monster's direction of movement. Look, it is heading toward the arena. Sung Hoin seemed to have guessed its intention. Could it be? He immediately changed direction. Then we will go to the arena too. The umbral monster swept past above the group's heads. Dense clusters of black threads began to appear around it. They slammed down hard, shattering the earth and stones around them. The umbral monster showed absolutely no sign of stop. It opened its mouth wide as if wanting to swallow something whole. It turned out the umbral monster was planning to gather fertilizer. Zheng Ho froze on the spot. It is licking the fertilizer. Qianhan immediately disparaged the umbral monster. That thing really has no dignity left at all. Of course, Sung Hoin understood very clearly. That is right. A true god would never lower himself for a bite of food and expose an opening like that. He decided to seize the chance to fight. For me, I need extreme focus, pour stamina into silver glory, disbelief level 5 activate /skill. Sung Hoin had made up his mind. This is my chance. His power temporarily paralyzed it. The system confirmed the umbral monster's status. Status has been destroyed. Sung Hoin immediately shouted for his teammates to coordinate. Now is the time, everyone. The remaining 3 charged forward as soon as they heard the order. Understood. Li Jia quickly entered a combat stance. Zheng Ho put all his strength into his attack to bring it down. Qianhan unleashed his own technique. The umbral monster lay motionless on the ground. Its body was cut into many small pieces. She was overjoyed. It hit. What a perfect strike. Li Jia suddenly realized that the lump of flesh was rising again. It gathered into a single mass, no different from the original umbral monster. It looked like a clay figure freshly molded from mud. The umbral monster seized her hand tightly. Frisia. Li Jia's arm began to deform as soon as the umbral monster touched it. She immediately fell into panic. Zheng Ho hurriedly rushed over to save her. Sung Hoin ran over and quickly examined Li Jia's arm. He tried to help her by using the pain transfer skill. Sung Hoin accepted the pain in Li Jia's place. As soon as she saw it, she immediately realized, do not tell me you used pain transfer. Sung-hoin did not complain at all. Do not worry about that. Cheon-hyun felt that he was being treated differently, but you have never used it on me. The umbral monster's form now looked extremely gross. He still remained on high alert. What is it planning to do now? It always had unpredictable transformations. The umbral monster molded itself a human-like face for Lord Simulus, as you command. It kept talking, answering itself alone as you command. Only then did he realize all of them were things it had once absorbed. Jung-ho also shuddered. How horrifying. The people swallowed by the umbral monster kept screaming, no, I do not want this. Someone save me, die, all of you die. The sounds from its mouth were jumbled together as you command, trembling and afraid. The system announced the current condition. Sedative effect has worn off. Mental strength is declining very rapidly. Sung-hoin's group stood facing the umbral monster. It charged straight forward in a frenzy, no different from a moth rushing into flame. Brother Du immediately focused all his attention on the direction it was moving. Sung-hoin shouted loudly, but she still did not react at all. Hurry and snap out of it. The wraith slammed hard into the ground when it failed to catch Legia. She had managed to retreat far away in time, widening the distance between them. The wraith opened its eyes wide, as if reassessing the situation. The target it was aiming for was Legia. She still maintained astonishing calm. At the very least, I have to stop this mutant from using its cloning skill. The wraith immediately launched a direct attack at Legia. She was sent flying a long distance by that blow. He quickly rushed over and caught Legia. For some unknown reason, Sung-hoin froze for a moment. The wraith shifted its gaze toward Jung-ho. His entire body was now surrounded by golden light. He could not stand still and watch someone else fall into danger. Damn it, that fragile mind. If she turns into fertilizer, she may be absorbed before she can revive as a black beast. Sung-hoin was forced to make a decision. She has to die first. He hurled the dagger toward Jung-ho. Twin blade. Cheon-hyun suddenly reached out. He pulled Jung-ho aside just before the dagger reached him. The light could not shine onto him. Cheon-hyun smiled, seemingly satisfied with what he had just done. He turned to reproach Sung-hoin. Hey, what are you doing? If you kill Kim, the black beast will rush in and attack us. Sung-hoin was momentarily cornered. Time is up. What am I supposed to do now? Cheon-hyun was fully aware of the danger, because this battle had already become too fierce. Perhaps the wraith would not stop until it smashed the entire arena apart. He kept asking Han and the other two, are you still alright? Sung-hoin was so tense he could barely speak. He has already given it everything he has, damn it. Even though Cheon-hyun was wounded, he did not complain at all. Things really are getting harder and harder. Jung-ho broke into a cold sweat out of worry for Hyun. He was exhausted but still forced himself to endure. I cannot keep this up much longer, but collapsing like that would be too pathetic. Cheon-hyun had no choice but to call upon an ancient power, goddess Sekhmet. Please grant me strength. The energy inside his body surged, bringing intense pain along with it. Cheon-hyun's sharp claws emerged from beneath his clothes. The red monster rose out of his body. Cheon-hyun's claws beamed terrifyingly. A powerful current of strength enveloped its body. Sung-hoin looked curiously at the appearance of the red monster. Is that Sekhmet's power? It immediately flew straight toward the wraith to attack. The red monster bit hard into it. The wraith howled in pain but could barely fight back. The system immediately issued a notification. Sekhmet's red curse activated. Simulus's mutation ability was sealed, and Simulus's corrosion resistance was also locked. He was exhausted. I cannot hold on much longer. Cheon-hyun left him words that sounded like a last testament. End this before I die. Sung-hoin regained his confidence. I have never liked borrowing divine power, but there is no reason to refuse a teammate's help either. He hesitated briefly. One of them had already escaped outside. Sung-hoin looked toward his teammate and the other person. The system assessed Jung-ho's condition. Mental strength nearly depleted, risk of mental collapse. He had faced no small difficulty in eliminating the wraith. Their condition was truly terrible. The last sedative had already been used up earlier. Sung-hoin searched for a way to turn the situation around. There is still peaceful voice, but when activated, peaceful voice would restore mental strength, remove panic status, and increase the effect of full recovery judgment. But it was too weak to dispel that extreme shock. He took out the energy stone as a backup plan. Sung-hoin clutched it tightly in his hand. There is only one final method left. The system described the stone's effect, Tears of Gordius, an item that completely restores mental strength, but causes deep hallucinations when used. Sung-hoin thought to himself, this is a byproduct from the insect monster obtained in the transfer dungeon. The hallucination penalty is severe, but there is no avoiding it now. He conjured a special weapon, summoned Freya's crossbow. Sung-hoin reminded himself, Freya's fate pouch, create a Tears of Gordius arrow. Alright, be patient. He also could not bear to shoot that arrow. This will sting a little. The arrow struck Jung-ho right in the rear. The system immediately helped him regain his senses. The Tears of Gordius effect activated, mental strength fully restored. Cheon-hyun smiled brightly. Kim began to feel alive again, while Jung-ho was extremely alarmed because of Hyun. Sung-hoin did not forget to discuss it with him first. Kim Ho-dung, prepare to draw its attack and lend me golden glory for a moment. The confident young man declared, the two of us will destroy that monster together. It seemed Jung-ho was still not quite alright, deep hallucination state. From Jung-ho's point of view, he was somewhat stunned. It looks cute now, does it not? Sung-hoin calmly explained, that is only the illusion speaking. The gloom monster opened its mouth wide and suddenly screamed. Its form kept changing without end. The gloom monster began forming parts that resembled a human body, revealed all its hidden meaning with an arrogant expression. The gloom gloom monster tightened its grip around the red monster's neck. Its innate energy was gradually drained away. Strength in Qianhan's arm had visibly weakened. He no longer had enough strength to hold on. This really is my limit. Qianhan was almost about to collapse. I will leave the rest to you. The red monster was wrapped tightly by the gloom monster. It acted decisively, smashing the red monster into pieces. Jung Ho charged over in slippers as fast as the wind. He raised his weapon high. It is time to switch players. Jung Ho did not hesitate and slashed straight at the gloom monster. Come here, cute friend. It suffered in pain after unexpectedly taking the full force of the attack. From Jung Ho's perspective, the gloom monster was merely crying. He could not bear to strike, but was still forced to do it. My heart hurts so much, I am sorry. The moment its feet touched the ground, the earth and stones beneath cracked apart. Jung Ho frantically searched for a way to escape, the situation growing more dangerous by the moment. Sung Hoin stood above, silently watching. At that moment, it had taken on a human form, but its appearance only made it even more chilling. He gained a little more confidence, because Simula's movements had clearly slowed, while the sudden surge in power and the corrosive ability from Sekhmet had also been sealed. Sung Hoin threw the oil lamp straight down at the monster's position. He unleashed the final finishing blow using Freya's Pouch of Fate to create an explosive arrow. Thanks to that, this plan could succeed. The arrow shot forward, piercing and shattering the oil lamp. The flames instantly flared up and spread violently. Before long, it was completely surrounded by a sea of fire. After all the crimes it had committed, the monster was finally swallowed by the flames. Sung Hoin felt relieved after all that hardship. Not bad, bluish rare meat has its own charm too. Kama's golden glory, physical damage increased by 250%. He lightly lifted his foot to build momentum. And as for meat, Sung Hoin charged straight ahead with his weapon in hand. It tastes best when all power is poured into golden glory. Sharp spearhead was already hanging right above the monster's head. Of course, he would never let it catch him. Sung Hoin chose to attack head-on. At first glance, the monster seemed to have been taken down by his technique. However, it had somehow survived. He lay motionless amid the blazing flames. Jung Ho cried out his name in panic, brother Sung Hoin. He had realized the crux of the matter, and that was, the monster's heart had been completely exposed. At that moment, Jung Ho had only one thought left in his mind: destroy Simulus's heart, then everything. He did not hesitate at all and immediately charged forward with courage. A voice rang out, making Jung Ho freeze. Lord Jung Ho. The system immediately updated the situation. Deep hallucination has been enhanced and the trauma effect has activated. The monster had transformed into the appearance of an old acquaintance. Lord Jung Ho, what are you doing? Strike now. He was instantly distracted. Why are you here? Jung Ho tried to keep his mind clear. No, this is wrong. This is just another hallucination. I cannot let it drag me in. It created hallucinations to deceive him. Are you trying to torment me? Have you forgotten the promise between us? The monster spoke in a reproachful voice. Those words left Jung Ho unable to answer for a moment. Sung Hoin had once gone through a similar situation. I almost lost my composure back then too. Right now, he could no longer offer his teammate any more support. Sung Hoin forced himself to stand, then ran toward Jung Ho. Damn it. He is not reacting at all. Perhaps fighting while enduring hallucinations really is too much. The monster was extremely skilled at mimicking voices. Lord Jung Ho, Lord Jung Ho, Lord Jung Ho. It kept stirring up Jung Ho's mind. Lord Jung Ho, Lord Jung Ho. In the end, he made his choice. I am sorry. Jung Ho said firmly, if I want to return to Earth, I must help brother Sung Hoin now, and that is also the only way to keep our promise. Tears kept falling from his eyes. So please wait for me, only until that moment. Jung Ho swung his blow decisively as if trying to drive the monster away from Earth. That single slash left the monster dazed. If it were me, I would probably ascend on the spot too. Its clone also writhed in pain and screamed. Even with noise still filling his ears, Jung Ho gritted his teeth with determination. It is still not enough, I have to become stronger once more. Before he could even strike, a tentacle suddenly shot toward him. Immediately after, dozens of long tentacles wrapped tightly around his body. The monster also seized that chance to take one of Jung Ho's eyes. No, that is... Fortunately, Sung Hoin arrived in time and saved his life. At that moment, all Jung Ho could see was his smile and his praise. You held out very well. That is what makes you worthy of being my teammate. At that exact moment, the system suddenly announced, external condensation on. Stamina is condensed into a golden aura. Immediately after, Sung Hoin brought down a shocking slash. The monster was beaten into a miserable state, reduced to stammering incoherently. How can this be? How could an ordinary human... He shook it off and let out a cold laugh. You want to know the reason? Because Kim Ho-dung was never weak. At that moment, the system made Sung Hoin recall those shocking memories and the danger of nearly losing his teammate. Your wrath before the gods was fanned into flames, causing the doubt in your heart to burn even more fiercely. He struck another blow and shouted, because the angrier we become, the stronger we will grow. The sharp spearhead tore straight across the monster's body. It was cut into several pieces by Sung Hoin, leaving only a pained scream ringing out no. A violent explosion immediately shook the entire land. Only after a while did everything gradually settle down. The spear also left the monster's body, while he simply stood there, staring at it for a long time without speaking. It is finally over. After dealing with the monster, Jung Ho stepped over with his face flushed red from guilt. I am sorry, Dr. Kang, I hesitated for too long, did I not? He smiled faintly and gently comforted him. For someone trapped in a hallucination, you fought very well. I guess you saw something that made you stronger, right? He sighed, then answered vaguely, something like that. Sung Hoin did not question further and stopped there anyway. He had done well. Jung Ho quickly lifted his head and replied yes. On the monster's body, a large wound still unhealed. Suddenly a speck of light flashed from within. It leapt off the table, rushing into the joint. He immediately went on full alert. What? Is this the final desperate strike? The liberated fairy light was still half closed, the pupils revealed. It darted swiftly towards Sung Hoin's heart. A sudden strong force pierced his chest. A message from Sung Hoin's system changed, reminding, you have absorbed a fragment of Simulus. The power within the fragment now belongs to you. He clutched his chest to feel the movement. Surely not. Rongo witnessed this scene, alarmed, running to ask Han, Dr. Kang, are you okay? Sung Hoin did not respond, only turned to grip his face. He stared at Jung Ho's wound and demanded, Kim Ho Dung, let me check your eyes. The pupils from deep within began to awaken. They wove through the blood vessels to infiltrate the flesh. The nerves began to latch onto it. Within moments, his eyes had recovered. Jung Ho enjoyed the full light and wondered, I can see now. Clearly my eyes had been pierced. How did you do that? He raised a part of the monster's body, signaling, this is body regeneration ability. I have absorbed Simulus's power. Since it is based on the subject's cells, it is not rejected. I can even create vital organs. What the phantom flesh could not do. However, the more complex the structure, the more energy it consumes. He was still astonished, not yet absorbing the information. This was nearly a miracle. Even Sung Hoin had been confused upon first seeing Simulus's power. It made me think of the monster mass. I never imagined I would use that power. If naming it, call it the monster mass miracle. The system set the attribute table, monster mass miracle, creating living organism organs. The organs function normally, can remodel or restore altered bodies. Once done, he continued to focus on the mission. Moreover, a place needed this power, must hurry before it's too late. Not far away, Ligia woke in the darkness. Her face was pitch black, not looking well. This face could scare ghosts. Sung Hoin noticed something unusual. Ligia, you have awakened. Jung Ho hurried after with a darkened expression, and Han. Li Jie nodded in confusion. Qian Han lay on the ground, stomach empty. Qian Han was unconscious, despite calls beside him. Chohan, open your eyes. Jung Ho shook him painfully. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. We promised to return when the battle ended. You said you wanted to go back to Earth and rub the tiger's belly. You said you would not die. Gather the full set of death chess pieces, basically half a suicide speech. That this situation, even a space traveler could hardly survive, thus losing comrades a second time. At least this time he recovered the body. Touching Qian Han's chest, he felt weak heartbeat. Xiang Han was startled for a few seconds. He immediately activated the system. Just now, it quickly used the observation eye skill. The scanner scanned him and provided a list of serious conditions: blood loss, body mutation, organ rupture, unconsciousness, weak breathing. Sung Hoin's gaze wavered. Unbelievable, he was alive in this state. Qian Han's hand in the chaotic red thread. After scanning, the system reported CKM's blessing was gradually fading. Reading this, he suddenly remembered the familiar Sikhomet symbol. Sikhomet tried to hold Qian Han's life thread. Why go this far for a normal believer? Not even apostle. There was no time to lament. A medicine box appeared, full of bottles, magic calm arrays, preventing energy drain, maintaining hygiene, extracting blood from dark mages. Ignoring the pain of the other two, Sung Hoin urged, I see you are in suffering. Kim Ho Dung, Ligia, lend me a hand. Ligia, still unaware, replied, what should we do? He raised a sharp scalpel, directly addressing the matter. Of course, treat the patient. Now back to the main task. Kim Ho Dung continued checking the blood transfusion needle. When it turns from red to white, change the bag. Kaligia, wash the wound with cursed magic medicine. Must clean the residual holy power of Simulus. Approaching Qian Han's abdomen, Sung Hoin was shocked. His waist and stomach severely mutated due to the final strike. Fortunately, thanks to the blessing, the mutation did not spread. A heap of monster specimens were removed onto a tray. She witnessed the miracle, lost control. Oh my, he is still alive, the organs ruined. He calmly wiped the scalpel and replied, he is still alive. Heart and lungs nearly intact, liver and intestines completely damaged. First repair the liver. The system used hand-over-hand magic with serum, the monster mass miracle ability. The torn liver gradually recovered under the blue flame. Seeing that, he felt somewhat relieved. Also effective for mages, although the original power from a pure entity. Now it relied on his physical strength. Ligia continued witnessing the magical scene, completely petrified. What is this? Did he just create internal organs from zero? Sung Hoin urged the dazed one, Ligia, don't just stand there astonished. Quickly help me restore strength. Just pour the medicine on my head. I need to focus. She still looked dazed. Pour it on his head. He began to lose strength, sweating, but tried to instruct. Just consider it like watering plants. She was so stunned again that her mouth fell open. Had he really said that just now himself? Before her now was Sung Huin's face, his features plainly showing his exhaustion. Drool kept running from Lydia's mouth. There truly was no way to refute it, damn it. When the water flooded into his head, he immediately thought of the small intestine. I will transplant the intestines instead of regenerating them. This method recovers more slowly, but I can create the organ faster. Jung Ho stood beside him and cast a doubtful glance. You can transplant intestines too. I have never heard of that before. Seung Hoin calmly confirmed it. Of course, it is just a little cruel. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, carrying a trace of relief. In any case, it was still easier than reviving the dead. Even I have never tried putting in an entire section of small intestine, instead of just grafting a small part. When the scissors touched the sutures, the system immediately activated several more traits. Using thread removal skill, using stitching skill, using phantom flesh skill, using hand of horse skill, using earthbone specter skill, using stitching skill, comprehensive recovery judgment. The intact body appeared along with that notification, leaving everyone unable to hide their shock. The final surgery had finally ended successfully. Cheon Hyun's face gradually regained its rosy color as well. Jung Ho burst into tears and threw his arms around Seung Hyun. Thank you, Kang. Only Lydia remained busy worrying over the red blood bag. Just looking at that transfusion bag made one feel sorry for it. He suddenly became vulnerable and bowed his head before Seung Hyun. I have always been the one who survived alone, and when everyone gradually died, I could do nothing. Thank you so much, truly. He merely gave a polite reply to fulfill the formality. Do not mind it. Now go back and treat the two people at home first. However, the moment those words ended, Seung Huin's vision went dark, and he only managed to see two faces filled with panic. My stamina has been completely exhausted. The fainting state has been activated. Because of that, he fell back once more into the dream of water. When he woke, Seung Hyun was already still within that space. He clicked his tongue in frustration. It opened again. My stamina always runs dry at times like this. Suddenly, a drop of vivid red liquid brushed past, accompanied by a dangerous prompt. You passed through safely. Right beneath Seung Hyun was a deep crimson vortex. He quickly recognized the strange scent. This smell of blood and this gloomy sensation were definitely. From within the vortex, half a face gradually emerged, carrying an indescribably bewitching air. That person revealed half a tiger's head, the goddess of blood and slaughter. Sekhmet's lips moved faintly before she went straight to the point. I came to repay you for saving my believer. Seung Hyun was not afraid at all, and even answered with great firmness. It was not strange for a divine being to reward someone who helped their cult, but appearing directly like this was very rare. She waved her hand to form a blazing red circle and continued. What is so strange about it? A human defeated a god, of course that would draw attention. Although the god mentioned at that time was only an incomplete god, those last words immediately made him think of that specter. Incomplete god, huh? Seung Hyun pushed himself up with his hands, his gaze full of interrogation. An incomplete god. Sekhmet unconsciously fell silent for a moment. He curled his lips slightly, seeming even more certain of his guess. Judging from that reaction, even if I keep asking, she will not say anything more. I also thought that matter was abnormal. It ate its own believers, and it could not even communicate properly. She placed her fingertip on Seung's heart, pulling him back to reality. In any case, set that matter aside. Wherever you go, you leave blood behind, so how could a goddess of blood and slaughter like me not take notice? If you submit under my command, I will welcome you with open arms. He was not shaken and instead presented a condition. You are truly formidable, I surrender. If you are willing to submit under my command, I will reconsider. Sekhmet paused briefly as if she were truly thinking about it. Should I? Seung Hyun kept the same expression, so calm that not the slightest ripple of emotion appeared. In the end, she only gave a derisive laugh. Just kidding. His expression instantly darkened, and he kept cursing this bastard inwardly. Sekhmet paid no mind to that expression, and instead brought up Cheon Han. The one you just saved also once left seas of blood everywhere he went. Letting such talent die would truly be too wasteful. Seung Hyun slowly stood up, not forgetting to speculate. So that is why you favor Cheon Han so much. She lowered her head, showing no desire to deny it. That is right, I owe him a debt. He was slightly shocked to hear that even a god could be indebted. A debt. Sekhmet deliberately revealed a small secret, but midway through, her words became chaotic because of the thing he had discovered. Seeing that scene, Seung Hyun understood somewhat. Perhaps because of the keyword restriction, I can only hear that much. With no agreement reached, she had no desire to stay any longer. Then I will go. I will leave your reward in the real world. When you wake up, check beside your pillow. I very much look forward to seeing what you will do next. He lowered his head slightly and pressed his lips together with a look of disgust mixed with rejection, as if you have the right to decide whether to look forward to that or not. In any case, can she really not see that door? That was the space beyond the subconscious, where the administrator was present. For something with an appearance rate of only 1 in 5922, it had appeared rather quickly. Since I have come all the way here anyway, I might as well stop by and take a look. The moment he stepped through that gate, the first thing Seung Hyun saw was a length of iron chain. He still kept his eyes focused, scanning the surroundings. To attract Seung Hyun's attention, the administrator sent a message. Welcome, today you came here through the region beyond the subconscious. I understand. Seung Hyun slowly walked forward while speaking in accusation. So you're not the one who created that thing. The person on the other side quickly sent back a message. If you possess a delirium core, the chance of entering this place will increase. The young man showed no restraint at all and kicked the administrator's box body. I came because I have a question. She immediately flew into a rage and scolded him. Why are you kicking me? Seung-hein answered brazenly. I did it because I felt like it. You know, I absorbed the power of a god. I want to understand more clearly the source of that power. The administrator could not help but utter praise. I understand. It has not been long since you obtained doubt, yet you have already swallowed the essence of a god whole. That is a source of power blended with the god's soul and will. Usually, when humans touch the essence of a god, they are stained by it. They are enchanted by that faith and become fanatics. The fact that you are still safe shows just how powerful your will to resist the gods is. At the mention of that, Seung-hoin thought back to his three friends and let out a scornful laugh. Do I look that easy to subdue? My teammates fell and one of them even nearly ended himself by self-destructing. As a healer, that was the moment that enraged me the most. He took that moment to continue Seung-hoin's words, and this was her strongest weapon. Doubt will grow stronger the angrier you become. A will that never collapses, still burning fiercely no matter what happens. Of course, excessive anger is poison to the body. You should rest for a while. He kicked the manager again to vent his anger. Do you know this? 9/10 of my distortion came from you. She could only advise him with words. I genuinely think you should get proper rest. Healer Kang Seung-hoin, you truly are extraordinary. Until now, no human has ever been able to receive the essence of a god. Perhaps the only person who can save me is you. If only I had realized that sooner. You deserve special treatment. If you need my help, I will do everything within my power. When Seung-hoin understood how valuable he was to the manager, the corner of his lips lifted faintly. So me obtaining that essence was a big deal. Making a know-it-all act shocked is pretty amusing. But while we are on the subject, he had taken up a sword and stabbed it into his own chest. That action was like a warning sent to the manager. From now on, if I take anything from you, it will only be after I have paid a fitting price. She froze for a moment before such determination, but still tried to hold on to Seung-hoin. Is that so? You know, relying on me a little from time to time is fine too. Then, just as you wish, I will count on you. After saying that, the manager brought him back to reality. As soon as Seung-hoin sprang up, he realized where he was. So this is the believer's dormitory. My whole body aches. He held his stiff neck and massaged it for a while. Good thing I went to meet that man. Now everything is clear. Just how obsessed is that administrator with me? The other two dark stars had already been judged beyond any hope of saving that man. And someone who still has much to lose is even easier to manipulate. Suddenly, Seung-hoin's gaze swept toward the red stone placed nearby. Right, the moment he touched it, the system immediately found useful information. Sekmer's Crimson Wish. Are you longing for something in despair? Each time you sacrifice blood, it will grant you a happy illusion. After reading through it once, he understood somewhat. So this is a kind of holy relic in the form of a talisman. There is no mental recovery option or anything similar, so basically it is useless to me. Maybe I should just destroy it. Just then, a knock at the door rang out and distracted Seung-hoin. He quickly walked over and opened the door. Person standing outside spoke in a gentle nasal voice when she saw that Seung-hoin had awakened. Before his eyes was Lygia, floating in midair. She was even wearing a white dress that stood out in the darkness, startling enough with a single glance. Lygia still looked up at Seung-hoin with clear eyes, an innocent smile on her lips. In contrast, helplessness and exhaustion were plain on his face. Seung-hoin poked his head out slightly and questioned Lygia. Lygia, why are you floating like that? She was still in the mood to joke around calmly. What do you think? Surprised. He immediately retorted to Lygia with a sentence that struck her hard. I thought you were dead after we went through all that trouble to raid a god. She could not stand it and immediately shouted at Seung-hoin. Hey, I am not a ghost. Airwalk is a skill that allows me to move through the air and wind. I received it this time as an achievement reward. At the same time, the system sent an upgrade notification. Rebel, unlocked when you attack a divine entity and survive. Achievement reward obtained, new skill, Airwalk. But no matter how many times he read it, his attitude remained as cold as ever. So you came here just to show that off. Her eyes widened and she hurriedly spoke. That too, but there is something else. I came to be treated. Sorry for bothering you right after you woke up. When he saw that her arm no longer had any fingers, Seung-hoin finally wavered slightly. Coming quickly. After the system activated, a new hand gradually appeared. Complete recovery judgment. Lygia looked at the remaining stitches with curiosity. You can read body parts, even internal organs. Can an ordinary Ivor Master do that? Not an ordinary Ivor Master, more like a knockoff. While he was at it, Seung-hoin also asked about Han Jung-ho and Cheon-hyun. What about Cheon-hyun? She quickly reported. Sleeping in another room, his complexion looks fine too. Hearing that, he lightly lifted the hem of his shirt. You and Kim Ho-dung must have had a hard time carrying even me back here. However, the only thing that answered Seung-hoin was her sigh. Lygia began recalling when she met the elderly couple after everything had settled down. The passengers had gone outside then and helped carry the injured together. Thanks to the sedatives we gave them beforehand, I guess seeing those tumors did not shock them enough to collapse. They only felt guilty for having avoided everything all this time. He added casually. Anyway, it was still better than them panicking, running outside, and getting in the way. The important thing is bringing them back to their families safely. At this point, she sat there meekly again, lifting her head to look at Seung-hein with curiosity. Really, I still do not know whether you are a good person or a bad one. Anyway, I am going to rest now. I have something I want to give you. He quickly spoke in an even, indifferent voice. What is it? Lygia took out a golden sphere and explained everything, as if afraid he would misunderstand it as her child. I picked it up from Simula's corpse. It looked like a rare item, so I brought it here. Even so, Seung-hein was very curious as the spiritual energy inside the sphere was being absorbed by him. Use skill observation I. Item containing divine power. Divine power is leaking from within. He looked down at his hand and stayed silent for a few seconds. This notification. It was identical to the pills that fell from the members of the Dagon Nalit Society. Those lumps of divine power formed after they drank holy water. Why would that thing come out of Simulus's body? The familiar words in his mind rang out again. Even if it is an incomplete god. Seung-hein began connecting the clues in his mind. A divine medicine that grants divine power, and an entity that looks deficient from the perspective of an ordinary god. Could Simulus be something someone created by using divine medicine as material? Seeing him standing there blankly, Lygia hurried over and asked after him. What is wrong? Seung-hein pondered and hummed for a while. There are a few things about this that bother me. But this is not something we should talk about right now. I will explain when Jung-ho and Cheon-hein wake up. Hearing that, she did not intend to stay long either. A young maiden knows how to keep her dignity now. Got it. Then I am really leaving this time. Thanks for treating me. Seung-hein answered politely. Good night. When Lygia left, he could finally breathe out. I will look into those divine medicines later. For now, I should check my achievement rewards too. At this moment, Seung-hoin's system had reached a new height. Level Up unlocked the Godslayer achievement for defeating a divine entity for the first time. Unlocked the Suspicion State achievement for absorbing the essence of a god. He was satisfied with this upgrade speed, just as expected after bringing down a god. The Skepticism skill also leveled up at a terrifying pace. As for the rewards, Seung-hoin said while reaching out to touch the screen. Achievement rewards. The next second, dozens of glowing screens appeared, surrounding his head. All kinds of different content appeared on the notification panels. Stats: all physical strength increased by 10%. Inventory expansion tickets +5, bonus points 3000, unidentified or skepticism's explosive growth. Unlocked skill, skepticism, isolation unlocked. Unlocked skill, supernova suspicion form, faith enhancement, and one additional side effect added to an owned skill. You are the first person to unlock the suspicion state achievement. After looking over everything, he smiled in satisfaction. It really was a lot, but at least it was worth all the effort he had put in. More importantly, what caught Seung-hoin's attention the most was that miraculous skill. It could add a secondary effect to a skill he already owned, so he did not hesitate to pour a whole pile of points into upgrading it. That was more like it. This was the kind of thing worth dropping. Since only one skill could be upgraded, he had to choose very carefully: extreme focus, observing eye, or comprehensive recovery judgment. But there was still not the slightest change on the screen. Strengthened faith: add one secondary effect to one currently owned skill. That line of text remained exactly the same, making Seung-hoin's eyes go wide. Strengthened faith: add one secondary effect to one currently owned skill. In the middle of the night, Lygia had only just drifted off when his roar jolted her awake. Are you kidding me? That damned admin. Seung-hoin was every bit as furious inside. What kind of immoral bastard decided something this important with a lucky spin? If it lands on something useless like Super Chop's handling, I'll wipe the Azo continent off the map. You shameless blockheaded brats, I'll use chopsticks to take you apart. In the very next second, the system suddenly brought up a new notification window: Hand of Horus. It displayed the attributes of the Hand of Horus. Newly added option: physical interference can be toggled on or off. When active, it controls or attacks objects, but living beings touched by it will see the Eye of Horus. Even Seung-hoin could not help but marvel. The Hand of Horus. Before, it had only been an invisible hand, yet now it could interact with matter. Thinking it over, this is very useful for me. From now on, I can lie in bed and still turn off the lights easily. Next. Oh, it's been a while since I saw this. He quickly noticed the message sent at midnight. First achievement for overcoming the suspicious state completed. Would you like to write a commemorative message? On the other side, Lygia was glaring at her own screen. The sender GGG had just thrown over a string of threats that left her choking with rage. Hey, but it really does sound funny, GGG. You will never get your hands on this, GGG. But Central Ghost Lygia still could not suppress her anger, her face twisting in frustration. In the end, even she had to let out a shout before her rage eased. Damn it, I'm so pissed. What the hell is that guy? He was slightly startled by that terrifying volume. Anyway, what comes next? As if understanding Seung-hoin's thoughts, the system continued to display. First completion reward: acquired the special skill Delirium. You have absorbed the essence of a god and turned it into your own power, a skill born from your very nature. His heart began to stir at that information. Delirium, a state of impaired cognition caused by brain damage. This definitely was not a name any ordinary healer would want to see. Moreover, it seemed to use the same level system as Suspicion. Then the only skill currently available is Loss. Loss has been unlocked. Apathy and Oblivion will unlock once conditions are met. When activated, the skill spreads a colorless aura, continuously inflicting mental damage on targets it touches, while also having a chance to weaken attack power when struck. His face stiffened, making him look exactly like an idiot still standing there in a daze. This thing was way too broken. The system had no idea it had just been cursed at and continued scrolling text. When the skill is activated, other aura effects will be ignored. Seung-Hein immediately guessed. That means it can nullify troublesome things like pressure and majesty. Especially majesty, which was basically the signature skill of divine beings. And this skill could trample all of them down. No wonder it was a reward that even the admin found astonishing. Just as he was still feeling pleased, an unexpected warning sound rang out, reminding Seung-Hein to be careful. The essence of a god is not something humans can touch, but the essence of a human can be meddled with by other humans. Before long, there will be those who appear solely to seize your power. Two swords crossed over each other, accidentally forming a strange mark resembling the five senses. He merely laughed coldly as usual. That sounds interesting too. With this level of risk, this reward is truly worth obtaining. The system kept repeating the warning as if trying to carve it deep into him. Before long, there will be those who want to steal your power. You truly are steadfast. Very quickly, Seung-Hein realized that something about the atmosphere around him felt strange. What is this feeling? And what is with that sudden worshipful tone? It sounds so cheap it makes people furious. Anyway, that is enough for today. I will check the new skills of Suspicion after resting a little. Once Cheon-Hyun recovers a bit more, we should return to Hin Village. Our dear branch manager Ryuan is still waiting there. After being squeezed dry by the Magic Association, he must be in a terrible mood. Perhaps it is about time to prepare a small but sufficiently entertaining event for that man. Time passed quietly, and a few days later in Hin Village, Li Wen was so furious that his teeth ground together. Damn it all, those cursed bastards. He slowly appeared before the Magic Association building, Hin Village branch. They had really finished building it. Marciana followed behind in high spirits, hands on her hips as she spoke. That was fast, wasn't it? After all, this is the work of architects hired with an enormous sum of money. Of course, branch manager Ryuent's sponsorship also contributed quite a bit. Ryuent was already irritated, and hearing that made his expression darken even more as he glared at the woman with a growl. She murmured as if by accident, then immediately returned to the main matter. Now all that remains is to hold the opening ceremony. When will Brother Seung-Hein return? An employee in uniform hurried over to report. Branch manager Li Wen, I finally found you. But the first thing he saw was Li Wen's darkened face. This brat cannot read the atmosphere. Not daring to offend him, he kept stammering. Well, adventurer Seung-Hein has died. The moment she understood the news, Marciana's mouth immediately worked at full force. She shouted so loudly her throat must have burned. What did you just say? She and Ryuent practically competed to rush forward and question him. What happened to Kang Seung-Hein? Explain it right now, immediately. He tried to keep some composure, searched his memory, and said, I received news from the Karen branch. The Simulus cult, based on Bisma Island, conducted a ritual to summon an evil monster. Many civilians and adventurers were captured and taken to that island as sacrifices. But a group of adventurers defeated the cult and rescued some of the people. However, during the process, one member of the group sacrificed himself. Marciana still could not accept it, so furious her blood boiled as she grabbed his collar. Do you have any proof that it was Brother Seung-Hein? There were witnesses who saw Mr. Kang and his group board a ship to the island. Person described was a tall man wearing a white coat, a black shirt, and black hair. When she clearly heard that person's identity, her legs immediately wavered. Mr. Kang Seung-Han. Impossible. There is no way he would die. He also put on a pained expression, yet remained focused on comforting Marciana. Please calm down, Lady Marciana. Since Seung-Hein was an outstanding adventurer, we will arrange a funeral to honor him. Schedule the opening ceremony for that same day. Of course, he turned his head to follow Li Wen's footsteps, hesitated for a few seconds, then answered softly, yes. Once there was no one left around, the smile on his lips finally could no longer be held back and curled upward. Li Wen's face clearly revealed his smug satisfaction, completely at odds with the grief from a moment ago. What unexpected good fortune. He could not be happier. Well done, Simulus faction. He had to spread this news everywhere. The announcement in the street made everyone who read it feel heartbroken. Julia held the paper tightly after reading the news. Impossible, Master Kang Seung-Hyo is... She fell to the ground directly, causing panic around her. Hey, are you okay? Aunt, has this person passed away? At the Blood Demon Tower, everyone's mood was overwhelmingly sad. Impossible. Could it be him, the adventurer? Even at the KTL Night Order, everyone was in chaos over the shocking news. The world will never see a righteous man like him again. I can't believe it. I will verify myself. Switching to the blood trail, everyone was staring intently at each word on the paper. An accident, that crazy red name. What nonsense is this? There must be some mistake. Time flew to the day of the promotion ceremony at Hin Village. The streets were crowded. His gaunt hand still swayed the wine glass as a form of amusement. Li Wen sat up straight and shouted for everyone to hear, "Feel free to enjoy fully, food and souvenirs are free. Let's pray for the deceased." Kate, watching from afar, shook his head in dismay. It felt more like a festival than a funeral. Ziggs also climbed over, interrupting her. "I heard they held the inauguration of the Magic Association at the same time as the funeral." Rebecca felt dizzy upon hearing the news. But it couldn't be true. Master Kang Sung-hoing could not really be dead. Rosen sighed, shattering her illusions. People don't understand the ways of the world. Death follows no order. He was helpless but could do nothing, Master. He said nothing further and quickly merged into the crowd. At this moment, Li Wen's eyes widened in intoxicated astonishment. Amidst the atmosphere, a scream rose. "Look, Master Kang Sung-hoing's group is returning." When everyone turned around, they saw the coffin being carried into the gathering. Leading the group were two sorrowful, helpless faces slightly bowed. The coffin following swiftly appeared. "This is where the deceased rests." A figure in full black representing the group handed over the coffin. "Branch Manager Lai Quen, please confirm the body." He approached the coffin, rubbing his hands to reveal an unsettling face. "Ah, of course." Li Wen reached out with silent joy, the moment he had long awaited to see the miserable state after death. He exerted his last strength to lift the leather lid. Unexpectedly, the one inside revealed a bruised face. The motionless follower beside the white flowers. Li Wen, opening the coffin lid, became even more bewildered. The stuffing at the corner of his mouth also stopped there. That follower had no reputation yet still lay along the brace. What a pitiful state. Unknown name, follower of Simulus, who impersonated Seung-hoin in the temple. Recalling him running desperately in the courtyard, the prominent bony face still drew all attention. He was lucky to awaken, escape the arena and survive. But that night, facing the true descent of Simulus, his mind completely collapsed, and he died silently, utterly alone. Li Wen did not know the one swap still pretended to be grief-stricken before others. That is, truly Sung-hoin, it is him. Well, at least he died miserably, just as I wished. But before he could speak, he was silenced by whispers from behind. How could that be him? The figure in black slowly pulled down his cloak, chattering endlessly. Because Sung-hoin was truly right here. Sung-hoin appeared, and part of the crowd was horrified, mouths agape. Julia's tears flowed uncontrollably. It was Kang Sung-hoin. Ryuent, seeing the situation was unexpected, yelled insults. "Damn that bastard." Finally, Sung-hoin stepped forward, patting him on the shoulder. "Branch Manager Li Wen, I am truly moved." Li Wen was momentarily silent. "What?" And he recounted the experience of seeing his image on the paper. "Suddenly I received news that I had died. And the promotion ceremony was ongoing. At first I thought you were playing a cruel joke on me, but it turned out you held a surprise feast, so we would not be saddened by losing a new friend, right?" Li Wen was stunned, stammering, "A surprise feast?" Moments later, Qian Hein suddenly patted him on the shoulder with a cool gesture. He wouldn't want anyone to grieve, though unaware of his name. Jung Ho also contributed to startling Li Wen, but I am sure he is smiling down at us from the heavens, though unknown. The last to add fuel and fire was him. "But come on everyone, for Branch Manager Li Kuang, let's enjoy together." Indeed, the apple spares no one. He was scared, nearly mad. "No, not like that." Julia cried until her eyes were swollen upon seeing the familiar figure Isukang Seonjin. Suddenly, Marciana appeared with a joyful smile, proclaiming glory to him, the person in charge at the Adventurers Guild and the Magic Association. Everyone shouted the name of that master, Kang Sung-hoin, Kang Sung-hoin. The more arrogant, the more arrogant. Lygia found this scene hard to describe, really. Worse than even the villain. Meanwhile, Bisma Island remained shrouded in darkness. On the ground lay only fragments of the demon. Suddenly, a figure in ancient attire appeared from nowhere. He brought with him a swarm of glowing butterflies. That person was Zuzun. He spoke in a cold, hoarse voice. "So who is he? One who absorbed the essence of a god." Back at the Takemla headquarters in the west, silence filled the night. The pink stone radiated a faint light along with continuous words. He was advancing to the sanctuary, protecting the body of the Lord of Takemla. A faint image of a soldier suddenly appeared. "Damn, do you think you will leave safely after doing this?" Amidst the screams, Sun Ho advanced arrogantly. "Beg Sun Ho." He lifted his eyelids under the moonlight. Sun Ho did not hesitate to thrust a sword into it, continued to swing, creating streaks of light in the shared sky. After a while, everything finally began to settle down, leaving only faint echoes of pained groans. Sun Ho silently walked straight toward the stone without another word. He lowered his sword with a cold expression. The stone cracked at once, splitting in two on the spot. After that, Sun Ho turned and left, leaving the gloomy air behind him. The matter here had also come to an end. Suddenly, a white bird carrying a pouch flew up before him. Could it be a carrier pigeon? But it only dropped a letter, then flapped its wings and flew away again. Sun Ho picked it up curiously and opened it to read. It was a notice from the Adventurers Association. The first thing that caught his eye was Sung Hyang's face. Sun Ho could not understand what this meant for a moment. What kind of joke was this now? Thinking that, he could not bear it and closed his eyes. Sun Ho quickly ran off, denying it as he walked to reassure himself. Even if that matter was true, he had no right to come looking for me. Early the next morning, the Bitphone Inn had returned to its usual lively atmosphere. As soon as he woke up, a bowl of steaming soup was placed in front of him. Seeing that Sung Han kept looking uncomfortable, Jung Ho Ho asked worriedly, "Kang, why are you wearing that expression?" The completion ceremony went smoothly. He only answered vaguely, "Turn off the telepathic channel for a moment. The suspicion-type skills I received this time are actually quite good. Before Sunghyung were 2 new attributes. Solitude can drain the target's stamina on hit and restore it to oneself. The higher the target's divine power, the greater the activation rate. Supernova detonates divine power to deal wide area damage, and requires doubt to activate. If the target's mental strength is below 50% of its maximum, the explosion damage doubles and deals an additional 2% damage to divine entities. Cheon Han had just finished reading when his mouth fell open in astonishment. Additional damage to divine entities. My goodness, I am so jealous. That made he pat his chest with even greater confidence. It was I who shattered the idea that humans could not oppose divinity. Lygia refused to lose out and immediately cut in. Is that not a good thing, then? Who would have thought Sunghyung would admit frankly, I was only bragging a little there. Her answer left her crying helplessly. Good grief. At that moment he took out a weapon, his voice tinged with regret. The real problem is that my favorite weapon broke. Jung-ho could only laugh awkwardly and play along. Ah, silver glory, it had its glorious days too. After saying that, he quickly took out a wooden box. It seems the administrator guessed I would need something new, so this was sent as an achievement reward. Another item appeared in its place, an unidentified ore. The 7-colored radiance around it was strangely striking. She leaned toward Sunghyung and asked curiously, it is just a stone. Is that your new weapon? He immediately corrected Lygia, more accurately. It is material for forging a weapon. It looked quite special, so I checked the mineral catalog. Sunghyung quickly flipped to the page that recorded information about it. Pecticide stone, an ancient metal said to contain the power of the 7 emotional tones. The multicolored stone was clearly described there. Pecticide stone, the 7 emotions comprising joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure, love, fear, and hatred. He explained further in passing. These days it only exists in records and is regarded as a legend. The problem is where to find a blacksmith skilled enough to craft it, and no one knows when it could even be made. Suddenly, Jung-ho made a suggestion that shook Sunghyung Kang. While waiting, would you like to use this for now? Without waiting for his answer, he took out a stream of black energy. That energy wrapped around a black object shaped like a sword. He was extremely astonished by Jung-ho's ability. What is this? How can you create it? He smiled shyly and scratched his cheek. I received a new skill as a reward after taking down Simulus. Now I can use part of the black monster's power even in human form, but every time I use it, my mental strength drops heavily. While Jung-ho was explaining, Sunghyung took the opportunity to use the observing eye skill to examine the sword closely. Black Bone Dagger, a weapon created from the power of black bone. It contains the power of the black monster within. This is a temporary weapon, unstable and extremely low in durability. In the end, he gave a rather harsh conclusion. This thing will probably break after only 2 or 3 swings. Jung-ho also understood what he meant. Because my power is weak in human form. Black bone is originally used to create armor, so it is not very suitable as a weapon. Seeing him disappointed, Sunghyung hurriedly encouraged him further. It is not bad for a first attempt. In the worst case, I can use the blue-silver dagger. Jung-ho gradually brightened, sitting up straight as he asked, really? He did not have the heart to make things difficult for that radiant face, so he could only advise him tactfully, if you keep practicing, your skill will definitely improve. Right, then make more, maybe 9 more, for example. You also need to get used to your mental strength dropping, so keep practicing more. The black sword that had just been criticized was still covered in black bone. Using the black bone skill, mental strength is decreasing. Using the black bone skill, mental strength continues to decrease. While Jung-ho tried to fix it, the 2 standing far away could only shake their heads regretfully. Poor Kim, poor Uncle Jung-ho. Just then, Julia stepped in to report, Brother Sunghyung, someone has come to see you. 2 believers of the Taekemala cult were already kneeling before Sunghyung. You arrived within 1 month, exactly as agreed. Jeon-han followed curiously from behind. Who are these people? He explained casually. They are the frauds from the Golden Osmanthus Mansion, the Zakimula cult. He parted his lips slightly and smiled awkwardly. Ah, I see. No one knew the 2 believers were silently screaming inside. So the report that he died was wrong. If we run away, we will be in huge trouble, and on top of that, he is a member of the Taekemala cult. Sunghyung did not bother to care and asked directly, how did the investigation go? She took the initiative to report first. We returned to headquarters after a long time. That place had been completely destroyed. He froze slightly, not expecting to hear this news. Destroyed? She still lowered her head and answered timidly, yes. It was as if someone had attacked it. Everything was devastated. The buildings were shattered, and the sacred relics had been smashed into pieces. At that moment, Sunghyung silently operated the system, turning off the telepathic channel. Cheon-hyun's voice rang in his ear again. Hey, do you think this was done by the Black Star? The only thing that could crush those sacred relics like that is the power of doubt, unless that person is a divine entity. Sunghyung rolled his eyes and pondered for a while before saying, it is hard to say. Unlocking doubt without the administrator's help is very difficult, but if you somehow break even 1 sacred relic, you can still receive doubt even if you are not the Black Star. So you came back empty-handed. As soon as they heard that, the 2 believers hurriedly embraced each other and denied it. No, that is not it. This is the cult leader's notebook. He always carried it with him. The ink has blurred quite a lot, but we searched the entire base before we found it. He quickly took the notebook, flipping through several pages to check it. When he reached a page packed with writing, Sung-hyung understood everything. As expected, my guess was not wrong. It seems that man had also used divine water before. The keywords were clearly written there. Found the miraculous bone hound, medicine created by an alchemist. He turned to ask for opinions. What do you all think this bone hound is? Ligia suddenly sprang up and suggested, is bone hound not the hidden underground arena in Bisu brand? He turned his head slightly and said teasingly, part-time employee. How do you know so much? She traced through her memories of the betting incident involving well-known faces and said, Arai once drew the entire layout of that place. It is where those trashy nobles gather for illegal gambling. Sung-hyung touched his chin and quickly agreed. If Bonehound really is that underground arena, then the Takamila cult leader may have first learned about divine water there. Good, this is truly useful information. Hearing that, the two believers looked visibly delighted. Then you forgive us, right? You will also return Father Otada's soul, right? But in the blink of an eye, his expression darkened, and his presence grew heavy. You still have to pay for your sins. Originally, the plan was to overthrow your cult, but someone acted first. Therefore, the Magic Association has decided on the option of 5 years of unpaid public service, naturally including Father Otada as well. Cheon-han understood part of the story and immediately smiled in satisfaction. Then our next destination has been decided, right? Seung-hang nodded and reminded him, yes, we will be going quite far this time. Meanwhile, the familiar butterfly appeared again. It fluttered around the place he had just mentioned, the eastern city of Bisagrand. A lively girl quickly appeared, not forgetting to introduce herself. Hello, I am a mage from the Eastern Golden Tower. Today, at Lady Marciana's request, I will escort Lord Kang Seung-huing's group all the way to the east. From the west, where Hin Village was located, traveling east by carriage usually took about a month. A month was far too long. But we mages could use return magic, so we accepted a little risk and took the dungeon route. After clearing that place, we would use regression magic to return to the Golden Tower. Normally, it only took about an hour and a half to cross the dungeon, except this time. While she was still talking nonstop, the monsters had already charged in. Ligia and Jung-ho worked together and quickly took down the beasts. Cheon-hyun placed his hand on the ground to sense his surroundings. The movement neat yet impressive. Power spread from his hand in several directions. On this side, Sung-hyun was also busy dealing with monsters. He struck Freya with a heavy blow that made it suffer, but the system had already absorbed its ability in time. Freya's crossbow created arrows of Dali water. Within the golden light, a blade slowly emerged. Sung-hyun did not hesitate to reach out and collect the item. The gunpowder had been perfectly compressed. At that very moment, an explosion rang out amid the golden flames. Supernova erupted, its destructive power proportional to divine power. The mage who witnessed the scene turned pale with fear, as if even her bangs might fall out. The dungeon clearing record was only 20 minutes. Just what kind of monsters were these people? Meanwhile, the sky in the eastern part of the Azo continent over the city of Bisubran was strangely peaceful. She bowed and thanked Seung-huing's group with great sincerity. Thank you all for your efforts, everyone did very well. Cheon-hyun also smiled happily, full of excitement. It had been a long time since he had returned to this town. But when the sheet of paper was opened, a red dot covered it completely. Fortunately, they could still make out a few locations on the map. He looked it over and immediately nodded in approval. It seemed these 3 places were possible entrances leading down to the underground arena. Ligia was still half doubtful, kneeling to investigate. Was that divination really reliable? Cheon-hyun immediately reminded her with a serious face that in a city, places giving off that much eerie energy were rare. Sung-hyun also took the chance to analyze the map. The back gate of the city library, the alley on Street 4, and the underground sewer in District F, were those places really nothing special. Cheon-hyun quickly pointed to a circled area. This underground sewer gives me a very strong sense of a fated encounter. If we go there, we may meet an important person. He agreed at once without the slightest hesitation. Then let us decide on that. Before long, the quartet had reached the underground sewer of Bisagran's District F. The smell down here was truly unbearable. They had not gone far before they were drawn by shouts of "Let me in." Park Jeon was trying to explain that his teammate was inside, but the 2 men before him did not care at all. Not our problem, get lost. He stubbornly kept presenting all kinds of proof, insisting that their guild had dragged that person away. From a distance, Sung-hyun and Jung-ho observed Park Jeon. Looks like someone arrived before us. Judging by his outfit, he seemed to be a space-time traveler. In the end, the plan he came up with in helplessness became the best option. This method really was ridiculous, but slipping past in silence would probably work best. They followed Sung-hyun and slipped past those people, ignoring the curses behind them. You wanted your life as a slave in the arena. Kid, keep going, I do not have time to stand here and take this. As the space fell quiet, the group continued walking calmly. Suddenly, Park Jeon saw that scene and could not help feeling confused. That man also noticed the strange gaze and immediately turned back to roar. Hey, what the hell are you people? Sung-hyun clicked his tongue regretfully. We got found out, and I thought my acting was so natural. Seeing that calm expression, the other party boiled with rage. Whether you were found out or not, not, you people just openly walked past right in front of us. No one expected Lygia to be so fast, instantly launching a kick. I will strike first. There are only 2 of them. Deal with them. Jung-ho looked at the scene with some dissatisfaction. The way you said that makes us sound like the villains. I could only force a smile and play along to ease the tension. In any case, we are uninvited guests. Just then, the girl standing beside him stepped forward. Only 2 people. Are you sure? As soon as those words fell, countless black shadows appeared at once atop the rings of magic formations. One homunculus after was summoned. They appeared in every nook and cranny of the underground sewer. Even she was so frightened that she flinched. So creepy, what are those things? Seung-hoing calmly replied that they were low-grade homunculi. Yet Lygia was so panicked that she misheard it as Santa Claus. Even so, he patiently explained. Homunculi are byproducts born from the failures of ancient alchemists when they tried to create life. They are products of alchemists. During the brief lull, he rummaged through his coat pocket and looked at the things inside. They are not just ordinary homunculi. Just then, Seung-hoin's eyes fell on 2 precious vials. What is that? Holy water. As soon as they received a few drops of holy water, the homunculi immediately roared violently. She seized the chance and launched a kick straight at it. On this side, he began to be forced back by the homunculi. Jung-ho gritted his teeth and struggled to hold firm, but it was still very difficult to withstand them. Why are they this strong? Amid the chaos, he had realized the problem. Homunculi had no mana, so they could not use skills, but their pure physical ability was outstanding, stronger than most residents of Azo. Now that they had been given holy water, divine power must have increased their recovery and durability several-fold. Thinking that, Seung-hoin hurriedly gave an order. Everyone, draw your weapons of resolve. But Cheon-hyun cut him off with just one word. Leave this to me. Seung-hoin felt somewhat fed up with this violence-loving show-off. Here he goes again, stop showing off and step back, Cheon-han. Alchemists are different from mages. They have extremely high resistance to dark magic. Moreover, you are facing dozens of homunculi carrying the power of divine energy. The odds of victory are now heavily against you, Cheon-han. Yet he did not waver at all, still insisting on charging in to test himself. Cheon-hyun prepared a move before rushing forward, blood-art blood-lung. Lord Cheon-hyun will now present a truly spectacular performance. Right before everyone's eyes, his figure shot forward. Cheon-hyun swept past the homunculi like a gust of wind. He suddenly sensed a surge of power behind his back and immediately leaped to a halt. At the same time, Seung-hoin's eyes widened in shock. One who caused this disaster also gradually broke down mentally. What the hell is happening? A blood mage can punch through divine power without suffering backlash. How is that possible? Before long, the knife in his hand was covered in red liquid. Cheon-hyun stood among the corpses. He had struck down and spoke coldly. Curious. Within the next 60 seconds, you will know. Lygia stared wide-eyed, unable to understand that vague attitude, while Seung-hoin remained calm, his indifferent face unchanged. Then he slowly questioned what nonsense he was talking about. She also urged impatiently for him to stop dancing around and explain clearly. Hearing those words, he grumbled softly that no one knew how to play along with a dramatic moment. Cheon-hyun immediately struck a confident pose and declared excitedly, "The answer is incredibly simple. I have never used dark magic." After hearing that, Lygia and Seung-hoin briefly paled, sweat beading on their skin. She blurted in shock, "Huh?" Cheon-hyun immediately raised his hand and explained every detail. "Blood mages like us lose blood and consume dark mana every time we use a move. Even among dark mages, this is the hardest system. But before the battle with Simulus, I happened to pick up an insanely unreal skill. It works like this. When pure blood is activated, you enter an ascetic state for a fixed period. The ascetic effects include locking dark mana. Skills consume only blood, all stats increase by 1.5 times, and immunity to holy damage." The 2 opponents immediately changed color when they heard that. The man exclaimed in shock, "Immunity to holy damage." The woman beside him also continued in disbelief. There is even such an overpowered skill. Right after that, Cheon-hyun charged straight in with his sword, preparing to finish off the target before him. Simply put, for a certain period of time, it wipes out all the troublesome penalties of a blood mage. He brought his sword down on the monster below and sighed softly, just like Super Awakening mode. Where the blade struck down, a dazzling radiance suddenly burst forth. Immediately after, countless sharp red spider lily petals shot from the monster's body toward the enemies behind it. Those 2 were pierced by the petals and screamed in pain. Seeing that scene, Lygia could not help but marvel. Cheon-hyun really is strong. Seung-hoin, standing beside her, calmly remarked, "Normally blood mage skills deal tremendous damage, but the trade-off is extremely nasty penalties." Watching Cheon-hyun sweep through the monsters like a madman, he quietly sighed. But now all those penalties are gone. No wonder that guy is basically a game bug monster, absurdly overpowered. Jung-ho leapt out from nowhere, cheering excitedly Cheon-hyun, "You are amazing," without even noticing the petals flying right up to his face. In the next instant, the petals stabbed into the wall behind him, missing him by only a hair's breadth. Fortunately, Jung-ho still managed to dodge aside in time. Jung-ho's eyes went wide with terror, his face pale, his whole body stiff as he did not dare move. And he also cried out in utter misery, "Why am I getting dragged into this mess too? This is deadly dangerous." Seeing that, Cheon-hyun turned his head and answered calmly, "Ah, I forgot to mention." Qian Hyun lowered his head and confessed awkwardly, "This move really is good, it just has one tiny weakness." After 1 minute, the body completely loses control. Hearing that, Lygia and Sung Hyun, standing far away, both froze, and he blurted softly, "What?" Qian Hyun gathered his strength and stabbed his sword hard into the ground. Immediately, a violent surge of power erupted and spread everywhere. He reminded them casually, "So dodge on your own, I cannot carry you." Witnessing that scene, Park Jeon, Jung-ho, Sung Hyun, and Lygia all stared wide-eyed. Sung Hyun was about to speak and stop him, but Cheon Hyun had already unleashed his berserk power. Blood burst sent dirt and stone flying everywhere. Sung Hyun had to brace himself to keep from being blown away, grinding his teeth in fury lunatic. Then Cheon Hyun completely lost control, his movements turning chaotic. Lygia shouted in panic, "He has gone mad." His face darkened as he spoke in anger. That psycho finally managed to do something useful. She shouted anxiously, "Run, staying alive comes first now." Sung Hyun, Lygia, and Park Jeon immediately hurried to flee, but he still did not forget to turn back and snap, "You trashy game-ruining bastard." She also warned furiously, "Bastard, you are forbidden from coming near us until that move wears off." Seeing all three of them run away, Jung-ho called after them in panic, "Huh, wait, then what about me?" Seeing that no one turned back, he nearly cried, then shouted helplessly and miserably, "You guys." A while later, the three of them finally escaped outside. Lygia was so exhausted she panted, groaning, "We almost ended up in the grave." Park Jeon dropped heavily to the ground, sweat soaking his forehead, his face deathly pale as he muttered in discomfort. What kind of thinking led to recruiting that guy into the platoon? Sung Hyun stood beside him and answered calmly, "Lucky you are still alive." Once he had calmed down, he stood up and introduced himself clearly. "Just from looking, you people are transmigrators too. I am Park Jeon." He immediately asked back, "You said you were looking for your teammate, right?" He recounted everything in a low voice. "Her name is Simsul because she got involved with a criminal gang. She was thrown in here and became a combat slave in this arena." Lygia smiled brightly, eagerly trying to pull Park Jong into the group. "Perfect timing, we were planning to turn this arena upside down too. Let us form a team, fellow countrymen." Sung Hyun immediately knocked her on the head and said sternly, "Who gave you permission to recruit people on your own? I am the boss here." Lygia cried out in grievance, "Come on, you were planning to wreck this place anyway." He answered calmly, "Well, that is true." The events that had just happened flashed through Park Jeon's mind, from the sudden infiltration, the berserk rage, to the unbelievable reversal. He murmured, "Should I trust these people?" The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. The scene shifted to the underground arena, Bonehound, where the stands were packed with people and thunderous cheers rang everywhere. On the fighting floor, two men were rushing into a fierce clash. The orange-haired man was drenched in sweat, his teeth clenched, his whole body radiating a faint energy. In the stands, the silver-haired man cheered bloodthirstily, "Take him down, finish him." The orange-haired woman beside him chimed in as well, "I bet entire fortune on this match." Down on the floor, the bald man had gained the upper hand, while the orange-haired man was struck by his slash. The moment the orange-haired man fell, the stands immediately erupted with deafening cheers. Greg ordered coldly, "Clean it up." The subordinate immediately bowed and obeyed, "Yes, sir." He folded his arms and said calmly, "The tailor is coming today. Hurry up and deal with them. Dress, chairman of the Misthounds." After that, Drake spread his arms wide and announced excitedly, "Thank you all for waiting." He introduced them enthusiastically, "The next fighters are the ones everyone has been waiting for. The bloodthirsty twins, Blood Butcher." The moment he finished speaking, two stuffed bears jumped down from above. Immediately after, both landed heavily on the floor, making a loud impact. Dust and smoke billowed up thickly, startling the surrounding crowd. Amid the smoke, a ferret and a rabbit appeared, then struck an extremely striking pose. Both ridiculously cool and adorable. Dress froze blankly as he stared at the two figures before him. At that moment, the green-haired man spoke up and shattered the silence. "What in the world is bloodthirsty supposed to mean?" The green-haired lady beside him covered her mouth and giggled, "They are so adorable." Meanwhile, he remained dazed. What do butchering and bloodthirst have to do with this? The rabbit suddenly spun around, looking at the subordinate who was helping the defeated fighter. Sensing that gaze, he subconsciously raised his head. Before he could understand what was happening, the rabbit punched him straight in the face. Then it followed with another powerful headbutt, sending him flying far away. Drake's face went deathly pale. What the hell is going on? Who exactly are those people? He immediately pointed and ordered his subordinates, "We are under attack. Hurry and capture them." The rabbit immediately turned around. Then it quickly cast magic, clone technique. In the blink of an eye, two more copies appeared, making them flinch in shock. After that, each rabbit charged in and attacked Drex's subordinates without the slightest mercy, making them cry out in panic. The ferret beside it was no worse, striking repeatedly and knocking the opponents down one after another. After the fight was over, the ferret suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. It slumped down and complained helplessly, "How dare they make me wear such a humiliating outfit? I should never have trusted them." The rabbit answered calmly, "If you do not like it, show your own face in front of the nobles." Seeing all his subordinates collapsed, Grace shouted furiously, "You fools, if you cannot handle them, hurry up and use that thing." The moment those words fell, a black wolf had already closed in beside him and spoke coldly. "I wonder what that thing is. I am starting to get curious." Immediately, the wolf grabbed Drake, lifted him up, then threw him hard into the wall, cracking it open. It asked flatly, "So you're the one in charge here?" After that, Seung-hoin took off the wolf mask, curved his lips into a dangerous smile, and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you? Where is the tailor you just mentioned?" Drex growled in pain as he questioned them. "Just who are you people?" Seung-hoin did not bother answering, only drove another heavy punch into his chest, making him cough blood before coldly asking in return, "Answer me first. Who is the tailor you spoke of?" Drex still stubbornly refused to open his mouth. Suddenly he parted his lips to reveal the pill he had hidden beforehand, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Do you think I am idle enough to confess everything to an intruder like you?" With that, Drex bit down hard on the pill without the slightest hesitation. Immediately, a violent surge of power erupted from his entire body, blasting him far away. Seung-hoin dropped to one knee, clutching his head as he tried to regain his clarity. A question flashed through his mind. This divine power, could it have been condensed from miraculous water? Drex immediately seized the chance to spring up and rush straight forward. Then Drex hurriedly ordered his subordinates, "Those intruders are strong. Everyone, use the tablets now." The subordinates immediately obeyed, swallowing the pills without hesitation. One of them even shouted in delight, "You bastards in animal outfits, you have been having fun until now, have you?" As soon as they finished taking them, their bodies erupted with fierce power all at once, their bloodshot eyes filled with killing intent. Seeing that, the rabbit and the weasel briefly froze. The weasel spoke warily, "Something is not right here." In the blink of an eye, they shot forward to attack them both, crush them. The arena floor instantly rang with a series of rapid explosions, mingled with the chaotic sounds of battle. In the stands, the panicked crowd shoved one another as they fled. A pale-faced man shouted, "This place is too dangerous, hurry outside." But someone still reluctant to abandon his money yelled back, "Then what about our money?" The other man answered decisively, "We can come back for it later." Ligia, dressed in the rabbit suit, was surrounded on all sides and had to keep dodging the attacks, shouting in irritation, "How annoying." He muttered impatiently, "Good grief, everything has gone completely chaotic." Immediately afterward, she summoned her weapon, the unyielding steadfast wrist blade. Right after that, Ligia began to counter-attack, her body light as it glided through the air. Airwalk. She shot downward, unleashing a barrage of attacks. It made the opponent scream noisily. It was truly far too exquisite. Watching that scene, Park Jian in the brown weasel suit could not help admiring them inwardly. Amazing, they are barely injured at all. We are all transmigrators, yet the difference in level is like heaven and earth. Battle continued, growing increasingly fierce, with neither side willing to retreat. On this side, Drex and Seung-hoin were still locked in a fierce struggle, and for the moment neither had gained the upper hand. He suddenly froze, his head abruptly growing dizzy, his expression twisting in discomfort. "What is this? I feel so dizzy." Moreover, Drex could not understand why, after fighting for so long, nothing had happened to them. He answered calmly, "My group is no different from a team specialized in dealing with fraudulent cults. We have very high resistance to divine power." Just then, the system displayed a notification. "Since the Blackbone dagger has run out of durability, the weapon has been destroyed." Seung-hoin curled his lips and asked, "Besides, you are starting to feel a little dizzy, are you not?" That question startled him. Drex seemed to understand, hurriedly whipping around to look at his subordinates as unease rose in his heart. "What? Do not tell me everyone is affected." And sure enough, all of them were staggering, their faces deathly pale. The instant they weakened, Ligia and Park Jian immediately seized the chance to charge in. She shouted loudly, "There is an opening." In the blink of an eye, all of his subordinates were knocked down. Seeing that scene, Drex broke out in sweat as if drenched, his eyes bulging in terror. "Damn it, what is going on?" He roared right in Seung-hoin's face. "What did you do to us?" He remained silent, not revealing his ability. Dementia. Targets touched by the aura will have their mental power drained. The current number of exception targets is 3. Seung-hoin gave a faint, provocative smile. "Do you think I will obediently confess?" With that, he lowered his center of gravity and took a fighting stance. In the next instant, Seung-hoin rushed forward with a relentless assault, forcing Drex to brace himself and defend. Although he defended with all his might, he gradually fell into a disadvantage, cold sweat streaming down nonstop. He thought in panic, "At this rate, I am going to lose my life." As the blade was about to fly toward his neck, Drex hurriedly shouted to summon it, "White Domain." Immediately afterward, a brilliant golden light burst forth, enveloping them both in dazzling radiance. He froze, a trace of surprise flashing through his eyes. Ligia cried out in shock, "Hey, what is this?" Park Jian, standing beside her, was also stunned. "This is..." After that, Seung-hoin was transported into another room. He swept his gaze around and silently analyzed. White Domain, a skill that turns everything around here pure white except the target. He probably poured all of his high-grade divine power into this move. It truly is a pure white shadowed realm. she suddenly screamed, clutching her head in panic. What is this? Everything is completely white. I cannot even see my own body anymore. Seeing that, Sung Hoin immediately reminded her, hey rabbit ears, be quiet for a bit. But Lygia still tried to continue. No, listen, right now you are the only thing I can see. Uncle Bear beside them immediately cut in with a comment. That sounds just like a romantic confession. Sung Hoin reminded them at once. They probably can only see her too, so do not suddenly expose your own position like that. The moment he finished speaking, a block of stone suddenly collapsed right above his head. He reacted extremely quickly, immediately blocking the attack from above. Drex laughed in delight and offered praise. Not bad instincts. Then he gave a slight shrug, looking regretful. Even so, immediately afterwards, Sung Hoin was struck in succession by Drex's power. He laughed mockingly. You still cannot block every one of my attacks. He began to lose patience. Sung Hoin frowned in irritation and thought to himself, each strike has become much lighter now, but if this drags on, it will be troublesome. At times like this, he immediately activated an ability, using observation eye skill. The subject is an adult male, approximately 1 meter 80 tall. Drex's silhouette immediately appeared clearly in Sung Hoin's sight, his position completely exposed. But he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Before he could react, Drex had already cut off one of Sung Hoin's arms. He clutched his severed arm as a question rose in his mind. The observation eye skill was nullified instantly. Could it be because white domain continuously erases everything around it? He moved behind Sung Hoin, his voice full of mockery. Looks like the situation has reversed. You have no way to see me, all you have is that mouth. Drex immediately gripped his sword and charged forward, stabbing straight at him as he declared coldly, this battle is over. Yet Sung Hoin still answered calmly, over, just who is ending who? A red liquid suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Drex lowered his head to look down, his pupils widening in astonishment. He stood rooted in place, staring at the red liquid tightly wrapping around his legs. What is this? Clearly, other than his body, nothing else could be seen. Drex raised his eyes to look at him, then discovered that his severed arm was dripping that very same liquid. Sung Hoin slowly turned his head back and spoke at an unhurried pace. Now I know exactly where you are. The miracle of the specter mass. Drex shouted in panic, his voice echoing throughout the room. In the next instant, he shot forward, stabbing straight into his body. Cracks began to appear in the surrounding space. In a single moment, everything shattered and immediately returned to the original space. At last, Sung Hoin spoke leisurely, caught you. In the blink of an eye, Drake's entire body was gradually corroded by that thing. His eyes widened in panic, then he screamed, what the hell is this? He stopped halfway and asked in a low voice, so now, are you willing to talk? Drex could not endure the pain and immediately shouted, I will talk. Sung Hoin peeled away the beast hide bit by bit. That man begged in panic, I will tell you everything, please stop this thing. A moment later, his sweat-drenched face was revealed. Some people only open their mouths after tasting a little pain, don't they? The hand holding out the elixir amid the struggle, Drex slowly recounted. The tailor was the broker who supplied delphinidine elixir to us. I am sure we were not the only customers. They must have other arenas too. Hearing that, Sung Hoin immediately asked back, delphinidine elixir, not divine water. Drex hesitated before replying that is only the trade name used for distribution, not its real name. That man explained more clearly. The deal had 2 conditions. Every fighter in the arena had to drink delphinidine elixir, and all corpses of fighters who died in battle had to be handed over. After those words, he silently speculated. If they are collecting bodies, then the fragments of light found inside the members of Diagonal Live and Simulus must be their true objective. Looking at Drex, who was still struggling with that mass of glittering dust, Sung Hoin continued interrogating him. Then what is the tailor's name? He raised an eyebrow when he heard Drex's answer. Sin, Lord Sin. Sung Hoin glanced slightly behind him and saw Lygia wearing an obviously contemplative look. Both of them thought of an unfinished possibility at the same time. If it is Sin, then... Seeing that he was about to be swallowed whole, Drex pleaded desperately, that is everything I know. Now you will spare my life, right? Suddenly the corner of Sung Hoin's lips curved faintly. That much is true. His next words made Grace's eyes widen in shock. The deal was that you would give information, and I would stop the mutation process. Did I ever say I would let you live? That man shouted in horror. What? Sung Hoin lowered his face and smiled with narrowed eyes. You still have to pay the price. After all, you have harmed many people already. As soon as he heard that, extreme fear instantly appeared in Drex's eyes. Wait, please spare my life. A few seconds later, Graves had lost consciousness. Sung Hoin took out the key ring and said there must be a prison in the fighter's entrance. Miss Sim Sung must also be there, and Park Jian immediately nodded in agreement. Hearing that, Lygia was slightly puzzled. Anyway, if it is Sin, then it is that man, right? The one who always wears a hanbok and loves acting dramatic. Sung Hoin glanced over warily. Although I have never met him in person, it is definitely him. The blade of the scissors dragged across the floor, producing a chilling sound. His voice continued to ring out. One of the current top 10 space travelers on the Azo continent. Zuzan's imposing back slowly advanced. Tailor Sin. Somewhere else, Qian Haiyan shouted with joy. That was awesome. Standing amid the corpses strewn everywhere, he asked anxiously, Brother Kim, are you still alive? Jung Ho replied in exhaustion for now. Hearing that, Qian Haiyan immediately whipped around. Traitors, you abandoned Brother Kim when he was in danger. Jung Ho answered irritably, he was in danger because of you. Suddenly, Qian Haiyan put on a mysterious expression. Let's set aside those little matters. Anyway, now that we have gathered, and Jung Ho looked around and sighed, this place has been wrecked. From nowhere, Jujun walked over and spoke in a contemptuous voice. What could those Azo natives do against a group of space travelers? Jung Ho asked in confusion, who is that? Qian Han, on the other hand, was not surprised at all and merely replied, I do not know, but with that attitude, he sounds like someone familiar from back home. Astonishment immediately appeared clearly on his face, as if he had just realized something. At this moment, Jujun spoke in a mocking voice. What is wrong? Have you even forgotten my voice? He continued arrogantly, it has been a long time since saw you too. Seeing that the person before him looked rather familiar, Jung Ho cried out in delight, it really has been a long time. Your name is... Jujun smiled amiably, placed a hand on his chest, and introduced himself. Still as bad with names as ever, aren't you? It is me, Shin Jujun. That name excited Jung Ho so much that he shouted, that's right, Jujun. Cho Hyan, it is him, the hound who used to trail after our old group. Suddenly he froze, his eyes widening in utter shock. Before Jung Ho's eyes was Qian Haiyan's face, filled with murderous intent. You... As soon as the words left his mouth, he gripped the weapon radiating red energy and roared, you shameless bastard. Immediately afterward, Qian Haiyan charged straight toward Jujun and warned in a cold voice, I will kill you. Faced with that aggression, Zuzun merely calmly raised a hand and pointed forward. That way of greeting someone is a little rude. Then, he gently hooked his index finger upward. The strips of red energy surrounding Qian Haiyan suddenly froze in midair. In the very next moment, they wrapped tightly around his body, followed by his furious curse, bastard. Jung Ho saw this and shouted in confusion, wait, what is wrong with you two? Stop fighting, please talk to each other. Jujun calmly brushed past Qian Haiyan. To be honest, I am a little surprised. His eyes narrowed, then he continued disdainfully. I can understand Cho Haiyan, but I did not expect you to still be alive. That cold voice rang out, why are you still alive? Jung Ho asked back in surprise, what did you say? Before he could finish his sentence, Zuzun instantly closed in on Jung Ho. Immediately afterward, he took Zuzun's scissor strike head on before he could react. He lowered his eyes and repeated calmly, back then, I killed you first. Jung Ho's eyes widened and broken words spilled out in pain. Witnessing that scene, Qian Haiyan roared in fury, bastard. Immediately afterward, he gathered all his strength and broke the loops of rope binding him. Qian Haiyan immediately swung a powerful sword slash toward Zuzun. Qian Haiyan gritted his teeth and shouted with hatred, you dog, he targeted Brother Kim twice already. He was filled with utter regret. We never should have formed a team with a madman like you. But those words did not bother Jujun at all. Old memories between him and Qian Haiyan suddenly surfaced in his mind. After that, Jujun put on that fake expression again and said, how heartbreaking. I still feel nostalgic whenever I remember those days. The video ends here, brothers. Remember to hit like so Gao can release more great series. Thank you, and goodbye everyone.